Good morning and welcome to the Yorkshire Autograss Club. That's round, well, technically round 3, but obviously round 2 with the round 1 being cancelled. Just to give you a little bit of an update, what's happening down here at the track. Marshall's just getting out. We're hoping for a 9 o'clock start. We apologies to those of you watching on the BAStv. We had a little bit of a hiccup with one of the generators, and we managed to trip one off, so that was why we disappeared. But we're certainly back up and running now. Class 1s are already in the holding lanes ready to go, and the drivers, just having a little look over to my left, the drivers are just having their drivers meeting. We've got a slight change in the running order down here today at Yorkshire Dales, so we're going to run men's class 1s, 2s, junior specials, 3s, 5s, 7s, 9s, junior saloons, men's class 4s, men's stock hatch, men's class 6, 8s and F600s, then men's class 10s. Then we're going to head over into the ladies' classes, again running 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 4, stock hatch if we've got any ladies stock hatches, 6, 8s, F600s, and then the class 10s for the first round of the qualifying down here at the British Series. We've got a few new commentators on the team, not necessarily new to commentary in terms of commentating a BAS round, but new to the whole BAStv thing. We've been pushing buttons and things this morning. So on my team joining me this weekend, we have Mr. Paul Glover taking you through class 1 and 3. We've got Mr. Russ Thompson doing class 2 and 10s. Brandon Glover is going to take you through the junior specials and the men's class 9s. The Mr. Mickey B himself is going to be doing 5, 7s and F600s. And then I'm going to take you through class 8 and the junior saloons. So a few new faces for you watching on the BAStv, but certainly not new to the commentary circuit. So it'll be good to see quite a few of those back behind the mic, and we'll bring you up to date with everything that's going on. Just going to have a little look down to the line, and it looks like the first grid of the men's class 1s are going to make their way back onto that start line and get us underway in racing. We've not got our sheets up just yet, so you might have to bear with us a little bit for the first round of the class 1s, because we can't tell you who's coming out in which race, because we're not entirely sure ourselves at the minute. Just joining me up in the commentary then is Mr. Paul Glover, and as I say, he's going to be taking you through class 1 and class 3. You might find there'll be some of us just swapping around a little bit over the course of the day. There's a couple racing that are commentating, a couple doing photography and other bits as well. So if you think they weren't doing that class to start off with, please don't panic. We've got a good team, and we'll all swap and cover classes kind of as and what's needed. So good morning, Paul. How are we doing? You're on.
Good morning, Ellie. It's grand to be back up on this microphone. Long time since I've been up here at Yorkshire Dales. We've got cars up on the track, so I'm going to take over from Ellie and carry on with this one. We've got weekend sponsors. This weekend is Shebden Plant Hire. The series sponsors is TBR Racing. Weekend sponsor is SDG Doors. That's the weekend sponsor for the meeting. And the main BAS sponsors is Kent Cams and Beresford Engineering, so it's big thanks to all them sponsors. As Ailey said to you, I have not got runners and riders this morning at the moment. They will be coming up shortly. What I have got is the points in front of me, and on the top of the sheet is the TA16 of Conor Griffiths that's leading. And just behind him we've got Lee Deegan in second place, 440 for first, 380 for second. And then we've got Tom Powell in the Evesham 82 in 362. Getting a little bit of sun starting to come through up here at Yorkshire Dales. We've got a few cars on the line. We've got the holding lanes full. Marshall's on the track. Hopefully we'll be away racing very shortly. If you're on the field, we have got sponsors. We have got trade stands up here on the top straight. Let's start at the top end. We've got BP Grassing on there selling all the bits and pieces. Next to him we've got Beresford's. That's the one of the series sponsors. And then we've got John Gay with XC Works. Then we've got the panel company next to that. I'll get the others. Oh, we've got, and one that I forgot is Barnard's Motorsport. That's selling all the overalls and helmets and stuff like that, and a few K&M bits. just waiting for track clearance from this field at the moment. We've got red flags all the way around. I think we look to be one short on the line. We've got 6, maybe 7. We've got a yellow flag on the start line. Just need yellow flags around this field. As soon as we get these yellow flags, as I say, I have not got the names and numbers of the runners and riders, so it'll be what I've got on this sheet, which has got a lot of names on it. Once we get that through, I'm sure that the runners and riders will be coming up very shortly. In fact, I think I can see, no, yep, I can see Steve Langley walking up. He's got them in his hand. Looks like I've got 48 signed on for these this BASS series in these Class 1s, and we're up and running. Can't see the numbers at the far side of the field with my eyes, and the screen here is not quite clear enough, but it looks like we've got the Seven Valley. Is it 31 of Kieran Griffiths that's in the first one to show? A little bit slippy in these conditions because we had really hard dry track. It's Seven Valley 31 that leads it. That's Kieran Griffiths. Yorkshire Dales 52 trying to come round the outside of the Scarborough car on the inside, but Kieran Griffiths gets it on that start gate corner and got 2 or 3 car lengths as he comes out on that. As I said, these rather tricky slippy conditions as the back markers start getting tangled up, and that's the Brandon Glover, one of my fellow commentators in Scunthorpe 171, that's got tangled up in that at the back of the field. He's trying to get recovered, but there's no problems for Kieran Griffiths as he comes round in that Seven Valley 31, Scarborough 223, and then Yorkshire Dales 52. That's the way they run. Then we've got a fair gap until we get back to the North Wales 91. So it's Kieran Griffiths in Seven Valley 1, and the Yorkshire Dales 52. That's Ian Ullathorne, should have known that one. And then Scarborough 223 is Jamie Hussey, that's in that second place, chasing Kieran Griffiths. But as they come round this time, they're going to see the yellow flag with the black cross tells them 1 more lap to go. So it's Kieran Griffiths in Seven Valley 31 that still leads it from the Scarborough 223 of Jamie Hussey. Then it's Ian Ullathorne in Yorkshire Dales 52 in next place. In there? Good. Ellie, nip round and tell them. So we've got last corner, and it is the 7. Sorry about that, we've got a little bit of a problem with the PA system on the field. There's no problems with you on BAStv, but it is Seven Valley 31, Kieran Griffiths that takes it from Jamie Hussey in the 223 Scarborough. Then it's the Yorkshire Dales 52 of Ian Ullathorne. Little bit of a gap until we get back to 4th place because the rest of the field got tangled up on the first corner, and it's North Wales 91 of Michael Stoughton that takes 4th place, and then 5th place, the only other finisher, is the Scunthorpe 171 of Brandon Glover. As I started to try and say at the start of that race, these are very slippy conditions. This track was Thursday afternoon when we all arrived. This track was bone hard. They rolled it quite a lot, and it were dust. It were really, really dry and really, really hard. We had a lot of rain during the day yesterday, not heavy, but just coming down nice and consistent. That got it to soak in a little bit, and then last night it threw it down. Got a lot of rain last night. The track's taking it very well, although it is slippy. It is not, doesn't look to be cutting at the moment. They have had a run round with a tired roller, which has broke the surface up and let air into it. That gets a better chance. And I can see the TA4 of Dalton Thomas is being recovered into the field. Having said that, he's in the middle of the field. The bungee's up and we're away and racing. Andy Kelsey, Jack Parker, Timothy Gardner, Chris Hall, Ollie Hall, Daniel Morris and Daniel Ferguson. That's the runners and riders that's going into that first corner, and it's the Mallow car 38 of Ollie Hall that's the first one to show, but he's getting tangled up with the Evesham 102 of Andy Kelsey. But it's Andy Kelsey that comes out in the lead, and Ollie Hall's got problems. He's looks like he's missed his gears, so he's trying to play recovery on this one. So it is the Evesham 102 of Andy Kelsey that lets him on that bottom straight towards the corner, Nutter corner, as they go down into that bottom corner. He's got 4 or 5 car lengths as they go around that bottom corner, and then we've got the Cambridge 34, Daniel Ferguson, that's trying to get through on that inside, on the inside of the PAC 209, and that's Timothy Gardner in that 209. They've gone out a little bit light. Two more's come through on the inside. So it's close racing for the second, third, fourth and the rest of the places. But it's the Mallow 38 of Ollie Hall that's got back up into that second position after his problems on the first lap. He's now chasing after Evesham 102 of Andy Kelsey, but Andy takes him round that nutter corner, comes round this time to see the yellow flag with the black cross to tell him he's got one more lap to go. Can't believe that he's all on his own, just looks up into his mirror, sees Mallow 38 behind him. Then we've got the Scunthorpe 57 of Chris Hall in that next place. Then we've got the Cambridge 35 of Daniel Ferguson. Now get the tail end. Oh, and Chris Hall's gone off in the Mallow 38, so either he's got a flag or he's got a problem, not sure which, but he looked to be driving off okay. So it's checkered flag for Evesham 102. I was going to get this second place, there's three of them all together as they come out in this corner, but it's going to be the Scunthorpe 57 from Cambridge 34. Then it's the York 63 that takes that next position, and that's Jack Parker in that one. And then North Wales 919 and Daniel Morris completes that race. So taking us on to race 3 for these class 1s, and we've got Conor Griffiths in TA 16, Tom Powell in Evesham 82, Chris Dyer in Evesham 28, Toby Chamberlain in 21F, Scarborough 94 of Charlie Richardson, Will Henry in the SR 19 and Ben Fiddler in Yorkdale 717. That's who's down there on that line. Marshall's just moving the track markers. So just wait, we've got a little bit of a problem with one of the quads. Looks like it's just broken down. It's come up to pick some corners up, and the problem with one of the quads, he's got to just going to shove that back into the centre. So I'll get that one sorted out. That'll get us track clearance. Everybody else is ready. Just got to wait for the finish line marshal, and then we'll be underway with race 4. And race 4 is underway as the bungee goes up. Rich Owen, Rhys Edwards, Ollie Wrigglesworth, Jordan Painter, Kieran McKenzie, Conor Urquhart and Dylan Tyrrell. That's who's in this race and who's the first ones to show on this. We've got one of the Evesham cars. Evesham 80. Tom Powell in Evesham 82, so I got the wrong race. So it's Tom Powell in Evesham 82 that leads it, with the Evesham 28 of Chris Dyer in that second position. And then we've got the TA 16 of Conor Griffiths, that's your series leader at the moment, that's sitting in third place. It's Chris Dyer in 28 that's chasing that 82 of Tom Powell, but Tom's still got that lead on. Fourth place we've got the SR 19 of Will Henry. So these cars getting a little bit stretched out and having it all to themselves, but it's no problems for the leader. He's away and clear as Conor Griffiths moves up on the outside and goes round the 28 to Chris Dyer and gets that second position. So as they come around this time, see the yellow flag with the black cross. It's Evesham 82 from TA 16, Evesham 28, SR 16, 21F of Toby Chamberlain. Then it's the Yorkshire 717 of Ben Fiddler and Scarborough 94, Charlie Richardson, all the work to do from the back of the field. But that 82 of Tom Powell takes on that bottom straight into the nutter corner. He's being chased hard by Conor Griffiths in that TA 16, but Connor's not going to get maximum points on this because it's going to go to Evesham 82 that takes it from TA 16. Then we've got the SR 19. 21F just gets that fourth position from Evesham 28. Then we've got Yorkshire 717. Scarborough 94, and that completes race 3. So now we'll have a look at race 4. We'll get that paperwork. This time it's Rich Owen in North Wales 51 that comes out in lane 8. Coming out in lane 7, we've got Rhys Edwards in North Wales 44. Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221 comes out of lane 6. And then out in lane 4, we've got Jordan Painter in Scunthorpe 364. Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403 will be coming out in lane 3. Conor Urquhart in TA 211 comes out in lane 2. Dylan Tyrrell in lane 1 in North Wales 6, and that's who we've got down there. So we're just looking around. We've got yellow flags at the far end of the field, yellow flags on 3, got yellow flags on the start line. Marshall on the first barrier has a quick look, looks round, yellow flag goes up on the first barrier, bungees up, and we're in racing. So race 4 of 6 comes underway, and it's TA 221 of Ollie Wrigglesworth, Scarborough 221, sorry, of Ollie Wrigglesworth, I think it is, that's into the lead. It's right, first time it's TA 211 of Conor Urquhart that leads it. Then we've got the North Wales 44 of Rhys Edwards being chased by the North Wales 51 of Rich Owen. That's the first 3, but it is Urquhart that leads it. So Conor Urquhart in that TA 211 leads him, and he's got a little bit of daylight between himself and the North Wales 44 of Rhys Edwards that just moves up into that second position in front of the 51 of Rich Owen. And then got North Wales 6 that's trying to move up into 4th place, but not quite managing it at the moment, because just in front of him we've got the Cambridge 403 of Kieran McKenzie, and then Scarborough 221 of Ollie Wrigglesworth. All the work to do from the back of the field, but it's back to the front, and it's TA 211 of Conor Urquhart that leads them on that bottom straight towards that nutter corner. North Wales 44 closing up all the time, so Rhys Edwards looking right onto the boat lid, and this time when they come round they'll see the yellow flag with the black cross, tells them all they've only got one more lap to try and do anything about this leader, but it's still Conor Urquhart that leads it in TA 211 with the North Wales 44 Rhys Edwards in next place. And then 3rd place is Rich Owen in North Wales 51. These 3 have got away from the 4th place battle, and that's the Cambridge 403 Kieran McKenzie that's got that 4th place in front of the North Wales 6 of Dylan Tyrrell. So it's checker flag at the ready this time, and it's TA 211 that from, I think that's North Wales 44 from 51, Cambridge 403, North Wales 6, and then we've got the Scarborough 221 that completes that race. Just bear in mind that these is how I see them. I'm not the lap scorer. That is up to them how they record this race. They're not in the exact same line as me, so I could get these close finishes wrong. In fact, all the commentators do. In fact, we usually do get them wrong, but that's life. So they'll put the drivers in the correct position. And with that we move on to race 5. Race 5 should bring out Mark Robbins in Scarborough 16 in lane 8. Coming out in lane 7 we've got Ben Gold in North Shropshire 443. Adam Jones in Swansea 2 comes out in lane 6. Ryan Powell in North Wales 52 will be coming out in lane 5. Luke Fairhurst in ARC 304 will be coming out in lane 4. Alex Hill in St Neots 164 will be coming out in lane 3. Simon Bates in Scunthorpe 117 comes out in lane 2, and having said that, the bungees up and we're away and racing. And it looks like Alex Hill in 7 Neots 164 that leads them into the first corner. All trying to keep it together on these slippy conditions, but it is that St Neots 164 that leads it from Ben Gold in North Shropshire 443 in that second position. Them two getting a little bit of a daylight between themselves, and the Swansea 2 are Adam Jones in that 3rd position that's all on his own at the moment. There's a battle on for that 4th place. Scunthorpe 117, Simon Bates goes out a little bit wide and loses some ground on that, puts him back into 5th place, but it's still the St Neots 164 of Alex Hill that leads it. So Alex Hill in 164 leads it from North Shropshire 443, Swansea 2 closing right up onto the leaders, and then it's ARC 304 in that 4th position. Then it's Scunthorpe 117 and North Wales 52, Ryan Powell, all the work to do from the back of the field, but it's still St Neots 164, Alex Hill that takes them on that bottom straight into that far corner, that nutter corner for the penultimate time, because when they come round this time they'll be seeing the yellow flag with a black cross. So it is the St Neots 164 that starts the last lap, 443, Swansea 2, ARC 304 of Luke Fairhurst, and then the Scunthorpe 117 and North Wales 52. But back to the leader, and it's the 164 of Alex Hill that takes them on that bottom straight towards the nutty corner. So it's St Neots 164 of Alex Hill that comes round this time. Checker flag out the ready, so it's Alex Hill in 164 that takes it from Ben Gold in 443. Then it's Swansea 2 and ARC 304 go over the line side by side. That's Adam Jones and Luke Fairhurst. And last but not least is the North Wales 52. And the 5th and final race for these Class 1s. It's Jake Emsley in IK 611 out in lane 7. Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48 will be coming out in lane 6. Tom Herbert in the Stroughton District 31 will be coming out in lane 5. Gavin Winter in Sturton 35 will be coming out in lane 4. Charlie Williams in Cambridge 42 will be coming out of lane 3, and Dave Owen in North Wales 97 will be coming out of lane 1. So that's runners and riders that we've got in this 6th and final race in these Class 1s, which this weekend are kindly sponsored by Shebden Plantire. Series sponsors is TBR Racing. Bungees up, and we're on that straight taxi. That Sturton 35. Gav Winter in that second position, but he's trying his best but can't get that lead position. It is the Swansea to Stroughton District 31 of Tom Herbert that's leading it. So Tom Herbert leads it from Gav Winter in second place. Gav's gone out a bit wide. Is that the Cambridge car 42? Charlie Williams that's come through into that second position. Then North Wales 97 of Dave Owen in that 4th place as they come round the Nutter corner. Tom Herbert in Stroughton District 31 went out a little bit wide. We've got one trying to come up on his inside, and it's the Cambridge 48 of Lee Deegan. So Lee Deegan flicks a cone up, tries to get that lead position, just muscles his way through. Gav Winter still there in that 3rd slot with the chasing pack, but it is Lee Deegan in the Cambridge 48 that leads them on that bottom straight into the Nutter corner for the penultimate time. Charlie Williams in 42 is no, it's Stroughton District 31, Tom Herbert. Then it's North Wales 97, Sturton 35, Cambridge 42, IK 611. That's Jake Emsley in 611. Get the others as they come through next time. But Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48. Once he got his nose in front, he's away and clear. Tom Herbert's in 31, Stroughton District 31. He's chasing hard as the Gav Winter's gone out a little bit wide and looks like he might be losing some places on this one, but he's always getting all out in line, and they're getting all handling special places. And 611, 35, 97, that completes race 6 from these Class 1s. That means that my first little spot finished. Russ has just come up to do his stint on his Class 2s, just sorting his paperwork out. As soon as he's finished, we'll let him take over, but for the moment I'm going to sort my paperwork out with my 3s. I'll be back with you a little bit later on. Marshall's just putting the cones, track markers back into positions.
Yeah, we'll be here soon.
And with that, I'm going to hand you over to Russ Thompson that's going to take you through the Class 2s.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, good morning, everybody, and welcome from me, anyway, to round 2 of the 2023 British Autograss Series, Beresford Chassis and Components, and Kent Cams, of course, your championship sponsor. We are here then with Class 2s at Yorkshire Dales Autograss Club, and yeah, they must be wondering what's happened for them with the weather. I think I worked it out. It was 2017 the last time they had a two-dayer, which wasn't affected by the rain in some way, but I think the track is looking in as good a shape as possible. We are here then with the weekend sponsor of Dig It Plant Hire, and your series sponsor is Fleet Care Services for the British Autograss Series men's Class 2s. We've got 6 grids of cars to come your way. The bungee's up for the first of them. Away we go. And who's it going to be then? It is the light blue machine. That's the Yorkshire Dales car. 83, Simon Farrer. Is that the same Simon Farrer who we normally see in Class 3? Well, he's a bit early on the brakes into turn 1 and round his outside. Oh, there's contact from the North Wales 151. That's Dan Owen, and that allows the North Wales to... Oh, it's all messy here. North Wales 12 is Scarper into the infield after contact, and that allows, I think it was Scott Cheshire, was it, in Breeding Hill 12? Yes, it was the blue machine into the lead position. Yorkshire Dales 83 slots back into second place, and North Wales 151, I think maybe under a bit of scrutiny there. We get red flags. We've got Danny Robbins also in problems in the middle, and that was a messy start. I think I may know who's in a bit of trouble there, but if there is any trouble given, and we'll let those go back anyway, and we'll try it again when we can get them back up. So, for those not familiar with me, my name is Russ from Scunny. It's a pleasure to be back, not only at Yorkshire Dales, but also be a part of the British Autograss Series commentary team once again. This is great. We've got a TV screen right in front of us, so we can see everything that's going on track. As we look to the grid then, Heat 1, Race 2, we shall see then Tom Stevens in Ludlow 55, Chris Hall, Scunthorpe 227 is also there, Dan Heath in Pennine 89, Ash Rigglesworth, Scarborough Treble 2, Ash Farrow in Scarborough 249, Sean Rowlands in North Wales 57, Will Elford in PAC 81 and Ashley Lillington from Somerset, South Somerset that is, 38. In the championship then, we see Craig Conway top of the points after an unbeaten round 1 in Scunthorpe 1, 4 wins. Oh, marvellous. Apparently I'm now 10 pence out of pocket. So, anyway, away we go with this next one. And Chris Hall leads the way in Scunthorpe 227. South Somerset 38. Oh, there's contact in turn 1 once again as they try and scrabble and find the grip. But it's Chris Hall who leads the way. Ashley Lillington looking hot on his tail in South Somerset 38. Ash Farrow into that third position in Scarborough 249. Then it's the PAC 81. I think it is Will Elford in fourth in that black and gold machine. Ash Farrow up the inside for second position of Lillington. The door was made open there over one of the cones. Oh, Farrow's now on the centre green. It's all getting a bit messy for these Class 2s, but it's Hall who leads the way. Lillington, Elford, and then it's a scrabble back. We've got Dan Heath in Pennine 89, Ash Rigglesworth in Scarborough Treble 2. Then it's the Stevens car, Ludlow 55. That's Tom at the wheel. The one we haven't mentioned, Sean Rowlands at the back of the field. North Wales 57. Ash Farrow parked up in the middle. He's out of it, and he's having words with somebody there. Not sure if anything will be done about it. We've got the last lap board made ready. Scunthorpe 227 it is then. It's Christian Hall on his way. Ashley Lillington back into that second place ahead of Will Elford. Dan Heath, Rigglesworth. Then it's Stevens, and then we go to Rowlands at the back of the field. As we go down that far side, checkered flag is going to be made ready this time around, and it's dented Ash Farrow's championship hopes already, but starting his weekend well with a win. It's Christian Hall, Scunthorpe 227, South Somerset 38, PAC 81. Where's Rigglesworth going? But he's lost a place to Dan Heath. Then we go to Rowlands, who's made a pass. Stevens has got a puncher on board in Ludlow 55. So, problems for Ludlow 55 then on that one, picking up a puncher. And earlier on, Ash Farrow in the centre field. He's out of it as well in Scarborough 249. That's two very tough contenders. Farrow and Stevens were 4th and 5th at the end of round 1. So, already problems for both. And that's going to dent their series campaign already, because every point is needed, really. We have drop scores, double scores to play, so they're going to have to use those as a drop, and they're going to have to fight back later on. But for the weekend, it's already a tall challenge ahead of them. Right, let's look to race 3 then. Diggett Plant Hire and Fleet Care Services sponsored men's Class 2s. And race 3 then, George Cresswell, Scunthorpe 127. He had a good run in round 1, making the final. Adam Cochrane is there in Down Autograss 43. Jack Farrow in the Nova, York 181. Another Nova is Stephen Heath in Pennine 65. Kieran Griffiths is there in Severn Valley 4. Ollie Stevens hoping to do better than Tom in Ludlow 15. And Jack Hodgson, local lad in Yorkshire Dales 104, will come from the inside grid position. So that should be it. I can see Cresswell on the outside. In that one, Adam Cochrane there in DA 43. Very brightly coloured machine in grid 7. Okay, yellow flag's up, bungees up, and away we go. Class 2s leave the line. There's definitely no struggle for traction out the gate for some, and it's Cochrane on the wider line who leads, but the Nova pulls through, and York 181 then looks to lead into turn 1. Will they jostle for position? There's a bit of a bump and a bang and a nudge, and Severn Valley 4 loses out in that one, but coming through, it's York 181, that lead position, and leading the way, Ludlow 15, Yorkshire Dales 104, Pennine 65. 125. Down Autograss 43, Scunthorpe 127. Then Seven Valley 4 with it all to do at the back of the pack this time round. But it's Farrow who leads the way. Jack in York 181. And round his outside line goes Ludlow 15. Ollie Stevens. Can he find a way through? That could allow Hodgson up the inside for second. There's not much of a line at the moment. Still, they're working on it. Putting the cones out further wide to give them a bit more space to play and create a new line. But it's 181, Ludlow 15, Yorkshire 104. The fight back is for 4th, 5th and 6th. Bang into the back of DA43 when Scunthorpe 127. As Cochrane got a bit of trouble there. He's losing pace, hand over fist, and positions in equal terms. But Stephen Heath and George Cresswell both went past him. There's only one behind him now, and that's still Seven Valley 4, Kieran Griffiths. Still looking quick, but at the back of the pack as we go through the challenges. They're one for the leadership, half a lap to go, and Stevens has got to make a move now. There's a nudge on the back of York 181, but Farrow holds stern, and round that final cone, final turn, checkered flag, York 181, on 2 wheels went Cresswell, and look at that damage on the front of Cochrane. Never seen a front end of a micro crumple like that, but it was 181, 15, 104. Then it was the squabble over the line, and in all the drama, didn't really see who took it. So the Ludlow 55 from the race previously gets a helping hand back to the pits. And we will look to race number 4 then of Class 2, 4 of scheduled 6. George Boys is there in White Rose 98, Josh Lewis Swansea 1, Jamie Lillington in South Somerset 45, JD Farrow Scarborough 17, Jamie Lane in Radford 941, Sam Doddridge in 515F for the Forest Club, and your series leader Scunthorpe 1 of Craig Conway. So here we go then. The next grid of cars leaves the line as unfortunately a bit of natural track moistening comes through. And it's the South Somerset 45 car then which leads the way. That's Lillington into turn 1. Conway slots into second place. And can he do anything about the leader? Already pulling clear of third place, Swansea 1. Then it's Scarborough 17. The Forest Machine up the inside into fourth position. Oh, there's a cone there. That's not going to help him. Jamie Lane, the map open winner. Very different conditions. And he's just down the order at the moment. Problems for George Boys in White Rose 98. He's making a mess of it all the way at the back of the field. Half a lap down already on the leaders. As this rain then making it tricky. South Somerset 45 under pressure. Scunthorpe 1, then it's Swansea 1. Conway looks up the inside, door closed on him. Now he's got to make up a new plan as they go through this field, much more spaced out than the previous races. Here comes Boys in White Rose 98. He's going to be a lap down at the end of this one at the way they're going, but it's South Somerset 45, Scunthorpe 1, then it's Swansea 1. In that 1, 2, 3. The pace still quick at the front though, but it is Lillington who's holding firm. Radford 941 is there. Oh, Conway's got a run on the race leader down the start straight. Looks to the outside line. Will he make it stick? Side by side into turn 1 they go. There's a checkered flag already, and Lillington then holding him off. It's a dash to the line. Here's the checkered, and South Somerset 45. He's pleased with that one, takes the win. Scunthorpe 1 is second with damage on the front. Swansea 1 home third. Radford 941. Then it's Scarborough 17. JD Farrow didn't really get a mention in that one. And then it's Forest 515, and White Rose 98 is the final finisher when he gets here. And a lot of cones down on the turns, and a lot of rain falling as well. But White Rose 98, George Boys completes it for that Class 2 race. And you've got to feel sorry for everybody working out there. It's all right for me, I'm up here in the dry. But the team out there, they've been through these elements many times before, and I'm sure they will be up to the task again. But yeah, it's obviously not the best of conditions with the rain that we've got, but this is Autograss racing. we race rain or shine, or as much rain as everybody can handle. So they're working frantically then to put these cones back in place. And we'll get this next race underway. Race at number 5 on the line. And that should see Jay Albrighton in Scunthorpe 156. Jay had a decent first round as well, making the final. And then we've got Kyle Newman, Cumdy 151, Gareth Stokes, Pennine 87, Ryan Mulroy in Mallow 117, Steve White in County Cork 7, Carl Verity, York 190, and Dave Hughes is back in York 200. So that's the lineup we've got. And best of the championship chasers at the moment is Albrighton, sitting 10th after round 1. Then down the order, Carl Verity is 15th. That's the best of them. Somebody very quick out the gate there. Is that Steve White in the Cork 7? But Dave Hughes on his inside, York 200. Kyle Newman just edging the pack into that all-important first bend. It's very important with conditions like this. Hughes catches a cone or two, and that could cause trouble. But it's Newman who leads the way. Somebody obviously struggling as well. Steve White in second place. Then it's Stokes and Hughes, Verity, Albrighton, and the one at the back is the Mallow 117. That's a different car that I've seen. Last year he had a Yaris. This year he's in the Micra. Problems for Steve White. He's on the infield in Cork 7. Is his race over? Is he trying to rejoin? I think he's trying to get back on track because every point counts. But he's got a lot of work to do, maybe with a sick car as well. No problems, though, for Kyle Newman. He leads. Cumdy 151. Another lap started. Hughes in second. Gareth Stokes third in Pennine 87. Under a little bit of attack from Carl Verity in York 190. Then it's Albrighton in 156. Mulroy and White then, so the Irish lads not enjoying it at the moment. They're a long, long way down for their long distance travel, but as the rain looks to ease, it's Cumdy 151 with 1 to go. York 200, Pennine 87, then it's York 190. Albrighton struggling in this one in Scunthorpe 156, but as he goes through and starts his last lap, 2 cars left to come through then, CK7 and MA 117 onto their final circuit. But here's the checkered, and it's going to be shown to the Cumdy 151. Kyle Newman then is going to be your winner. He crosses the line for 55 points. York 200 will pick up 45. 36 goes to Carl Verity, who's got past Gareth Stokes in the end, who slips to 4th. So 28 points will go to the Pennine racer. Jay Albrighton will only pick up 21 points this time round. He's got work to do in his second heat. When that gets here, then Steve White in CK7 will be next. 15 points for him, and 10 points will go the way of the Mallow 117 of Ryan Mulroy. So we've got one scheduled race left to go as the lens gets cleaned by Jeff on the tower. He's been there in these conditions many, many times before. So if you're watching live on BAStv on YouTube, a very good morning to you. Hope you're enjoying the entertainment and action that's being provided by the British Autograss Series and Yorkshire Autograss Club. We've got one race of Class 2s left to go. We have one rerun, which has cost me 10 pence. And then we will go on to the junior specials. And, you know, the young'uns, they love these conditions. They'll race in whatever there is in front of them. As the juniors will be next. Then it will go into the rest of the odd-numbered classes, classes 3, 5, 7 and 9. Then we'll go, I think, 4, 6 Stockhatch, 8s F600, 10s. It may be that way, it may be not. I honestly cannot remember. But anyway, away we go with this final grid of cars. Who's that quick out the blocks? Is that Jack Bromley in Invicta Kent 130? It's not wet like this in Invicta Kent usually on their track. It's normally polished. Oh, who's that on the infield? That's Jordan Robinson. Oh, and bang! Came at York 16 of Ellison then, but I think they're going to let them all sort themselves out, and it's Bromley who leads the way. Adam Pickersgill is there in Scunthorpe 109. Oh, and Pickersgill's thrown it too hard into the turn, over the cones, onto the grass. That's a messy occasion there. We got the Orange Nova, Simon Chadburn, White Rose 70 in third place. as it's all messy. Robinson out of shape once again. Somebody struggling at the back. I think that's Tony Hawkins in Severn Valley 23, not enjoying these conditions at all. But Bromley it is who leads the way up on a wider line on the finish straight as he crosses the finish line. Oh, and a black flag coming out, and that goes to Pickersgill for his excursion, and he's out of it, so he's not picking up any points here. That puts Ellison back up to second place, who's done well actually after his first corner problems. Then it's White Rose 70. Coming through Simon Chadburn, then it's Jordan Robertson Spalding 26, and the Radford car we've not mentioned, looking very smart. Well, it was before it got muddy, of Tim Pole. But 1 lap to go for Bromley, then 1 to go for Ellison, who's got a bit of damage on this near side front. Then it's White Rose 70 being reeled in by Spalding 26. Robinson then desperately trying to fight back, and Bromley's got it out wide, and Ellison's up the inside, takes up the lead right on the final lap, and that's cost Bromley 10 very important points, but he's going to hopefully finish second. But your winner, who probably wasn't expecting it after turn 1, is Brad Ellison. York 16 is your winner. Jack Bromley's home second in Victor Kent 130. A dash to the line, it's Robinson. Jordan Robinson, his fight back complete in third. Then we go to Simon Chadburn in White Rose 70. 2 left to finish. Tim Pole in Radford 11 struggling more and more as the race has gone on. He's going to crawl over the finish line. And Tony Hawkins, it never really got going for him in Severn Valley 23. And I'm sure a very disappointed final finisher. So that completes Class 2. I've got 1 rerun to go. Diggit Plant Hire and Fleet Care Services, your very kind sponsors. That's my stint done for now. I've got that rerun to go. Hopefully it will be back very soon. And then I'll be back for Class 10. So you'll not hear from me too much for a fair while. But to take you through the junior specials, somebody who's relatively clean despite being out in the first race of the day. Didn't go to plan, but hopefully his stint on the mic will do. He's got 6 races of junior specials to come. Morning, Brandon. Take it over.
Yeah, cheers, Russ. It didn't really go to plan, did it? No. She won't come out the gate, but we keep moving anyway. But yes, junior specials sat up on the line. 6 races to come your way, as I imagine they're going to be sat down there just looking at this track thinking, I definitely should have put those wets on. But race 1 should bring out Angel Jones in PAC 15 coming out of lane 8. Dexter Jones in PAC 13 in lane 6. Rosie Russell in IK 19 in 5. Will Smith, Harry Berryman and Vince Pascal. They should be runners and riders in this one, as someone's got an absolute stormer out of the gate there, and it does look like it's that Russell machine of IK 19, but there's somebody on the inside that I'm sure we will be able to pick up as they come down past the commentary box for the first time. So it is that TA6 machine, and then the IK 19 of Rosie Russell, PAC 15 and the Scarborough 111 of Harry Berryman sat down there in that 4th position, and then a couple of back markers of Hereford 450 of Vince Pascal is just struggling for a bit of traction, but up at the front the Igo Evans machine, TA number 6, is up and gone with this one, as it looks like Rosie Russell in that 2nd position, she just looks to be struggling for a little bit of traction as they come down, as red flags are out. We've got one of these vehicles stranded down by the pits. So them ones will go back into the rerun lane. So we will just wait for that one to be recovered, and we will be away and racing with race number 2. Should bring out Max Young in lane number 7. Aaron Richardson in Pennine number 1, Dylan Grasby, Aidan Fuller, Tyler Goodwin in Yorkshire's 79, and Lauren Fuller in West Waterford 299. So I just looked down at the side of me and I can see Haley stood there pushing the pushchair. First pass round for Tyler, so he's going to be trying to make a good impression on this one. But from what I've seen of Tyler, he is pretty quick in the wet. So we'll see what happens. But anyways, it's all to play for in round number 2, and we'll see as 2 top point scorers in the first round out a little bit later on, going head to head in race number 6. Alfie Ross and Max Holtby, they will be out a little bit later on. But 3 heats, and obviously 2 heats today and a final tomorrow. So I can see Jodie Lovett stood on the finish line using one of the lap boards as an umbrella. So if you're watching at home, it's quite a view. But just wait for that junior special to be recovered, and we will be away and racing once again. So it looks like it is the PSE 15 machine, I think I want to say it is, that's just getting pulled into the middle of the circuit. But we are away and racing with race number 2, and there's 2 on the outside that have got an absolute flyer of a start, and I think that is going to be the York 46 of Max Young that's got the best of the goes into the first corner. But can he get it navigated round, as there just seems to be a dry line just coming up on the inside, and who is it that's found the way through? It's the West Waterford 989 that now picks up your run-in, as it looks like Max Young's just falling down the pecking order ever so slightly, as he's just now demoted down into that 3rd position as they go up that far side for another time. But the West Waterford 989 is up and gone, as they found the grip on that inside line, tugging the cones down past commentary. So it's 989 and the 299. Penine number 1, West Waterford, I'm not sure because that's dirty. York 46 of Max Young and Tyler Goodwin in that Yorkshire 79, and the Evesham 120 of Dylan Grasby as they go up that far side for the penultimate time. It is still your West Waterford 989 down past commentary, and there's a little bit of contact in that final bend, and it does just like they're just off the circuit. So onto the final lap they go. Penine number 1 follows in that 2nd position, being promoted up in this one. West Waterford 299, and Tyler Goodwin now been promoted up into that 4th spot. So he's going to be over the moon with this one, as he's looking for a way round up that far straight. But it is going to be your West Waterford 989 that picks up maximum points in this one, and then it's going to be Penine number 1 of Aaron Richardson, in that 2nd position. I do believe that the 299 is a lap down, but that's just how we see it on track, coming there in that 3rd position. As Tyler Goodwin looks up the inside. Yorkshire 79 looks to me, I'm not a lap scorer, but that did look like a 3rd place. So Hayley's very, very calm next to me. And then Lauren Fuller, Max Young, and Aidan Fuller is the rest of the running order. So race number 3, Rio Sheenan in lane 8, Sion Bradford in number 7, Jack Bowes and that Williams machine of TA44 in that lane 5, Tom Cosgrove and Cara Blaber and Denver Whitehouse coming off that inside grid. So just one of them just making their way back to the pits. So that one just makes its way off the circuit, and we do start to see the yellow flags start to fly and just waiting on the track clearance as we look to that first marshal post and wait for him to do the wind up, and the bungee's going to break, and away we go. And who's going to get the best of the starts? It does look like it's that Sheena machine all the way from the outside in that PAC 44. But someone's on the inside. Is that the TA 44? I think it is. It's the Williams machine that just picks up the running as there's all kinds of tangles in the first bend, and somebody's left facing the wrong way. TA 44 is your front running rider. ARC 25, PAC 44, White Rose number 6, Border Counties 117, and the Yorkshire Dales 18 of Jack Bowes is your one of your back markers. But the yellow flags are flying as we've still got one stranded on that first corner. Can everybody make the way through? It does look like they're going to be able to on this. Ever so slight contact there, but it's still tier 44, ARC 25, PAC 44, and the Border Counties 117, and Denver Whitehouse in the White Rose number 6 also looks like she's just struggling for a little bit of traction, but there is a challenge for the lead. The ARC 25 looking around the outside. Tom Cosgrove, can he make it stick out on that wet stuff? It doesn't quite look like he's going to make it stick this time, so it is still TA 44 and ARC 25 up at the front, but PAC 44 is just reeling them in as they're all now going on to the final circuit. Border Counties 117 as the back markers just start to come into play. Can Tom Cosgrove make anything happen in this one? In that ARC 25, it looks like he's got the drag up the far side as they all slow it down for the final bend, but it does look, and I don't want to do commentator's curse, but it does look like it's going to be the TA 44 that's going to pick up maximum points in race 3. So that Williams machine and Tom Cosgrove in that ARC 25, PAC 44, Border Counties 117, and it's going to be that Denver Whitehouse, and then Athelston 213 of Cara Blaber is one of your back markers, and then Jack Bowes in the Yorkshire Dales 18 just coming around to pick up his final points. So race 3 done and dusted for Heat 1. And race 4 should be bringing out Border Counties 116 of Owen Bradford, York 22 of Ben Ayres, White Rose 20 Lewis Middleton, Lily Rose Pratt in Yorkshire Dales 76, Marley Farrow in Scarborough 31, Lewis Farrow in Yorkshire Dales number 3, and Gemma Louise Daly, I want to say, West Waterford 288. So do forgive me if I got your surname wrong there, Gemma, but I'm sure somebody will come in a little bit later on and correct me. But yeah, so just a few of these track markers just being laid back into position, and then we'll be able to send race number 4 away and racing. So we'll just wait for these marshals to get back to their posts. So I can hear engines revving, the bungee lifts, and who is it that's got the best of the brakes? And I believe that is going to be the Lewis Farrow in Yorkshire Dales number 3 on home turf, and it does look like it's that Pratt machine that's gone with him. Lewis Middleton in that third position just slots in there, but it looks like one of the Bradford machines making a strong challenge there, but it is Yorkshire Dales number 3 up and gone. Lewis Farrow, Lily Rose Pratt in Yorkshire Dales 76, White Rose 20, and that West Waterford 288 in that 4th position, as they're all just getting a little bit tangled at the back. I think it's Marley Farrow that's involved in that one in the Scarborough 31. But still back up at the front and just stretching his lead even more is the Yorkshire Dales number 3, Lewis Farrow. But Lewis Middleton now looking up the inside of Lily Rose Pratt in the Yorkshire Dales at 76. Can he make anything happen in that White Rose 20 machine? As they're all now coming down past commentary. York 22 sat there in that 4th position. West Waterford 288 is just struggling for traction. Marley Farrow is sideways coming past commentary. And Owen Bradford is your back marker in this one. So still back up at the front front, the yellow flag with the black crosses now out. One circuit left to go for an absolute faultless drive so far by Lewis Farrer in the Yorkshire Dales number 3. And I don't know where that's happened, but Lewis Middleton in White Rose 20 up to that second position. Lily Rose Pratt now demoted into third in Yorkshire Dales 78. Benez in the York 22. Marley Farrer seems to have found his legs in this one, but there's a little challenge going for that sixth position between West Waterford 288, but as fast as you can say it, Lewis Farrer maximum points, Yorkshire Dales number 3. Lewis Middleton in White Rose at number 20 in second. Lily Rose Pratt comes home in third in Yorkshire Dales 76. Benez in York 22. And it does look like it's going to be that Marley Farrer machine, Scarborough 31, Border Counties 116 of Owen Bradford, and the West Waterford 288 of Gemma Louise. So some good racing, even down to the conditions from these junior specials. It's always nice to see. So track markers again just getting laid out ever so slightly, and we will be on to race number 5. Tilly Clark, Radford 210, Corey Mumford, Forest 161, Alex Jess in York 34, Liam Grasby, Kane Lewis, Tom Ayres and Harry Daly is your runners and riders in this one. So we look to that first marshal post and the bungee brakes, and somebody's got an absolute corker of a gate there, but just struggles for traction once they hit that wet stuff, and it looks like it could be the Liam Grasby machine that's going to be the one to pop out in that first place as they go into that first bend, and it's 3 abreast. But it is that Grasby machine that's going to make it happen this time. Oh, and there's contact in that first bend, but it is going to be Grasby in the 121. Forest 161 of Mumford was one of the ones tangled up. York 23, West Waterford 388, Border Counties 39, and Radford 210. So it looks like it's going to be the Alex Jess machine of York 34 that we've lost on the centre of the circuit, but back up at the front it is that Grasby machine of the Evesham 121 who's got the best of the lines. He's found that dry stuff on the inside and he's making it work for him as he goes into that pits bend for another time, and Corey Mumford gone with him in that 161. York 23 and the West Waterford 399, Border Counties 39 and Radford 210 of Tilly Clark, but still back up at the front and just stretching his lead even more so is that Liam Grasby machine of Evesham 121, but Corey Mumford's now found that dry line and he's just starting to close that gap as they come down past commentary, but I don't think there's going to be enough time for Corey to do anything in this one as Border Counties 39 goes with him in that third position. West Waterford 388, Radford 210 and the York 233, but it's going to be checkered flag this time. Evesham 121, Liam Grasby is going to pick up maximum points. Corey Mumford's closed that gap absolutely huge amounts in that final circuit. So Forest 161 in that second position, and coming home in third is going to be the Border Counties 39 of Kane Lewis. West Waterford 388, Tilly Clark in the Radford 210. And with this back marker that's coming round this time, it's going to be the York 23, and they're your final runners and riders. So the one we lost is, I'm not quite sure. It's quite a muddy car, that. So I want to say it's Alex Jess, but I'm not 100% sure. So yeah, Alex Jess is the one that we lost in that one, but Corey Mumford's going to be happy with a second place as he's currently sat third in the BAS points after round number 1. So a very, very good point scorer for Corey there. But race 6, Alex Hines, Alfie Ross, Max Holtby and Lucy Conway is out in this one, and we'll pick the rest up as they come past. But Lucy Conway absolutely storms out of the gate in that Scunny 125. So she's going to just slow it down, bunch them all up as Alfie Ross goes with him in that second position. And where's Max Holtby? He's down in that fourth position. What are you doing down there, Max? But it is still Lucy Conway, Scunny 125. Alfie Ross in the Sturton 717. And it looks like it's the Mallow car maybe in that third position. But, sorry, it's Breednell at number 5. Alex Hines sat there in that third position. Max Holtby just looks like he's struggling in this one, but still up at the front and just stretching a lead as she now comes out of that start gate turn. For another time. Scunny 125, Lucy Conway, Alfie Ross, Breednell number 5 is sat there in that third position. And Mallow 32 and Scunny number 6, Max Holtby, all the way at the back of the pack as Lucy Conway gets it all wrong up the far side. Alfie Ross pounces in the Sturton 717, stretches a massive lead and promotes Lucy down into that third position as Alfie just now takes that yellow flag with the black cross. He's onto his final circuit. Alex Hines in Breednell number 5 goes with him. Lucy Conway in Scunny 125 led 3 or 4 laps out of this one, but Mallow 32, I think that is. Yeah, it is in that 4th position. Max Holtby is really struggling in this one in that Scunny number 6. He's top point scorer in the BAS after round 1, but very, very calm drive by Alfie Ross in the Sturton 717. He picks up maximum points. Alex Hines go with him in the Breednell number 5. Lucy Conway, a brilliant drive in that Scunny 125. Mallow 32, Max Holtby in that Scunthorpe number 6. And the Causeway 18, not Cumdo. But yes, so I think I have got one rerun to come, and I think it was race number 3, I believe. Should have written it down, but I never do, and I don't know why.
You're not very well organised, really, are you?
No, I'm not. No.
I ain't taught you very well, have I?
No, not really, not really. But that just concludes my stint just for now, and I've been told to keep talking. So my granddad's run off. Don't know where he's gone. Anybody that knows Paul Glover knows that you've got to tie wrap him to a chair to get him to sit still. But anyways, I'm looking up at the line, and we've got Class 3 racing, so it's going to be over to Paul for the Class 3s.
Thanks, Brandon. So it's over to the 3s. Liam Evan Tyres sponsoring your Class 3s for this weekend, and your series sponsor is Ram Development. So it's a big thank you to them that's sponsoring them. And looking down the axis, Matt Barnbrook in Scunthorpe 96 on the outside in Grid 7. Mick Summers in Radford 169 in that sixth lane. Then it's Richard Northway in Scunthorpe 309 in lane 5. Lane 4 brings out Russ Tinker in York 4. And then it's Phil Holloway in Evesham 34 that's coming out in lane 3, and he's lying 4th in this one. Nobody else in the top 10 in this race. And it's St Neots 12, Tom Hall that comes out in lane 2. Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700 that comes out in lane 1. That's the runners and riders we've got in this one. I'm just going to swap microphones and change positions. I'll be back with you in 2 seconds. Sorry about that, but could only see half the track from where I was sitting, so we'll move into best position so as we can see all the track and have less excuses for getting it wrong. But the bungee's open, we're away and racing, and it's Rich Lee in the 700 that comes out in grid 1 and takes that lead position. And I think that's that Russ that's in that 2nd place in Y4, and Russ has gone out wide. And Rich Lee's just bogged it down altogether and couldn't get it going round on that corner. That put Matt Barnbrook just behind him, and he's also bogged it down in that slippy corner. But it's the Evesham 34 of Phil Holloway that is leading it. St Neots 12 in that 3rd place of Tom Hall. Rich Lee still hangs on to that 2nd place in that 700. Now at the back of the field we've got Matt Barnbrook in that 96, but these conditions getting worse and worse as the time goes on. Now we ain't right at the back of the field. We've missed one. It's Rich Northway in that Scunthorpe 306, but back to the leader as they struggle to get round that nutty corner, and it is Evesham 34 of Phil Holloway that brings them round this time to complete another lap. Rich Lee still there in that Scunthorpe 700. Then it's the St Neots 12 of Tom Hall. Chasing Tom Hall, we've got the Y4 of Russ Tinker. Very difficult to see these numbers on the process of eliminations. I think this must be Mick Summers in Radford 169 that's being chased by Matt Barnbrook in Scunthorpe 96, and struggling at the back of the field still is the 306 of Rich Northway as the Evesham 34 of Phil Holloway comes round this time. to see the yellow flag with the black cross tells him he's got one more lap to keep his car pointing in the right direction in these very slippy conditions. Rich Lee still there in that Scunthorpe 700, and then it's Russ Tinker in Y4. Car's getting well stretched out. St Neots 12's dropped down the field a bit. That's Tom Hall. We got the 169 of Mick Summers that's gone well out wide. He's got into the sloppy stuff on the outside. Trying to come up on his inside is Matt Barnbrook in Scunthorpe 96. But Mick Summers is still staying out wide. Whether he's got a problem and that's why he's staying out there, I'm not sure. As Matt Barnbrook moves up a place, Evesham 34 takes the checkered flag, so it's Phil Holloway that gets the win. Rich Lee still there in that second place in 700. He takes the checkered flag. Then it's Russ Tinker in Y4. And then we've got cars that can't get out in this bottom corner. It's Rich Northway that's 306. He's Scunthorpe 306. He's a lap adrift. So in next place through, fourth place is the St Neots 12 of Tom Hall. And there's going to be Matt Barnbrook in Scunthorpe 96. That's going to be the final finisher. So Mick Summers in Radford 169 got a DNF on that one, took it back to the pits. So the second race of the Liam Evans tyres sponsored. Class 3s, it's Keith Kelly in Mallow 247, who's lying sixth coming into this. He'll be coming out in grid 1. Rupert Lomax in North Wales 1, will be coming out in lane 2. Simon Farrer, Yorkshire Dales 24 on his home track, will be coming out in lane 3, and he's lying third as we go into this one. Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71 will be coming out in lane 4. Tony Goodsir in Scunthorpe 307 will be coming out in lane 5. Miol Keogan in the Cumdee 333. If anybody can come and tell me if I've pronounced that one right, I'd be very pleased. It's Miol Keogan, I think it is, and then Martin Gold in St Neots in North Shropshire 343 comes out in lane 8, and he's lying second. So we've got second and third and sixth in this race. Keith Kelly, I believe Keith Kelly's last year's Nationals Class 3 champion, so he's be coming out and trying to get some more points to try and work his way up this pack. Liam Evans sponsoring these Class 3s, and the series sponsor is Ram Developments. So we're starting to get marshals back to the positions. As soon as they're back, we've got yellow flags on 2 posts. Marshal on post 1's happy, he goes round, yellow flag goes up, bungees up, and it's the Martin Gold in North in 343, but no, it ain't coming through from the inside. Not sure, I think that could be, it don't matter who it is really, because they're playing in the sloppy stuff on the outside, and Farrer's come through a complete stop win into the corner as well, but it's Martin Gold that leads it. Second place we've got the Mallow 247, it's Keith Kelly that's in second, so it weren't Kelly that went into that one. Then it's Woodruff in 71. 307's Tony Goodsir. Yorkshire Dales 24 comes up and picks a place back up. That's Simon Farrer. And then the Cumdee treble 3, and it were North Wales 1, a Rupert Lomax that went in too fast. Oh, and 343 of Martin Gold, he's turned it round and got it the wrong way round. Coming round his outside, we've got one that's taking that lead, that's Keith Kelly in Mallow 247 that comes round on the outside and gets that lead position and takes it up this straight. So it's Mallow 247 from the North Shropshire 343 as they come round here. And then up into that third position, we've now got the Yorkshire Dales 24 that's been chased by Woodruff in 71, so Simon Farrer in that third position. North Wales 1 of Rupert Lomax got moved up a place, and then we've got the Scunthorpe 307 Tony Goodsir, and then come the treble 3 coming around the Nutter corner, and it is Keith Kelly in Mallow 247 from North Shropshire 343. I think them two should be on the final lap. And then it's Yorkshire Dales 24 of Simon Farrer with Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71. North Wales 1 is Rupert Lomax. But the leaders on that bottom straight starting to lap the tail enders. And it's still Keith Kelly in Mallow 247 that leads them as they come round this time. And it's 247 for Keith Kelly. It's the checkered flag. Cumdee treble 3 is a lap adrift, but then we've got the North Shropshire 343 of Martin Gold in that second place. Who's going to get that third position, because YD24 has gone on the inside, but it's North Wales 1 of Rupert Lomax, I think, gets the third position. I am not 100% sure on this. North Wales 71, Yorkshire Dales 24, so it's Steve Woodruff in 71, Simon Farrer in 24. Who's a lap adrift and who's on the right lap? I have not got a clue. So that will be up to the lap scorers that will sort that one out. So just watch the points as they come up on the screens later on in the day. They will come up on Facebook. I'm sure they will by the end of the day to check that one. I'm very, very sorry, but it got a little bit tricky on that one, to say the least. That puts us on to race 3 on the Liam Evans Tyres sponsored Class 3s. And we've got Manfred Kamschult in lane 1 in Swansea 9. And he's line 9th coming into this weekend. Paul Evans, your series leader, in Lud 69, will be coming out in lane 3. Paul Evans in North Shropshire 50 will be coming out in lane 4, and he's joint 10th. Ryan Power in the Yorkshire Dales 98 will be coming out in lane 5, and he's line 8th. So there's a lot of front runners in this one. Adam Saints in Cambridge 1, he's also a joint 10th, and he'll be coming out in lane 6. Jamie Lee in the Solway 170 will be coming out in lane 7, and he's line 5th. So we've got 1st, 5th, 8th, 9th and joint 10ths. So that's the men for the race 3 of the Liam Evans sponsored men's Class 3s. If we've got anybody who's watching this on BAStv that's not sure what's happening, join the club, because we're not either. But besides that, these are Class 3s. Class 3s are over 1420cc, no upper size limit. You can do what you want to the engine. It's front-engined rear-wheel drive. That's the way they run. So if you've not seen Autograss before and you're watching on BAStv, we'll give you a little bit of information about some of the classes during the day. But if you look on the internet and go to NASA Autograss, National Autograss Association, you can find all the details about these classes that we've got racing here. Just doing a little bit of work on this far corner with the tyre roller to try and get some of this water into the track and get it out of the way, so as we can get a bit of traction for these cars, because they're struggling very much on this one. And then we'll be underway with the race 3. I think it's race 3. I'm hoping it is. I'm hoping they're bringing them out in right order, because quite often they'll change them round and send them in another order. We're just getting this little bit of track work.
Yeah, you're in race 3 on the line.
So Mickey B's outside of me, and he's got binoculars and checked one of the numbers, because we can see the numbers at the moment. We'll not be able to see them after a couple of laps. So a little bit of it's guesswork. Trying to find the numbers is bad enough, but trying to remember what positions they're in. Just keep this little bit of track work going. As I said, we've got caterers. If you're on site, we've got caterers up here. We've got the photographer up here that's taking photos this weekend, and got some from previous meetings, and they will give you, if you go and give you your number, if you want them to take photos of you while you're racing, they will get them up for you and show you what they've got, and they will also take the photos during the day. And of course, this Bass FM is being filmed by West Country Videos, that's helping us this weekend and showing this on the television. They will also be doing memory sticks and discs from this meeting. You can give them in classes or a full meeting, and bungees up, and we're away and racing. And it's the Solway 170 Jamie Lee that leads them in. He jumps on the brakes and slows it down, but keeps the power on a little bit, just enough to get it through that deep sloppy stuff. And he's got a good bit of traction. It's Solway 170 from the North Shropshire 50 of Paul Evans. And then we've got the Swansea 9 of Manfred Kamschult. And then Cambridge 1 of Adam Saint. All the work done from the back of the field is the Yorkshire Dales 98, Ryan Powell. Unusual to see Ryan back there. He's struggling with these conditions, but not a lot of problem for Jamie Lee as he takes him into that bottom corner to come round for another time. And it is the Solway 170 that takes it from from Manfred Kamschult in Swansea 9. And then we've got the Cambridge 1 Adam Saint, Lud 69, and that's Paul Stevens in that one. North Shropshire 50, who's dropping down the field, that's Paul Evans. He were up towards the sharp end, but he's got into some difficulties. And then Ryan Power in Yorkshire Dales 98 was in a little bit hard into that start gate corner and gets out into the sloppy stuff. But coming around this time to see the yellow flag with the black cross, it's going to be Solway 170 that starts his final lap, chased by the Swansea 9 in that second position. And then Cambridge 1 trying to close the gap up on Swansea 9 with the Lud 69. And then North Shropshire 50. But on the bottom straight into the another corner for a final time, it's going to be Jamie Lee in Solway 170 that's going to take the checkered flag on this one. So it's Solway 170 takes the checkered flag. That's Jamie Lee that gets a good win on that one. That will help him on the maximum points. Adam Saint in Cambridge 1. And then Manfred Kamschult in 9. Lud 69 is Paul Stevens. And I think Yorkshire Dales 98 might be a lap adrift. That's Ryan Power. And then we've got the North Shropshire 50 of Paul Evans. And that completes race 3, That puts us on to race 4, which is going to bring out Adam Henley in York 11. Adam's just getting used to this car after he normally races a class 4, which is front engine rear wheel drive, screaming little engine, and he's now got a big Chevy engine in the back of in the front of a class 3, so it's totally different driving. So it's Adam Henley in York 11 that we're coming out in lane 8. Coming out in lane 7 we've got Nigel Edwards in TA 11. North Wales 27 Lee Almond. Not in the top 10, usually up there, but he's had some problems at the first round. And he'll be coming out in lane 6 trying to get maximum points this weekend to try and bump him up the table. Trevor Cusack in the CK25 comes out in lane 5. And he's lying 7th as we go into this. So it's the Yorkshire Dales Yorkshire Dales 34, Callum Allinson that leads them into that first corner. Callum's not in the top 10 either, so he needs these points. Lee Almond in North Wales 27 in second, and it's the Spalding 77 of Gary Wickham. So black flag for somebody that's just going to pull off. Not sure who that was after it pro solemnity. Lee Almond, as I said, he wanted to get some points to put him up this table. He's coming up on the inside of Callum Allinson in Yorkshire 34, so Lee Almond in 27 moves up into that lead position and comes around this time to finish the second lap. Callum Allinson recovering after he went out into the deep stuff, and he's hanging on to that second place. Then it's the Spalding 77, Gary Wickham. Then we've got Adam Henley in York 11. So we've only got 4 of them left running. So we've lost Trevor Cusack in CK25. And Nigel Edwards in TA11. So it's North Wales 27 that takes the yellow flag with the black cross tails, and one more lap to do. Callum's still there in that Yorkshire Dales 34. And then we've got the Spalding 11. And that's Gary Wickham in that one. Adam Henley just goes on to the infield and tries to recover and get back onto the racing line. And he's going to be the last of the runners at the moment in York 11, but round the nutter corner for the final time, checker flag at the ready, and it's going to be Lee Almond in North Wales 27 that takes the checker flag. Second place goes to Callum Allinson in Yorkshire Dales 24. And then we've got Spalding 77 completes him. So we've got Nigel Edwards, TA11. He's square-wheeled on that start line, so we're going to get a recovery to take him back to the pits. That means it must have been Trevor Cusack in CK25 that got the black flag. And I'm going to guess, this is my guessing, not what the official... I think that should have been a start line, so I think it might have been a jump start for Trevor Cusack. That completes me with my Liam Evans tyres, Class 3s. Just like that one of Nigel Edwards to be removed. And then we'll be moving on. And on the line now looks like a rerun, so I'm going to guess that the Class 2s, so it's going to be back to Russ Thompson that's going to take you through the Class 2s.
So, yes, it is Paul. Thank you. Our Class 2 rerun is on the line. And so we're going to get away with this Class 2 rerun. It was a bit of a messy affair first time round. A lot of bumping and a banging. The tyre roller's just been out doing a little bit again. So let's hope this rerun goes a bit smoother than it did last time. So we've got these twos on the line. This one was, looking at it, race 1, so away we go. No, this is not. This is another race which has been brought back. This one has got Brad Ellison, who won it last time round. It's been called back to the grid, so I'm not sure why. But anyway, it goes, and Ellison once again leads. Jordan Robinson then over a cone there. More problems for Tony Hawkins, who's not having a good day so far. Jack Bromley then, who led most of it first time round, but ended up second across the line. He's down in third. And then we've got the Radford 11 just going through then. So 4 cars at speed. Problems for Simon Chadburn, who had a brighter showing last time around. But, yeah, he's not faring so well this time around. And Hawkins, I think that car's sounding a little bit sick. But no problems for Ellison. Brad, that is, in York 16. He's on his way and going through as Tony Hawkins then throws in the towel and pulls it onto the centre green, and he's out of it. So he's not going to pick up any points on this occasion as Chadburn goes past then. We've got the Radford 11 just going through. So not this one is not race 1, obviously, is it? So looking back to it, this is race 6. We lost Adam Pickersgill as well, but Tim Pole it is in the Radford 11. Oh, Tony Hawkins has joined back in Severn Valley 23, but the first two are well clear. It's Ellison and Robinson, and then Bromley, whose engine has gone sick on the Invicta Kent 130, so he's got to try and get it through this last lap. Tim Pole there in Radford 11, Simon Chadburn in White Rose 70. As here's your winner. Ellison once again then keeps his win. Jordan Robinson fares better to take second. That time around, Tony Hawkins a lap down on this occasion. Then Jack Bromley is going to come home third in Invicta Kent 130. As he's going to pick up third place points this time, so he's lost out from time before. Tim Pole has gained a place on Simon Chadburn, who ends up being the last finisher because, once again, Tony Hawkins is on the centre green. So that completes my Class 2s then. That's my stint done for the time being. So, or is it? No, it's not, is it? We've got that proper rerun now. Sorry. There we go, getting ahead of ourselves. Does that mean I've got to donate another 10p? Yeah, I think, yeah. So, because that race, which obviously I didn't realise they were rerunning. But there we go. As we know, we just say what we see. We don't know what's happening half the time up here in commentary. As I'm sure Mickey will be able to explain when he gets on the mic as well after me. He'll be taking you through 5s and 7s, although it looks like there's a junior special rerun coming after these 2s, because there's some very dirty-looking specials on the line, all in an equal shade of brown. But anyway, this should be race 1. This is the one which had all of the bumping and banging through turn 1. And cars spinning and all sorts of action taking place. Danny Robbins was in the middle. Scott Cheshire and Simon Farrer were somewhere towards the front. Dan Owen was in the thick of it. Ryan Rowland was sent hurtling towards the infield as well. But away we go, and it's Dan Owen then who leads the way. North Wales 151, who leads into turn 1. So Dan Owen then leading the way, North Wales 151. Who's in second place? It's Scott Cheshire. Breeding Hill 12 then coming through. Yorkshire Dales 83. Simon Farrer under pressure from the PAC 25 of Ryan Smith. And then we've got the North Wales 12 coming through of Ryan Rowland in the Nova. Then we have Typhy 212 Kyle Urquhart and one struggling at the back of the field. That is Michael Jordan in Radford 231. And they're going through then. So North Wales 151, Breeding Hill 12, Yorkshire Dales 83, then PAC 25. And, Farah's got it in problems. He's pulling up into the infield. He's out of it as well now. And, we've got contact further back, and that's allowed Urquhart to cash in and go from pretty much 6th to 3rd in just a moment. And Michael Jordan creates a slam dunk for himself, and he moves up a position. But the top 2 are way clear. Oh, it was because Cheshire's gone out into the thicker stuff, and he's going to lose out to the race leader, Owen. Urquhart 3rd, then it's Smith and Jordan, and then we go to Rowland at the back of the field in North Wales 12, with Simon Farah still parked up on the grass on the infield. Here's your checkered flag, and it's a win then. Dan Owen takes it, North Wales 151. Scott Cheshire in second, Breedon Hill 12. Kyle Urquhart is going to bring his Nova home third in Typhy 212. Then we go Ryan Smith in PAC 25. And next up then, Michael Jordan in Radford 231. And finally, North Wales 12 of Ryan Rowland, with the non-finisher sadly being Simon Farah in Yorkshire Dales 83. So that completes it for now. Definite this time. That was Class 2s. Digit Plant Hire and Fleet Care Services, your sponsor of the 2s. We're going to go back to the junior specials, and I can't tell who's who down there at the minute because, as I said, they've all been out once and now they're all an equal shade of brown. So I'm sure Brandon will know who's who, though, as he takes you through this junior special rerun.
Yeah, cheers, Russ. So, junior special rerun, and me being me, like me and Paul said earlier, I forgot to mark down on my piece of paper which race it was that got rerun. But we'll get there. We'll get there. We're still a little bit rusty, aren't we, Mickey? Just a little bit rusty.
It's because of the rain.
It's because of the rain. We're gonna blame the rain. So Mickey sat here. He's got his binoculars out. And
they're all brown.
And they're all brown.
And I can't see a number.
And he can't see a number.
Hold on.
Oh, he might have one. That's it. The glasses are on the top of the head. Binoculars. It looks like it's a brown junior special. That's what it looks like, Mickey. But I'm sure we'll be able to pick them up and tell you which race it is when they come down past us. But just a little bit of sort of track maintenance going on as they push these cones out up on that start gate turn, just to try and dry a bit more of the track out for some better racing a little bit later on, as we've started to develop quite a dry line on that inside edge. And Mickey's looking over my shoulder. Oh, there's a Typhy car.
How many Typhys have you got?
I've got one Typhy car. So
Tom Williams.
Tom Williams. So it looks like it's going to be race 3. And I think you could be right, because that could possibly be Denver Whiteout. We'll pick them up as they come past there, Mickey. Oh, Typhy 6. Oh, Igo Evans.
Yeah, it is.
Race 1. Yes, I believe it is, with Angel Jones, Dexter Jones, Rosie Russell, Liam Smith, Igo Evans, Harry Berryman and Vince Pascal as the bungee breaks. And we're away and racing. It does look like Mickey is right, because to me that looks like that's going to be that Rosie Russell machine that's got the best of the shouts yet again in that IK19 machine. I'm going to say that, but as they come down past us, yeah, that is correct. IK19, Scarborough 111's gone with him. TA number 6 of Igo Evans is there in that third position, and PAC at 15 at Angel Jones sat there in 4th as there's all kinds of sideways and bumping and banging in that start gate turn. But it does look like it's a tier 6 that's made the pounce all the way from 3rd up to 1st in a matter of seconds, as there's now the battle on for that second position with Rosie Russell and that Scarborough 111 machine of Harry Berryman. But as your top 3 just start to break away, and Igo Evans in tier number 6 down past commentary, IK19, Scarborough 111 And then it's going to be the PSC number 15 machine of Angel Jones. Lud 46 there of Will Smith is one of your back markers as they go up that far side again. And these junior specials just seem to be struggling to pull up the hill, up that far side, as it does look like it's going to be the yellow flag with the black cross this time for T8 number 6, Igo Evans, as the back marker of Lud 46, Will Smith. Just, Hereford at 450, Vince Pascal just starting to upset a few things in that second position as Harry Berryman makes his way through. And he's now onto his final circuit as well. Angel Jones in PAC number 15 has gone with him as well. But up the far side, Igo Evans, he waited it out and waited it out, and then just pounced and manages to pick up maximum points in race number 1. So T6, Igo Evans picks up that all-important 55. Second place is going to go to Scarborough 111 of Harry Berryman, and Rosie Russell in IK19 in third. And over that far side, and I'm spinning around. As I think that could be the Vince Pascal of Hereford 450 that just got out on that wet stuff and managed to do a little spin all on his own. And there's not really sure what's happening there, but Lud 46 takes up the points. Hereford 450 of Vince Pascal cannot find traction anywhere, and he comes across the line to take his points. So quite a messy one, that one. They're all brown. They all need the pressure washer. But anyways, that's the junior specials done and dusted for heat number 1. And as we look up at the line, it does look like we're going to go Class 5 racing, because I can see the man without the tash sat there. So it's going to be over to Mickey.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. And good morning, everyone. Yes, we're BAS round 2. Hey, happy days. It started off a little bit damp, isn't it? Hey, a little bit moist out there, but it's going to dry up. It'll be tropical, don't worry. Right, who's coming out in this first one? It's Danny Lodge, who won. He's leading the BAS points coming out of grid 8. But I'll tell you what, Lawrence Blaber there, Athelston 13. Got a cracking start coming out of grid 1. Who's going to go with him? Baxter Pargetter, Colin Hadley. Hadley, Severn Valley 247. Normally quick out the line. And he's looking like he's going to do that himself as they bring it round this time. So it's Blaber then from Hadley. Then it's Lodgy. Then Donovan. Pargetter comes into it as well. Oh, and Colin Chilvers, the man who had the attachment shaved on and made himself look younger, is running right down the back of the pack alongside that Scunthorpe 94 of Barry Miles. And he's, oh no, there's a coming together coming out of that start gate turn. And Donovan's involved. He's managed to get his car going. And what they're going to do on this one, because it's parked in a bit of an awkward place, it goes red. So I start my weekend off with 10p in the pot to our commentators challenge. So if you remember from BAS round 1, for every red flag, and whichever commentator is, they have to put 10p in the kitty. And as we did last time, we had some people coming on the back of that and willing to do this, pick out a commentator and say whatever red flags he has, then we'll donate as well. We've had people that have been super generous as well. And I think it is Birthday Girl and Birthday Girl Sam Quinn down there. I think the big 5-0, big party going on tonight, I think. And so Sam last time has said that she will, for every red flag for across the whole series, she'll donate £1 for every red flag. So thank you very much. That generosity is brilliant. It's all going to Alzheimer's in memory and for the Alzheimer's Society. Gorgeous George Capper, my mentor. Right, here we go then. Race 2. And it should bring out Les Shimon Grice in York 44. Jeff Bateman in Stroud District 45. And Warrener, Mark Yuka. Jonathan Jones, Brian Neal, Gary Wickham and Dan Godfrey. And as I mentioned his name, he decides to take up the running. And it is Dan Godfrey who's going to try and find a dry line. And right up close to the cones as they come through the Spalding Triple 11 is that's Gary Wickham. Wickham right up the tailpipe there of Godfrey. And they're all looking to try and keep a tight line. And those that don't will donate some places back as they go. And good gracious me, 2 attempts, 2 red flags. What's going on, eh? I'm not made of money, fellas. So not going well, that, is it? We haven't got a radio in commentary, so I'm not hearing anything on decisions. I think we'll try and get one, and then we'll be able to give you a little bit more. But, right, let's have a look down on race 3. Come on, boys. Let's see if we can do a little bit better. It brings out Harvey Donovan in IK 71, Tom Evans in South Somerset 7, Breeden Hill 4, Adrian Hathaway, Charlie Holloway in Evesham 9. Charlie currently 5th on the points after round 1, 161 points under his belt. Kevin Glidden in Spalding 252, Mallow 184, Adam Brown, young lad, doing well in that machine as well. Jaber Smith running 3rd, coming out of that South Wales, 173 points in the Ludlow 8, quick as well. Ollie Howe, North Shropshire 1, and that's the North Shropshire 1, that's old John Gaffney's machine. Ding dong! And he's that machine is currently 9th on the points as we come into this weekend. So, we're just hearing everyone back in. I think there was an issue with the bungee. I think probably a bit of water got into the mechanism and just probably one side went up and the other side probably didn't. And that's normally how it goes. So, I say we're on to race 3 already. LorryInsurance.com, our series sponsor, and Extract Shocks, our weekend sponsors. So again, as ever, thank you very much to all of the sponsorship. Very much appreciated. Just looking at the difference between points between 1st and 2nd place is only 18 points. That can soon go in a blink of an eye. And between position 3 and 4, it's only 1 point. Yeah, that's my Eurovision numbering system. In like the old British entry this time, and we had nil point quite a few times, didn't we? But no, it's Yorkshire Dales is always a great venue, by the way. Super track. It's always a little bit challenging when the rain's been on it, but it does dry up quickly, and it will get faster and faster. My lad, as you know, he's out in the 8s now, so he's praying that by the time they come out that all this top loose stuff has disappeared, but subject to no more rain. And hands up out there, who's checked their phone for the weather forecast for the weekend? Yeah, I think most everyone has, haven't they? 3 or 4 times, and those of us check 2 or 3 different versions, and you get 2 or 3 different outcomes. Right, here we go. We're spinning round. Bungee lifts. Let's go racing then. And who's got the best of the starts? Well, coming out of Grid 1, North Shropshire 1. Ollie Howe then, who's going to take them up into there. We've got one already spun out, coming off the line and square-wheeled coming out of that start gate turn. He's got the car going, though, so we keep running on this one. So Howe's then from Jaber Smith, from Holloway. Then it's the Adam Brown, and after this race it will be. South Somerset 7 is Tom Evans, and then Harvey Donovan. And again, we've got one parked up on the grass, so that race is done for that. And then that Breeden Hill 4, that's Adrian Hathaway, and this race has got away as they bring it round again, and it's going to be North Shropshire 1 then is chasing down Ollie Howe then, but Charlie Holloway there in the Evesham 9 looking to try and close the gap as they come out of that start gate turn. Down the opening straight they go. Adam Brown in 3rd place. Holloway looking for an inside line up the inside of North Shropshire 1. Ollie Howe. Howe defends his line though as he goes up there. I think that's Jaber Smith who's on the grass, by the way, because he's not showing at all as they bring it up into that turn 3. Yellow flag's being held out. Oh, there's a car just square-wheeled. They've all avoided it. That's the Hathaway away in the Breed Nil 4, but he's got the car going. Well done, my friend. While all that's going on, though, as they bring it all round onto their last lap, and checkered flag being prepared, Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway then, round the final turn. Holloway's taken the dry line and takes the win. Second goes to North Shropshire 1, Ollie Howe. Third, not too far behind, was Adam Brown in Mallow 184. Right, let's sort this out. You're a lap down, Breed Nil 4. Then it goes down to Donovan. Then the Tom Evans machine. Jaber Smith has actually got the car going again, but surprisingly, a long way down the pack. My life. He won't be happy with that, will he? Especially coming into this weekend where he was third on the BAS points and 173 under his belt. That won't do it. But you can drop your worst 4 races. That's for me. My worst 4 races would have been in my. Right, okay. So we've got some revised Class 8 ladies. So if you've been up a ladies Class 8 and thought you knew which grid you're in, just go and double check, because they've changed it all around. Right, race 4, top point scorer. It's Ben Reid, Breed Nil 66, currently 4th. And the rest in this one need to have a good weekend. Ludlow 24, Jordan Powell, Jenny Shepherd, South Somerset 22, North Wales 50, Ian Lloyd, Hayden Cox, Forester Dean 1, Cumdee 31, Ian Jones, Alex Foudier in North Wales 3, and Joe Doddridge in Forester Dean 15. So that is how they are lined up. This is race 4 of the lorryinsurance.com and Extract Shocks men's class 5s. Round 2 being held at Yorkshire Dales, and the Saturday being I'm just looking over my shoulder. It's clouds are starting to move in.
Yeah, don't look over your shoulder, Mickey.
I don't want to look over my shoulder, no. Right, I'll tell you what, grid 1, Ben Reid got a good start there. Jenny Shepherd, look at them, they've had a slingshot. Hey, Jenny Shepherd, I say not the best of first rounds, but into that second place as Reid takes up the running and top points scorer from that North Wales 3-footier. Then Doddridge comes into to force. Cox is a little bit further down. Ludlow 24, and then Ian Jones in Cumdee 31. Just a bit of work to do. Oh, Cox has just pushed out a little bit wide coming out of that start gate turn, has gone from mid-pack to back-pack, and he's going to be up the Himalayas at this rate. Breed Nil 66 then. Ben Reid then taking that lead and extending it coming out of the start gate turn. Down the opening straight, South Somerset 22. Jenny Shepherd holding on to that. North Wales 3. Alex Foudier there in that third place. And look at them, they are spreading out as there's a move coming through. I think that's Jordan Powell moves himself up in the 4th place. For last lap flag being shown. One more to go for Reid from Shepherd. From Foudier, there's your 1, 2, 3 as they come round. 4th place is indeed Jordan Powell, Ludlow 24. Then we go down to North Wales 50, Ian Lloyd from Doddridge, from Jones. And then Cox is at the back of the pack, but checker flag. Oh, with a bit of steam coming out. Breed Nil 66. Ben Reid kicks off his weekend in style. Second is Jenny Shepherd, South Somerset 22. Third goes to North Wales 3. And that is Alex Foudier. 4th is going to be Ludlow 24, Jordan Powell. 5th is the North Wales 50 of Ian Lloyd. From Forester Dean 15 of Joe Doddridge. Cumdee 31, Ian Jones. And then Hayden Cox in Forester Dean 1 in that final place. So, 50% success rate, Mickey, for your Class 5s. Not bad. Not bad. Good. As my school reports used to be, must try harder. Right, here we go. We're on to men's super saloons. Max Sport, our series sponsor. Kitchen Plant Hire, our weekend sponsors. Okay, do Colin Reid in Central Scotland 21, coming out of lane 8. Kerry Pope Spalding 82. Mark Mulholland, York 27. Archie Bentley, Border County 7. Andy Jefferson, Scarborough 70. Craig Bagley, Cumdee 2. Scunthorpe 89. Chaz Edley. And York 2, Mike Barrett. They are your runners and riders. Right, who's top point scorer, Mickey? Well, let's have a look down there. Oh, Colin Reid. I tell you, he's been quick this year. He's fourth on the BAS points, 165 points. Seventh is Archie Bentley, and his number on his car is 7. So he's been consistent with that number, isn't it? Mark Mulholland. Oh, do you know what? First round, you know, when you're really excited about kicking off in style, he got a black flag and then a DNF. You know, so just one of those. But the car's quick, and he comes out of lane 6, Bentley out of lane 5, Jefferson lane 4, Bagley lane 3, Edley lane 2, Barrett 1, and Colin Reid right on that outside in lane 8. From what I've seen, that grid 1 doesn't seem too bad. Brandon, you've been out in your 1. What grid did you have?
2. And
grid 2.
It was wet.
Oh, right, here we go. The old
Very
excuses.
wet.
Oh, the old excuses coming out. Oh, Mickey, I would have won it, but it was really, really wet. Yeah, is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying, Mickey. It was wet and there was nothing you could do. Everybody else managed it, though.
Hey, some people like it wet, you know. I could never get the grips racing in the wet. Anything that got slippery just used to struggle, really. So here we go then. Right, we're waiting for track clearance. That first marshal to pirouette round, point to the stars, and we will be racing back down here. Come on, lads, let's get it going before this next bit of rain comes. Here we are then. We are off and running. Jefferson out of the middle of the pack as they come up there. I think Edley coming through as well in that Scunthorpe 69. Jefferson just on the brakes a little bit. Barrett comes through up into that third place, but it's Archie Bentley comes into that second place, and they're all looking for that dry inside line. So it's Edley from Bentley, from Barrett, from Jones, from the Colin Reid machine. Then Mulholland's there, a 82 machine. Also looking, Kerry Pope there as Jefferson right at the back of the pack. And that is surprising as we bring it and slow it down into turn 1. One of the brown cones goes flying. But here we go then. Archie Bentley's found this space and goes for it. From Barrett, there's a little bit of a challenge going on there as Craig Bagley is looking to try and moving that Cumdy too. Edley's looking to kind of force his way out of that start gate turn and make up a place. He was in leading it, and he dropped down to that 4th place. And as I say that, he's back up in a 3rd, and there's contact before him. But Bentley's on the last lap lag from Mike Barrett, from Chaz Edley, from that Craig Bagley machine. Then Kerry Pope, then Jefferson has made up a couple of places from Mark Mulholland, and that final place is Central Scotland 21, Colin Reid, and that is a surprise as well. I think these conditions have caught a number of these guys out, but checker flag at the ready. Border County 7, Archie Bentley takes the win. Well done, Archie. It's the Edley machine second, Barrett, then it goes to Bagley, from Pope, from Jefferson, and the final 2, Mulholland in York 27 and Reid in Central Scotland 21. So well done there, and a good start there for Archie Bentley. Came into this weekend 7th on the points, and that'll do him a super little jump up, I would think. You know, because your best round you double up, and you drop your worst 4 races. So yeah, what a way to start that is. And he's only a young lad as well. Old Simon Gently Bentley used to be out there, and then he realised that he was too old, too slow, and he'd let his lad go, and his lad's taken up the mantle and doing great stuff. Right, let's go into race 2 then. Brings out Matt Lloyd, Callum Ball, Colin Atkinson, Graham Blackburn, Matt Richards, Will Bradford, Simon Hawthorne and Cameron Mills. And guess who's leading the shop? Cameron Mills coming into this weekend first, 210 points under his belt. And those that watched the final or down at South Wales or watched it on BAStv, what a final lap. I must admit, I've listened to it back as well, and commentary is made all more exciting by what's happening out on the track and that racing. And Holtby, if you remember, leading that race coming into that final lap. Round turn 2, which effectively here would be turn 3, because the track was just the other way round on that one, and he just kind of like hit a little bit of undulation in the track, kind of squared the car a bit, rubbed a bit of pace off it. Mills went round on the outside, and they pretty much were side by side all the way round that final lap, right up into what was turn 1 or your turn 3. And then out that final one, and then a push and a chase for the line, and Mills got the win. Absolutely brilliant racing. Right, hold on a minute. Can I hear pitter-pattering? Umbrellas are up. Hey, waterproofs are on. OMG. Is that all I'm going to say? OMG? Yeah. Oh, I'm tell you what, I'm having a look up on the line. I'm going to get my binoculars out because have they switched round one of these races? Let's just have a quick look up there. Oh, no, I think we're okay, Mickey. Yeah, because Central Scotland 30, Colin Atkinson there. Is, you know, when you look at colours of cars, well, I mean, they are going to go... oh, my life.
Yeah, that's right.
It is, yeah. Senna Proctor has changed the colours of his car. And it has got that kind of bright colouring on it as well. And I just wanted to double check because the guys do switch them around every now and again. Right, here we go then. They're off in the rain. Hey, and it's Cameron Mills. He's got his windscreen wipers on as they come down into turn 1. Simon Hawthorne is up there as well. He's up into that 3rd place as this track is going to get extremely tricky again. Cameron Mills it is then who takes up the running from that Cumdy 5 machine. That's Matty Lloyd up there. Then it's Hawthorne. Then it's Atkinson as they bring it through as well. Will Bradford and the Lewis Woodruff machine is just running a little bit. Callum Ball it is who's running a bit further down the pack. Oh, Matt Richards, Evesham 555's diving for cover in the middle of the track as it absolutely bounces down. Mills then from Lloyd, and Lloyd going a bit of Strictly Come Dancing, but well done. You've held on super, my son. Simon Hawthorne now in 3rd place like Billy No Mates. Then it's Callum Ball, White Rose 4. The border count is 115, and that's Will Bradford and Central Scotland 30, Colin Atkinson. He says, it's like being at home in Scotland this weather, as Cameron Mills already picking up the last lap marker as we go Strictly Come Dancing with Cumdy 5. And that's Matty Lloyd. It is Simon Hawthorne goes, oh, I'm up in the 2nd place. Hawthorne in round that turn 3. And turn 1, 3 and Startgate turn as they push it up there. Lloyd's back on the track as they come round, but taking the checkered flag. Cumdy 9. I don't know if you saw the checkered flag, but here's Cameron Mills then. And I think Cameron thinks he's got to go round again. So Cameron Mills has won this one. Who's going to come round in second? Come on, Simon. Get it in a straight line. Put the sat-nav back on. And it is going to be the Radford 176. Simon Hawthorne takes second. Right, who's going to come and take 3rd place? Well, Mills, you've already won it. I think it is going to be Callum Ball. Oh, look at the front end of that. Lloyd's machine's all a bit battered. And border count is 115 across the line. Will Bradford. And that, after all of that excitement and the heavy downpour, is that. We got through race 2 somehow. And Matty Richards, the car's driving off. Whether or not he just said, oh, I'm not going out in this. And he just sat there. I mean, the car's clean because it's been washed, isn't it, with that downpour. The old, hold on a minute. I think we've got the old medical crew just coming out. I think maybe, look, I think when Lloydie went sideways, he lit up his back wheels. And I think the marshal just got peppered with, and it might be just one of those, because look, we are racing on natural surface, and it is there are some stones. This track, by the way, has been de-stoned, and when we say de-stoned, you can't take everything out, but a lot of that stone has been taken out. But the marshal looks to be okay. Obviously, probably Mrs. says it might have knocked some sense into him. I don't know. But, is it Jodie Lovett down there? Yeah. Jodie, if you can hear us, give us a thumbs up. Are you okay? He said, I can't hear anything, Mickey. I've just put my hoodie back up. He's down with the kids with his hoodie on. Right, here we go then. Race 3 on the line. And it brings out Jake Lee, Scunthorpe 12, Northwell 76, Gareth Roberts, Bill Bradford this time, Chris Howard, Senna Proctor, Dan Johnson and James Allmack. So top point scorer in this one coming in is Bill Bradford, currently sat 8th on the points. So Dan Johnson 14th, Jake Lee 11th. So he's got the old legs 11 number, and he comes out of lane 8. 8 hasn't necessarily been the quickest, has it? But who knows? But 1 has. And I'll tell you what, who's coming out of 1? No, Dan Johnson. But I'll tell you what, Allmack's not out. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for that little gold machine, and it's going to be that Dan Johnson machine then. Scunthorpe 383. Takes them round into the mud. Oh, my life. Old Bill Bradford there getting a face full of mud. Who knows what's in that 3rd place. Senna Proctor, though, into 4th. And good grief. I mean, I do commentate on 7s, by the way. And unfortunately, some of them are absolutely caked, aren't they? Not very good at all. So, it does put a little bit of a spoiler on it, but you've got a race to the conditions, and Bill Bradford is into those conditions as he goes up there, and I think that could be Jake Lee in that 2nd place, Scunthorpe 12. It's only because I'm looking on the clean side as they come out at the start gate turn and coming down that opening straight. Bill Bradford then still holding it on there. Lee's looking to kind of close it up there. Senna Proctor in the Scarborough 23 machine running in 3rd place. And not good at all as... hold on a minute. I think Lee's found a gap up the inside of Bradford. Bradford pushed out a little bit wide coming out of that turn 2 machine. And round that start gate turn they go. Down that back straight as it is last lap flag for these top 3 cars. Down and slowing it into Nutter Corner. Probably the slowest you see a 7 this weekend coming into that corner. And out they come. It's going to be Scunthorpe 12. Jake Lee then, who's going to take the win. 2nd is Border Counties 15. That's Bill Bradford. Senna Proctor in the Scarborough 23 in 3rd place. Dan Johnson in the Scunthorpe 383, who was the early leader, is just, look at it, so challenging. And he's gone out into the old sloppy stuff. And, yeah, he's going to go, oh, dear, why did I? But it's not as dirty as some of them. It's not as dirty as some of them. So get yourselves in the pit, get the old scrapers out. If you've got one of those portable jet washes, go and fill it up and have a good squirt at it. Right, there we go. That's race 3. Right, race 4 then. And who's coming out in this one? Paul Johnson, Yorkshire Dales 22. Rhys Griffiths, Radford 212, coming out of lane 7. Currently 2nd on the points. 201 under his belt. Well done. Ryan Jones, Cumdee 3. Barry Leach in down 120. Darren Adams, Border Counties 26. Alfie Smith, Ludlow 23. Alfie running 6 on the points coming into this 2nd Bass round. And Sid Lomax, North Wales 199 in lane 1. So, I say, lane 1 has been kind. What is going to happen now? We've just had that downpour. Just going to have a little look out over my shoulder. Oh, it looks to be fairing up. So we are off and running. And I think coming out of that grid 2, Alfie Smith has got the best of the starts as they bring it into turn 1. Has he gone a little bit wide? Has he gone wide to get some? Oh, there's contact at the back. Oh! The old bish bash bosh is coming out. And, oh, yeah. Looking at it, I think we've got... Oh, he's got it going, though. But it was a little bit Lionel. Yeah, Lionel Messi. Am I up to 30p? 3 red flags. That was my first one of the 7s, though. So, In round 1, by the way, my first heats, 5s and 7s went through without incident. So just shows you that they can play it clean. They can play. Right, here we go. Let's go into race 5. Oh, dear me. Stuart McLean, Central Scotland 17. Ping! Andy Holtby, Scunthorpe 61. Phil Barliman, Pennine 23. Andy Graney, Pennine 8. Spalding 514. Ali Ashmore. Jodie Faulkner, Seven Valley 6. And Lewis Woodruff in White Rose 72. Andy Holtby, currently third on the points. He accumulated 200 in that first round, and he's running third. Rhys Griffiths was in second place. He's got 201, so only a point between those two boys. Phil Barliman, again, he just didn't have the best of that first round. He started off with a third, and then he got a black flag and then a non-start, so that wasn't good. Andy Graney, similar kind of story as they set off. But it is Holtby then who's going to take it up with Graney going behind him as well. Round into that first corner. And what is going to come out? And hold on a minute. Oh, dear. What's going on here? Look at them. They've all got to play in the mud. And leading this one then is the Jodie Faulkner machine. He said, well, if they're going to leave a gap, I'm going to go through it. As they come through, Lewis Woodruff up into that second place. Stuart McLean, he won't be after this. Ping! Has moved up into that second place as they come round. I think Holtby is absolutely covered in mud. He's not happy about that. Oh, he's got the car going again. He's lighting up the wheels. Oh, Jodie, where are you going? Oh, into the Armco. This is all fun and games down here today in these wet conditions as they come round. And it is Barliman then who takes up the running from Lewis Woodruff machine from Andy Graney. There you go. From the Stuart McLean, ting, in Central Scotland. And then Holtby's back up onto the pace. Ali Ashmore, Spalding 514, has appeared from somewhere. And nice and clean as well. Look at that, just taking it round and let the others. Oh, my life. We've got the Phil Barliman machine is going a little bit out of shape, a little bit wibbly-wobbly, as we say. And it's Barliman then from Andy Graney in that Pennine 8 machine. There's your 1-2. Oh, Woodruff's left the door open for Holtby to move back up to third place. Woodruff then back on the track. Then it's Ashmore down in fifth. And then that's sixth place is Stuart McLean in Central Scotland 17. As we bring it into the final corner, the checkered flag is ready. And I tell you what, come on, Phil. And it is going to be Phil Barliman just from Andy Graney, who found a little bit of grip, but just a bit too late. Third place is going to go to Andy Holtby. How's he managed to do that? I don't know, Mickey. Right, here we go. Ali Ashmore comes up, just nips Lewis Woodruff to the line. And, the final machine is going to make its way around the track. The old sloppy conditions as we look up onto the line. Actually, what is the running on? Oh, the Andy Graney machine. That's Pennine 8 across to finish off Class 7s. We've got one rerun to come on there. Looking at the running order, we had 5 7s. It's men's Class 9s, and it is going to be well, good luck. That's all I'm going to say. Open wheel specials with small numbers. It is over to Mr. Brandon Glover.
Yeah, cheers, Mickey. Yeah, good luck. That's all you can say, isn't it? Some interesting stuff from the sevens then, and I don't know how you read any of them numbers, Mickey.
Actually, I'll tell you what, I should actually introduce you a little bit better than that, really.
God.
So I'm going to try again, and it's over to Brandon Glover, the grandson of Mr. Lover, Paul Glover.
Do you feel better now?
Yeah.
I was thinking when you handed it over, it was a bit tame. Yeah. So you'll get used to hearing that this weekend off Mickey. But anyways, that Jodie Faulkner machine, very, very, very unfortunate to end up in the Armco down that far side. But anyways, Men's Class 9s, 3 races to come your way, sponsored by Spar Motors this weekend, and the BASS Series sponsor is Extracts. So a huge thank you to them, both of them sponsors once again. So race 1 should bring out George Evans in North Wales 60, coming from lane 8. Pennine number 5, Jason Richardson. Sam Middleton in Scunny 909, Kieran Cobb in IK 75, Wayne Llewellyn in PhD number 9, and Ewan Pitt in Hereford 17, Steve Young, York 49, and Adam Robinson in North Shropshire 71. So that's it now, Mickey. They're all mentioned. It doesn't matter who comes where, because they'll all be brown. That's it. I mentioned them all. But yeah, so we'll just wait for that Central Scotland machine to be recovered into the middle of the circuit, and we will go away and racing with the men's Class 9s. He won race 1 as we're just looking around at that first marshal post as he looks round for the yellow flags as they start to fly. He's looking towards that start line, and the bungee lifts, and we're away and racing. And who's got the best of the stats? It looks like whoever's come out of grid number 3 of it's Ewan Pitt that's got the best of the brakes on this one, as they all just slow it down into that nuts bend for the first time. But who is it that's going to come out on top? And it's going to be PhD number 9 and North Shropshire 71. So Adam Robinson is your front runner as they go into that pits bend for the first time, as it's very, very messy towards the back of the pack. But up that far side, it is still going to be Adam Robinson in North Shropshire 71 as he goes into that 10 nutters bend for another circuit and down past commentary. So it is still North Shropshire 71, and running a close second is Sam Matthews in the Scunny 909. Third place is currently PhD number 9, and I want to say that is the Hereford 17 machine, as someone's very, very wide. IK 75 nearly clipping the Armco, as they're now all on to another circuit. North Wales 60, as there's a bit of little bit of contact just in front of commentary, as North Shropshire 71 Adam Robinson is now on to his final circuit as he goes around that start gate turn for another time up the far side of the back marker is going to come into play. I don't quite think they are this time round, as they into that final bend for the final time. It is going to, is that commentator's case as he just gets ever so slightly wide, but that's going to be checkered flag, that should be, Jody, as they were the winners. But round they go once again, and the checkered flag will be out this time. PhD number 9, Hereford 17, North Wales 60, IK 75, North Shropshire 71. So I do believe it was North Shropshire 71 that picked up the win in that one, but Adam Robinson. But checkered flag came out for the PhD number 9 of Wayne Llewellyn. But I'm sure the ladies and men in the lap scoring room, they'll have it down, and they'll know exactly who won and when. But anyway, that was a little bit easier than I thought it'd be with the rain and the mud. But just these corns just getting scattered every single race. But anyways, on to race number 2. Should bring out lane 8, Matt Barker in Evesham at 26, Lud 80, Jimmy Smith, Sean Power in Yorkshire Dales 97 coming out of lane number 6, and Michael Bailey in tier 31 coming out of lane number 5. Thomas Lloyd in lane number 4. Matt Barnbrook in Scunny 45 comes out of number 3. And Jack Julian in number 2. Lee Seagrave currently sat second in the BASS points in that ARC number 3. So he's going to be looking to try and chase down the Andrew Hornshaw machine, who's currently leading the points after round number 1. And we'll see him out a little bit later on with Phil Cooper in the ARC number 5, who is currently sat in 3rd. So once again, Spar Motors, your sponsor for your men's Class 9s this weekend, and Extracts is your series sponsor. So just a huge thank you to both of them companies for the sponsorship for the weekend and the series. As it was absolutely banging it down with rain 2 minutes ago. I'm sat here in my overalls, and now I'm getting a bit of a sweat on now. And so yeah, we're just waiting on a little bit more track clearance and the bungee lifts. And who is it that's going to get the best of the starts? It does look like it's going to be that power machine of Sean Power, Yorkshire's 97, as they all slow it down for that first corner, and Julian sideways in that second position. But who is it that's going to get the best down past Coventry for the first time? It is going to be 97, and then it is Julian sat there in that second. So it's Sean Power over Jack Julian in that CW number 9. There's contact between Power and Julian at the front, and Power's left square wheeled on the exit of turn number 4. But it is still going to be that Julian machine up at the front. But I think that is Seagraves in the ARC number 3 that snuck up the inside as it come down past Coventry. So it is number 3 over number 9. Lud 80. And Evesham 26 of that Mark Barker as someone's coming sideways past Coventry, and I'm not really sure where Sean Powers ended up in the Yorkshire 97. He comes down past Coventry as one of your back markers. TA 31 Michael Bailey is at the back of the pack. It's no good for the Bass points, isn't that one, but it is still Seagraves over Julian and Lud. Number 80 Jimmy Smith sat there, and Evesham 26 Mark Barker. But there's contact at the back of the pack. It looks like Sean Power's just getting tangled up in the mix as he goes on the inside of the cones in that Yorkshire's 97 machine. But still up at the front as it's going to be the Jack Julian machine that comes down past Coventry for the yellow flag with the black cross, as he's managed to sneak through on Seagraves. But Seagraves has got one circuit left to go up the far side. Is he going to get the run up that far straight into the final bend for the final time? And it is going to be Jack Julian in the CW at number 9 that picks up maximum points in this one. And the Lee Seagraves second, Jimmy Smith in third, and Mike Barker in fourth. So that's race 2 done and dusted. So Lee Seagraves getting another second place. He's on the hunt for the Bass points. Andrew Hornshaw that we're going to see out coming out of lane number 3 in this one. He's currently leading the points. Lane number 8 brings out Sam Pinches in Radford at 35. Stuart Taylor comes out of number 7 in IK 121. Russ Adderman in that York number 6 comes out of lane 6. Phil Cooper in ARC number 5 comes out of lane 5. Alan Roberts in North Wales 4. Andrew Hornshaw, Chris Colgate and Barry Ashmore. So that's it. That grid number 1 does seem to be giving the best of the starts. So let's see what Barry can do in that Spalding 154. So just a little bit of track work, putting those cones back out into position, and we will be away and racing with the race number 3 of Heat 1 of your men's Class 9s. So with the current conditions that we are experiencing, I know the track's starting to dry out, and I know the mud's going to get less and less. But just before you go off and you get your burger or whatever it is you're going to do after you've had your race, you've scraped it off with mud, just get a bucket of water or a bottle of water and just make sure you wipe your numbers off. If you want to get your points, you need to make sure we can see your numbers. The men and women in the lap scoring and in the camera room, we all want you to have the best weekend. We all want you to get the best decisions, and we all want you to get your points at the end of the meeting. but we can't do that if we can't see the right numbers. So if we could just spend 5 minutes or so just wiping your numbers off before every race, some toilet roll, a rag, a bottle of water, whatever it is that you've got to hand, even your sleeve on your overalls, just give them a wipe off so everybody can see them. And then you're not going to lose out on any points. That, and if anything happens on track, the camera room are more likely to be able to see what goes on. But anyways, race 3 is away, and that is a very, very, very equal start. Ornshaw's in the mix, Cooper's in the mix, but Ornshaw's on the brakes. He's really, really early on the brakes, and Ornshaw's climbing in that first corner. Someone's facing the wrong direction, and I am very, very surprised if that one's going to keep going in, but it is indeed. But back up at the front, Phil Cooper's looking for a way through. He's now up into that first position. ARC number 5 up the far side. This is going to do absolute amazing things for his Bash chase in that number 5. Currently sat third in the points in this Spa-motored Class 9 race number 3 as he comes down past commentary. It's Cooper in number 5. Solway number 20 of Chris Colgate in that second position. Hornshaw's up to third. IK 121 of Stu Taylor in fourth. And there's a battle for 5th and 6th if North Wales number 4 and Radford 35 swapping and changing in that start gate turn, but up at the front. But Ashmore's down at the back of the pack with Russ Adderman in that York number 6 machine as they come down past commentary. Phil Cooper onto his final circuit. ARC number 5. Solway 20 of Chris Colgate goes with him. Hornshaw in that 78 machine is back up into that third position after that early contact. Stuart Taylor sat there in that fourth. North Wales number 4 of Alan Roberts and Radford number 5 Sam Pinches in that 6th position. Ashmore and Adderman at the back, but maximum points on the board. Phil Cooper, ARC number 5. He's going to be happy with that one. Hornshaw gets up to second in 78. Solway number 20 of Chris Colgate. IK 121 of Stu Taylor. Sam Pinches in Radford 35. North Wales number 4 of Alan Roberts. Barry Ashmore in Spalding 154. And Russ Adderman in York number 6. Hayley.
Hello.
I didn't have a red flag. I'm buzzing. Right, so anyways, that's me done and dusted until the ladies a little bit later on. So look up the line, Junior Saloons by the looks of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and buy my wife some new tyres so she don't make herself look silly like I did. She might actually be able to get out the gate. And I'm going to pass you over to Hayley and I'll be back a bit later on.
Cheers, Brandon. Your wife's more concerned about the big black cloud that's coming back over. I said, positive vibes, it's going to blow over.
After it's emptied.
So we're praying for a bit more of this sunshine that's just come out down here at Yorkshire Dales. So let's have a little look up to the line then. Is it going to see race 1 of the juniors coming out? So the best of the point scorers in this one is Cambridge 142, Grace Williams. She's going to be coming out of that grid 2. We've got 5 races of the juniors coming for you down here at the Yorkshire Dales Club this weekend. Tea Cozy Cakes is our weekend sponsor, who are actually also in charge of the hospitality tent, and there is some fabulous looking cakes out there for all you sponsors and bits and bobs. And Dig is our sponsors of this series. So we're just having a little look round. Marshall's just popping a few cones back into position. As you can see, we've certainly had a bit of rain this morning, and the track is definitely changing all the time at the minute, but the team here are used to working this track and getting the best out of it. So we'll see lots of track work going on over the weekend to keep this track in that tip-top condition. So joining Grace Williams in this one then is Typhy 29, Stephen Davis Williams, York 43, Harry Swales, York 38, Dan Mulverhill, North Wales 97, Lexi Owen, PAC 33, Rio Sheehan, and PAC number 9 of Travis McKilley coming out of that grid 8. As I say, 5 races of the juniors, so 7 of them coming out in this one. And I think just looking up to the roof in the Pope machine, it is the clouds are just starting to give us another little sprinkling down here at the Yorkshire Dales Club. So let's just have a little look round. I think Oh, just got one marshal just moving some cones on that 10-2. Their red flag's now going to be swapped for that yellow flag, so we're going to have a little look round. We should see some track clearance on this one. Wind up marshal, spins it round, points to the sky, bungees up, and we are underway and racing in this one then, but who's going to get the best of the starts? They all seem to find the grip off that line, but it's your one from the middle, the PAC 33 car that looked as if they were going to be the first to show, but it's Grace Williams in the Cambridge 142 that leads them up around that 10-1 and that 10-2. Typhy 29 then of Stephen Davis Williams moved up into that second place, has just got stuck on that wet, and we've got contact there on that 10-1, but away gone at the front of the field. Cambridge 142, Grace Williams it is then. PAC number 9, Travis Malachi, North Wales 97 of Lexi Owen then in that third place position. From the Dan Mulverhill in York 38. Just ahead of Dan, is the Typhy 29 of Stephen David Williams. And the one that finds himself at the rear of the field is York 43. Harry Swales then. A little bit of damage at the front end, but I think he's going to get himself running. That top 10-2 corner proving very, very tricky for some of these junior drivers. It is very, very wet up on that 10-2, but back up and at the front of the field, Cambridge 142, Grace Williams it is then that seems to have found that dry line, because she's a good quarter of a lap lead over the rest of her competitors in this one then. Typhy 29 of Stephen Davis Williams in that second place position from the North Wales 97 of Lexi Owen as you 1-2-3 in this one then. PAC number 9 of Travis Markay in that at fourth place, but Dan Mulverhill moves up a place, back up and at the front there. Your race leader, Grace Williams, already headed up and onto her last lap. She's got a good nearly half a lap lead on her second place competitor as she seems to have certainly found the grip in this one, uncomfortable in that wet and on this track. She's already headed up around that 10-1 and that 10-2 for the final time, because we're going to see checkered flags on this one. Cambridge 142 it is then of Grace Williams that takes the win and puts the maximum points on the board in this first grid of the juniors there then. Second place is going to go to the back marker. Just looks like it could cause a few problems. Typhy 29 it is then of Stephen Davis Williams. North Wales 97 of Lexi Owen then. As you 1-2-3 in this one, there's a black flag being handed to somebody. I think it was the North Wales car. York 38 then of Dan Mulverhill now across the line. PAC number 9 of Travis Markilly is now across the line as well to complete that lineup of the first grid of the junior saloons, sponsored this weekend by T Cozies. Digit is your series sponsor. Race 2 then has, let's have a look, who's the best of the point scorers in this one in the current series standings. That would be Scunthorpe 161. Troy Holtby certainly knows this track and has raced it quite a number of times, so we'll knowing the track have an advantage to him on this one. Joining him in this one then is Yorkshire Dales 139 Lewis Walker, Athelston 212 Hannah Lewis, Severn Valley 147 of Hannah Hadley, North Wales 52 Amber Powell, 22F Bo Chamberlain, and Evesham 146 of Molly Bubb. Should be my runners and riders up there. Another 7 of them coming out in this one then. We're just having a little look round. There's a couple of cones being put back on that 10-2. They're just having a little look at the track. They're sort of trying to push the cones out a little bit to make the track a bit bigger and get this good surface underneath. To be fair, underfoot it is really, really tough going, but that sticky stuff on the top just proving a little bit problematic for a couple of these drivers. I think some of my fellow commentators have got a couple of reruns to come, or had a couple of reruns and bits and bobs as well. So Marshall's just making the way back on to the track. We're just having a little look round. Track clearance is given, bungees up, and we are away and racing on this one then, but who's going to get the best of the starts? I think there's that grid 2 position that proves to be the one that's the first to get the grip out of the gate there then, and it is the 22F then of Bo Chamberlain that leads them up into that 10-1 and 10-2. We've got one that's facing behind me. I think that's the Yorkshire Dales 139 of Lewis Walker that's just tapped the back end of that one that's facing the wrong way, but are they going to get themselves going? So, second it is the Athelston 2-1-2 then, and we're going to see red flags on that one. Oh dear. So that one's going to go back to the rerun lane. That's going to be my first red flag and my first money in the pot this weekend, which is never a good sign knowing that I've got Class 8s to come a little bit later. We'll just get these juniors off the track. We'll look to race 3. Currently in the standings, Typhy number 7, Will Evans is sat in that second place, and Typhy number 9, Rhys Davis, then is currently sat 7th in the BAS standings. So 2 of your top 10 cars coming out to play in this one. Joining those 2 then is White Rose 18 of Blake Crowther, PhD number 5, Yazabel Hitchcock, Seven Valley 107 of Will Hadley, Ludlow number 1, Reese Tipton, and Seven Valley 29 of William Hall. Coming out in the race 3, Tea Cozy Cakes sponsored junior saloons. Just having a little look. The sun does keep poking its head out on Yorkshire Dales track. For those of you watching on the BAStv, it is trying to burn through these clouds. Certainly staying positive that the rain holds off. We've got the bungees up, and we are away and racing on this one then. And it is the PhD number 5 of Yazabel Hitchcock then that looks to be the first to lead, but Typhy number 9 Rhys Davis then looks to try on the inside. There's contact between your lead 2 cars. That's going to see Yazabel Hitchcock facing the wrong way around. That slows them all down as they all push onto that wet. Can they get themselves back running? We're going to see red flags on that one. Do you know, I just said to my husband when he's just popped up to hospitality to look after my youngest son, baby Charlie. And I said to him, I think I'm going to need a bank loan this weekend for red flags, and I think I've cursed myself. So, race 4, there's just 6 of them coming out in this one then. We'll have a little look down and see who's coming out. So, the best of the point scorers in the current BAS standings is Breeden Hill 33 of Bo Bennett and White Rose 21 of Lewis Middleton, sat 3rd and 4th respectively. Joining them in this one then is Solway number 9 Mason Burhills, Yorkshire Dales 619 of Jensen Walker, Breeden Hill 40 of Thomas Creed, and Swansea 46 of Finlay Robbins. My runners and riders up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's only 5 of them coming out in this one. There is. We've got the bungees up, and it is the White Rose 21 then of Lewis Middleton that is the first to lead them up. He seems to have found the grip in the little blue mini as he heads up into that turn 1 that's been proving tricky for a few of these juniors. He just pushes it a little bit wide but keeps the grip, keeps it tight towards those cones as he comes round that turn 2. Bo Chamberlain then looks to go with him. Bo Bennett looks to go with him then in that second place position as your 1 and 2 now are already heading up into that turn 3 in that start line turn. Breeden Hill 40 then of Thomas Creed is coming under pressure from the home driver. Yorkshire Dale 619 Jensen Walker then is on the looking on the back bumper. Can he make it stick as they move around that start line turn? Then it's the Swansea 46 of Finlay Robbins then that is all the work to do from the rear of the field. Back up and up the front there. Your race leaders already headed up around that turn 2 down past the commentary box. White Rose 21 it is then of Lewis Middleton that leads them up into that turn 3 in that start line turn from Bo Bennett in the Breeden Hill 33 as your 1 and 2. Then it's the Breeden Hill 40 of Thomas Creed from Jensen Walker in the Yorkshire Dale 619, and then it's the Swansea 46 of Finlay Robbins. So the one I'm missing is Mason Burhills then in the Solway number 9, but back up and at the front of the field. White Rose 21's I thought was just going to come under pressure from the Breeden Hill 33, but seems to have found the ground. He's seen that yellow flag with the black cross. 1 to go on this one then. Lewis Middleton it is from Bo Bennett as your 1 and 2. Then it's the Breeden Hill 40 of Thomas Creed in that third place position. They're all sort of fairly spread out around this track now then. Yorkshire Dales 619 of Jensen Walker now heads up and onto his last lap. And the fifth place points then comes round to see that yellow flag with the black cross. One to go for him. Finlay Robbins in the Swansea 46, but checkered flag time. Right Rose 21 it is then of Lewis Middleton. That takes the win. From the Breeden Hill 33 of Bo Bennett. Then your Breeden Hill number 40, Thomas Creed, is going to come round to take those third place points from Jensen Walker in the Yorkshire Dales 619. And then Swansea 46 of Finlay Robbins will come round to complete the lineup on that one as he heads up into that turn 1, or Nutter's Corner as it's often referred to, around that turn 2 for the final time. Just I think struggling with a little bit with the grip, but seems to be coping and coming round to take those checkered flags and get some all important points on the board. And as we all know, in the series and in racing, the points certainly add up. Race 5 then, again a 6-grid race, is going to see the one that's at the top of the shop in the current BAS standings, and that is Typhy number 5. Jack Owens joining, he's coming out of that grid 8, so joining him out of lane 6 we're going to see Cambridge 32 Rory Jones, York 90 of Bobby Jean Verity, York 81 Jacob Farrer, Swansea number 2 Pip Melly, and the 10F of Lily Chapman should be my runners and riders up there in the race 5 of the Tea Cozy Cakes sponsored Junior Saloons at Diggett. Your series sponsors out there in this one. So as always, thank you to our sponsors. Just for those of you on the track, on the race field, there's lots and lots of trade stands down behind commentary, so please make sure you pop down and check those out. We've got bungees up on this one then, and it is York 81 Jacob Farrer then that takes up the running as your race leader, but that number 10F of Lily Chapman looks to cut up the inside. Can she make it stick as they come round that turn 1? And that turn 2, for the first time of asking then, your two race leaders looking to pull away from the rest of the field. York 81 then of Jacob Farrer is from 10F of Lily Chapman as your 1 and 2. Then it's going to be the Cambridge 32 of Rory Jones. Swansea number 2 now comes round the outside, Pip Melly then. And Typhy number 5, Jack Owens, finds himself at the rear of the field with all the work to do in this one. Just 6 of them coming out in this one. Back up and at the front of the field, it is still Jacob Farrer in the York 81 that leads them up around that turn 2. Down past the commentary box, there's contact between your top 2 cars. And it's the 10F then of Lily Chapman that takes up the running as your race leader from Jacob Farrer as your 1 and 2. Jacob just found himself in that wet and's relegated him down to that 2nd place. Then it's the Cambridge 32 of Rory Jones from Typhy number 5 of Jack Owens. And then the Swansea number 2 of Pip Melly then finds himself back at the rear of the field. Back up and at the front there. Nearly half a lap between your front and your back markers on this one then. It is the 10F of Lily Chapman that leads them up round that turn 1. As she comes round this time, she will see that yellow flag with the black cross. 1 to go on this one then. Lily Chapman it is from Jacob Farrer as your 1 and 2. From Rory Jones in that 3rd place. From Jack Owens as your 4th. And then your 5th place on this one is the Swansea number 2 then of Pip Melly. With all the work to do from the rear of the field, but back up and at the front, Lily Chapman then already heading up out that Nutter's Corner into that turn 2 and down past the commentary box for the final time. She's going to be the first to see that checkered flag and put some maximum points on the board in this one then. 10F Lily Chapman it is. Jacob Farrer then just gets his back wheel stuck in that wet on that turn 2, but keeps on to that 2nd place in the York 81. Then it's the Cambridge 32 of Rory Jones from Typhy number 5 of Jack Owens, and then coming round to complete this race of the juniors then is the Swansea number 2 of Pip Melly. So just having a little look up to the line, that looks like men's class 5. So Mickey B's just joined me in the commentary box. I've not had a good start, Mickey. I've got 2 reruns as well. So I'm going to hand you over to Mickey B, ready to take you through this one.
Yeah, thanks very much, Hayley. Yeah, we're back with men's class 5 and looking up on the line, this is the rerun of race 1. but should have been coming out of grid 8. Danny Lodge, who was leading the BAS coming into this weekend, he's not there, which means that no space in lane 8. That's Colin Chilvers, the man who had the Tashbit shaped off to make himself look younger, is in grid 7 in the Yorkshire Dales 46 machine. Patrick Daly, West Waterford 188, lane 6. Steve Donovan, Barry Miles, Colin Hadley, Baxter Pargetter and Lawrence Blaben. Lawrence had a great start last time coming out of grid 1. Is he going to get the same? Baxter Pargetter, Nottingham 45, currently 7th on points coming into this weekend. Steve Donovan 6, Colin Chilvers 11th. So, yeah, you've got some good races out and a couple of lads that want to score bigger points this weekend. But it's lorryinsurance.com, our series sponsor, and Extract Shocks, our weekend sponsors. So just waiting for the recovery vehicle to come back on. Just been doing something down on that turn 1. As soon as that's in, we'll see the yellow flags being held aloft, and we will be back racing down here at Yorkshire Dales at BAS round 2. Bungee goes, let's go racing. Oh, someone's a little bit ugly off the line, but they all keep running. It is the Lawrence Blaben machine that takes them up into turn 1. Who's going to go with them and try and make it any big points on this one? So Blaber from Bargetter. From that West Waterford Patrick Daly machine. Then it's Colin Hadley. Colin Chilvers behind him in Yorkshire Dales 46 with the back end getting up close and personal. Barry Miles has got, they may have a problem on board with that car as that Donovan machine comes round and nips another place up on the pack. But second lap marker being shown. Baxter Pargetter then. From that Patrick Daly machine, Lawrence Blaber, the early leaders, drop down into that third place. And where's that Chilvers machine? I think he's just starting to pick up a bit of pace. And no, stop it. And they have. It's red flags again. Ah, dear me. So the men's class 5s, heat 1, you are being problematical because we've had 2 attempts, 2 failures. So I didn't see what had actually gone off there, but maybe Marshall's picked something up on the track. We haven't got a radio up in commentary here, so I can't tell you what we're hearing over the radio. But as we saw from this rerun that's just been brought to a stop, that Danny Lodge wasn't out in that run, so must have had something to do with the first set of red flags. Colin Chilvers then taking the car off track. Looking down just on that line around the cones coming out of turn 1 and 2, there is a dry line, believe it or not, but it's only probably a car and a half's width. Well, if you've got a car and a half, it's going to make it difficult to overtake, but you know, there's always a chance, as they say. Right, let's have a look up here. I think I can see the... I should have the rerun of race 2 coming out. So let's just see what we've got. We've got some 7 reruns to come as well, which is a race 4 in that one. But we're already off and running, and bringing it up into turn 1. And I think old Bateman might have just had a little bit of a slight... Oh, he got Dan Godfrey. Now, Godfrey was lead... He was up near the top in the first one, wasn't it? But it is the old snake of Jeff Bateman who takes him round that turn 3. Stargate turn and down as they go up there. One game... going really wide there into the sloppy stuff. You don't want to be in there. That's all I'm saying. And just put your foot on the brakes to avoid contact. But Jeff Bateman then still leading this one from the Spalding 111. Godfrey then. And then that PhD 20 of Mark Euchre. North Shropshire 225. Andy Warrener. PAC 16. That's the Neil machine. And then the Typhy 8, that's Jonathan Jones. So that's where we are. Last lap marker, Jeff Bateman, next round, District 45. from Dan Godfrey. 1 and 2 round turn 3. Then we go down to the PhD 20 machine, Mark Euchre. Spalding 111, Gary Wickham. North Shropshire 225, Andy Warriner. PAC 16. And that is Brian Neal. Second on points coming into this one. He won the final at the first round. And looking at that, just as I look back up, Godfrey takes the win from Bateman, from Euchre, from Wickham. There's your 1, 2, 3, 4. And we've got some brown cars coming. Oh, I tell you what, Typhy 6, Jonathan Jones, JJ, just gets in front of Brian Neal. North Shropshire 225, Andy Warriner in that final place. So we've got the race 1 of the 5 still to do, because that's going to be third time lucky on that one. And on the 7s, we've only got one rerun, and that was race 4. And that was Paul Johnson, Rhys Griffiths, Ryan Jones, Barry Leach, Darren Adams, Alfie Smith and Sid Lomax. And just have a little tot up here, coming out of grid 8. So Paul Johnson is there. Now, they might have spread themselves out a little bit further, but lane 7 should be Rhys Griffiths in the Radford 212. Now, 7 looks empty to me. So I think he's not there. Then it will be Ryan Jones, Cumdy 3, coming out of lane 6. He came into this weekend, sat 10th on points. Alongside him should have been Barry Leach. He doesn't look like he's there. Darren Adams' border count is 26 out of lane 3. Alfie Smith is there in the Ludlow 23. And I think Sid Lomax is just hiding behind the Armco, I think, in the North Wales 199. So, so it could be a couple that are missing from this rerun of race 4 of the Max Sports Series sponsored Super Saloons. Kitchen Plant Hire are weekend sponsors. So just looking around, I think we're going to get track clearance. First marshal spins round like a ballerina. And it's synchronised with the bungee, and we are off and running. And coming out of grid 2, Alfie Smith again has had another cracking start as they bring it down into that Nutter corner. And oh, my knife. Look at it, Steve. It's like two of them have come together. What are they doing? Alfie Smith then from the down 120 is actually out there. Barry Leach is there. Oh, hold on, as he left the door open for Sid Lomax. Sid Lomax then takes up the second place running as they bring it round again. Who's that back marker then? Oh, Cumdy 3. Ryan Jones is down the pack. But Alfie Smith then, Ludlow 23, taking up the run in North Wales 199, Sid Lomax. Third is that down 120, Barry Leach. A little bit of a gap. Oh dear, we've got one sunk in the mud over there. Coming across there, that's Paul Johnson in Yorkshire Dales 22, fourth place. Fifth is that Cumdy 3 of Ryan Jones. Ludlow 23 then, Alfie Gus comes across to pick up the last lap marker, as does Sid Lomax. And down 120, Barry Leach. There's your 1, 2, 3. All on their last lap. Who else is going to join them? It is Paul Johnson, Yorkshire Dales 22. Fifth place is that Cumdy 3, Ryan Jones. So I think Darren Adams may be the one that's parked up. I think, is he coming around to pick up another last lap flag? I thought that was checkered flag then for Ludlow 23. Oh, maybe there's 2 last laps coming out. Checker flag. Well, I don't think down 120 is checkered. He was running in third place. Fourth and fifth is Johnson and Jones. Ludlow 23 was the winner, but he's come round for a lap of honour. North Wales 199 second. So that, on my paper, Alfie Smith wins it. Sid Lomax in second. Down 120, Barry Leach. Then it was Paul Johnson, Ryan Jones, and did not finish. I think is that Darren Adams' machine that is he's down and dirty in the mud. So there we go. That's your Super Saloons done for their first set of heats. You've got one Class 5 rerun to come. I'm going to tot up how many red flags I've had. And up on the line, we are, for the first time today, going over to Mr. Steve Langley for men's Class 4s.
Yeah, sorry, your luck's run out. Not because of the Class 4s, because of me. So, yeah, it's going to be my pleasure to take you through 4s, stock hatches and 6s this weekend. And men's Class 4 sponsored at the meeting by West Tanfield Garage. Big thank you to everybody associated with that. And DM Design and Fabrication, British Autograss Series associate sponsor. DM Design and Fabrication, obviously very close to here, actually, because I drive past their place every time to get to the place we're stopping at. So they're only just down the road. Right, bit low on numbers on Class 4 today, but certainly not down on quality. We've got 4 out of the top 5 after the first round of qualifying down there in South Wales. Adam Henley in York Treble 7 leads the pack. Darren Grasby, Evesham at 220, sits in second. Ben Gould, North Shropshire 434, sits in third. All those 3 are here. Rob Lancaster, who finished 4th in the points in Wales, isn't with us this weekend, but Colin Attrell is in South Somerset 272. He finished 5th. Joining them very competitively, Otis Williams in Tivy 13, Jamie Williams in Mountain 58 and Daniel Jones in PAC 4. So those are the 7 cars that we've got. Big thank you to SDG, overall meeting sponsor as well. And also big thank you to Kent Cams and to Beresford Chassis and Components, who are our overall British Autograss Series sponsor. Right, here we go then, Class 7s, and there is no Class 4, I think, that gates quicker than Darren Grasby in Evesham at 220 as he goes down the far side as the early race leader. Ben Gould slots into second place in that North Shropshire 434. Running in third is the Mountain 58 car. I think that's Jamie Williams. Pressurising him there around the outside. Colin Attrell in South Somerset 272. Adam Henley with a bit to do. We've lost Jamie Williams into the middle in Mountain 58, but we certainly haven't lost Darren Grasby, because Evesham 220 goes down that far side as the race leader still. Adam Henley looking to come up through the field now, comes up into third place. Couple of laps to go, I think, for Darren in 220. North Shropshire 434 still there second. Adam Henley runs all on his own in third in treble 7. Colin Attrell 4th. Otis Williams runs 5th in Tivy 13, and Daniel Jones completes it all in PAC 4 as Jamie Williams sits and watches on. So the yellow board with the black cross gets made ready, and North Shropshire 434 looks to make his move through on the inside. Ben Gould then takes up the run in. Darren Grasby finds himself in the wet, sloppy stuff. So York Treble 7, Adam Henley all comes through into second. Early race leader Darren now runs in third. Closest battle is for that 4th place, with the South Somerset car of Colin Attrell holding off Otis Williams in Tivy 13. But we're looking for the checkered flag in this first run of the Class 4s. And it's Ben Gould that's going to take the maximum points in NS 434. Adam Henley, York Treble 7 in second. Darren Grasby third in Evesham 220. Colin Attrell comes 4th in South Somerset 272. Otis Williams 5th in Tivy 13, just ahead of Daniel Jones in PAC 4. So all the cars will of course go through to the final, but they are racing for British Autograss Series points across every single race of this weekend. So that's why ultra competitive as always. So we move on though to the stock hatches are coming next. WJ Landscaping are our meeting sponsors, and D&D Transport are our associate British Autograss Series sponsors. 2 heats of the stock hatches to come your way, with 15 of them signed on, so an 8 and a 7. And we can tell you who did what at the first round. Phil Peake in YD33 sits top of the points chart at the moment. He will be coming out in race 1 out of lane 5. Will Phil in Yorksdale's 33. Christopher Hooper in P55 not with us. He currently sits second. Chris Patterson in the Scarborough 64 car sits third after round 1. He's coming out in heat 2. Michael Aikin in North Shropshire 92 in that 4th. He's not with us at the moment. Dean Smith in Ludlow 47, who sits 5th, is coming out in race 2. So race 1 then, full lineup. Darren Lewis in Hereford 61. Will Patterson in Yorksdale's 47. Kazzy Wing in Scarborough 82. Phil Peake in Yorksdale's 33. Jordan Smith in Scarborough 67, Bill Hemsley in IK 98, Ethan Hodgson in Yorkshire's 204, and Paul Harrington in Solway 90. Those are the 8 cars for race 1. All the races, if you're unfamiliar with British Autograss Series, randomly computer drawn grids, also assigned by the computer. All the classes will get 3 runs, and then the top 8 will go through to tomorrow's final. The only exception to that, as I'm sure my fellow commentators have said, is Class 8, where due to the numbers signed on, then there will be semi-finals. So the top 16 after the 3 rounds of qualifying will go through into 2 8-car semi-finals, and it's as simple as the first 4 in each of those 2 races will go through into tomorrow's Class 8 final. But stock hatches we are concerned with at the moment, and it is Phil Peake in Yorkshire's 33 that is just about the first one to show, but Paul Harrington in Solway 90 comes from the inside lane 1 and certainly makes the most of that as he closes the door on Yorkshire's 33 on that first bend. Running in that 3rd place then is the Yorkshire's 47 car of Will Patterson. Hereford 61 then runs ahead of Scarborough 67. That's Darren Lewis and Jordan Smith respectively. But down that far side, the leading 2 just beginning to pull away a little bit from the rest of the field. Paul Harrington in SL90 coming back round towards us. The Yorkshire's 33 car of Phil Peake, just trying to reel him in, but not making too much impression at the moment. 47 still runs in 3rd. Scarborough 67 now races ahead of the Invicta Kent 98 car of Bill Hemsley. Yorkshire's 204 and Scarborough 82. That's Ethan Hodgson and Kazzy Wing come through next as their race leader goes into that top bend for the penultimate time. Yellow board with the black cross. So 1 circuit to go for Paul Harrington in Solway 90. On to his last lap. Phil Peake, Yorkshire's 33. Through in 2nd, Yorkshire's 47 still there in 3rd, Will Patterson, Scarborough 67, IK 98, Yorkshire's 204, Hereford 61, and unfortunately looks like we're losing Kazzy Wing in Scarborough 82 into the middle of the track, but coming round for the final time for the checkered flag for the win. It is Paul Harrington in Solway 90 who takes it. Phil Peake 2nd in 33, 47 Will Patterson in 3rd, Scarborough 67. It is in that 4th place slot, Jordan Smith. Invicta Kent 98, Bill Hemsley. Yorkshire's 204. And completing it all is Darren Lewis in Hereford 61. So, race 2, first round of qualifying of the stock hatches. Don't normally do 4, 6 and stock hatches, so it's nice to do something a little bit different. And also it's cheaper to do something a little bit different. On the commentary, I'm sure... But I have been busy, honest, and so it's not that I just haven't been listening earlier on, but I've been trying to do points and race permutations and all sorts of things. So I'm sure my fellow commentators have mentioned the Commentators Red Flag Fund, so which we're all contributing to across the season. Big thank you to everybody that's messaged in and actually said that they're going to match what we're going to do at various meetings across the season, etc. So big thank you to all of those people that are doing that. So yeah, I have to put money into a pot for all the reruns that we get on 4, 6s and stock hatches. Mickey B, only 4 on heat 1, Mr. Mark. So I'm not sure we can have you keeping score here. That doesn't sound right for 5s and 7s.
I have got another Class 5 rerun.
Yeah.
3rd attempt. So.
There we go. So yeah, Mickey B, 5s and 7s. As always, tends to provide just a few reruns. So yeah, at round 1, Archie Lewis, who was not guest appearing, because hopefully he'll do some more rounds, but Archie from the Cum D Club was down with us at round 1 at South Wales, and he picked up a grand total of 29 reruns across the weekend. So he was our winner. Gareth Jones, who again unfortunately not with us this weekend, but was certainly down with us in South Wales, he picked up 20. Mickey B, I can't have you keeping this score. I'm going to query this. I think this is subject to audit. No, of course it's not. 15 for Mickey in round 1. I picked up 17. Right, here we go. But I haven't picked up any so far today. And come on then, stock hatches. Don't let me down. John O'Crosby in Mountain Fall, Lucas Brown in Central Scotland 818, Scott Byrne in Yorkshire's 223, Tony Watson in York 281, Paul Lickley in Yorkshire's 95, Dean Smith in Ludd 47 and Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64. That's the cars, and it's Tony Watson in York 281 that is the first one to come past us from Dean Smith in Ludlow 47 in that second place slot. These two already just pulling away a little bit from the rest of the field as they go down that far side, and got a lead of probably half the length of the far straight, as our race leader though brings the field back round towards us. That race leader still the York 281 car of Tony Watson. Ludlow 47 in second. John O'Crosby runs third in Mountain 4. Scarborough 64. Chris Patterson in that fourth place. Running in fifth then, it's the Central Scotland machine of Lucas Brown in 818. Yorkshire Dales 95, Paul Lickley. And completing it all, a few problems on that top bend, but he's got it all going again. Scott Byrne in Yorkshire Dales 223. So a lap to go for our race leader. That race leader still Tony Watson, York 281. 1 to go, Ludlow 47. Can he do anything on this final circuit? John O'Crosby looking safe in third in Mountain 4. Scarborough 64 looking likewise in fourth. That's Chris Patterson at the wheel of that one. But we switch back to our race leader over on the far side of the circuit from where we are here in the control tower, and going into that top bend for the final time. It's all getting a little bit closer, but I think Tony Watson has got this one under control and nicely measured. York 281 takes the win. Second place goes to Dean Smith in Ludlow 47. John O'Crosby third in Mountain 4. Coming round the outside, Paul Lickley actually a lap down in Yorkshire Dales 95, but I think he will be credited with finishing position. The next one truly across the line is Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64, and coming round also to complete is the Central Scotland 818 car, Lucas Brown at the wheel of that one, and finishing it all is the Yorkshire Dales 223 car of Scott Byrne. So that's men's stock hatches. Next time we see them will be in the second round of qualifying, but we in the meantime move on to the men's class 6s, sponsored by Potter Plant Hire. Big thank you to them, and Elite Transmissions, British Autograss Series associate sponsor. Also a big thank you to Kensington Construction, one of our sponsors of BAStv, Paul Coles and the Wellington Business Park, and Kelly Recovery. They are if you're enjoying the coverage on YouTube, you should be here, I'll tell you. Yes, we've had a bit of rain, but it is glorious Yorkshire sunshine now. It really is, and it's a bit warm, in fact. One doesn't like to complain, but yes, it is a little bit warm. But yeah, if you couldn't make it here, hopefully you are enjoying the coverage on BAStv, but there is no substitute for being here in person. Right, men's class 6s. Andy Russell sits top of the points chart after round 1. James Sinnott in CW 174 sits second. Stephen Parsonage, North Wales 146 in third. And local hero Lee Nicklin sits fourth in Yorkshire Dales 8. We've got 5 races coming your way in the 6s. Lewis Clayton, Carl Proctor, Gus Grayson, Josh Holden, Jack Brown, Anthony Conway and Glyn Bailey. That forms race 1 as those 7 cars blast down that far side, and it is Glyn Bailey in the Scunthorpe 33 that I think is going to be the first one to come past us at the end of lap 1. Indeed it is. The Mallow 182 car then of Jack Brown sits in second place. York 77 Carl Proctor in that third place. Scarborough 97 Gus Grayson just a little bit slowly past us, but seems to have picked it all up again as the leading 3 go down that far side. Problems there for the Scunthorpe 91 car of Anthony Conway, and we get red flags on that one. Anthony square wheeled there coming out of that top bend. So Scunthorpe 91. Yeah, all right, no need to give me a pen quite that quickly to write rerun by the side of it, Mr. Barker. So thank you very much for your assistance. So there we go. Yeah, race 1 goes to the rerun lane of the class 6s. So race 2 must do, but no, it's all right. We'll let you off. Right, race 2. Tristan Daniels in Tivy 36. Tomo Stuart Thompson in White Rose 3. Ben Gadsby in Pennine 7. Phil Olsen in Carmarthen 47. Dane Coupland in Scunthorpe 36. James Sinnott in Carlow 174. And Jordan Tinker in York 35. Those are the cars for race 2 of the 5 races that are coming your way in this first heat of the Potter Plant Hire and Elite Transmissions sponsored class 6s. So I think we've got track clearance. We're away and racing. So from the inside, it's Jordan Tinker in York 35 from the middle of the grid. It's the Pen 9-7 car of Ben Gadsby. They were just about the first ones to show. Problems over there for Dane Coupland. Scunthorpe 36 pulls into the infield. Problems also, I think, for Phil Olsen as York 35 comes past us. Pen 9-7. Carlo 174, James Sinnott in third. The Tivy 36 car, Tristan Daniels, runs fourth. Phil Olsen has picked up the Carmarthen 47 car, gets it up and running again in that fifth place position. As Dane Coupland watches on, I think we got a non-starter. Is that Stuart Thompson? I think White Rose 3, unfortunately, is a non-starter in this one, but certainly very much a starter is York 35 as Jordan Tinker comes past us once again. Ben Gadsby in Pen 9-7, Carlo 174, Tristan Daniels in Tivy 36. It is that close. The leading four pulled away from Phil Olsen after his first corner problems, so he's desperately playing catch-up and more than capable of doing it. But your race leader is going to be York 35 as the yellow board with the black cross comes out. One to go then for Jordan Tinker onto his final circuit. It's all getting close behind him though. Pen 9-7, then Tivy 36. A little bit out of shape was James Sinnott in Carlo 174. I think he went for broke round the outside, nothing to lose. I think Phil Olsen not quite within striking distance, though he's a bit closer now. But down that far side, Jordan Tinker in York 35 looks like he has got this one under control as he comes round to take the checker flag on maximum points. Then York 35 takes a good win. Second place is going to go to Ben Gadsby in Pen 9-7, Tristan Daniels third in Tivy 36, James Sinnott fourth in the Carlo 174, Phil Olsen in Carmarthen 47 completes. So race 3 of the Class 6s. Richard Jones in Cum D279, Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12, Martin James in Carmarthen 11, Nigel Dooley in Carlo number 51, Jordan Coupland, he'll be hoping for a bit better luck than Dane had, Jordan in the Scunthorpe 15 car, Alan Bolger in Carlo 143, and Dalton Thomas in Carmarthen 8. Those are the 7 cars that we have got for race 3. And yellow flags coming out again. And we're ready to go up and racing. Ooh, hold on, right. So if you hear a voice in the background, no, I die. Right, so it is Dalton Thomas in Carmarthen 8 that is the first one to show as they come round, and they all get a little bit parked up on the top end. As Carmarthen 8, Carmarthen 11, that's the 1 and the 2, the Carlo 51 in third, Carlo 143, everybody's got going again, so we're still racing as Dalton Thomas out of that bottom bend, so it's a Carmarthen 1-2, Martin James getting a bit closer to Dalt. These two pulled quite a way clear now of the rest of the field, but it's the 2 South Wales League cars that are very much going to come round 1 and 2. Dalton Thomas it is then in Carmarthen 8. Martin James not making too much impression at the moment in Carmarthen 11. Bit of a gap back then, as we say, to the Carlo car running in that third place, 151. Well, the 2 Carlo cars running third and fourth. Nigel Dooley in 51 and Alan Bolger in 143. The one that's got a bit to do at the minute is Richard Jones in Cum D279 as our race leader comes round. 1 lap to go then for Dalton Thomas in Carmarthen 8. 1 to go for Carmarthen 11 is Martin James. 1 to go for the Carlo 51, racing still ahead just of 143. They've pulled away a little bit now from Dane Coupland, who comes next in Scunthorpe 15, and a good battle going on, but the wrong end of the field from their point of view. C279 racing just ahead of Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12, but it's going to be a South Wales victory in this one, because it's going to be Dalton Thomas that takes it in Carmarthen 8 from Martin James in second place in Carmarthen 11. Carlo 51 finishes then just ahead of the 143. That's the third and the fourth. Completing the fifth place is Jordan Coupland in Scunthorpe 15, Richard Jones in C279 and Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12. So on the line then, race 4, that's Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16, James Armstrong in Scarborough 76, Matt Scourfield in Yatton Sodbury 22, Lee Nicklin in Yorkshire 8, Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41, Matt Manning back in class 6, yeah, he's in class 6, the old man's retired in Evesham 152, and James Palmer in White Rose 720. So those are the 7 cars. So Lee Nicklin out in this one, as I say, in Yorkshire 8, sitting quite well placed at the minute after round 1 of the British Autograss Series. If you're not too familiar with the British Autograss Series, 5 rounds. This should have been round 3, but due to weather intervening, round 1 getting rescheduled, it is actually round 2. So we were down in South Wales, cracking meeting down in South Wales. This is round 2. So yeah, we're up and running for the next run of the Class 6s. So just waiting for track clearance. Yellow flags are flying. And here we go then, away from the line. And it's a very, very level break down the far side. I think we'll just let them sort themselves out. I think it's James Palmer in White Rose 720 that is the first one to show, and manages to close the door on everybody else as he comes past us. Matt Manning runs second in Evesham 152. Scarborough 76 then, James Armstrong in that 3rd place slot. Early first lap problems for Andy Johnson, uncharacteristically in Scarborough 16, finds himself towards the back of the pack, but it's James Palmer in White Rose 720 as the rest of them sort of really battling for this second place position. It's very, very tight for second place downwards, but James Palmer slowly but surely inching his way clear. Matt Manning in 1.5, still there in 1.52. Lee Nicklin runs 3rd in that Yorkshire 8. Problems though for our race leader. White Rose 720, James Palmer just pushed on that start line turn into the wet stuff, and he goes back from 1st to about 5th place, and that leaves Matt Manning as the race leader in 1.52 as he takes the last lap flag from Lee Nicklin, Yorkshire 8. Scarborough 76 runs 3rd, Matt Scourfield in YS22 in 4th. Then racing together is your previous race leader James Palmer in White Rose 720 and Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16, and it's all going a bit wrong for James Palmer on that start line turn, but it's all going all right for Matt Manning as Evesham 152 comes round once again, takes a checkered flag, takes a good win. 152 it is. Lee Nicklin second, Scarborough 76 in 3rd, Matthew Scourfield YS22 in 4th, Scarborough 16 is Andy Johnson, and White Rose 720 not to be that time round for James Palmer. So one race to go for the Class 6s. So we've got 1 in the rerun lane. So race 5 brings out Alex Hay in York 24, Neil Reid in Tivy 221, Martin Phillips in Cumdee 47, Stephen Parsonage in North Wales 146, your current British Autograss Series leader Andy Russell in Invicta Kent 64, and Jay Colgate in SL Treble 2. So once again, another very competitive lineup. It's a British Autograss Series round. You'd expect nothing less. As I say, Potter Plant Hire, our meeting sponsors, and Elite Transmissions, our associate British Autograss Series sponsor. Big thank you. We make no apologies for keep mentioning sponsors. It really does make meetings like this possible. SDG, overall meeting sponsor here this weekend. So big thank you to SDG. So a lot of cone putting back in place. You drivers, I tell you, the marshals aren't going to tolerate this. Would you want to do it? No, neither would I. So there are offences for hitting cones, and those offences, those punishments are certainly going to be applied, as they're just sorting them out on that top bend. Don't forget all the trade stands that are situated primarily down behind us here along the finish straight, and catering facilities. And again, I think there are some catering facilities along the finish straight, and also situated very much along from the start line. And so was it? Yeah, it's lunchtime. It's just gone past 12 o'clock, so it's definitely lunchtime. So if you're feeling peckish, hot, cold food, drinks, then certainly pay a visit to catering facilities. So we thank them very much for their support this weekend. We can keep you fed and watered as you watch the racing, but you might not want to go anywhere at the minute because Class 6s leaving the line for Heat 5 in this first round of qualifying. And the first one to come past us is the Solway Treble 2 car of Jay Colgate. Andy Russell runs second in 64. Martin Phillips in that Cumdee 47 in that third place slot. Alex Hay runs fourth in York 24, the one with a bit to do. Stephen Parsonage in North Wales at 146, making life a little bit harder for himself. As our race leader comes round though, that race leader still the Solway car of Jay Colgate. In Solway Treble 2, IK64 C47 runs second and third. The Tivy 221 car of Neil Reid races ahead of Alex Hay in York 24, and still playing catch up is Stephen Parsonage in North Wales 146. But your race leader then round with 1 lap to go, looking reasonably comfortable at the moment, dare I say. Jay Colgate in SL Treble 2. Andy Russell won't be too dispirited, I'm sure, with the second place in the Invicta Kent 64 as the rest of the cars come through. All the cars now on to their final circuit, but we're watching Jay Colgate going down the far side into that top bend for the last time, and it is SL Treble 2. Jay Colgate that's going to come round, take the checkered flag, take the win. IK64 then in that second place. Third place goes to Martin Phillips in C47. Neil Reid in Tivy 221. York 24 is Alex Hay, and North Wales 146 is Stephen Parsonage. So that completes Class 6s other than the one rerun that we have. So that will be coming out a little bit later on. Talking of reruns, I think that's reruns there that's on the line. So it's Junior Saloons. So for that, of course, it is going to be back over to Hayley.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, this is the rerun of race 2. We didn't get very far in this one. We had a little bit of one got sideways into turn 1, and they all sort of piled up. So coming out in this one in the Tea Cozy Cakes sponsored Junior Saloons this weekend, Digger is your series sponsor. Race 2 should see coming out Yorkshire Dales 139 Lewis Walker, Scunthorpe 161 Troy Holtby, Athelston 212 Hannah Lewis, Severn Valley 147 Hannah Hadley, North Wales 52 Amber Powell, 22F Bo Chamberlain, and the Easham 146 of Molly Bubb, where my runners and riders out there on this one. So a little bit of sort of track work going on all the time. We're just pushing the cones out a little bit and making this track as wide as we can. It is a long track, it's Dale's track, and you can already start and see as the weather's sort of heating up a little bit. We've got that dry line coming out. As always, we've got the trade stands on the back. Wildcat Photography are here. The lady asked me if I would just mention, if anybody wants specific cars pictured, if you pop across and give them your race number and your class, they'll look out for you when you're on track. They'll print them off for you to be able to collect tomorrow as well. So just pop along and see them if anybody wants any photos from those. There are, as always, lots and lots of photographers around, so I'm sure you'll all be eagerly looking out for them over the next few days as well. So just having a little look on that turn 1, we've actually pulled the cones right back in now, so we've kind of pushed them out a bit. Now we're pulling them right back in, ready for this junior race. 2 reruns to come from the juniors. So we'll just have a little look round. I can see yellow flags starting to appear round this track. Stephen Walker spins round, points to the sky, bungees up, and we are away and racing on this one then. But who's going to get the best of the starts then? That grid 8 looks fast. Yorkshire Dales 139. Lewis Walker seemed to have found some grip. They all bunch up there. Troy Holtby's going to look on the outside. Bo Chamberlain's going to look up on the inside as they make their way up into that turn 1. And Molly Bubb's going to join the party up at the front of the field. But it is is Burr Chamberlain in the 22F then that leads them round that turn 2 down past the commentary box this time. Evesham 146, Molly Bubb, Troy Holtby and Lewis Walker then in the Scunthorpe 161 and Yorkshire Dales 139 for your third and your fourth. Athelston 212 then of Hannah Lewis from the North Wales 52 of Amber Powell. Then it's the Severn Valley 147 of Hannah Hadley with all the work to do from the rear of the field. Back up and at the front there, it's the battle between the two micros. We've got Lewis Walker there in the Yorkshire Dales 139 on the inside in that second place position. Just ahead is Burr Chamberlain then in the 22F making the way up into that turn 3. Troy Holtby's there as well in that Scunthorpe 161 as you could throw a blanket over these top 3 cars at the front, but it is Yorkshire Dales 139 then. Home track advantage paying off in this one at the minute as he leads them up into that turn 1. Troy Holtby's looking to reel him in there again, knows this track very, very well down here at the Yorkshire Dales Club. Currently getting a face full of mud in this one there as they come round this time. They will see that yellow flag with a black cross. 1 to go on this one then. Lewis Walker, Troy Holtby, Burr Chamberlain as you 1, 2, 3. Then it's Hannah Lewis in that 4th. She just looks up the inside of Burr as they make their way on the far side of the field. Your top 4 now looking to pull away from the rest of the field. 5th then is the North Wales 52 of Amber Powell from the Evesham 146 of Molly Bubb, and then the Severn Valley 147 of Hannah Hadley. But checkered flag time. Yorkshire Dales 139, Lewis Walker it is then. From the Scunthorpe 161, Troy Holtby. 22F, Burr Chamberlain. Athelston 212 of Hannah Lewis. North Wales 52 of Amber Powell. From the Evesham 146 of Molly Bubb, and then the Severn Valley 147 of Hannah Hadley. So well done to those juniors there. Up on the line then should be race 3 for their rerun. Let's have a little look down this one then. Severn Valley 29, William Hall. Ludlow number 1, Reese Tipton. Severn Valley 107, Will Hadley. PhD number 5, Yazabel Hitchcock. Typhy number 9, Reese Davis. White Rose 18, Blake Crother, and Typhy number 7 of Will Evans should be my runners and riders up there on this one. Having a little look round, a couple of cones just being put out of place. Bungees up, and we are away and racing on this one then. I think there's one still left on the line, but the one from the middle of the field looks fast. That is the PhD number 5 of Yazabel Hitchcock then. But as I say that, it's the Typhy number 7 car that cuts up the inside. Will Evans. Yazabel Hitchcock then spins it right round. She's facing the wrong direction. Yellow flags will come out just to show those back markers. We've got one facing the wrong way, but Typhy number 7, Will Evans it is then. From the Severn Valley 107 of Will Hadley. Then it's the Ludlow number 1 of Reese Tipton. From the White Rose 18 of Blake Crother. Then it's the Severn Valley 29 of William Hall then. And PhD number 5, Yazabel Hitchcock then. She's got all the work to do from the rear of the field. I think struggling with this wet track a little bit. Back up and at the front there, Will Evans it is in the Typhy number 7 from the Severn Valley 107 of Will Hadley as you 1 and 2. Then it's the Ludlow number 1 of Reese Tipton as you 1, 2, 3 in this one then. White Rose 18, Blake Crother in that 4th place position. Then your 5th place is going to be the Severn Valley 29 of William Hall. And your back marker on this one is the PhD number 5 of Yazabel Hitchcock then, with all the work to do from the rear. But back up and at the front, these juniors certainly finding this dry line now. Typhy number 7, Will Evans it is from the Severn Valley 107 of Will Hadley, both now on their last lap, as is the Ludlow number 1 car, Reese Tipton. White Rose 18 of Blake Crother. Severn Valley 29 of William Hall now makes his way up and onto his last lap, but your race leader and this back marker now just scooting and getting themselves stuck in that wet on turn 2. But checkered flag time. Typhy number 7, Will Evans it is. Severn Valley 107 of Will Hadley. Then it's the Ludlow number 1 of Reese Tipton. White Rose 18 of Blake Crother, and then the Severn Valley 29 of William Hall. PhD number 5, Yazabel Hitchcock then gets herself back running to come across in that rear position. So that should complete the junior saloons for Heat 1. Marshall's just having a little look on the track. The water bowser just coming back onto the track. I'm not sure if they're possibly just going to wet the kerns just to try and keep the drivers off the kerns. And then looking up to the line, that looks like it could be a rerun. 5s or 7s, Mickey? 5s. So on that note, I'm going to pass the mic over because myself and Mickey both like the microphone rather than the headphones with the mic piece because I don't like it when I can hear myself talking. And I think Mickey's kind of the same boat as me. So I'm going to hand you back over to Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Hayley. This is that problematical race 1, and it is third time lucky. So we've got cars up on the line. That's good. Lorryinsurance.co.uk, our series sponsor. Extract Shocks, the weekend sponsors for men's class 5s. All right, let's have a look here. So out of grid 7, Colin Chilvers, the man who had the tash but shaved off to make himself look younger. Out of that in the YD 46, Patrick Daly, West Waterford 188. Steve Donovan, IK 72. Barry Miles, Colin Hadley, Baxter Pargetter and Lawrence Blaber. And here we go then. We've got track clearance. Bunge's going to go. Let's go racing then. Men's class 5. Oh, Lawrence Blaber. Absolute flying start again. Where did that come from? Baxter Pargetter, Nottingham 45 goes with him as well. Oh, I've talked him into square wheeling it. Oh, they take a void in action. Oh, dear me. Barry Miles had nowhere to go there. He was on the brakes and he went into the rear quarter of Lawrence. But they all keep it going. Baxter Pargetter then benefits from all of that because it is Nottingham 45 then. Oh, look at that, Barry Miles. The bonnet's up. He's unlucky, my friend. As we go through then, Baxter Pargetter from West Waterford 180. Donovan into that third place and Hadley fourth. Hold on a minute. We've got a bit of a challenge going on for that first place. Patrick Daly fighting his way through on that Baxter Pargetter machine. And is Baxter going to try and find a way back through as they pick up the last lap flag? It is the Patrick Daly machine from Donovan, from Pargetter. Then it's the Hadley machine. There's your 1, 2, 3, 4. The Barry Miles machine. And that early race leader, Lawrence Blaber there, Athelston 13, running in 5th place. But as we come round the final turn, there's a backmarker Miles. Is that going to cause any problems? No. Patrick Daly, West Waterford 188 takes the win. Second goes to Baxter Pargetter from Donovan in IK 71, 72. Colin Hadley in Severn Valley 247. And we've got 2 less come round and finish this. Lawrence Blaber there, Athelston 13. And as I say, Scunthorpe 94. Barry Miles is going to be that final position. So tick in the box. We've completed men's class 5s and super saloons. Up on the line, we are going class 8s. And how many grids are class 8s we got, Hayley? 11 grids. Semi-finals this weekend. And to take you through the 8s, as Barry Miles goes for another lap. I would have just gone off myself, my old friend. And to take you through the runners and riders, over to Hayley Turner Goodwin.
Thanks, Mickey. Yeah, I think that challenge you set me a few years ago is maybe starting to pay off. I am lucky enough to take you through Class 8s this weekend. Race 1 then. So ProLinks is your series sponsor on this one, and Pickering Tyres is your weekend sponsor. Race 1 then should see Scunthorpe 31, Dan Ray, come do numbers 27, Tyler Priest, CW80 of Anthony Conyon, Stairton 77, Ant Ross, Solway number 8, Paul Sharp, York 45, Michael Tinker Abbott, North Shropshire 40, Justin Thomas, and North Wales 24 of Alex Potts. Should be my runners and riders. We've got bungees up on this one then, and we are underway in racing. We've got 2 of them. One's just hit the Marshall post. That was the North Shropshire 40 machine, I think, and we're going to see red flags on that one. Slow it down, boys. Slow it down. So So, race 1 goes to the rerun lane. I'm going to have a deal with these Class 8 drivers. We've got this thing in commentary where if we get red flags, we've got to put money in the pot. I'm going to go around the pits and collect money off all the drivers in the races that need red flagging. So we've just got... I think the ambulance is just coming onto the track, but I think the driver's actually just headed back off. The marshals will just need to go and check that marshal post, I think, because the, as I say, the car did have contacts there with the marshal's post. So, not a flying start with men's Class 8s with the first rerun. Tractors are just making use of that downtime on that turn 1 and that turn 2. You can see on the track there is actually a nice dry line starting to appear. It's an interesting track up at Dales, and the crew certainly know how to work it to get it in the tip-top condition, and it does soon come through. I know we were walking around earlier, and certainly once that sticky comes off the top, it is fairly solid underneath, so the rollers will do the work there. I think just checking that marshal post 1 and make sure that all the marshals are okay. So while we do that, we'll have a little look who's coming out in race 2. It should see North Shropshire 14, Drew Butters, Yorkshire Dales 90, Harry Liversidge, IK 95, Scott Shell, Sturton 691, Zach Yardley, North Wales 115, Connor Jones, Yorkshire Dales 37, Daz Mullen, Ludlow 44, Daniel Smith, and Solway number 6, Dan Talbot, should be my runners and riders. Currently in the BAS standings, the one at the sort of top of the field is Daz Mullen coming out of lane 3. He's currently sat 9th in the BAS standing points. I think just missing out on a final at the last round, sat him in that 9th place position, so he'll be looking to add to that home track advantage for him as well. So we'll have a look at that. Don't gloat, Paul. Paul's just said he didn't have any red flags in his first lot of the men, so well done to him. I don't think I'm going to have the same look this weekend somehow. We're going to have a little look round on this track then. We've got yellow flags starting to appear round on this one. We got bungees up and we are away and racing then. That grid 3 then looked fairly quick, as does the grid 1. Solway number 6 then, Dan Talbot it is from Daz Mullen as you 1 and 2. Now make the way around that turn 2 down past the commentary box, but it's Mullen that leads them from Dan Talbot, from the Lud 44 then of Daniel Smith as you 1, 2, 3 in this one. Then it's Harry Liversidge in that Yorkshire Dales 90 on the far side of the field from Zach Yardley in the Sturton 619 as your top 5. Your race leaders already heading up around that turn 1 and that turn 2 though. Daz Mullen it is then in the Yorkshire Dales 37 that leads them round for another time of asking from the Solway number 6. Yorkshire Dales 90, Ludlow 44. I'm not sure who the next one is. Then it's the North Shropshire 14. They're a lovely shade of brown now on this track. Your back mark on this one then is the North Wales 115 of Connor Jones. But back up and at the front, last lap flag time already for your race leader on this one. Yorkshire Dales 37 it is then from Solway 6 and the Yorkshire Dales 90 of Harry Liversidge. Ludlow 44 then Daniel Smith in that 4th place position, but back up and at the front, these back markers now being caught by your race leader on this one as Daz Mullen's already coming around that turn 2 to see the checkered flag. Yorkshire Dales 37 it is then of Daz Mullen, that takes the win. Then it's going to be Solway number 6 Dan Talbot, Harry Liversidge in the Yorkshire Dales at 90, Ludlow 44 then of Daniel Smith. Then it's the North Shropshire 14 of Drew Butters from the North Wales 115, I think it was, of Connor Jones there. And then just coming round past the commentary box. Sorry, that is Connor Jones just coming round past the commentary box on this one. So that's race 2. Pickering Tyres is your weekend sponsor. Prolinks is your series sponsor. Race 3 then coming out in this one should see Border Counties 40, Gethin Lewis, Solway number 3, Andrew Sharp, Wessex 666, Craig Pyle, Scarborough number 50, Callum Barker, West Waterford 142 of Neil Tivy, 158F of Cat Cox, Evesham number 2, Richard Cooper, and Yorkshire Dales number 7, Liam Nichols. Liam Nichols looks to have had a flyer of a start in the Yorkshire Dales number 7 then as he leads them up into that turn 1, and we're going to see red flags on that one. Slow it down, guys. Slow it down. So I think there was two got it a little bit messy off that start line. So we'll, if we hear of any decisions, we will let you know. We've not got radio up in here, but we have got lap scoring just next door. So that's going to go back into the rerun lane. Race 4 then should see your top point joint top point scorer in the series at the minute, in the form of Spalding number 8 Chris Pope. Joining him in this one then Yorkshire Dales number 5 Aaron Cavagen, Border Counties 64 Liam Morris, Radford 411 of Alex Hall, St Neots 141 of Thomas Browning, Mallow number 9 Ricky Houlihan, Waterford even. Put my teeth back in. 358 of Jack Houlihan. And then the Cumdee number 10 of Stephen Mills. Should be my runners and riders up there. We just have a little look where we're at on this one. We've still got some red flags out on this one. I think we're just on that turn. Turn 1 still got the red flag up. So we'll just have a little look round and see if we can see. We've got a couple of marshals just moving back in across the track. For those of you watching at home that maybe can't see what we can see. So let's have a little look. Wait, we've got that yellow flag bungees up, and we are away and racing on this one then. From the middle of the pack certainly looks quick, but the home man it is then Yorkshire Dales number 5 Aaron Cavagen that leads them up into that turn 1. Perpy goes with him then in Spalding number 8 as Aaron just pushes it wide, gets stuck on that wet. That's going to slow him down. Perpy it is then that takes up the running as your race leader from Border County 64 West Waterford. A 358 then of Jack Houlihan up there as well. Aaron Cavagen's got himself back running, but's dropped down into that 4th place position. But it is Chris Pope then in the Spalding number 8 that's already heading up around that Nutters corner and that turn 2. We're 4 another time of asking. Then it's the Border Counties 64 of Liam Morris, West Waterford 358 then of Jack Houlihan. And then it's the Cumdee number 10 of Stephen Mills, Mallow number 9 of Ricky Houlihan then in that 5th place position, but back up and at the front of the field. Your race leader, nearly half a lap between your front and your back marker on this one now then. Spalding number 8 it is then that leads them up onto their last lap from Border County 64 and the West Waterford 358. Then it's the Mallow number 9, Cumdee number 10, Yorkshire Dales number 5, and then the I think it's the Radford 411 is your back marker on this one, but back up and at the front of the field. Your race leader's already going to come round and see that checkered flag on this one. Spalding number 8 then Chris Pope it is. From Border County 64 of Liam Morris. From the West Waterford 358 of Jack Houlihan. Then it's the Cumdee number 10 of Stephen Mills. From the Yorkshire Dales number 5 of Aaron Cavagen. St Neots 141 at Thomas Browning. Mallow number 9 of Ricky Houlihan. And then the Radford 411 of Alex Hill. Race 5 then should see coming out lane 8, Evesham 20, Norman Gasby, Central Scotland 48, Solly McCallaghan I think it is. If I do get any of these names wrong, I will apologise in advance. Dan McKenzie in the Cambridge 44, who's your joint top point scorer in the current BAS standards. Central Scotland number 12, Rob Morgan. York 811, Dave Newby. West Waterford 132 of Jamie Meehan. IK 116 of Mark Weeks. And White Rose number 11 then of Sean Wright should be the 8 runners and riders up there. Just having a little look round this track. We've got one of the trucks just moving round, I think passing dinner out to the marshals. We're looking after them. It's long days for those marshals out there, so we're trying to keep them topped up with food and water while they're out on the track. So let's have a little look. Another recovery truck just moving back into the middle. So yellow flags are out, bungees up, and we are away and racing on this one then. That grid one certainly got some grip off that line for these Class 8. Sean Wright is then in the white rose number 11 that leads them up into that turn 1 and that turn 2. Just watching it, don't push it too wide and getting that sticky stuff on the outside of the track. Joining him then is the Westwater 132, York 811, Evesham 20, IK 116 then of Mark Weeks up there as well. And as I say that, he just gets it all sorts of spun round yellow flags just to indicate that. So good half a lap between your front and your back marker, one with problems on board, parked up on this finish line straight. But it is the white rose number 11 from the West Waterford 132, York 811 from the Cambridge 44 of Dan McKenzie, then Evesham 20 of Norman Gradsby, IK 116 of Mark Weeks, and then the Central Scotland 18 on this one. But back up and at the front of the field, your race leader Sean Wright is then coming round for another time, coming under pressure there from Jamie Meehan in the West Waterford 132. Then it's Dave Newby in the York 811 as your 1, 2, 3 now make the way up down the far side of the field for another time of asking. The one that found himself parked up on this start line straight's got himself running, but he's got all the work to do from the rear of the field. But back up and at the front, last lap flag time then, white rose number 11 it is from West Waterford 132, York 811, Cambridge 44 as your top ones head up and onto their last lap. Then it's Norman Grosby in the Evesham 20, IK 116 of Mark Weeks, and then the Central Scotland 18, white rose number 11 it is then that takes the win from the West Waterford 132. Dave Newby then in the York 811 in that third place. I'm sure they all did just go past the checker, but the last lap flag was out for the race leaders as well, so they're all coming back round for a victory lap on this one. So white rose 11, West Waterford 132, York 811, Cambridge 44 are your top finishers on that one. Race 6 then, so dropping down to 7 in the grid positions next. Should see Border Counties 81 of Nigel Batch, White Rose number 5 Stu Whitehouse, Ludlow number 4 Bryn Powell, PAC 24 Miles Blewett, York 18 Michael Barrett, Sturton 187 of Lee Talbot, and then that Cumdee 19 of Cameron Mills coming out of that grid 2. So grid 1 being left empty in this one in the random draw thing the system does when it allocates these runners and riders the races and the grid positions on this one. So 5 races in, 2 reruns so far in the men's Class 8s. So just having a look, these, just as I said, we're just trying to get a few Marshall's lunches and bits and bobs out. The tractor looks like it's going to make the way back onto the circuit round up towards that start line and do a bit of track work with the wheels on the back. They're just having a little look on this this turn 2 as well to see what's happening down here. Just checking. I'm not sure if one pushed out a little bit wide near the Armco because they're just having a little look at the Armco, but I think they're fairly happy with it, and just gives the tractor a little bit of chance to roller this track out and push the racing line a lot wider down here. So we're just getting our points through for the current standards for the classes that we've already done. So just having a little look down. I've just been past my juniors, so we'll see them back out for their Heat 2s a little bit later on. That tractor now just making its way back round towards that start line, and we're just having a little, looks like the marshals are just having a little bit of a discussion, certainly on that turn 2 just down there. So we've just got Mr. Almack and Mr. Allinson just doing lunch deliveries by the look of it. Just coming down in one of the mule things they've got for passing things out. And as we say, there's certainly plenty of trade stands for you guys and girls that are here. Varying different food and catering vans, just having a little look round. We've got photography people, Beresford, panels, VP Grassing. What we'll do... XC Works. What we'll do is, when I've finished doing my class 8s, I'll put baby in pram and we'll go for a wander and get a list of them all, and we'll tell you guys who's down here. Trade stands for the races, and well, for anybody up behind commentary and hospitality. So that's where you're heading. There's just some catering vans on that turn 3. Down the far side, and obviously the tyre man's down right against that pit entrance. Pit's just over in the... Thank you, Steve. Pit's just over in the other field, same as we often run. And I think there's just an issue for those of you just watching on the Bass and thinking, Ailey's waffling, what's she waffling about? We're waffling because they're just looking. I think they're not happy with one of the purse on the on where the Armco is. So they're just they've got the purse knocker on the back of the tractor, so they're just having a little look down there. Paul's just joined me in the commentary box. He's just grabbing a cheeky sandwich before his ladies come out in a little bit, and I think Russ Thompson will be heading back up at some point. We've still got another 6 grids of men's class 8s to go, and then we'll see men's class. We might see F600s first, actually, so that'll be Mickey B. Then men's class 10s before we head over to the ladies' classes. So we're just putting another post in that Armco there. The marshal's obviously not happy with it, and the crew know that if they're not happy with it, they need to do it. So that's just what the downtime is about. I know for a lot of people in the sport, you can hear the buzz wandering around. We've been having a little chat. I've been talking to a few drivers and bits and bobs. We came up last night up to the race meeting, and the buzz now. They're talking about the British Autograss series, and obviously we've got our friends over at the UK round as well, and there's certainly a lot of buzz around nationals and the men's nationals in just a few weeks' time. So there's a lot of people saying whether they've qualified or not as well. So that's really exciting for our sport, and it'll be good to head back down to the Evesham track for that one. So just having a little look to see if I can give you a bit more of an update. The post knocker is on the post. They've just got to pop it in. There. We were saying earlier, actually, there was a few of us talking as well. One of the things about this sport, so for anybody that's new and kind of not been to a grassing meeting before, and seen Autograss and what we do and stuff, the beauty of this sport, like I've got an older boy, 11, and a baby, and my boys will grow up in this sport, as of a lot of the juniors that are out here racing when they start at 10. And you get people in some of the older classes, the men's classes, that these juniors kind of, they want to be like them, they're heroes, but they get the beauty that they can go and stand in the pits and have a natter with them and bits and bobs. I know my boy's been, and he's been waving at his hero this morning and had a fist pump when they were signing on and said good luck. So it certainly is a real family sport, and it is good to be back at a big meeting, and I'm back in the commentary box with some of my guys. I call my family, my commentary family. It's really, really nice to kind of see all them back down here this weekend as well. And I mean, for me, Mickey B and Paul have kind of taken me under their wing for a long time in terms of race meetings, and dragged me on the mic and had a go at different classes and stuff. And I always think I'm really, really lucky that I can have a look and have a try at different classes. I can go to a meeting and pick a class up because of what these guys have done to me. So it certainly is for me a real privilege to be back on the mic this weekend, and back working with these guys. There's some fabulous commentators within our sport, and certainly is for me is a privilege to work alongside people as well. So I have to just say thanks to them really for always pointing me in the right direction and keeping me on the straight and narrow when it comes to commentary. It's not always an easy task, and we do sometimes get it wrong, but we do our best. I think Paul's just joining me.
Yeah, really. We did take you under his wing, but now you've taken control. We used to just throw us paperwork around all of it show. Nobody knew what we were doing, where we were, anything. We've come this weekend, Ailey's organised team. We've all got his own folder. It's got a list of sponsors in back of it. It's got us points from Bass first round, and it's got as and then she brings us runners and riders that we've got. So yeah, she did come in, but she just sort of taken off. Because before she came along, we had George. Now, George Capper used to keep us all under control. He'd got us all a set of clipboards, and he gave us all his own clipboard, put all his paperwork on it. And you seem to have taken over, and you're now doing George's job. So we did need somebody like that, because otherwise we're just not organised at all.
Well, I'll definitely take that as a comment, especially with our friend George. And I do miss when George used to come up. We always used to go for a cheeky ice cream, me and George. I'm missing that, but I'm going to go and find an ice cream van a bit later. George and Mickey sort of got me at my first bass round up here at the Yorkshire Dales quite a few years ago now, 2017. In George's memory, I'm going to go and have an ice cream a bit later on, I think.
Yeah, he did like his ice creams, did George? So yeah. And he is missed by all commentators and all things. Looking down onto this track, we are starting to we've just got a little bit of fence repair. There's a little bit of problem getting the post back in, because although it has got a lot of water in this ground, it's not got to go down very far before it gets very hard, because it were rock hard, this track, when we arrived on Thursday. There was no moisture in it whatsoever. But the rain that we've had yesterday and today, but hopefully, looking up to the gods, we'll not get any more rain today. We've got this bit of track work on while we're doing this fence post. Then they're doing a bit of work on the start line, trying to make it a bit more even, because grid 1 were coming off like a rocket, and anybody who gets to the inside line also got a better drive. So they're trying to make it so everybody can get a drive off the start line, and it's equal for everybody. And as Ailey was saying, if you're on site, we have got all the trade stands up here. We've got food at the far end near the pits. We've got a food court behind us. Also remember, there is a bar. If you're not racing and you're not driving home, there is a bar up here. It will be open tonight as well, so you're all welcome to come and have a drink up here. A bit of luck, we might not be long. I think they're just trying to get another post in here behind this Armco to make it a bit. I didn't actually see anybody hit the Armco, but somebody must have done.
No, well, I think there was a few pushing wide earlier. You kind of get that. It's a little bit tacky on the outside of this track at the minute. You can see the dry line coming through, but there's still a bit of sticky sort of on this outside. And I think obviously the concern is that if they come out wide, I haven't seen anybody hit the Armco yet today on this corner, but I think it's just more of a precautionary thing more than anything down here on this turn too. There's a few of them obviously assessed it. I think I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 of them down there just having a little look. at what they're doing, and they will make sure that they're happy with it. It is double arm code on that turn 2 as well, just where they can push a little bit wide. I think it's probably more some of your higher powered classes that are kind of getting that wide line. Some of your smaller engined machines can pull it in a little bit tight, but when you release some of the power in these engines and stuff, it does push you very, very wide.
Well, if you look at what's online now, these Class 8s, I mean, I know we've got people on BAStv that's come across Autograss racing for the first time today, so they don't know anything about these. These lovely little machines that we've got out here, these are well, they're all now motorbike engines. The rule does say you're allowed a car engine up to 1420cc or a 1350cc motorbike engine, but I can't remember the last time I saw a car engine in Class 8, and these cars are less than 400 kilos a piece, and they're throwing over 200 brake horse at back wheels. So when you launch that, it's a missile down that straight. You get to end it straight, and then you've got to try and stop it to keep it on the dry bit. And once you go out, Ailey said it was a bit tacky on outside, a bit tacky. They've about as much grip out there as a dog on lino. So I don't think it's a bit tacky. I don't think there's anything out there. If we want to get out there, then the passengers, basically.
I was trying to be polite, Paul. But you can see when we first came up into commentary this morning, I looked at the track and I thought, oh my word. And my big boys racing junior specials and the heavens opened before they went out. And I was like, oh no, I feel sick. It's his first British Autograss Series round, and he's come off the track with the biggest smile on his face that you have ever seen. And he said he had no grip, but he absolutely loved it. And I think that's the thing with these guys, is they're all made of tough stuff, but that dry line will come through once this top bit comes off. The tractor's obviously trying to do their best to aid that as well. On the track, it looks like the track work could be nearly done on this top bend. I think they're just going to cut the top of that post off because it's really, it was a really long pole that they've put in, and I can certainly hear the chainsaw going. So yeah, the fence crew straight on there and getting that sorted. The post knocker's making its way off over the far side of the field, back into off field, and yeah, these last few bits being put back away. Marshall's making their way back into position, so that means we shouldn't be long and we should be back underway and racing. Yeah, I'm just having a little look across. I've just seen our pictures up on the TV, Paul. And yeah, just having a little look. So yeah, that's what they're doing, just up to the right-hand side of commentary. And for those of you watching on the Bass telly, you laugh at me because I waffle and wave my hands all the time. Don't worry. That's just me in general. So yeah, those tyres, tractor tyres, just being rolled between that turn 1 and that turn 2 again. Fencing crew now making their way back into the middle of the track, and I'm not sure whether they're going to go off or just go into the middle. So we're just having a little look for that tractor to go off then, and then we should get some track clearance on this one. Marshall's certainly happy with that Armco side now, so we shouldn't be much longer and we will be underway and racing. They've lifted a lot of that top sticky stuff off that start line straight as well, right in front of where the guys and girls come off the bungee, so that should make things a little bit easier for them, gaining some traction off that start line. Fence crew now pulling off at the far side of the field as well, so I'm just looking to see if that tractor's going to make its way back into the middle of the field, and then we'll get back underway and racing with race 6 of the Class 8. I was looking to see which race I had coming out, Paul, because I've got 11 of them. So let's have a little reminder of who's coming out to play in this one then. Border count is 81, Nigel Batch. White Rose number 5, Stu Whitehouse. Ludlow number 4, Bryn Powell. PAC 24, Miles Blewett. York 18, Michael Barrett. Sturton 187 of Lee Talbot. And then that Cumdee 19 of Cameron Mills should be the ones up there. We've got, just hearing that, I can hear pitter-patter of rain on the roof. of the perk machine. I think we are going to see a little bit more rain on this one. As my mother would say, we shouldn't get much rain because there's still enough blue sky to make a pair of knickers. I think it must be an old wives' tale or something, but she comes out with some random things. So we've got the digger still doing a little bit of work on the far side of the field, just pulling some of that top sticky off. The tractor rollers certainly worked a lot in on that turn 3 and that start line turn then. So just seeing where we're going to go now, what we're going to do. So let's have a little look down our sponsor list then while we've got a little bit of downtime. So we've got our weekend sponsors and our series sponsors down here at the YD Bass. Have we got enough time to run through them all, or are we going to see some track clearance? We've still got that tractor on. So men's Class 1s, Shebden Plant Hire Limited is your weekend sponsor. TBR Racing is your series sponsor. Men's Class 2, Digit Plant Hire is your weekend sponsor. Fleet Care Services are your series sponsor. We'll catch the rest of those sponsors and keep plugging them over the weekend. Thank you for all your support. But we're going to see yellow flags moving round on this one. And we're just going to look to the Chief Marshal there on the far side of the field. He's still holding his red flag up. I'm not sure if we've got an issue on that start line. He's going to have a little look round. We've got yellow flags out around this track now. We're all looking at him in anticipation. Steve spins round, points to the sky, bungees up, and we are away in racing. Come D19 then, Cameron Mills found the grip on that... off that grid 1, White Rose, number 5, Stu Whitehouse then looked to go with him. Flames shooting out the back of his car on that one as they make their way around that turn 2. Come D19 it is then from White Rose number 5, Lud 4, York 18, PAC 24, Miles Blewett from the Border Counties 81 of Nigel Beach, and then the Sturton 187 of Lee Talbot finds himself at the rear of the field to do with all the work to do. Back up and at the front then, Cameron Mills in the Come D19 then that leads him round from Stu Whitehouse in the White Rose number 5, Ludlow number 4 then of Bryn Powell in that third place from York 18 of Michael Barrett as you top 4 now making the way up down the far side of the field then. Your race leader now half a lap between your front and your back marker on this one. Millsy it is then in Come D19 that is the first to lead them up and onto their last lap. 1 to go. Cameron Mills it is from Stu Whitehouse, from the Ludlow number 4 Bryn Powell, from the York 18 of Michael Barrett. And then it's the PA 24 of Miles Blewett. But back up and at the front, your race leaders are already going to come round that turn 2 and see the checkered flag on this one. Cameron Mills it is then from Stu Whitehouse, from Lud 4, York 18, PAC 24 then from the Border Counties 81 of Nigel Batch, and then the Sturton 187 of Lee Talbot. Race 7 then should see coming out York 36 Harry Hurst, PhD 47 Dan Thomas, who is currently sat 6 in the points. Scunthorpe 181 Dan Barnard, Solway number 2 Phil Talbot, TA 14 of Wes Hathaway, Cumdy 115 Matt Owen, Border Counties number 6 Daniel Stead. We've got bungees up and we are away racing. I think that's a PhD 47 of Dan Thomas that looks quick out of that grid 7, but I think that grid 1's persevered again, and it is the Border Counties number 6 of Daniel Stead that's leading them up around that turn 2, down past the commentary box then from Dan Thomas as you 1 and 2. Then it's Dan Barnyard in the Scunthorpe 181. Come D115 then, Matt Owen sits in that 4th place position, but your race leader's already heading up around that turn 1 and that turn 2. Only quarter of a lap between your front and your back markers on this one then, and it is the Border Counties number 6 then from PhD 47, Scunthorpe 181, Come D115 from the Typhoon 14 then. Solway number 2 of Phil Talbot, and then that York 36 of Harry Hurst at the rear of the field. Dan Banyard then up a place into that second, popping flames out as he makes the cut up the inside. Last lap flag time for your race leader then. Dan Thomas it is from Daniel Banyard as you 1 and 2. Now make the way around that 10-3 and that start line 10. Border Counties number 6 then. Daniel Stead's dropped down into that 4th and losing a lot of ground as they look up the inside of him. Not sure if he's got a problem on board because he's dropped from 1st down to that 5th place position. But checkered flag time for your race leader. And PHG 47 it is then from Scunthorpe 181. But Cumdy 115, Typhy 14, Border Counties number 6, Solway number 2, and that York number 36 of Harry Hurst. So race 8 then coming out in this one. Cambridge 427, Sam Matthews currently sat 3rd in the points. Should be coming out of that grid 6, and I can certainly see him sat up there joining them in this one then. South Somerset number 3, Russ Shepherd, Radford 62, Chris Dance, Radford 76, Tom Hawthorne, Mallow 13, Colin Linham, York 888, Peter Bealby, and Isham 25, Matt Barker should be up on the line in this one. Just having a little look round. Track clearance is given bungees up. Mallow 13 of Colin Lindham found the gap then as he come off the line, heading them up into that 10-1 and that 10-2 this time. They all look to come round then, and it is the Mallow 13, Cambridge 427, South Somerset number 3, York 888, Peter Bealby. Just tapped the anchor, but I think still keeps himself running. Radford 62 and then the Radford 76, but back up and at the front of the field your race leader's already heading up around that 10-1 and that 10-2 for another time of asking. The Mallow 13, Colin Linham it is then from Cambridge 427 of Sam Matthews as you 1 and 2. Then it's the South Somerset number 3 of Russ Shepherd in that 3rd place position from the Radford 62 of Chris Dance, and now heading up down the far side of the field. Nearly half a lap between your front and your back marker on this one. Then your race leader's going to come round and see that yellow flag with the black cross. Mallow 13 it is from Cambridge 427, South Somerset number 3, Radford 62, Evesham 25, and that York 888 of Peter Bealby then. Radford 76 of Tom Hawthorne finds himself at the rear of the field, but back up and at the front it is going to be the Mallow 13 car then of Colin Linham that leads them round to take the checkered flag from Sam Matthews, from Russ Shepherd as you 1, 2, 3 in this one then. And then it's the Evesham 25 of Matt Barker from the York 888 of Peter Bealby, Radford 62 then of Chris Dance from Radford 76 of Tom Hawthorne. The one we lost on that one then, I was going to say we lost, he didn't come across, and I did put him in. Well done to grid 8. Race 9 then should see coming out Scunthorpe number 50, Chris Juggins, White Rose number 9, Graham Moss, Scarborough number 3, Wes Green, Breeden Hill 18, Carl Burns, Yorkshire Dales 69, Dale Fairler, North Wales number 9, Craig Dodd, and Typhy 57 of Jake Herdman. A little bit of water being put down just on the kerns, just to keep the drivers off the kerns and save the marshals' legs walking backwards and forwards. So that's 10, 3 and 4 done. I'm going to do the same again at the top end of the field. So 7 of them are coming out, so grid 7 is the one where nobody's coming out from. I think I can see a gap in maybe in grid 3 as well there. But we'll have a little look when they come off the line. Is that Bowser going to make its way back into the middle, or is it heading off the track? Let's have a little look up. Oh dear. So Bowser's just going to make its way back off the track, probably head for a refill. As I say, just watering the kerns just to keep the drivers off the kerns more than anything, save those marshals' legs. It's long days. I'm not quite sure. I haven't had a tally up yet how many drivers we've got here this weekend. But I'm sure we'll bring you that over the weekend. Semi-finals then in the Class 8s, Typhy 57 then, Jake Herdman it is that leads them up into that 10-1 and that 10-2. We've got one facing the wrong way, but they all avoid contact. Typhy 57 it is then, Jake Herdman from the Breeden Hill 18, White Rose number 9 then of Graham Moss, Yorkshire Dale 69 of Dale Fairler. but back up and at the front of the field it is Jake Herdman then, half a lap between your front and your back markers on this one. I think that's Chris Juggins that found himself spun round and's got all the work to do, but back up in the front Jake Herdman it is then from the Breeding Hill 18 of Carl Burns as your 1 and 2, then it's Graham Moss from the Yorkshire 69 of Dale Fairlow, and then the Wes Green Machine in Scarborough number 3. Chris Juggins just gets it a little bit sideways. The other one cuts up the inside. I think is the North Wales number 9 of Craig Dodd, but back up and at the front. Last lap flag time for your race leader on this one. Jake Herdman it is then from Carl Burns, from Graham Moss as your 1, 2, 3. Wes Green's now around the outside of Dale Fairlow then in that 3rd and 4th place position, but Chris Juggins and then that North Wales number 9 of Craig Dodd now make the way up and onto their last lap, but checkered flag time. Typhoon 57 it is then of Jake Herdman that takes the win from the Breeding Hill 18 Carl Burns, White Rose number 9 of Graham Moss. 4th goes to the Scarborough number 3 of Wes Green from the Yorkshire Dale 69 of Dale Fairlow, excuse me. Scunthorpe 50 Chris Juggins and then the North Wales number 9 of Craig Dodd. Excuse me. Race 10 then should see Ash Howard in the PhD 21. He's currently sat in 4th in the British Autograss Series standings. Joining him then is Border County 69 Adam Jones, IK 65 Tim Russell, 95F Owen Williams, South Somerset 25 of Stephen Drayton, Spalding 43 Ashley Robinson, and that's Solway number 4. But it is the Border County 69 from the PhD 21, IK 65 then Tim Russell, 95F Owen Williams in that 4th place position. 6 is the Spalding 43 then of Ashley Robinson, who looks to look up the inside but back up and at the front. Border County 69 Adam Jones it is then that leads them round for another time from Ash Howard in the PhD 21. Then you've got Tim Russell in the IK 65 in that 3rd place position then. The front 3 looking to be away and gone from the rest of the field. You've got a spinner on that turn 4 down the far side, but back up and at the front. Last lap flag time then. Adam Jones it is from Ash Howard, from Tim Russell as your 1, 2, 3 in this one. Then it's Ashley Robinson in the Spalding 43, South Somerset 25 of Stephen Drayton. Then it's the Solway number 4 of Kev McBride, but back up and at the front it's going to be checkered flag time for your race leader and your race winner on this one. Border County 69 it is then that takes the win from Ash Howard, from Tim Russell as your 1, 2, 3 in this one. Then it's Ashley Robinson in the Spalding 43 from the South Somerset 25 of Stephen Drayton. Then it's the Solway number 4 of Kevin McBride, and then coming round to complete the lineup on this one is the 95F of Owen Williams. So that's that one done. We'll tick that off. Race 11 then. Ooh. They're trying to give me a heart attack in this commentary box, I tell you. Lap scoring door just flung open. Race 11 then, and no time to go through the runners and riders then, because we've already got bungees up. And we are underway and racing on this one then. And that looks like it's the Yorkshire Dale 75 of James Heselton then that leads them up into that turn 1 and that turn 2. Hesse pushes wide. That's going to allow Emily Gill in the Scunthorpe 20 and the North Shropshire 151 of Tom and Chadwick to move up into that 1st and 2nd place. Heading up down the far side of the field. James Heselton then drops down into 5th place. Back up and at the front though, your race leader's already heading up around that turn 1 and that turn 2 this time. Scunthorpe 20 is then Emily Gill from the North Shropshire 151. IK 356 Cork 296 of Stephen O'Neill then. But back up and at the front of the field, Emily Gillett is then in the Scunthorpe number 20 is going to lead them round. As she comes round this time, she'll see that all-important yellow flag with the black cross. 1 to go on this one then. North Shropshire 151 of Thomas Chadwick from IK 356 of Mitch Wells as you 1, 2, 3 in this one. Now make the way around that turn 3, heading up down the far side of the field. Half a lap left to go for your race leader on this one then, as Emily Gill leads them up into that turn 1 and that turn 2 for the final time. Checkered flag out ready and waiting on this one then. Scunthorpe 20 it is. Emily Gill from the North Shropshire 151. IK 356 of Mitch Wells. CK 296 of Stephen O'Neill came across from James Heselton. And then I think the ones I didn't give a mention to was the IK 28 of Owen Lloyden and the Pennine number 9 of James Bowes. So well done to them. So 11 races, 2 reruns to come. So we'll see men's the race 1 and race 3 out a little bit later on. Up on the line, that looks like a rerun because they're definitely a lovely shade of brown. And Mr. Steve Langley's joined me in the box, so I'm going to hand you back to Steve.
Thank you very much then, Hayley. Yeah, that's the way to spot them, isn't it? Right, Class 6, men's race 1 rerun gets away from the line, and it's Scunthorpe 33 then, Glyn Bailey, that is the first one to show. Potter Plant Hire and Elite Transmissions are sponsors this weekend as Glyn Bailey comes past us for the first time. Tucking into second place, Josh Holden in the Penhow 9 machine as they go around that start line turn and just sorting themselves out a little bit. But it is Scunthorpe 33, Glyn Bailey, that looks to put a couple of 3-car lengths now between himself and the second place car. That second place car still Joshua Holden in Penhow 9. Tucked into that third place slot and trying to reel in the 2 race leaders is the Mallow car of Jack Brown and Mallow 182, Scarborough 97 and York 77 then racing together. That's Gus Grayson just ahead of Carl Proctor in the York 77 machine, and Lewis Clayton completes it all in the Spalding 5 machine. As their race leader comes round, we're without Anthony Conway in Scunthorpe 91, but we are very much with Glyn Bailey in Scunthorpe 33 as their race leader takes the field onto the last lap. Josh Holden, can he do anything in Penhow 9 on this final circuit? Jack Brown in problems for Penhow 9. The car goes and expires coming out of that start line turn, so that leaves Glyn Bailey as the very comfortable race leader as he comes round for the final time. SC33 takes the win. It's going to be close for second, but it's going to be Jack Brown in 182 just ahead of Carl Proctor. In York 77, Scarborough 97 is Gus Grayson and Lewis Clayton in Spalding 5, and rotten luck there on Josh Holden over on the far side. Penhow 9 coming to a halt. So that completes the Class 6s for their rerun. So not quite sure what's coming up to the line next, because there ain't a lot on the start line at the minute. So don't know whether they're going to do some work on it or quite what they're looking to do, but certainly it's noticeable by the absence of race cars down there at the minute. So if anybody's been through it, then 578 drivers signed on this weekend, which means to get through to completion, excluding reruns, then we've got 281 races. Hey, what other sort of motorsport do you get that sort of value for money? 281 races across the weekend for what, 30 quid? Heck, blimey, can't be bad at all, can it? And weather forecast is set quite fair, I think, so might get the odd shower today. I think we might be suffering another one of those at the moment, but yeah, certainly tomorrow is looking good. It might be a slightly heavy shower at the minute, but yeah, shower it is. Right, so coming to the line then, I think we've got F600s looking at them. So yeah, they are bringing the men's F600s up to the line, so in that case I shall vacate the hot seat, vacate the microphone, and we'll say hello once again to, looks like, Mr. Paul Glover.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Yeah, looks like I'll take you through these because Mickey B is off doing other things. He's stuffing his face. He's very busy. He's stuffing his face down in hospitality. So, not sure who's coming out on what grid. We've got the runners and riders. We've got Addison Barnbrook that's in top points position in Scunthorpe 145. Trevor Frost in second place in White Rose 400. Harry Russell in Yorkshire Dales 86 in third. Then it's Graham Foster-Vigers in Yorkshire Dales 62. Jamie Duggan in Hereford 16, and Pete Bealby in York treble 9.
I was waiting for 8.
York treble 9 will not be racing. Oh, Mickey B's back. So we'll pass you back to Mickey B, that's going to take you through F600s.
Thanks very much, Mr. Lover Paul Glover. Yeah, I was merrily having a cup of coffee, looking down, and I thought, we've got some Class 8 reruns, and then I thought, 600s. So off we go then. Right, okie dokie. No runners and riders. I thought we had some paperwork in here at some point. Yeah, so here we go then. Let's bring it round, and it is that Scunthorpe. That's the 145 Harrison Barnbrook. Well, he's a bit greedy, isn't he? Because he's unbeaten so far. All 3 heat wins down at South Wales and won the final. And look at him, he just seems to be off and gone. Has it got a 600cc engine in there, or is it a 900 or something like that? Who knows? But he's off and running without this one. Then we go down to that Solway 100 machine. And the Dawsons, there's quite a few of them in there as they take it round. And again, I'll get the paperwork because we've got about 4 or 5 extra cars that are signed on over and above the BAS points from last time. So Barnbrook then from the Dawson machine, the Yorkshire Dales 106 and the Hereford 16 of Jamie Duggan. So that's is how they're running, and as I work through, I'm sure I'll find it in a minute because I've definitely seen it because I've put points down, and points make prize. There you go, and there we go. Harrison Barnbrook takes the win. Solway 100 in that second. Yorkshire Dales 106, and then Hereford 16. Jamie Duggan who across the line to pick up his points. So there we are, right at the back it was, and just check the sponsors because we have got a couple of changes. So it's D&D Transport, our series sponsor, and Z Cars, our sponsors for the weekend. Here we go then, we're off in race 2. Paul Weaver, Harry Russell, Jamie Smith, Graham Foster-Vigors. That is, and there's only 3 come out to play on this one. Harry Russell there out of the J-Specs, a top runner in the J-Specs, now into an F600. But all nicely bunched up, aren't they? As that Yorkshire Dales 103, Jamie Smith. But he's got company because Graham Foster-Vigors, a former British champion, is pushing him hard, but Jamie just protecting that first place, and Graham trying to apply pressure, trying to get in a push a bit wider, and that might have just left the door open for Harry Russell, who finds a gap and moves himself up into that second place, as Jamie Smith then still defended that first place, but he's got Harry Russell now looking to come up the inside of him. Can he get the grip and exit that start gate turn leading it? And he does. Jamie Smith into that second place, and then it is that Yorkshire Dales 86, and all change again because Smith is back into the lead. Graham Foster-Vigors goes side by side with that Harry Russell machine up into that turn 3. Round they go. This is great racing just from 3 F600s, and it is Harry Russell then. Yorkshire Dales 86 again takes up the run in down into that turn 1. What can Smith do? What can Vigors do as they bring it round Nutter Corner out of that turn 2? It's a chasing it for the line. Checker flag. Harry Russell takes it. Yorkshire Dales 86 from Graham Foster-Vigors. Yorkshire Dales 66 and Yorkshire Dales 103 of Jamie Smith. So there we go. That is your F600s done and dusted for now. We've got Class 8 reruns up on the line. I know my lad's got a rerun. He's in. It was, I think, the race 3. But I think Hayley will be back to do the Class 8 rerun, unless we've got some paperwork. I know a man who can do Class... I can see Hayley running through the rain. Here we go then. We are off and running. Down into Nutter Corner they go.
Thanks, Mickey. Yeah, I was just going to make the baby a bottle. I'm assuming it's race 1, but I've not actually looked. So we'll have a little look. Yeah, it is race 1 because that is Staten 77 then. of Ant Ross that is leading them up around that turn 3. And that's Stargate 10. Scunthorpe 31, Dan Ray goes with him then in that second place position. We've got 2 cars that parked up, tangled together on that turn 2, but they are out in that rough stuff, so I think they're probably out of harm's way for now. Starting 77 it is then from Scunthorpe 31, York 45 from the Cumdee 27 of Tyler Priest, then it's the Solway number 8 of Paul Sharp. The ones that's left running on this one, but it's Rossi at the front of the field then in the starting 77 that leads them up into that turn 1 and that turn 2 for another time as he comes around this time. He will see that yellow flag with the black cross. 1 to go on this one then. Rossi it is from Dan Rager 1 and 2. Then it's Tyler Priest in the Cumdee 27. Just catching my breath back at the same time. And Ross it is then in the starting 77 that's going to lead them up into that turn 1 and that turn 2 for the final time. Put some maximum points on the board in this one. And Ross it is then from Dan Ray as you wanted to. Tyler Priest from the York 45 of Michael Tinker Abbott. Then it's the Solway number 8 of Paul Sharp then. So just having a little look to see if I can see any numbers of the 2 that's parked up. I'm guessing the ones I didn't see come across was the North Wales 24, North Shropshire 40 and the CW 80. We're just having a little look. So one of them is the CW 80 of Anthony Coyne. But we're just having a little look to see if we can see the other one, because they're all a little bit mucky. And they're all facing the wrong way from us. Just a reminder to drivers then, I know it's wet and I know you're getting... I know you're all getting wet on the track and stuff, but please make sure you're washing your numbers off between your races. It's difficult enough up here in commentary and lap scoring sometimes, but yeah, just please make sure you're washing your numbers off between your races. If we can't see your numbers, you'll not get your points. So that's all there is to it, really. Race 3 should be up on the line then, and coming out in this one we should see Border Counties 40 Gethin Lewis, Solway number 3 of Andrew Sharp, Wessex 666 of Craig Pyle, Scarborough 50 of Callum Barker, West Waterford 142 of Neil Tivy, 158F of Cat Cox, Evesham number 2 of Richard Cooper, and the Yorkshire Dales number 7 of Liam Nichols should be the runners and riders up there. I think we've got a gap in the middle. I don't think I can see the Wessex 666 car coming out of grid 6. I can certainly see Callum Barker up there in the Scarborough 50 and Liam Nichols in the Yorkshire Dales number 7 coming out of that grid 1. I'm not sure if there's a space next to him. Sometimes a little bit deceiving from where we are up in commentary. I should have a look at the TV screen in front of me, shouldn't I? 1, 2. Yeah, I think there's just the grid 6 that's possibly not got somebody in. So that's that North Wales 24 of Alex Potts then that's making the way back into the pits. It looks like we're just getting the other one hooked up on to the recovery. And we'll get that one... taken back into the pits. Yeah, we were just stood down in hospitality, and Rusting said to me, he said, I think that could be 8s on the line. They'll come on when you stood down here. I said, I know they will, and I had to run past the baby and start running to get in. And then we're heading over to men's at class 10. So we've just got that one being pulled into the middle. I think they'll stop with that one in the middle and they'll get this class 8 race underway before taking it back into the pits. Having a little round 3 yellow flags that point to the sky, bungees up, and we are underway and racing on this one then. That one from grid 2 certainly looked fast, but it's Liam Nichols that leads them up into that turn 1 and that turn 2 for this time of asking. Callum Barker looks on the inside, just gets his back end a little bit far round, pulls it back round, but that's dropped him down the field a little bit. Yorkshire Dales number 7 it is then from the North Wales 142, 158F of Cat Cox then in that third place position. Liam Nichols just pushes it wide. That's opened the door and allowed a new race leader on this one as they make their way up into that turn 1 and that turn 2 for this time of asking. Nichols has gone wide and hit that rough, but he's looking to gain some ground on that race leader. West Waterford 666, I think it is. Then the third place is the 158 of F of Cat Cox then, as they're all starting to get a little bit muddy and spread out around this track. So we're number 3 then. Andrew Sharp gets it square wheeled between that turn 3 and that Stargate turn. He's got all the work to do from the rear of the field. Last lap flag time then. West Waterford 142. Yorkshire Dales number 7. 158F from the Border Counties 40. From the Scarborough number 50 of Callum Barker then. And the Solway number 3, Andrew Sharp's pulled off into the middle of the field then, but back up into the front of the field. Your race leader's already coming round to complete another lap. North Wales 142 it is then, from the Yorkshire Dales number 7 as your 1 and 2. Then it's the 158F from the Border Counties 40 of Gethin Lewis, and then that Scarborough 50 of Callum Barker. So that completes my men's class 8s. Up on the line, they look shiny clean, so they've not been out yet. So we must be heading over to men's class 10s. Joining us in the commentary box is Russ Thompson. Are you microphone or ear headphones, or how are you doing?
I'm a mic.
You're a mic man.
Yeah,
so we'll... I'll pass the microphone over and I'll see you a little bit later on.
Yeah, thank you, Hayley. So here we go then. We go to men's class 10s for the first time this weekend. KS Coles Farming, your sponsor this weekend. And it says Pro Links on here, but it says SGS Gas is on the screen. So we'll go with both. Okay, so as we go then, first of 3 races of the 10s coming through. Who's that coming past us for the first time? It's Phil Young, Evesham 23, then ahead of the Scunthorpe 53 of Carl Ray. Then Carl at the wheel, had an outing last weekend at Scunny, getting settled back into things and running a good second place at the moment. Lewis Riley's there then, just being passed by the Alphaston 21 of George Young, but Lewis Riley in the Scarborough 88, the Nationals winning car from 2022. But at the moment, nobody's keeping up with Phil Young, who is storming clear in Evesham 23. Spit a flame out of the back of the Mallow 25 of Tyrone Cusack as he goes through a challenge on the second place. Ray lost it momentarily to George Young. Young on the outside, Ray on the inside, but it's Youngie of a different one. Phil Young leading the way with a lap to go. Evesham 23 it is. Scunthorpe 53 retakes second place. Alphaston 21, Scarborough 88. Then it's the Mallow 25 and Craig Bartlett. And it looks like the Grasby case, Jill Grasby at the wheel of Evesham 122, just chasing through at the moment. But they're all on the final circuit. Here's the checkered. And it's going to be Phil Young, Evesham 23 then, kicks off Class 10 with a win. Second is Scunthorpe 53. Third, Alphaston 21. Then it's Scarborough 88. Mallow 25. And all not happy there. Central Scotland 43, Evesham 122. And that is that. So, yeah, a little mistake on the sheet. SGS Gas is your series sponsor of men's class 10s for the British Autograss series. While this weekend we can thank KS Coles for the class sponsorship, of course. Paul is out in this next race in the 10s. 3 grids of cars. And your points at the moment then, round 1 winner, Lee Seagreaves, is the one at the top of the table. He comes out in this next one as well, along with Callum Hope, Paul Coles, Brandon Young, Kelly Bishop and Ben Herdman. Away we go, and it's Herdman who's quick out the blocks. Leads into turn 1 with a Radford 207. Coles goes with him in South Somerset 166. Oh, he's nudged into the back of him. And Seagreaves slides across the front of the pack with Colesy left parked up. Evesham 1 just a bit out of shape. He gets going as well. Remains in 3rd place. Paul Coles gets rejoined in South Somerset 166. But new race leader it is. Lee Seagreaves, your points leader. He is at the head of the pack in ARC number 1. Then it's Radford 207, Evesham 1 in that 3rd position. Missed the one in 4th. We'll pick them up in a moment. But it's Kelly Bishop to 3rd now in Yayton Sodbury 37. and it's Callum Hope back and forth in York Wonderful 4. Paul Coles continues on his way in the South Somerset car with one struggling. That's Evesham one struggling on the inside line there. I think a bit of damage on board. He's not going much further at all. But Seagreaves, it is 1 lap to go. Then it's Herdman looking much more comfortable with that car this year. Really struggled last year, but it's all starting to work out for him nicely in the Radford 207 as he continues on in that second position. Bishop in third ahead of Hope. There's Brandon Young. He's got some problems on board of Evesham 1, but hopefully going to struggle around for the points. But here's your winner, Lee Seagreaves it is, ARC number 1. Radford 207 second, Yaton Sodbury 37 home third, York Wonderful 4, then it's South Somerset 166, and one left to finish, and it didn't really work out for him. Brandon Young in Evesham 1 hit problems at the midway stage, and unfortunately those problems didn't clear up, and struggles through to pick up what could be vital points. So 2 races completed as quick as a flash. And we're going to go with race 3 in a moment then. Andy Hornshaw, York 7, Mark Pascal, Hereford 250, Gareth Cooper, Yorkshire Dales 17, Wes Tinker, York 40, Sam Burbage, Sturton 40, and Chris Ellis, South Somerset 6. So it looks to be some space on the grid there. So Hornshaw out of 8, Pascal 6, so that explains that gap. Cooper in 4, so that explains the gap in grid 5. Tinker 3, Burbage 2, Ellis 1, and away we go. And I think Mark Pascal's left on the line. Now he gets it going, and it's Chris Ellis then who leads to turn 1. He sorts to control the pace in that first turn. Andy Hornshaw looks to go with him, looks up the inside. Sam Burbage looking up the inside of Hornshaw as well. There's contact, and York 7 out of shape. Then he straightens it up and rejoins in third. Wes Tinker in that 4th place. Mark Pascal with it all to do in Hereford 250. Hornshaw looks to fight back at Burbage, but at the moment it's no way through, and Chris Ellis is the one controlling it. Not seen Chris for a while myself, and it's good to see that he's running strongly here. 4th in the British Series after round 1 and leading this race nicely. Hornshaw's made a pass and he's got through ahead of Sturton 40. York 40, nothing in this at the moment, really not showing the true pace that Wes Tinker usually shows. And Mark Pascal still got it all to do, and the pace just not there with him this time around. 1 to go, and Ellis now may start to come under pressure here, because York 7 looks to the outside line. And is Ellis being a little bit too conservative there down the Stargate turn, the back where the start straight for the last time, and Hornshaw's found the gap up the inside, and York 7 then takes up the running at the last stages. And Hornshaw's going to win it. York 7 it is, then takes the checkered flag. Second is South Somerset 6. Sturton 40 just fends off York 40 for that 3rd position. And then Mark Pascal, it never got going after a poor start, but he completes it all. So there we go, 3 Class 10 races. 3 Class 10 races finished. Nicely done. And it looks like we've got an 8 rerun on the line. I think this is the last outstanding men's race before we go into the ladies, who are eagerly queuing up just as the latest shower reaches us. So, yeah, they're certainly enduring it today. Unfortunately, the men and ladies who are doing their obviously very best to put on a show for the crowds here this weekend. I hope it's not going to deter you too much, but anyway, Hayley, I think, is baby duty, so we'll take you through this class out. I thought this one got done. This has got Daz Mullen in it, and Mullen won his race, I'm sure. Anyway, he leads the way again into turn 1. We've got Dan Talbot, Solway 6, slotting into 2nd place. I think it's Zach Yeardley in 3rd in the black and orange machine in Sturton 691. No, it's not, it's Lud 44. So the Ludlow car then moves into 2nd place as they splash their way through the turn. And might be Yeardley in 3rd place now in that Sturton 691, but look at that, 3 cars wide. It's difficult to tell who's who. Solway 6 is one of them. I think it might be Owain Williams in Forest 95. I know it's Drew Butters at the back of the field in North Shropshire 14. And Mullen once again is clear. Then it's Ludlow 44. It's Scott Shell. And Invictus 95 just going through, but he's understeering, losing one position, may lose two as they go through the Stargate turn once more. But it is remaining with Mullen. Talbot's in there somewhere as we look to the screen for a better view. But it's Daz Mullen then with one to go. Yorkshire Dales 37, Ludlow 44. Apologies, not got the name to hand. But in that second place, Solway 6, then it's IK 95, Sturton 691, and not sure on the next one. It is North Shropshire 14 at the tail end. Oh, it's Connor Jones, North Wales 115, penultimate position. But Daz Mullen then won the first attempt and easy does it in the second. Takes the win. Yorkshire Dales 37. Second place, good drive. Ludlow 44. In that second place, Solway 6, Sturton 691 without the goggles, IK 95 likewise, North Wales 115, not a good run for Connor Jones, and disappointment as well for your tail ender. North Shropshire 14 of Drew Butters. Right, that is me done for the time being. I'll be back with ladies class 2s, which are coming straight after ladies class 1s. So over to Paul Glover to take you through 4 grids of the ladies 1s.
Thanks, Ross. Yeah, we'll go straight on to the ladies' class 1s. If I can find some sponsors, I will do. Ladies sponsors, Cooper Classics and Sports Cars that's sponsoring this weekend. And the series sponsor is TBR. So a big thanks to Tom Bell at TBR for sponsoring us for the series, and Cooper Classics and Sports Cars for this weekend. And we've got Laura Davis in TA2 coming out in lane 2. She's top of the shop at the start of today. And then we've got the Meg Parsons in lane 3 in Lud 19. Scunthorpe 951, Claire Crompton, who's coming out in lane 4, and she's second coming into this weekend. Sophie Sheehan in the PAC 33 will be coming out in lane 5, and she's third this weekend. Then we've got Rebecca Starbuck in Yorkshire Dale 717 out in lane 6. Kirsty Glover in Scunthorpe 171 comes out in lane 7. Jasmine Kosak in Mallow 5 will be coming out on the outside in lane 8. Looking around, starting to get yellow flags around this field. Yellow flag goes up on post 1, bungees up, and we're away and racing. I'm not 100% sure. This is not race 1.
It's got Scarborough 95 in it.
It's race 4 on the line. Race 4. Race 4.
Yep, Ailey Verity in Y90. She's in second place. They've got red flags on that one, so now I found out which race it is, we'll send them back and start again. It was the West Waterford that got the good start. Sarah hit me hand in that West Waterford 154. So we got in this one then.
Scunthorpe 171's in this one. Kirsty.
Oh, so Kirsty, so we'll go back and we'll try. Yep, race 1. So this one has got Jasmine Kosak, Kirsty Glover, Rebecca Starbuck, Sophie Sheehan, Claire Compton, Meg Parsons and Laurie Davis. So we'll now get them back into the correct order, and we'll start with race 1, seeing as race 4 failed miserably. Only got a straight. And we're getting yellow flags around this field, waiting for a yellow flag on the start line. As soon as we get a yellow flag on the start line, I think we'll be away and racing. We might have a bit of problem with the bungee. That might be why there were a red flag on that one. Somebody might have busted the bungee. So as soon as we get that sorted, we'll be away with this ladies class 1s, sponsored by Cooper's Classics and Sports Cars. So just as I say, I still think we're waiting for the start line. Must have a problem with the bungee. Still got a red flag up on that start line. Everybody else is ready. There's still a lot of action down on that start line. Marshall's walking across the front, just dragging a new bungee across by the look of it. Looks like we've had to go and fetch a new one. So they're just going to put a new bungee on. If you're watching on BAStv, then you've not seen this before. We do use the vertical bungee, same as what's used at Speedway, and it does sometimes get caught up on the cars. Still got problems of taking it back. Not sure. Just apologies for the bit of downtime, but as soon as we get this bungee sorted. So I've still got this problem with this bungee. We're waiting to get a new bungee, get it fitted, and then we'll be away and racing. If you're watching on BAStv and you've not seen these before, these is Autograss cars Class 1s, 1000cc front wheel drive. Can be raced by all the family really, because mums and dads can race them in the ladies and the men's, and then the juniors from 10 to 16 in the junior racing. Not that you get a lot of families racing the same car, but you get a few.
So just while we've got a moment, I'd just like to say a big thank you out to the Bryan family who have been listening intently on the red flag competition that we've got going here in the commentary, and people are making donations. They've just donated £100 towards the red flag for Alzheimer's. Thank you very much. Back over to Mr. Lover.
Thanks Mickey. Bungee's up with a Wayne racing. Kirsty Glover gets a good start, but she's got stuck down in that deep stuff. And the Scunthorpe 951, the Claire Compton, that's the inside line with Laura Davis in the TA2, trying to go round the outside of her. It's Laura Davis that's got that lead position. Can she hold it tight enough, or can Claire Compton get that lead position back? And it's Claire Compton in that 951 that leads it from TA2. Then it's the Lud 19, Mallow 5, Scunthorpe 171, Yorkshire Dales 717. So Laura Davis still chasing hard, but Claire Compton now starting to stretch away, and then we've got the Lud 19 of Meg Parsons that's coming through into that, that's in that third position with the Mallow 5 of Jasmine Kosak, and then it's Kirsty Glover who got a good start but got bogged down on the first straight in the Scunthorpe 171. So three abreast as they come out that corner. It's TA2, Lud 19 and Mallow 5. They're all together going into that corner. And Mallow 5 looks to get up on the inside. Can Jasmine Kosak get that lead, that second position? Yep, she's now chasing after Claire Compton in that Scunthorpe 951. That's going round that nutty corner for the penultimate time, because when she comes round this time, she's going to see the yellow flag with the black cross tells her one more lap to go. And Jasmine Kosak still chasing hard in that second position. Then it's the Lud 19 of Meg Parsons and TA2 of Laura Davis and Scunthorpe 171 of Kirsty Glover. And then the Yorkshire 717 Rebecca Starbuck is square wheeled on the infield. But it is the Scunthorpe 951 of Clare Compton that leads them round that another corner for the final time. It's going to be checkered flag at the ready, and it's going to be Scunthorpe 951 that takes its second place. Gusto Jasmine Cusack in the Mallow 5. Then it's the Lud 19 of Megan Parsons, Scunthorpe 171 Kirsty Glover, and TA2 of Laura Davies. So that completes race 1 of the Cooper Classics and Sports Cars sponsored Ladies Class 1. That puts us on to Class 2, race 2, which should bring out Charlie Parker in York 63, Jane Knight in Spalding 16, Maddie Tilson in St Neots 16, and Maddie's fourth coming into this weekend. Charlotte Art in the WS 36, Nia Jones in TA 25 comes out in lane 6, and then Emma O'Riordan comes out in lane 8. So bungees up and we're away in racing. Let's see who's the first ones to show these on 2 and 3. Looks like they've got a good start. That'll be Meg Parsons and Claire and Jane Knight and Maddie Tilson. But it is the St Neots 16 and Maddie Tilson that leads them into the Nutter corner. Got a fair substantial lead as she gets into that corner. Gets a bit out in line, but not too much for her to worry about. So it's St Neots 16 that comes through. Then we've got the Spalding 16 of Jane Knight, and she's being chased by York 63 at Charlie Parker. So St Neots 16's got away and clear. That's Maddie Tilson that's got nearly a full straight as to start the second lap, and Spalding 16 still hangs on to that second place, and then York 63 of Charlie Parker now going to lose a position because got one coming around the outside of her as St Neots 16 starts another lap. Spalding 16 in that second place. Then we've got TA 25 of Nia Jones trying to get that second position, but looks up on the inside, but the door's firmly closed just to settle for that third place. But it gets opened up again, and that's TA 25 up into that second place. So Nia Jones now, but I don't think she's got enough time to be able to catch the St Neots 16 as Maddie Tilson starts the final lap. Going around to see the yellow flag with the black cross next is going to be the TA 25. Then it's Spalding 16, York 63 with a Mallow 38 on the inside, and that 38, that's Emma O'Riordan, and then WS 36 of Charlotte Art. Round that Nutter corner for a final time, checker flag at the ready, and it's St Neots 16 of Maddie Tilson that takes that one. Second place is going to be Nia Jones in TA 25. If you don't get into the deep stuff, no, she's okay. Then it's the York 63 of Charlie Parker, Mallow 38 of Emma O'Riordan, WS 36 and Spalding 16 completes race 2. Means we should have race 3 down there, which should have Stacey Mills in Cambridge 34 coming out in lane 1. Sarah Lovett in IK 37 should be coming out in lane 2. Out in lane 3 we've got Laura Henry in SR 19. Then we've got Rachel Ardley in the Severn Valley 147 comes out in lane 4. Shania Jones in Evesham 146 comes out in lane 6. And on the outside in lane 7 is Emily Polly in the Cambridge 136. So it looks like we're in problems again with the start line. So hopefully they'll get that sorted fairly quickly. Then we'll be underway with the race 3 of the Cooper Classics and Sports Cars, sponsored Ladies Class 1s Series, sponsor TBR. So we're getting yellow flag on the start line. Marshall on the first barrier goes round, yellow flag goes up, bungees up, and we're away and racing. Race 3 of the Cooper Classics and Sports Cars, sponsored Ladies Class 1s. And coming out in lane 1, it's Stacey Mills in Cambridge 34 that takes the lead, with the IK 37 of Sarah Lovett in that second position. But Stacey Mills in Cambridge 34. Got a couple of car lengths as she comes out in that first corner. Then it's the IK 37, Cambridge 136, Seven Valley 147, SR 19, Evesham 146. IK 37 just getting a little bit out in line, Sarah Lovett, and that's allowed the Cambridge 136 of Emily Polly to come through into that second position. But away and clear is Cambridge 34, Stacey Mills. She comes around to start another lap. So it's the Cambridge 34 being chased by the Cambridge 136. Then it's IK 37 that gets a little bit tangled up with the SR 19 of Laura Henry, and IK 37 just lost it all together on this side. So Sarah Lovett, she's now trying to recover and play catch up. But it is the Cambridge 34 of Stacey Mills that comes round the nutter corner for the penultimate time, because she's going to see the yellow flag with the black cross. But closing up all the time on her is Emily Polly in the Cambridge 136. Can she do anything about the Cambridge 34 in front of her on this final lap? SR 19 in third. Then it's Seven Valley 147 of Rachel Adley, and then the Evesham 146 of Shania Jones. The checker flag at the ready, and I think just going to hang on is going to be the Cambridge 34 that takes first place. Second place goes to the Cambridge 136. And then we've got SR 19, Seven Valley 147, Evesham 146. And recovering after earlier problems is the IK 37. You're doing them, Russ? Yes. So that's the first run of the. Just realised I've got a rerun now. That's just cost me 10 pence. I've got to rerun my race 4, so it's back over to Russ Thompson that's going to take you through the ladies class 2s.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. So we've got 3 grids of cars to come your way, which represent Ladies Class 2 this weekend. Round 2 of the 2023 Kent Cams Bereford Chassis and Components sponsored British Autograss Series. We will be underway in just a moment, hopefully, with this first grid of cars. And the Ladies 2 sponsored this weekend by P&R Transport, and the series is Fleet Care Services. So thank you to obviously both parties there for your support and sponsorship. Let's see how we get on then with this one. Emma Robinson, Vicky Robbins, Jess Tate, Lara Jones, Hayley Verity, Courtney Lewis and Charlotte Jordan leave the line. And Tivy 17 very, very slow away. That's Lara Jones. She's got work to do from the get-go, and a couple others struggling down that opening straight as well, but not struggling so much is Vicky Robbins, who leads the way. St. Neots 34. Problems for Charlotte Jordan, who gets stuck there and a bit of a bump and a bang from the pack. It's all a bit messier for the ladies, but at the moment we keep racing. And Vicky Robbins has a big lead over Emma Robinson in Spalding 26, who made a slow start but has found herself in second place, but under pressure as Hayley Verity looks up the inside door, close, she spins. Lara Jones from that dreadful start is up to third in the Nova in Tivy 17. Good old steely wheels on the front there as well, obviously heavier wheels giving her the traction she needs, but it's Sydney's 34 leading the way. Spalding 26, Tivy 17. That's the 1, 2, 3. Then it's back to Courtney Lewis in Swansea 1 over Scarborough Treble 2, Jess Tate. And then it's Charlotte Jordan in the Radford 231. Not forgetting Hayley Verity, who started brightly, but that spin has cost her dearly. She's at the back of the field. Back to the front, Sydney's 34, 1 to go. Vicky Robbins has been untroubled throughout this one. Emma Robinson could find the mirror full of Tivy 17 before the end of this one, but hopefully has got enough in hand to defend that second place. Jess Tate comes through in the Scarborough Treble 2 ahead of Courtney Lewis, Charlotte Jordan, and then Hayley Verity. But here's the checkered flag. And safely home then goes Vicky Robbins, Sydney's 34. Second place will be Emma Robinson in Spalding 26. Could have been much worse for Lara Jones, but she's rescued third in Tivy 17. Hayley Verity was thinking about calling it quits then, but she's going to struggle around to pick up those final points. Jess Tate, though, will take fourth. Scarborough Treble 2, no, Hayley has given it up. She's not going to pick up any points at all, but Courtney Lewis does, as does Charlotte Jordan, who will then be credited as the final finisher. So, there we go. A bit of a mixed-up ladies Class 2 race there, but in the end we got completed. Trying to look at the championship table as we go into this one, which I did have, and I've put it somewhere and lost. So that's not very good. But we'll try and fathom it out in a moment. Here we are, look. So ladies Class 2s there, and Jess Conway leads the table. She'll come out in race 3. Nicola Bettany, your national champion, is also, I think, in race 3 in Radford 92. Vicky Robbins was third in the table, so that win will obviously keep her in good contention. Jess Singer sits fourth in the table in South Somerset 45. She's in this next race. And we've just seen Lara Jones, who was fifth in Tivy 17. She'll be looking to make amends later on when she next comes out. But we've got some more quick ladies at the wheel of some cars here. We've got Anne-Marie Chadburn in White Rose 13. Claire Mulroy in Mallow 117. Lucy Wickham in PAC 81. Linda Thomas, PAC 91. Gabby Smith, Scarborough 249, Jess Singer, South Somerset 45, and Sally Doddridge in the Forest 515. So that is your lineup. And looks like all are there on the grid. We're just waiting for track clearance, and we get that, and Bunge is up and away we go. Chadburn made a good start from the outside grid. Jess Singer likewise, and Sally Doddridge, they look to be the quickest to get away from the line. Chadburn then has just been swamped by the pack a little bit, but Sally Doddridge it is, leads the way. Forest 515 into turn 1. Jess Singer then goes with her in South Somerset 45. A bit of bump and a bang as Linda Thomas loses out the two PAC cars down the order. Lucy Wickham likewise in PAC 81, and slow getaway and first lap really for Claire Mulroy in Mallow 117. A lot to do for her, but the battle's on further back. We missed out Gabby Smith in Scarborough 249. She's just lost a bit of ground and fallen back into the clutches of the two PAC cars who've swapped places, as has the lead. Jess Singer now it is, takes it up. South Somerset 45, White Rose 13, Anne-Marie Chadburn. Then it's Sally Doddridge in the Forest 515. Scarborough 249, Gabby Smith a bit out of shape, under pressure now from Lucy Wickham. Linda Thomas really struggling here in PAC 91. We know she's normally much closer to the front than this, but it's one to go. Jess Singer it is, just edging out a gap now over Anne-Marie Chadburn. Oh, bang! She had problems there and had to be unavoided by the Forest car, but I think there was problems on board for Chadburn before the contact was made. And the Forest car then resumes now in third still, because Lucy Wickham has cashed in as Claire Mulroy goes through. But here's your checker. Jess Singer was untroubled. She took the win. South Somerset 45. Lucy Wickham is second. Third, who's it going to be? Oh, that's close. That is very close. I'm not sure if it was the Forest car just from the Scarborough 249. Linda Thomas in PAC 91. And then Claire Mulroy will complete it in Mallow 117. And it's a big shame. Anne-Marie Chadburn then was looking pretty decent in Wires 13, but some problems on board meant she ends up parked in the middle after a bit of contact to add insult to injury. So 2 races done out of the scheduled 3. We've got 1 to go and a good lineup as well for this final group of cars. In the Class 2s, the ladies' representation for this weekend, then we should see in race 3 Jess Owen in North Wales 151 on the outside, Jess Conway in grid 6 in Scunthorpe 1, Faye Steventon in Pennine 89, Hannah Cheshire in Breeden Hill 12, Caitlin Barnett Cumdee 151 and Nicola Bettany in Radford 92. That is a very, very strong Class 2 lineup for a first heat of the weekend. I'm not saying the other 2 weren't, because they definitely were. But this one, we've got some contenders here. The top 2 in the British Autograss Series after round 1 feature. Faye Steventon is 6th. Jess Owen is 9th. Caitlin Barnett is 10th. Hannah Cheshire 14th at the moment. And that is that. So a good lineup here of ladies. Just waiting for Anne-Marie Chadburn to be helped back to the pits, and then we'll get underway with this next group of cars. Race number 3, as said, out of the scheduled 3 for ladies Class 2s. Yellow flags are fluttering, just waiting on post 1 then to do the twirl and the exchange of red to yellow. Bunges up, Class 2s leave the line. Who's going to make the best start? Caitlin Barnett was good out of grid 2 and looks to edge the pack away. Jess Owen trying to make as good as she can from the outside, but really the outside grids haven't worked. That shows with Jess Conway right at the back. Nicola Bettany slots into 2nd place. Faye Steventon in 3rd. Hannah Cheshire 4th, splashing through that freshly watered turn, but it's Barnett who leads the way in Cumdee 151. That car took a win in the men's this morning and he's looking good here as well, but Nicola Bettany now getting the Radford 92 car up to pace and looking to make a challenge for that leadership in currently 2nd position. Then we go Pennine 89. Jess Conway has passed another Jess. Jess Owen back down to the tail end. Conway up the inside of Hannah Cheshire, looking to the outside of Faye Stevenson. We go racing towards the minor places. Or when you say minor as 3rd, that's not really that minor, is it? Because it's very important, that 3rd position. But at the moment, it's Cumdee 151, Radford 92, Pennine 89, Breeden Hill 12. Jess Conway relegated to the back once more, so it's all chop and change. Will there be any further changes as the last lap board goes out? Cumdee 151, Radford 92. It's anybody's for 3rd. Breeden Hill 12, Pennine 89, North Wales 151, Scunthorpe 1. That is your running order. Into the final lap they go. It's close between 1 and 2. 3rd place is still anybody's guess. At the moment, Hannah Cheshire holds it, but at the moment, more importantly, the lead. It is with Caitlin Barnett, and Caitlin is going to use that start advantage to take the win. Cumdee 151, Radford 92. Who's going to be 3rd? It's Jess Conway from nowhere. Scunthorpe 1, Breeden Hill 12, North Wales 151, Pennine 89. Great stuff there, and it was anybody's guess who was going to take the places there, especially 3rd and beyond. And what a good race to complete ladies Class 2s. That is my stint done for now. I will be back with the combination of ladies Class 10s and ladies Formula 600s. But for what looks to be a single grid of ladies 3s, it's over to Paul.
You might find... So looking down onto the line, we've got the Class 3s and Class 3s ladies this weekend, sponsored by Diggers Limited and Ram Developments, your series sponsor. So it's a big thanks to Diggers that's sponsoring them for the weekend and Ram for the series. And we've got Nicola Saint coming out in Grid 1 in Spalding 77. She's got top of the shop as we're going to this. Naomi Davis in TA1. We're not going through the rest of them because the bungee's up. And Nicola Saint's get a good start from the inside. Jade Russell on the outside, but she's got to cross that sticky stuff, and that's put her back into second place. But it is the Spalding 77 of Nicola Saint that leads them. On the inside is Becky Shaw in Border County's 111 that's coming through. But Jade Allinson in Yorkshire's 34 hangs on to that lead. Then we've got Catherine Bayon in that Cumdy 3. And then TA1 of Naomi Davis, and last but not least is North Wales 27 of Arena Almond, but it is the Spalding 77 of Nicola Saint that still leads it. And then there's a battle on for that second place, but it's just Jade Russell in 34 that hangs on from the Border Counties 111 of Becky Shaw in third position. Becky looks to the inside. Has she got this, or is she going to go out wide? Coming out in that corner, Jade Russell tries to come down the inside, but there's not room for her. She looks to the outside as they go into that nutter corner, but it's still the Spalding 77 of Nicola Saint that leads it. Becky Shaw in that 111. Jade Allinson looking up on the inside. In Jade Russell looking up on the inside in 34. And then it's the Cumdy 3 of Carmarthen 3 of Catherine Bayon, with the TA1 of Naomi Davis, but into the nutter corner for a final time, and it's still the Spalding 77 and Nicola Saint, but looking to come up on the inside is Becky Shaw in that 111, but I think 77 just hangs on from 111. Then it's the 34, and then we've got Cambridge 3, Carmarthen 3, sorry, and TA1 and North Wales 27, and that completes that ladies class 3s. That means we're moving on to the ladies class 5s. I'm sure Mickey B will be making hot foot into this commentary point anytime now to do these ladies class 5s. I'm not sure where his paperwork is to sort it out for him ready, but we'll sure that Mickey B is going to be coming along any minute for these ladies class 5s. Ladies class 5s this weekend sponsored by Talking Dirty and lorryinsurance.co.uk that's sponsoring them for the series. Me do my try and got a list. Mickey B's water. Mickey B. You're sharp. Oh, it's all right. He's busy, Mickey B. He's very busy. He's just calling at fence. He gets on to people for calling. So, bungees up with Rowan Racing, race 2 of the ladies class 5s.
So, yeah, Sarah Bateman, the old snake, is leading the way down into Nutter Corner and Turn 2. And look at this, glorious sunshine. Happy days. That's Sandra Jones, Cumdy 31. Then we go down to that Forest Dean 1. That's Tori Mumford. As in that banana machine. Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge 10, running in that 4th place. And Ludlow 24, Jess Bradley in that final. Oh, Kirsty Godfrey going hard for it into Nutter Corner as she goes with Terry Mumford. Then Mumford then just drops down a place. Still Sarah Bateman leads this one from Cumdy 31. Sandra Jones. Sandra coming into this 8th on the points after the first round down at South Wales and running a strong second at the moment, but Kirsty Godfrey chasing her down into turn 1, already exiting turn 2, picking up the last lap marker. It is that Sarah Bateman machine. Stroudon District 45 then from Sandra Jones, from Kirsty Godfrey, from Terry Mumford, and then the Ludlow 24 of Jess Bradley in that final place. All on their last lap now, and there's a move going, and it's Kirsty Godfrey. Up the inside there is Sandra Jones. Jones just left the door open, and Kirsty goes through it for the time being. Taking the window, it is the snake. Sarah Bateman in Stroudon District 45. Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge 10 second. Sandra Jones third, Cumdy 31. Terry Mumford fourth in Forest Dean 1. And that Ludlow 24. Jess Bradley in the final position. So, ladies class 5s, lorryinsurance.co.uk our series sponsor, and Talking Dirty is our weekend sponsor. That's the old Aunt Ross who does that old talking dirty. I thought it was like, when you phone up those dodgy numbers, when they go, that kind of talking dirty. But no, he talks about Autograss. Right, up on the line. It looks like we've got a rerun.
Yes, I've got red flags, yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, first one of the day for me.
The first one of the day for you. Right, so to take you through the rerun of the ladies Class 1 Race 4, it's over to Mr. Lover, Paul Glover.
Yeah, this one came out first and they tried to run this one, but it didn't work, and I realised why afterwards. Ailey Verity in Y90 in Grid 8, she were also in the Class 2, so they wanted to get Ailey out and back into the Class 2. She's now done a Class 2 and she's out in this. Then we've got Gail Davis in Lud 77, comes out in lane 3. Danielle Altby in Scunthorpe 161 will be coming out in lane 4. Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95 will be coming out of lane 5, and she's 8th in the championship. Naomi Mulvill Hill in York 38 comes out in lane 7. So that's everybody giving a mention. We get yellow flag goes round on post 1, that goes up, we're up and running, and we're away and racing for a second time with the race 4. Ladies Class 1's Heat 1, and it's Cooper's Classics and Sports Cars that sponsors this. And it is the Lud 77, is it, that's gone straight into the lead. That's Gail Davis. But trying to come through on the inside is the West Waterford, 134. Sarah Meehan, but she's having to settle for second place. And a little bit of swapping of paintwork as they go around that corner. But on the outside, it's that Lud 77, then it's Mallow 134, Scarborough 95, Scunthorpe 161, York 90, and York 38. So that Lud 77 to Gail Davis. Just leading from the Scarborough 95 of Emily Grayson. Emily will be trying to get as many points as she can because, as I say, she was 8th coming into this weekend, so she'll want as many as she can, and she's looking up on the inside, gets side by side, looks like she might get that lead position. So it's Scarborough 95 from Lud 77, West Waterford 134, then it's York 90, Scunthorpe 161 and York 38. Not to Danielle Altby, who was joining the rest of the family in the racing. Scunthorpe 161, who started this year, so she's still learning how to drive these cars on this track, because it's totally different to driving anywhere else. But it is the Scarborough 95 of Emily Grayson that's going to come around this time to see the yellow flag with the black cross. Then we've got the Lud 77 to Gail Davis, West Waterford 134, Sarah Meehan, and then it's Ailey Verity in York 90, Danielle Altby in Scunthorpe 161 and York 38, Naomi Mulvill. But it is the Scarborough 95 that goes down that bottom straight into the Nutter corner for the final time. Can she hang on to this lead position as they come around this time? Checker flag at the ready, and it's going to be Scarborough 95 that takes it from Lud 77. Then it's West Waterford 134. York 90 just gets up past the Scunthorpe 161, and then York 38, and that completes my Class 1s. And looking to the line, we're back to Class 5, so it's back to Mickey B that's going to take you through these.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Lover. Paul Glover, we've got Class 5 ladies, race 1. And it brings out Nicola Jesse, York 44, accumulated 201 points in that first round down at South Wales, but runs second coming into this weekend. Kirsten Bartlett in South Somerset 22 out of lane 7. West Waterford 188, Trish Daly out of lane 6. Trish currently 9th on points. Kirsten 4th. Lucy Wickham, PAC 11, running 10th. Lindsay Ware in Breenhill 66, running 5th. And Athelston 13, Lawrence Blaber. And she's running 3rd in the series, but she won the first BAS final in the ladies 5. So and we've seen that already. It's quick off the line, isn't it? And again, it looks like got an inside grid. Those grids 1 to 3 have worked really well so far this morning, but with the sun baking down on the track, then it might start to level it up and even it up, and we are off the line and going. And looking at that, the Kirsten Bartlett, South Somerset 22, takes up the running and goes with her. Nicola Jesse then in York 44 in the Tango Machine, and round they go. Someone's looking for a nip back up the inside there, and Nicola Jesse's got company because Laura Blaber Machine takes up that second place. Nicola Jesse back at her though. Oh, there's a little bit of contact there. One up on 2 wheels, showing a bit of undercarriage. Misses, but they all keep running. Down here, Kirsten Bartlett then, South Somerset 22, still still leading away from that Laura Blaber machine. Athelston 13 from Nicola Jesse. Then it is that Breeden Hill 66, Lindsay Ware running in fourth place as they bring it round there. Who's got the work to do from the back? Lucy Wickham in that PAC 11. Trish Daly, West Waterford 188 as we come round to pick up the last lap marker. One more lap to go on this one. South Somerset 22, then Kirsten Bartlett from Laura Blaber, from Nicola Jesse, from that Breeden Hill 66, Lindsay Ware machine, still pushing down hard as they come into Nutter Corner. It is going to be that South Somerset 22. Kirsten Bartlett is round to pick up the maximum points. Second goes to the Athelston 13, Laura Blaber. Third, Nicola Jesse, York 44. Four is the Breeden Hill 66. From Trish Daly in the West Waterford 188, and then PAC 11, Lucy Wickham. So that is your lorryinsurance.co.uk. And talking dirty, ladies class 5s done for their first heats. We look up onto the line and we are going to ladies class 7s, Super Saloons, Max Sport. Our series sponsor, D&M Design and Fabrication, are sponsors for the ladies class 7s. So there we go. Let's have a look up there. Who can we see? Oh, I think it is Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, the current reigning British champion for ladies 7s. And not the best of runs in the first South Wales, but look at her. She's back on song and leading the group round that turn 2 from that Shamel Gadsby machine. In Spalding 31, Ella John, then PhD 6 running in that fourth place. Border count is 26. Kesney Adams as they bring it down that opening straight again, and already you can see that that Shamel Gadsby machine is looking to try and find a way past Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho in that Radford 176. No, I think going at the moment. Ella John from the border count is 26, and North Shropshire 28. That's Heidi Bentley in that final place. And as they come down, we've got eyes back to the front, the two lead cars. Julie Hawthorne, Fernie Ho slows it down, keeps it tight, and then puts the power down with one more lap to go. Shamel Gadsby goes with her in Spalding 31 from that Ella John PhD 6. From that border count is 26 machine. Can Kesney Adams get any more pace under those front and rear wheels? I don't think so, as Julie Hawthorne is really playing a cat and mouse game here, keeping it tight, putting the power down, and it is Radford 176. Julie Hawthorne Fernio takes a win. Spalding 31, Shamel Gadsby second, Ella John PhD 6 in fourth. Third, it's the border count is 26, Kesney Adams, and then the North Shropshire 28, Heidi Bentley in that final place. Right, that means that we go up to the line for race 2. Bringing out Samantha Graney, Pennine 8. She went well last time. Lindsay Allen, Pennine 37, PAC 53. Oh, Michaela Dance leading the Bass in 191. And, oh, well, what's that? We got spaceship in the sky. Something floating around, isn't it? We got a floater. Right, here we go. Who's taking this one? Lee Wynn. Cork in the 8 machine takes them round Nutter Corner into turn 2. So the Irish machine then leading the way from Michaela Dance from that Nicola Gibbs machine. Then it is that Lindsay Allen in the Pennine 37 as she runs in that 4th place. York 2 looking for a gap up the inside. Michelle Barrett just has to ease off. And obviously the car in 5th place has been out in the men's, because look at it, it's dirty. Right, so Cork 8, Lee Wynn then still from Michaela Dance. Lindsay Allen and Gibbs go side by side. Samantha Graney is in the Pennine 8 machine. Round they go. Oh, you spin me. Half round, baby, half round. Right, been taking up the one running now. Michaela Dance then applied the pressure, and that's paid off, because it is Michaela Dance, PAC 53. One more lap to go from Lindsay Allen, from Samantha Graney. Then that's Lee Wynn, the early leader. York 2, Michelle Barrett. And that final place is Hereford 44 of Nicola Gibbs. She was doing so well, and then she just square-wheeled it, scrubbed all the pace off. But coming round to take the checker flag, a maximum point, PAC 53, Michaela Dance. Lindsay Allen second in Pennine 37. Third goes to Samantha Graney in Pennine 8. Then we go Lee Wynn in the Cork 8. York 2, Michelle Barrett. And then Hereford 44, Nicola Gibbs. So well done, you ladies, class 5s and 7s. Clean. Oh, that's how we like it. Hey?
So cheap.
You can't call them cheap, Steve. I know what you mean. No red flags for Mickey on that one. And so we're already doing, I don't know if you heard, Steve, but we've had a donation from Darren and Audrey Bryan for our red flag, and they're making a one-off donation of £100 for our George Capper Alzheimer's charity raising that we're going to do through the whole season.
That is brilliant. Thank you so much indeed. I'm sure on behalf of everybody and in memory of such a great gentleman. So, yeah, thank you very much indeed. Right, Class 9's on the line. So who's Class 9? Brandon. There we go. So I tell you what, I should do what I do best. Get out the way.
Yes, cheers, Steve. So, ladies, Class 9, KP Thomason's son, your sponsor, and of course it is. It is Katie Adaman in York, number 6, that's got the best of the shouts. But who is it that's going to be going with her in that second position? Melton 62, by the looks of it. Claire Horner chasing down hard on that Katie Adaman machine as they go up that far side for another circuit. Heidi Dealey in that third position, but she's just dropping off the pace ever so slightly. Now, it does look like Claire Horner's roll-offs have broken there, so is that going to affect her? Getting filled in by Katie Adaman in number 6, as she looks up the inside into that start gate turn. Can she make it stick up the far side? Katie will not give up as they power up that far side. Sharon Barker down there in that 4th position, but still back up at the front. The yellow flag with the black cross out this time as Adaman's looking back up the inside. Can she make anything happen? Not quite this time. One circuit left to go for 62. Number 6 in second, and ARC number 3. Evesham 26, and the Pennine number 5 of Chloe Richardson is your back marker, but back up at the front it is still Claire Horner in the Melton 62. She's going to come round and pick up maximum points. 55 on the board for this weekend. Katie Adaman in second in York number 6. Kylie Dealey Seagraves now. That's my bad. She'll tell me off for that. In third, Sharon Barker in 4th, and Chloe Richardson in 5th. So some nice, clean stuff there. Nice, quick and clean. So it's always nice to see. But we'll look up at the line, and I think that is Class 4. So it's going to be back over to Steve.
Thank you very much then, Brandon. So, yeah, it's 2 for the price. Thank you very much, then, Brandon. Yeah, so it's 2 for the price of 1. It's ladies class 4s and stock hatches running together. Plum Pal Innovations, your sponsors of ladies 4s, and Patterson's of Thirsk, the sponsors of the ladies stock hatch. And from a British Autograss Series point of view, big thank you to D&D Transport for the stock hatch, and DM Design and Fabrication for the class 4s. So slightly raggedy away on lap 1, it has to be said, but the race leader over on the far side, Claire Compton in North Shropshire 434, just the 2 class 4s signed on, Claire Compton and Tyvee 13, Catherine Harding, and getting the better of that battle, it certainly is the NS 434. From the stock hatch point of view, Hereford 61, the first one to show, battling there actually with Catherine, so that's class 4 against stock hatch. YD 95 runs second, and Ludlow 47 runs in third. But our overall race leader, very comfortable race leader, already coming round to take that last lap flag is Claire Compton in North Shropshire 434. Got a lead of a third of a lap probably over the Tyvee 13 car of Catherine Harding. Hereford 61 looking very, very confident and safe, leading the stock hatches from Yorkdale's 95 and Ludlow 47. The field very, very well spread out actually, as North Shropshire 434 comes round, takes a checkered flag, takes a good win. Tyvee 13 comes across the line second, that's your 2 class 4s. And then from the stock hatch point of view, Hereford 61 is going to take the honours from Yorkdale's 95 and completing all Ludlow 47. So that was the 4s and stock hatches together. We now move on to the class 6s. Just the 1 heat of the class 6s, but a full heat we're expecting. So 8 cars, looking down to the line, 8 cars we've got. Big thank you to Commercial Services, our meeting sponsor, and to Elite Transmission, Kent Cams and Beresford Chassis and Components, British Autograss Series associate sponsors. Also, big thank you, of course, to SDG for their meeting sponsorship. Ellie Bailey, Hannah Thomas, Gracie Coles, Sophie Lewis, Nia Jones, Zoe Coupland, Ellie Lockwood and Emily Grayson. Those are the cars on the line. Your current series leader after South Wales, Zoe Coupland in Scunthorpe 36. But how's this one going to shape up? And the answer to that, as they come past us for the first time, is it's going to shape up with Emily Grayson in Scarborough 97 as the race leader from the Ellie Lockwood in Scunthorpe 15 in that second place slot. Zoe Coupland runs third in Scunthorpe 36, but trying to make a move right round the outside is Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16. Problems for Gracie Coles. They've had problems with Penhow 9 today. It's not been their day at all, but Hannah Thomas, there's a lady on a mission. Scarborough 16 goes right round everybody and takes up the run. In previous national champion, of course, Scarborough 16, you can see why, but Zoe Coupland also deciding that might be the quickest way round in the Scunthorpe machine, but Scarborough 97, your early race leader, Emily Grayson, sticking nice and tight to the tyres, and she's going to make Zoe battle for that second place, but Zoe does go through. Scarborough 97, then Sophie Lewis in that fourth in TA 36, as Zoe Coupland just a bit out of shape on that start line turn, and I think not quite sure whether her race is run or she'll get it back up and running again. But whilst all this goes on, checkered flag comes out, very, very convincing. Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16, that looked quick. Second place is going to go to Scarborough 97, just ahead of Sophie Lewis in Tively 36, Scunthorpe 15, then the PhD 12 car finishing just ahead of Ellie Bailey in Scunthorpe 33, and just not to be that time round for Zoe Coupland in Scunthorpe 36, and certainly, unfortunately, definitely not to be for the Penhow 9 of Gracie Coles, who came to a halt just in front of us here on the finish line. So that completes ladies class 6s. Next time we see them, it will be in the second round of qualifying. We are moving on to ladies single seaters. I think it's the class 8s that are on the line. So in that case, I shall once again, as I say, do what I do best, get out of the way and leave you in the very capable hands and very capable tonsils of Hayley.
Thanks, Steve. I'm just... I think we're all a bit melting in this commentary box. It's for those of you that have never seen the commentary box at Yorkshire Dales, it's like a glass pod, and it's like a little greenhouse in here, and we're all a bit sweltering. We have got a fan on today, though, which we don't usually have, only because I remembered to bring it. So, yeah, we're all coming in and trying to keep as cool as we can while commentating, which is always very interesting.
I was very impressed with that, because I thought we're going to go with the hold on a minute, I'm just taking all my clothes off. But it's all right.
I did think about it, and then I remembered I was in a commentary box full of men, and I thought I better not. So race 1 then in the ladies, let's have a little look down the list. We should have 7 of them coming out. Should see Sturton 22, Hope Bolton, Cumdy 115, Claudine Barnett, CM 20 of Synerd Thomas, PAC 21, Tia Reeves, West Waterford 133, Tara Cagney Maheen. As I say, apologies if I do pronounce any of these names wrong. Yorkshire Dales 37, Lindsay Mullen, and 158F, Terry Mumford are the runners and riders. Lindsay Mullen looks quick in the Yorkshire Dales 37 as they move up into that turn 1, as does the, I think it's the Sturton 22, as they switch back round. It's Mullen that leads down past the commentary box from Herb Bolton in the Sturton 22. Then it's the CM 20 of Synerd Thomas as you 1, 2, 3 in this one. They'll make the way around that 10-4 down the far side of the field. But Lindsay Mullen it is then in the Yorkshire Dales 37 that leads them up around that 10-1 and that 10-2 for another time of asking from Hope Bolton in that Sturton 22. Then it's the CM 20, PAC 21, Cumdy 115 and the 158F Terry Munford from the West Waterford 133 of Tara Cagan-McKean in that back marker position, but back up and at the front of the field looking to be away and gone with this one. Yorkshire Dales 37, Lindsay Mullen it is then, sees that yellow flag with the black cross, 1 to go on this one. CM 20 then of Synerd Thomas in that second place position, now making the way around that start line 10 down the far side of the field. Just half a lap left to go for your race leader on this one, and half a lap between your front and your back marker. CM20 then looking to close that gap as they make their way around that turn 2, but it's going to be Lindsay Mullen that takes the win. CM20 then Snurd Thomas that takes second. PSE 21 of Tia Reeves, then it's the 158F, Cumdee 115, Sturton 22, and the West Waterford 133 to complete the lineup. Up on the line then should see race 2 coming out in this one should be Scunthorpe 51, Beth Tompkinson, AF Abby Jade Bennett, Breeden Hill 14, Ellie Hinds, North Wales 270, Shelley Almond, Melton number 1, Claire Horner, Yorkshire Dales number 7, Sue Nichols, and that York 18 of Michelle Barrett should be the runners and riders up there. Class 8 this weekend, sponsored by Timber Display Links Limited, and I think it's Pro Links on the sponsors because some of them have changed. We've got bungees up on this one then, and we are away and racing. Scunthorpe 51 then looks quick on the outside. Yorkshire Dales number 7 there, Sue Nichols takes up the running as your race leader. Sue just pushes it wide, that opens the gap. That's going to allow Shelby Almond to come through in the North Wales 271. Melton number 1 then Claire Horner now up into that third place position from Scunthorpe 51 of Beth Tompkinson. Claire's looking up the inside of Sue Nichols on the far side of the field then. Can she make it stick as they make their way up into that turn 1? Claire looks to break that little bit later, scoots up into that second place position, but your race leader Shelby Almond it is then in the North Wales 271 from the Melton number 1 as you 1 and 2. Yorkshire Dales number 10 Abby Jade Bennett then is now looking up the inside of Beth Tompkinson in the Scunthorpe 51. Beth switches up to the inside on the far side of the field, but we've got a new race leader on this one. Melton number 1 it is then of Claire Horner that leads them up around that turn 1 and that turn 2 for another time. As she comes around this time she will see that yellow flag with the black cross. 1 to go. Melton number 1, North Wales 271, Yorkshire Dales number 7, AF from the Scunthorpe 52. Then it's the York 18 of Michelle Barrett. And the Breeden Hill 14 of Ellie Hinds find himself at the rear of the field, but back up and at the front it's going to be checkered flag time. Melton number 1 it is then that takes the win from the North Wales 271. AF from the Scunthorpe 51. Yorkshire Dales, I think York 18 just picked Yorkshire Dales number 7 as they came across the line, but I will check with lap scoring. And the Breeden Hill number 14 of Ellie Hinds comes around to complete the lineup on that one. Let me just see if I can just ask that question. Have we got time? So yeah, Sue was just picked over that line there. Then the bungees up and we are away and racing on Heat 3 then. And who's going to get the best of the starts then as they make their way up into that turn 1 and that turn 2 for this time of asking then. They're going to lead us down past the commentary box. West Waterford 158 is then from the PAC number 2. Scunthorpe 52 then Jersey Tompkinson from the Cumdee number 10 of Sandra Jones then. Jade Russell in the IK65 moves up into that 4th place position, but back up and at the front of the field your race leader's already heading up around that 10-2 down past the commentary box for another time of asking then. West Waterford 158 Jenny Houlihan it is then from the PAC number 2 of Alice Bevans from Jersey Tompkinson in the Scunthorpe 52 as you 1-2-3 in this one. Then it's IK65 of Jade Russell in that 4th place position. Your race leader now probably half a lap between your front and your back mark on this one's going to come round and see that all-important yellow flag with the black cross. 1 to go on this one then. Sandra Jones in the 5th place from the North Shropshire 55 of Claire Cockrell, and then that Radford 76 of Julie Hawthorne Fennyhow is the one with all the work to do from the rear of the field, but back up and at the front your race leader on this one is going to make that lead into a win. West Waterford 158 Jenny Houlihan it is from Alice Bevans, from Jersey Tompkinson, from Jade Russell, from Sandra Jones, from the North Shropshire 55 of Claire Cockrell, and then the Radford 76 then of Julie Hawthorne Fennyhow to complete the lineup on that one. So that's 3 underneath our belt in the ladies Class 8. Race 4 then should see Cambridge 60, Melissa Bradshaw, White Rose number 2, Rosemary Glover, Scarborough number 2, Vicky Appleton, Cambridge 426, Kelly Matthews, White Rose number 11, Jodie Glover, Evesham 20 of Macy Carlin Grasby, and Evesham 25 of Sharon Barker. Bungees up and we are away and racing with this one then, but who's going going to get the best of the starts. I think the middle of the track looks quick at the minute as they make their way up into that turn 1. And that turn 2 for this time of asking then, down past the commentary box, that they look to go. You can see this track drying all the time. White Rose number 11 it is then of Jodie Glover from Cambridge 427 of Kelly Matthews as your 1 and 2. Then it's the Scarborough number 2 of Vicky Appleton in that 3rd place position from the White Rose number 2 of Rosemary Glover. Then I think it's the Evesham, I think it's 25 ahead of 26, but we will confirm as they come round this time. Cambridge 60 with all the work to do from the rear of the field, but White Rose number 11 it is. Cambridge 426, Scarborough number 2, White Rose number 2. Evesham 20 is then ahead of the Evesham 25 of Sharon Barker, and then the Cambridge 60 of Melissa Bradshaw with all the work to do from the rear of the field. Your race leader's now coming round that turn 2. She's just pushed wide. That's going to open the door and allow Kelly Matthews to take up the running as your race leader. From Jodie Glover as your 1 and 2. Then it's that Scarborough number 2 of Vicky Appleton then. But I know it's not, because Vicky's just got it sideways and pulled back out in front. I lost her there then. Back up and at the front there, your race leader's going to come round and see that checkered flag. Cambridge 426, White Rose number 11, White Rose number 2, Evesham 20, Evesham 25, Scarborough number 2, and then Cambridge 60 of Melissa Bradshaw will come round to complete the lineup on that one. So well done, race 4. Race 5 then, slightly smaller grid this time. 6 cars out in this one. One that's currently sat in 5th in the Bass Points is that Scarborough 74 of Laura Jefferson. Joining her in this one then is Sturton 387 of Nicola Walker. ARC number 2, Charlene Hankey, sorry. Radford 411 of Emily Gosby. Pennine number 9 of Cassie Gunn, and Hereford 350 of Taylor Chade Pascal. Just while we have a little look round, that tractor's just headed back onto the track on that start straight over on the far side of the field. So that's just going to do a little bit of work there. Looking down the list then, we should see, I think, ladies F600s and 10s are racing together. And then minus any reruns that are still to come, that should complete the first round of qualifying in the British Series. And I can certainly see over on the holding lanes over there, the men's Class 1s, looking like they're starting to get themselves lined back up to come out for their Heat 2. Just having a little look on this top corner to the right of commentary, we've got the water bowser heading out. The sun's actually beaming down on us now. Those black clouds certainly seem to have shifted, and there's plenty of blue sky. The water bowser's just headed out. The tractor's also doing a bit of work over on the far side of the field for those of you that can't see what's going on as we can where we are. I think they're using the water tanker as a little bit of a roller just to try. Well, I say using it as a bit of a roller. They're just popping a little bit of water down on that turn 2. And then using the tyre tractor to work that in. Certainly a dry line starting to appear round the whole circuit of the track on that inside, and getting wider and wider as the days gone on. So we've just got a couple of marshals making their way back into the middle of the field, up onto post 2. That tractor's still working on the track between that turn 1 and that turn 2. Paul Glover's coming to join us back in commentary. We've got Russ sat eagerly waiting for the 10s and F6. They have put the F600s with the 10s, I think, haven't they, Russ?
I had originally, but I've heard they may not be.
Oh, right, okay.
They've called them together.
Oh, so they may be together, they may not be together. And then, as I say, we're going to head towards those round 2s.
Yeah, but I'd rather save time.
So that tractor looks like it's making its way possibly back into the middle of the field. Let's have a little look. Yeah, so tractor's making its way back into the track. Yellow flag's starting to appear round this track now. Mr. Walker is going to have a little look round, spin round, point to the sky, bungees up, and we are away and racing on this one then. Laura Macker seems to have found the grip in Scarborough 74 then, from the middle of the field, coming out of that grid 3, leading them up into that 10-1 and that 10-2 for this time of asking then. And down past the commentary box that she looks to go. Then it's the ARC number 2, Pennine number 9, Hereford 350, and that Sturton 387 of Nicola Walker. But it is Laura Jefferson, apologies, I used her maiden name, to start off with, heading them up into that 10-1 and that 10-2 for this time of asking. Going with her then is the ARC number 2 of Charlene Hackney in that second place position. Then it's the Hereford 350 of Taylor Jade Pascal, Pennine number 9 of Cassie Gunn, and then the Sturton 387 of Nicola Walker. So the one I'm missing out of this one is the Pennine number 9 of Cassie Gunn. Last lap flag time there for your race leader on this one. Laura Jefferson it is then in Scarborough 74 that leads them up round that 10-3 in that start line turn. ARC number 2 then goes with her in that second place position as they all appear to be fairly settled out, round this track. But it is Laura Jefferson then that is going to take the win in Scarborough 74. Then it's the ARC number 2 of Charlene Hackney in that second place position, from the Pennine number 9 of Cassie Gunn, Sturton 387, and then that Hereford 350. So that completes the ladies' class 8. Up on the line, that's class 10s and F600s. So I'm going to hand you over to Russ. Russ is just finding his paperwork. I think I maybe slipped some in the front of your folder when you weren't looking. So Russ has got his paperwork. There you are.
Yeah, thanks, Hayley. We've still got a bit of time as the water tanker has just gone out and done a nice little sprinkling going into the Pitts Bend. So, nice little dousing there. So, 2 classes combined here. Ladies class 10s and F600s. 10 sponsored by SP Suspension. And SGS Gas is your series sponsor, and F600 Z Cars and D&D Transport, your series sponsor of that. So the Class 10s have the horsepower advantage and are first away, but problems for Becky Faulkner, who spun it on turn 1. That lets Josie Tomkinson clear away in Scunthorpe 53 ahead of Sue Herdman in York 7. Then we have the F600s. 3 of those are out here. There should have been 4, but one of them's missing, and that one that's missing is Hillary in White Rose 400. So Molly Trousdale, I think it is, in Scarborough 30, leading from Donna Evans in Hereford 16. And there's one more to mention, which is Yorkshire's 106, but I haven't got a name, so unfortunately I can't say who's at the wheel of that one. Don't know if it's Kirsty Bowes at the wheel of Yorkshire's 106. Maybe wrong. But anyway, back to the front, and it is already 1 to go. Scunthorpe 53. Josie then just getting a little bit hooked up in the on the cushion there as that berm starts to build, and really struggling with turning in, but she's not long ago since been in the Class 8, so maybe a little bit worn out, but doing enough to lead this one ahead of Sue Herdman in York 7, who's not been able to respond to your race leader. And Josie Tomkinson then a clean sweep at round 1. Begins this weekend with a win also. Scunthorpe 53 is your winner. York 7 is second. North Shropshire 6 is third. All of these ladies will make their respective finals come tomorrow anyway, as long as they keep going. Scarborough 30 is the first F600 across the line. Second now is Yorkshire's 106, and Hereford 15 is the last. Hereford 16, sorry, is the last one to complete. So there we go. 2 classes done already, and we'll see those hopefully later today. If not, it'll be sometime tomorrow morning. But we go back Class 1, we're full circle. I don't think there's any outstanding reruns, so we're full circle back to the men's Class 1, where we started off at about 9 o'clock this morning, and it's over to Paul.
Thanks, Ross. Yeah, over the Shebden Plant Men's sponsored Class 1s. Race 1 away and running down that first straight, and it's the Scarborough 94 to Charlie Richardson. It's the first one to show winning that corner with a TA 16 of Conor Griffiths in that second position. It's that Scarborough 94 that leads it from TA 16, North Wales 6, IK 611, 21F, North Wales 919, and St Neots 164. Alex Hill at the back of the field, struggling a little bit, so I need to catch him. He's play catch up on that one, but it's still that Scarborough car that leads them as they go down that far straight into that another corner. So it is the Charlie Richardson in Scarborough 94. Time for 16 of Conor Griffiths. Looked up on the inside on the bottom corner, switches on the outside but goes back to the inside, but it's still the 94 Charlie Richardson that leads it. Conor Griffiths coming up on the inside in TA 16. Can he get that lead position as they go down that bottom straight into that another corner? There's another battle on for third and fourth place. We'll get them two numbers when they come around this time, but it's Conor Griffiths in 16 that comes out this corner just in the lead as 94 switches back to the inside. Then it's IK 611 in North Wales 6, IK 611, that's Jake Hemsley in that one. And then the North Wales 6 of Dylan Tyrrell. But it is Conor Griffiths in TA 16 that goes on that bottom straight into that nutter corner. 94's getting a car trying to come round the outside of him, but he's still in that second place, so it's checkered flag for 16. 94, North Wales 6, IK 611, 21F, North Wales 919, St Neots 164 after his bad start. Caught up a little bit at the end of that race, but not enough. So going on to race 2 of the Shebden Plantaire sponsored men's class 1s, TBI your season sponsor. Adam Jones in Swansea 2 comes out in lane 1. Gav Winter in Sturton 35 will be out in lane 2. Simon Bales in the Scunthorpe 117 comes out in 3. Holly Rigglesworth in Scarborough 221 comes out in lane 5. Luke Fairhurst in ARC 304 will be coming out of lane 6. Charlie Williams in Cambridge 42 will be coming out in lane 7. And right on the outside is Ben Gold in North Shropshire 443. Over to the Marshall Post 1, back he goes round, puts his flag up, bungees up, and we're away and racing race 2, heat 2 of these men's class 1s. And it's the Swansea 2 of Adam Jones that goes straight into the lead and gets a good lead as he goes down that straight into that another corner with the Scunthorpe 117 of Simon Bales coming through, but Simon has to settle for third place at the moment because it's the North Shropshire 443 of Ben Gold that gets that second position. Then it's Gav Winter in Sturton 35. It's the Swansea 2 of Adam Jones that takes him down that straight into that another corner with the 443 of Ben Gold trying to close that gap and get a bit nearer with Scunthorpe 117 in third place. That's Simon Bales in that one. Gav Winter looks to move up on the inside but not quite close enough in fourth position. And then it's the ARC 304 of Luke Fairhurst, Scarborough 221. All the work to do from the back of the field, and that's Ollie Rigglesworth in that one. I think that's Cambridge 42 of Charlie Williams just in front of Ollie Rigglesworth, back to the leaders, and the Swansea 2 is just hanging on from 443 as they come round this time. And it's yellow flag with the black cross tells them one more lap to go, and it's still Adam Jones in Swansea 2 that leads it. It's Scunthorpe 117 now trying to move up into second place. That's Simon Bales in that one, and he's alongside the North Shropshire 443 of Ben Gold, and Ben Gold's having to drop back to third position. Gav Winter's not far behind him in the Sturton 35, but it's still the Swansea 2 that comes round that corner. Adam Jones leads them round on this final corner. Can he keep it in this front? So it's going to be Swansea 2 that takes it from Scunthorpe 117, North Shropshire 443, Sturton 35, ARC 304, Cambridge 42 and Scarborough 221. That completes race 2, heat 2 of these Shebden Plantaire sponsored men's class 1s. Looking down onto the paperwork, we've got Rich Parks in the WS 36 in lane 1, Dave Owen in North Wales 97 in lane 2, Chris Hall in Scunthorpe 57 in lane 3, Ollie Hall. Them two came out side by side on first set of heats, and it's Ollie Hall in Mallow 38 coming out in lane 4. Rich Owen in North Wales 51 comes out in lane 5. Chris Dyer in Evesham 28 comes out in lane 6, and Tom Herbert in Strouden District 31 right on the outside, and they're underway and racing, and it's the North Wales 51 of Rich Owen that leads them into Nutter Corner. Two of them side by side, not far behind him. One of them's the North Wales 97, the other one's Strouden District 31. So Stroud District 31, that's Tom Herbert in that one, that's having to settle for third place at the moment. But the North Wales 97 of Dave Owen in that second position. So into that nutter corner again for another time, and it's North Wales 21 that still leads it from 97. Stroud District 10, WS 36. So WS 36 in that position, that's Rich Parks in that one, not mentioned him. North Wales 51 of Rich Owen, he got away in the lead and he's stretching that lead a little bit by a little bit as he comes round this time. He's going to see the yellow flag with the black cross, tells him one more lap to go, and then it's North Wales 97, Scarborough 31, WS 36, Mallow 38, and Scunthorpe 57 got problems on board. So that's Chris Hall in that one, who's slowing down at the back of the field. Just in front of him were Mallow 38 of Ollie Hall, but on that bottom straight into that nutter corner for the final time, and it's going to be North Wales 51 of Rich Owen that's going to come through and take this checkered flag. It's going to be North Wales 51 takes it from North Wales 97, Stoughton District 31, WS 36, Mallow 38, and then Scunthorpe 57. And that's race 3 completed of the Shebden Blantyre sponsored men's class 1s. Puts it on to race 4. Dalton Thomas in TA4 will be coming out in lane 1. Jamie Hussey in Scarborough 223 will come out in lane 2. Out in lane 3 we've got Jack Parker in York 63. And then in 4 it's Mark Robbins in Swansea 16. Jordan Painter comes out in lane 5 in Scunthorpe 364. Conor Urquhart in the TA 211 comes out in lane 6. Timothy Gardner in PAC 209 will be right on the outside in lane 8. Looks like we might have got a couple of cars that didn't get off the line or can't start, I'm not sure which. So I'll just wait for that car that's being moved off the start line. Or maybe 2 of them, because there's 2 recovery trucks reversing back to it over there. Then we'll be underway with the Shebden Blantyre sponsored men's class 1s race 4. While we're recovering them cars off the start line, we'll get to wheel roller just coming back on to do a little bit of work and try and make this racing line a bit wider by rolling the outside of it. So it looks like Dalton Thomas in TA4 that's just been taken off the start line. And Chris Dyer from Eve from 28, he was from the previous race that's just been taken off. Tractor goes back into the centre of the field. So we're just waiting for clearance from the start line. Marshall on post 1, just checking to make sure that tractor gets into a safe position. Yellow flag goes up, bungees up, and we're away and racing. Nice even break 3 of them together, but the one out grid 1 gets to that. And it's TA4, it wasn't Dalton Thomas that went off, he must have been from the earlier race, so it's Dalton Thomas in TA4 that leads them as they come around this time. I think that's Jamie Hussey in that second place, yep, in 223. Then we've got TA 211 of Conor Urquhart in that 3rd position. But it is the TA4 of Dalton Thomas that leads them out in that start gate corner and on that bottom straight, stretching away all the time and being followed by Jamie Hussey in the Scarborough 223, and them 2 stretching away. There's a little bit of a battle on for that 3rd position, and in 3rd at the moment it is the TA 211 with the PAC 209 trying hard to find a way around. So Timothy Gardner trying to find a way around the TA 211 Compton Urquhart that kind of hangs on to that third position. And then York 63, Jack Parker, all the work to do from the back of the field, but coming around this time, still got a couple of laps to go, and it's not, it's the yellow flag with the black cross, tells TA4 is one more lap to go, and then it's Scarborough 223, TA 211, PAC 209 and York 63, but TA4 of Dalton Thomas is away and clear down that far straight into the Nutter corner. Jamie Hussey in 223, still chasing hard, but not closing that gap quick enough, because checkered flag at the ready this time, and it's going to be TA4 that takes it. That's Dalton Thomas with Jamie Hussey in next place in 223. Then it's the TA 211 Conor Urquhart, then PAC 209 Timothy Gardner, York 63 of Jack Parker, and that completes race 4 of the Shebden Blantyre men's Class 1s. So we should have on that line, we should have Kieran Griffiths in Seven Valley 31 coming out in lane 1. Ben Fiddler, Yorkshire 717 out in 3. Out in 4 we should have Michael Stoughton in North Wales 91. Then we should have Daniel Ferguson in Cambridge 34 coming out in lane 5. Rhys Edwards in North Wales 44. Andy Kelsey and Brandon Glover, that's the runners. Brandon Glover gets a good start. No, it's not Brandon, it's the Evesham car that gets a good start from the middle of the field, but it's the Seven Valley car that leads them into that corner, and that's Kieran Griffiths in Seven Valley 31. So Seven Valley 31 leads them from Evesham 102, Cambridge 34, North Wales 44, Yorkshire 717, Scunthorpe 171. Even North Wales 91 I've not mentioned. That's on the inside at Scunthorpe 171, but back to the leaders, and it's still the Seven Valley 31 of Kieran Griffiths that leads them, but he's got the Evesham 102 and Andy Kelsey right on his boat lead, and not far behind him he's got the Cambridge 34 of Daniel Ferguson and North Wales 44 of Rhys Edwards, then 4 stretching away from the other 3 as the race goes on, but it's the Seven Valley 31 of Kieran Griffiths that's gone out a little bit wide, allowed the Evesham 102 of Andy Kelsey to come up on the inside, and it's Andy Kelsey that comes round this time, and he's got that lead position. Can he hang on to it as they come out this corner? So it's Evesham 102 that's the first one to see the yellow flag with the black cross. Seven Valley 31, Cambridge 34 and North Wales 44, they're all battling for them lead positions, but it is the Evesham 102 under Andy Kelsey, and now he's got his nose in front, he's stretching away, and the Seven Valley 31 of Kieran Griffiths went out a little bit wide and got the Cambridge 34 trying to come up on the inside, but Daniel's not managed it this time, so it's checkered flag at the ready, and it's going to be Evesham 102 that takes it from Seven Valley 31 and North Wales 44 side by side, and Cambridge 34 just behind him. North Wales 91, Yorkshire 717 and Scunthorpe 171. That completes race 5. That means on to race 6, and we should have Ryan Powell in North Wales 52 coming out in lane 1. Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48 coming out in lane 2. Tom Powell in Evesham 82 out in lane 5. Will Henry in the SR 19 out in 6. Ian Ullathorne in Yorkshire Dales 52 out in 7, and Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403 comes out in lane 6. Sorry, lane 8. So looks like we're nearly ready to go. Yep, yellow flag round and goes up. And we've got North Wales 52 that's come from that grid 1 and made it work for him very well, because he's got that lead position as they go into that Nutter corner. And it's Ryan Powell in that 52, but he's gone out wide, so he's come up on the inside. That's the Cambridge 48 with the Evesham 82 also followed him through. So Cambridge 48, a lead Egan that's got that lead position. He's well up in the points, so he needs as many as he can get to try and stay up there. So the North Wales 52 of Ryan Powell now drops back to that third position, but they're all together as they go into that Nutter corner. There's not a lot between them as Lee Deegan goes out wide. That's allowed the Evesham 82 of Tom Powell to come through and get that lead position. So Lee Deegan in 48 has to settle for second place at the moment, but it's the Evesham car 82 of Tom Powell that leads them as they go down that straight into that bottom corner. Yorkshire 52 in that third position just gets bullied away and taken out into that fourth position as we get one coming through on his inside, and it's the SR 19 of Will Henry that's got that third position, but 52 right, comes back at him again. So Yorkshire's 52 Illinois Thornbury. He's gone out wide. They're swapping places in that 3rd and 4th place, but there's no changes at the front. It's still the Evesham 82 at Tom Powell that comes round this time. Checker flag at the ready. It's going to be Evesham 82 that takes it from Cambridge 48. SR 19, Yorkshire's 52, North Wales 52, and Cambridge 403. Half Kieran Mackenzie completes race 6 of the Shebden Plantaire sponsored men's Class 1s. That's Class 1s completed. Looking up to the line, we've got Class 2s. So it's going to be over to Russ Thompson that's going to take you through the Class 2s when we've just got this little, might be getting a drop of water down on the inside, are we? Or are they taking it back? Yep, they're going to put just a drop of water down on the inside to keep the cars drivers off the cones and make them keep out a little bit wider because the marshals are fed up affecting them from back from other side of track. And Russ is now going to take you through these Class 2s.
Right, thank you, Paul. Sorry for the delay there, just sorting out the sheets. But yeah, a bit more water going down. We're back with men's Class 2 for their second round of qualifying this weekend. 6 grids of cars to come. And we shall see what happens this time around. Mostly clean. First set of heats in the sticky conditions, much different now. Race winners first time around then: Chris Hall, Jamie Lillington, Jack Farrow, Dan Owen, Brad Ellison and Kyle Newman were your heat winners. And Brad Ellison comes out in this first one. He had to win his twice, didn't he, in York 16. What can he do this time around? He's got some quick cars up against him though, and away we go then. First run of the second set of Class 2 heats, and it is Swansea 1 then who makes the best of the breaks. That's Josh Lewis. Oh, we've got contact down that first straight, and it looks like Will Elford was facing the infield. He's back on track. I'm not sure if he's going to rejoin as away we go. Swansea 1 it is, York 16, North Wales 12, Mallow 117, Radford 11, PAC 81 has got it going, but I'm sure a little bit disgruntled. But at the moment, the marshals say keep racing. And that's what we're doing with Swansea 1 clear at the moment of York 16. Then North Wales 12 in that next place. Seem to be missing some out of this one. Or do we? 2, 4, 6 cars. We've got no Danny Robbins in Seniors 34, so not sure what's happened to him. And I can't see Severn Valley 4 either of Kieran Griffiths. So a couple missing. Will Elford still going, but the car sounding very sick as it goes by. 1 to go then. Swansea 1, York 16, North Wales 12. That's Ryan Rowland, and then it's Ryan Mulroy in Mallow 117. Tim Pole still going in Radford 11 as well. The last one on the lead lap apart from Will Elford, who may fall a lap down by the checkered here, which is about to appear. And Swansea 1 then is going to be your winner. Josh Lewis takes it. Will Elford's a lap down. Brad Ellison home second. And then it's Ryan Rowland in third. North Wales 12. Ryan Mulroy in Mallow 117. And then Radford 11. Tim Pole. And Will Elford is going to come around to make sure he gets those points, because again they could prove quite important towards the end of the series. So Josh Lewis then a third and a first. Good day for him. He was joint 13th going into this, obviously after the first set of qualifying. A lot of people will be joint on points due to obviously all having to pick up the same results. And let's see what happens this time. So race 2 of the scheduled 6. Ash Rigglesworth, Ash Farrow, Steve Heath, JD Farrow, Ashley Lillington, Jamie Lane, Dave Hughes, Stephen White. So 3 Ashleys in this one, 2 Farrows. And the rest. Away we go then, and who's it going to be? The inside grid still looking favourable. Jamie Lane, another slow start for Radford 941. Steve White makes a quick one. In Cork 7, Dave Hughes is there with him. In York 200 then it's Lillington. In South Somerset 38, Asher then looking to do well. He had a second in his first heat. Currently third as Dave Hughes hits the front in York 200. And Dave was down in 4th in his first heat, so he needs to win this one. Steve White on the outside of Lillington. Jamie Lane has come fighting through, and he's up to 4th, ahead of Ash Farrow. And I think Farrow didn't score, did he? In his first heat, he was part of the Inford. Oh, we've got reds for some reason. Slow it down, boys. Oh, dear. Bit close for comfort there. And that's another donation from me to go into the pot. Oh, hang on. JD Farrow's lost a wheel. So, I think that's the one on the Pitts Bend. So that'll be why the race was stopped. A wheel in the track. So, unfortunately, JD then is a bit unbalanced. Oh, hang on, we've also got Steve Heath, I think, missing a wheel. So that's an odd one, isn't it? 2 cars with missing wheels. JD Farrow's missing one, and so's Steve Heath. Don't know where Farrow's went. Heath got his return to him. Is JD's up here by the turn? Marshall's going to investigate. Oh, he's gone over the fence, so there we go. Fortunately, it's well out of harm's way of any spectators. But JD Farrow's wheel then collected. So 2 missing wheels then. Bizarre incident there. Let's try race 3 then. We've got Simon Farrer, Jack Hodgson, Kyle Urquhart, Dan Heath, Ollie Stevens, Kyle Newman and Ryan Smith at the wheel of the next set of cars. Simon Farrer didn't think finished his first run, did he? Jack Hodgson had a 3rd. Kyle Urquhart in Typhy 2-on-2 also had a 3rd. So it looks like we're almost ready to go with this next grid. We'll pick them out as they come through, but who's going to be best of the bunch on this occasion? Okay, the twirl of delights, the yellow flag and the bungee go up, and cars leave the line, and Kyle Newman looks to make another good start. Simon Farrer likewise on the outside. Ryan Smith also there in PAC 25 on the inside of Newman. Oh, we've got some bumping and a banging, and Heath is round. We've got Urquhart in there, Stevens likewise. Do they all sort themselves out? It looks just about, although Urquhart now he gets going. And he's going to pass Heath, who's in the boggy stuff on the outside. But Ryan Smith it is then who takes it up from Kyle Newman, Simon Farrer and Jack Hodgson. They're the top 4, and it all went a bit pear-shaped, didn't it, for the rest of them? Kyle Newman then with a lot to do. No, he's not. He's second, isn't he? It's the rest with a lot to do. Ludlow 15. Ollie Stevens, he had a 2nd. He's rejoined in 5th, so he's got work. Kyle Urquhart and Dan Heath, most job on their hands, as they've got problems as well, along with the first corner excursion. But it's Ryan Smith who looks good. PAC 25, a couple laps to go. Kyle Newman, Simon Farrer, Jack Hodgson a bit out of shape in 104. And then it's the Ludlow 15 of Ollie Stevens. Just goes on his way. Kyle Urquhart and Dan Heath then 1 lap to go, but here's the checkered. And it's Ryan Smith then takes it. PAC 25, Cumdee 151, Yorkshire's 83, Yorkshire's 104. And then we go Ludlow 15. And 2 to go. Oh, and they're scrapping right to the end. Kyle Urquhart and Dan Heath coming together, and Urquhart's just about going to hang on, and Dan Heath a miserable race for him in Pennine 89. So what can race 4 bring to the table? Well, we'll find out, because they're up and away. Dan Owens in this one. He was a heat winner and he looks to lead away. Ludlow 55 ended with a puncher. So he needs the good result here, and Tom Stevens up the inside. Oh, Cochrane's out of shape. Tony Hawkins gets involved along with Dan Owen as they squabble. Ludlow 55, North Wales 151, DA 43. Scott Cheshire also in the mix there. Breeden Hill 12. Forest 515, and then it's the North Wales 57, Sean Rowlands, just on his way. But at the minute, it's Ludlow 55 leading the way. Cochrane and Owen still side by side. But Adam Cochrane just looks to get the better of it. North Wales 151, Seven Valley 23, Breeden Hill 12, Forest 515, North Wales 57. And look at that now, 3 of them all locking together as Adam Cochrane tries to defend from Dan Owen and Tony Hawkins. But Tom Stevens doing what he needs to do in Ludlow 55 with a lap to go. Looking to take this win, much needed. 1 to go. DA 43, North Wales 151, Seven Valley 23, Breeden Hill 12. Forest 515 and North Wales 57. But it is remaining as you are. They're starting to space out a little bit more. And it looks like Tom Stevens is going to win this one. Ludlow 55. Adam Cochrane is going to be second. North Wales 151, Seven Valley 23. Breeden Hill 12, Forest 515. Here's Sam Doddridge and North Wales 57. So, Diggett Plant Hire and Fleet Care Services, your kind sponsors of Class 2s. Away we go then. Already into race 5. Chris Hall's in this one. He was a race winner. Jack Farrow was a race winner also in this one. And it's George Boys then, who had a disappointing first heat, looking to upset the form book. He leads into turn 1. And Jay Albrighton, I think, had a 4th. And he's looking brighter as well in second place. Chris Hall and Farrow then. In that 3rd and 4th place is Carl Verity, Michael Jordan. And the last of the runners is White Rose 70. And that's Simon Chadburn. But it's George Boys then who leads the way, and he's been reeled in by the 2 Scunny cars, Albrighton and Hall. Looking to find a way past Jack Farrow, then Carl Verity, Michael Jordan, and then it's Chadburn. With it all to do, Simon Chadburn, but Jay Albrighton's up the inside of Boys, and Albrighton looks to take up the lead in Scunthorpe 156. Scunthorpe 227 watching closely, but it's side by side. Boys just about hangs on, has a little bit more speed down the straight that time around, and tries to cut across the front of Albrighton, who remains there with his nose on the inside. But it's White Rose 98, Scunthorpe 156, Scunthorpe 227. Then it's York 181, York 190. It's all close with 1, 2 and 3, but here's the checkered flag and it's going to be a dash. George Boys, good race that, takes the win. Jay Albrighton, Christian Hall. Then it's Farrow, Verity and Jordan, and Chadburn completes it all in White Rose 70. So, 1 grid to go then of the Class 2s. And Jamie Lillington was a winner. He's in this one. Craig Conway had a 2nd. Jordan Robinson was up there, but it's Adam Pickersgill who had a black flag, unfortunately. It's gone 105 last time round. Oh, Lillington's gone walkabouts, but it's Pickersgill and Conway. Bromley, who led most of his heat, first attempt, and then ended up 2nd and finished 3rd on the rerun. But unfortunately, Ashley Lillington is parked up on the start of the finish straight, but Conway's up to the leadership. Bromley looks up the inside of Pickersgill, goes through, but there's contact on the race leader. There's contact on him now as Pickersgill and Jordan Robinson fight for a position. Then it's Gareth Stokes and George Cresswell It's a quick heat, this one, and Craig Conway's made the break, and he's getting away. Scunthorpe 109 fending off for second place with all he's got, but Jordan Robertson now up the inside of Bromley. Very, very close here for second, third and fourth, and Gareth Stokes isn't finished yet either. He's looking for a way past, and he goes past Bromley. And George Cresswell now, what can he do as he goes into the turn? But it's Conway who's made the break. Pickersgill looking to do the same in second. Jordan Robertson third, problems for Cresswell, who falls back. And a slight excursion. But here's the checkered already. Scunthorpe 1's your winner. Who's going to be second? It's Adam Pickersgill, Scunthorpe 109. Jordan Robinson, Scunthorpe Spalding 26. Then it's Gareth Stokes in 87. Jack Bromley in Victor Kent 130. Then it's George Cresswell in the Scunthorpe 127. So that completes Class 2s for the time being. I've got one rerun to go, unless there's any surprises. Which race was that one? It was race 2, wasn't it, when 2 wheels went missing? But anyway, I'm going to go grab a drink now because finding it a bit too warm up here. And we'll hand you over to Brandon Glover for the second round of qualifying for Junior Specials.
Yeah, cheers, Russ. So some quality stuff there from the Class 2 boys. So Heat 2 for the Junior Specials. So race 1 should be bringing out Harry Berryman, Igo Evans, Alex Jess, Dylan Grasby, Ben Ayres, Tom Cosgrove and Rosie Russell. So the track drying out very, very nicely now. So as we move on throughout the day, we'll see some faster, and I say that and it just starts to rain. Brilliant. So I think in future I'll just be quiet. But anyways, we're just looking around. The tractor's just doing a bit of rolling, trying to create us a wider, drier racing line. And we'll see how we get on. So that tractor just doing a little bit of work over that far side. So your sponsor for the Junior Specials is Constant Bill's Garage. Haley's going to kill me because I don't know how to say it. But anyways, Shropshire Design is your series sponsor. So telehandler just coming out onto the track. Oh yeah, we've still got that Class 2 square wheeled up the bottom corner. So we'll just wait for that to get recovered, and we will be away and racing with Heat 2, Race 1 of your Junior Specials. So we have just had a phone handed in at commentary, and it's got quite a distinctive background, wallpaper, whatever you want to call it. So if you can come up to commentary if you've lost your phone, and tell me what the wallpaper is, you can have your phone back. So it is I want to say a Samsung by the looks of it, but yeah, if you've lost your phone, pop up to commentary. We've got it here nice and safe. So that Class 2 just getting recovered into the middle of the circuit, and once again we will be going away and racing with Heat 2, Race 1 of the Junior Specials. So Harry Berryman, Igo Evans, which is he's on a win in Heat number 1, so he's going to be looking to try and make another one onto the board. That phone just being collected. Alex Jess, Dylan Grasby, Ben Ayres, Tom Gosgrove and Rosie Russell. So track clearance is given, the bungee lifts, and we're away and racing. Who is it that's going to get the best of the starts in this one? It does look like it's going to be Tom Cosgrove in that ARC 25, but there's somebody on his outside, and it does look like York 22 it is that's picking up the running. Igo Evans sat there in that third position in that tier number 6 as he looks up the inside of Tom Cosgrove up the far side. Not quite got the legs this time, but it is Ben Ayres that picks up the running into that final bend for another time. Down past commentary he comes, so it is York 22 and ARC 25, tier number 6, Scarborough 111, Evesham 121 and York 34. It looks like problems on board of the IK 19, Rosie Russell. She pulls off into the middle of the circuit, but up the far side it is still Ben Ayres in that York 22 machine as the yellow flag with the black cross gets made ready for Ben Ayres in this one. But as I say that, Tom Cosgrove just slips up the inside in ARC 25, but up the far side with one circuit left to go, and there's a battle on for that third position as Igo Evans is just having to drive a little bit defensive there. But as we go back up to the front, Ben Ayres looking up the inside of Tom Cosgrove in that ARC 25. Can't quite make anything happen this time, so ARC 25 picks up maximum points. And York 22 in second, Scarborough 111, tier number 6, Evesham 121 and York 34. And your non-finisher in that one was the IK 19 of Rosie Russell. So not the best of weekends for Rosie so far. She's had a third and a non-finish, but I'm sure that the team will be in the pits sorting out whatever problem it was that it had on board, and she will be away and racing in heat number 3 tomorrow. So that class 2 just getting recovered back into the middle of the circuit. So we look down at the line at race number 2, we've got Lud 46, Will Smith coming out of lane 7, Harry Daly in the West Waterford 388, West Waterford 989, York 46 and Max Young, Pennine number 1 of Aaron Richardson, PSE 44 and Scunthorpe number 6, Max Holtby, and that's much better from Max in that Scunny number 6. He's absolutely fired out the gate into that first corner as they all just bunch up slightly as they go into turn 1. Is it going to be nice and clean? It is still going to be the Scunny number 6 that comes down past commentary, number 1, 46 and 989, there your top 4 in this one, but somebody's on the wet stuff on the cones, and there's a little bit of contact as they come out of that start gate turn up that far side, but it's Max Holtby's been demoted down into that second position. Aaron Richardson picks up the running in that number 1 machine as they come down past commentary for another circuit. It is number 1 and York 46 looking up the inside of Max Holtby in that Scunny 6 machine as he's down now into that third position. But further down the pack, we have got that Rio Sheenan machine and Harry Daly further down the pack. But the yellow flag with the black cross is being made ready this time for that Richardson machine. Is down past commentary, 1 circuit left to go. Max is back up into that second position with Scunthorpe number 6. York 46 sat there in that third position. That's Max Young in that one. But now all onto the final circuit, up the far side they go. And Richardson with 2 corners left to navigate, but Max is on a bit of a mission. I don't quite think he's going to have enough time this time, so it is going to be that Richardson machine that picks up maximum points. Max Holt being second. Oh, West Waterford 9.89 just takes it over the York 46. And Lud 46 being your back marker in that one, Will Smith at the back of the pack. But just as we look towards the line, that's 2 races down and 4 to go. So we're doing well. So race 3 should bring out the Athelston 213 machine of Cara Blaber. Border County is 116, Owen Bradford. West Waterford 499, Aidan Fuller, Alfie Ross, Marley Farrow, Lewis Middleton and Dexter Jones. So it does look like it's that Ross machine, that Sturton 717 that gets the best of the breaks in this one. I can see the Farrow machine in the mix as well, but who's going to come out on top? Down past commentary, it's that Ross machine. And Border County's 116, Piercy 13, Scarborough 31, West Waterford 499, and then that Middleton machine down there just off the pace, down in that sixth position, and Cara Blaber at the back of the pack. I'm wondering if there's a few problems on board maybe, but back up at the front it is still that Alfie Ross machine. Sturton 717 down past commentary for another time, just stretching his lead more and more. Border County is 116, West Waterford 499, PSC 13, White Rose 20 and Scarborough 31. They're your top runners, and of course Cara Blaber just seems to be lacking the pace in this one, but still back up at the front and unstoppable by the looks of it. Sturton 717 of Alfie Ross is coming now to take the yellow flag with the black cross. 1 second left to go for Alfie. Border County is 116 of Owen Bradford. West Waterford 499 of Aidan Fuller. And as I say, that Aidan Fuller just looks up the inside of Owen Bradford to slot into that second position. Lewis Middleton not having the best of runs down in that 4th position, but the checkered flag is out this time as for Alfie Ross. Sturton 717 maximum points. Owen Bradford slips back through in Border County's 116. West Waterford 499. Aidan Fuller and Lewis Middleton in White Rose number 20. Scarborough 31 of Marley Farrow, and I think it was the Dexter Jones PSE 13, and then of course Cara Blaber at the back of the pack. So some good racing coming from these little juniors, but on to race number 5 should bring out Lucy Conway, Tyler Goodwin, Angel Jones, Lauren Fuller, Sion Bradford, and I'll pick the rest up as they come past because my sheet is really faded. So where we look for a little bit of track clearance, we look to that first marshal post for the pirouette, and we are, I think we've got one stuck just at the exit of the track. So I think that is the Cara Blaber machine that it has just ended up square wheeled at the exit of the track. So the marshal's just pushing that one out of the way. So we should be nearly ready to go. We're racing with race number 5. So we've got track clearance and the bungee lifts, and who is it that's going to get the best of the brakes? And someone's very slow out of the gate in this one, but I think they've sent them out in the wrong order. I'm not going to lie, because I can see the Denver White House machine, and for some reason she is not on my list. So yeah, I've not got this race on my sheet. So I think that is the Mumford machine that's got the best of the shouts in that bright yellow Forest machine up at the front. but as they come down past commentary, we will pick the rest up. So it is indeed that Forest 161 as there's 3 abreast coming down past commentary. It's 18 over number 5. That Grasby machine there is at 121 in that 3rd position. Denver Whitehouse down there in that 5th position as they're close racing up that far side, but it is still that 161 machine that is leading them round down past the commentary for another time. So it is Forest 161, CW 18, Evesham 121, Breeding Hill number 5, White Rose number 6, and your back marker being the West Waterford 288. But as they go up that far side, the checkered flag out this time for that 161 machine. Corey Mumford, maximum points on the board. He had a second earlier on, so that's good for the points. CW18 second, Breeding Hill number 5, Evesham 121, White Rose number 6, and it's going to be the West Waterford 288. Sorry, that is your back marker. So we look up at the line and not really sure what order they're going to bring them out at, but if I look up at the line I can see Tyler Goodwin, so this must be race number 5. So this should bring out Lucy Conway, Tyler Goodwin, Angel Jones, Lauren Fuller and Sion Bradford. So one of the cars just getting left on the line. So as we tow that one off back into the pits, we should have 2 races left of the Heat 2 of the Junior Specials. So once again, just looking round for a bit of track clearance as that car just gets recovered back into the pits and yellow flags start to fly. And the bungee's going to go. And there it goes, and we're away and racing. Who's got the best of the shouts? It looks like it's Sion Bradford in the Border Counties 117. Lucy Conway in the mix in that Scunny 125. Can she make anything happen this time after the early lead in the first heat? So it is going to be Border Counties 117, West Waterford 299, Scunny 125, TA 44, PSE 16. And then I think it's your Mallow 32. Tyler Goodwin is your back marker, just ever so slightly off the pace in the Yorkshire Dales 79 machine. But up the far side, Lucy Conway looking up the underneath of the TA 44 to slide into that 3rd position. But it's still Border Counties 117, West Waterford 299, and the Scunny 125. They top 3 as they come down past commentary for another time. As Lucy Conway just looking up the inside of the West Waterford 299 to get up into that 2nd position. She's having an absolute flyer of a weekend. Currently sat joint 13th with a 3rd earlier on, so this 2nd place will be doing her the world of favours as the yellow flag with the black cross this time. Border Counties 117, Scunny 125, West Waterford 299, TA 44 and Mallow 32. And Tyler Goodwin has managed to gain a position in the Yorkshire Dales 79 machine, and PSE 15 of Angel Jones just dropping off the pace. But back up at the front with 1 corner left to navigate, the checkered flag this time. Sion Bradford picks up maximum points in the Border Counties 117. Lucy Conway in 2nd, West Waterford 299, TA 44, Mallow 32. Tyler Goodwin comes home in that 6th position. And I believe we lost one of the PSE 15, Angel Jones. So non-finish for Angel in that one. So we're absolutely flying through these junior specials. Race 6, Vince Pascal in lane 8, Keane Lewis in 7, Lily Rose Pratt in 6, Jack Bowes, Tom Ayres and Lewis Farrer. So Lewis Farrer is one of your top point scorers at the minute in that Yorkshire Dales number 3, and once again gets an absolute flying start fires out the gate, and he's already 3 or 4 car lengths ahead of the rest of the pack as they go into the first bend. But can anybody give Lewis an answer in this one? Lily Rose Pratt at the back of the pack. So it is number 3, York 23, Ben Ayres. Border County's 39, Yorkshire's 18, and that's I think that's the Bowes machine. Jack Bowes in that 4th position. Lily Rose Pratt in that Yorkshire 76 just seems to be off the pace as I say that she slides up into that 4th position. But it is still Lewis Farrer in that Yorkshire Dales number 3. Ben Ayres is with him in the York 23, but Border County's 39 of Cian Lewis looking for a way round as they go into that start gate turn 4 another time. Lily Rose Pratt just sliding ever so wide in this one, and Jack Bowes in that 5th position. But up the far side it is still Lewis Farrer in that 1st position. Yorkshire's number 3 onto another circuit. Ben Ayres in that York 23. Border County's 39. Lily Rose Pratt in the Yorkshire's 76. Jack Bowes in Yorkshire's 18. And the Hereford 450 of Vince Pascal is your back marker. But it's going to be maximum points overnight for Lewis Farrer in that Yorkshire's number 3. 2 wins added to for Lewis Farrer. Yorkshire's 3 takes a win. Ben Ayres comes in 2nd in that 23. Lily Rose Pratt just snatches it on the line in the 76 machine. Cian Lewis, Border County's 39. Jack Bowes in that Yorkshire's 18, and Hereford 450 of Vince Pascal. So that is 6 races done. That is no red flags. And that is me done for a little while. So as I look up at the line, I can see men's class 3s by the looks of it. So it's going to be over to my granddad, I think. Over to Paul.
Yep, Brandon, going over to the Liam Evans sponsored men's class 3, starting off on race 1. We've got Keith Kelly in Mallow 247 on the inside, Paul Stevens in Ludd 69 in lane 2. Then we've got Callum Allington in Yorkshire Dales 34 in lane 3, Adam Saint in Cambridge 1 in lane 4, Rupert Lomax in North Wales 1 in lane 5. We've then got Mick Summers in Radford 169, and right on the outside we've got Neil Edwards in TA 11. So they're moving the bottom bend out a little bit so as it'll be a wider racing line for these cars as they come round this time. And in fact both ends have gone out a little bit, so trying to get a wider racing line instead of dropping down water down, but don't look like it's bothered the track too much. We get the Bowser coming back on. Will he just go into the centre of the field, or will he go round where the cones are to make the drivers keep off them? But big thanks to Liam Evans Tyres that's sponsoring these men's class 3s this weekend, and Ram Developments that's sponsoring the series. Also big thanks to Kent Cams and Beresford Engineering, that's the main season sponsors. And SDS Doors, is it, that's the sponsor for the weekend for the meeting. That's Simon Farrer that's going to be coming out shortly in this one, in one of these class 3 races. Which one is in the 3rd race? That's sponsoring the main event this weekend. And put a drop of water down on these where they've put these cones out a little bit wider to try and keep the drivers off them and keep them going out a bit wider. And I think when he gets round that corner we'll most likely put him in the centre of the field out of the way, and then we'll be racing with Keith Kelly, Paul Stevens, Callum Allington, Adam Saint, Rupert Lomax, Mick Summers and Nigel Edwards. So Bowser goes into the centre of the field. Yellow flags start to appear around this field. Chief Marshal's ready, he puts his flag up, and we're away and racing with the men's class 3 sponsored by Liam Evans Tyres. I think that could be Keith Kelly No, I'll wait until they've sorted themselves out because they're all. But it's Rupert Lomax in North Wales 1 that comes round the outside and gets that lead position. And then it's the Lud 69 in Yorkshire 34 and Cambridge 1. Adam Saint in that 4th position. But the Lud 69 into that 2nd place. That's Paul Stevens in that one. And he's being chased by Callum Allinson in the Yorkshire Dales 34. But it's still the North Wales 1 of Rupert Lomax that leads them round this time. Lud 69, Paul Stevens tried to take a run around the outside but got in that lumpy stuff and lost a bit of speed. Callum Allinson still there in that 3rd position with Adam Saints in the Cambridge 1 in that 4th position, and he's being chased by the Radford 169 and Mick Summers. So it's North Wales 1 that still keeps this car in the lead, and Callum Allinson tries to take a run around the outside of 69 but hits the deep stuff and loses a lot of time on that. Radford 169 now trying to move up on the inside of Adam Saint in Cambridge 1, but Adam hangs on to that 4th position. And Mallow 247, Keith Kelly at the back of the field struggling a bit with that car, but he's still Rupert Lomax that comes around this time in North Wales 1. Checkered flag for Rupert Lomax. Then it's the Lud 69 of Paul Stevens. Adam Saint in Cambridge 1, Callum Allinson in Yorkshire 34, and Mick Summers in the Bradford 169. Last but not least is the Mallow 247 of Keith Kelly. He's TA11 of Nigel Adams didn't manage to make it out this time. So on this next run should have Manfred Kamschult in the Swansea 9, Tom Hall in St Neots 12, Tony Goodser in Scunthorpe 307, Mio Keegan in the Cumdee 333, Gary Wickham in Spalding 77, Matthew Barnbrook in Scunthorpe 96, and Lee Almond in North Wales 27 that's got to come from right across the outside. Looks like we're going to do a little bit of track maintenance with this wheeled roller to try and make it a bit better on that start straight.
That's why you put covers on your fans, isn't it?
So just let this little bit of track maintenance go off, and then we'll be back with you with these Class 3s sponsored by Liam Evans Tyres.
So a bit of an update. So, you know, on the red flags, I've just done the tot up for the first set of heats, and congratulations, well done everyone. Well, it's only 12, and when I mean only 12 red flags for the first heats, in comparison to when we were down at South Wales, we had 28. So that's really good. So well done. Keep up the good work. I know that we want red flags to earn money, but back over to Paul.
set two was out, I was really struggling back then. Yeah. I had to go and get some fresh air and a drink. Never felt like that before.
Heat or
I
just
think
things?
I've got also a bit of lack of food. Oh, we've got a telehandler coming out. No cars out unless it's just coming to park in the middle. I know.
He's going back in. He's going the pit area.
This is a car stopped just in the exit.
Is it? Come on, lads.
So that's the roller done its little bit, teleporting on onto the, just come on across the track and gone to the exit lane. Looks like we must have one that's square wheeled on the way off. Means we should be ready for race 3, which should bring out Simon Farrer, Steve Woodruff, Russ Tinker, Trevor Cusack, Phil Holloway and Richard Northway. And it is Simon Farrer in Yorkshire's 24 that gets that big Chevy engine fired up. Evesham 24, I think. Evesham 34 to Phil Holloway just couldn't slow it down and tapped the back end of Farrer that went through and parked up against the Armco. So it's Simon Farrer in 24 that leads them round that start gate corner for the first time. That Trevor Cusack, I think it is, in the CK 25 that's in that second position. Phil Holloway square wheeled against the Armco, not taking any further part in this race, but it's Yorkshire 24 from CK 25. And York 4 of Russ Tinker went out a bit wide, and then Tony Goodsir in 306 and Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71. Richard Northway, sorry, in 306. That's just in the front of Steve Woodruff. But round this side again, it's still the Yorkshire 24. Simon Farrer that leads. It sees the yellow flag with the back cross with the CK 24 of Trevor Cusack in that second position. Russ Tinker in Y4, and then it's the Scunthorpe 306 of Richard Northway and White Rose 71. All the work to do from the back of the field is Steve Woodruff, but round the start gate, the Nutter corner for the final time, going to be maximum points for Simon Farrer in Yorkshire 24 that takes the CK 25 of Trevor Cusack, and then the Y4 of Russ Tinker in third place. Then we've got a bit of a battle on for this fourth place. Who's going to get this one? It's going to be Richard Northway in 306 that just hangs on from White Rose 71 as Steve Woodruff tries to look down the inside, but Richard closes that door. And that completes race 3 of the men's class 3s. So we've got North Shropshire 343 of Martin Gold coming out in lane 1. Ryan Power in Yorksdale's 98 should be coming out in lane 3. Out 4 we should have Paul Evans in the North Shropshire 50. Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700. Oh, and Evesham 34 has recovered himself Phil Holloway after his little incident. Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700, Adam Henley in York 11 and Jamie Lee in Solway 170. Jamie had a good win this morning. I think Richard Lee was second or something like that. Martin Goldie were up in the top 2 as well, I believe. He's just as I remember him because didn't get a set of points. We will get points hopefully tomorrow for the third set of heats. But that wheel roller comes back into the centre of the field now. They've got them cars all recovered and everything, all track markers are back in position. Getting yellow flags appearing around this field. Marshall Post 1 puts it up, bungees up, we're away in racing, and it is the 343 of Martin Gold that's straight out in grid 1, gets that lead position and gets 3 or 4 car lengths. Then we've got the Yorkshire Dales 98 of Ryan Power, was trying to close up on him and did do as they went into that corner, and he's sliding it round him. Then just behind him we've got the Solway 170 of Jamie Lee with the North Shropshire 50, Paul Evans that's chasing him. Then it's Adam Henley in York 11 with the Scunthorpe 700 of Rich Lee. All the work to do from the back of the field, but it is the 343 of Martin Gold that takes him into that another corner for the second time. Still being chased by Ryan Power in 98, and then we've got Jamie Lee in 170 and the North Shropshire 50 of Paul Evans. Rich Lee moves up now in that next into that one place past Adam Henley in York 11. Well, Rich has got a lot of work to try and pick some more points up as Jamie Lee tries to look around the outside of Ryan Power, but not quite close enough. And it's the 343 from 98, from 170, from 50, and then we've got 700 and 11. 700 looks like he's slowed down. Adam Henley had to take evasive action and finished up in the deep stuff to miss him. But on that bottom straight, checker flag at the ready this time. Led it from bungee to flag, and it's Martin Gold in 343 that's going to take it. Ryan Power just hangs on in 98 from Jamie Lee in 170. Then it's the North Shropshire 50 off Paul Evans. Then Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700 hangs on to his place, passed with Adam Henley in York 11, and that completes the Liam Evans sponsored men's class 3s. That's my spell done for a while. Be now moving on to the class 5, so it'll be the Mickey B, and I think I might get back for the ladies ones, but it most likely be tomorrow morning. Oh, it's a rerun of class 2s, so it's back to Russ.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Apologies at the end of the last stint I did of the Class 2s. Unfortunately, I didn't feel quite so great, so I had to sort of scarper off straight after. But I'm all right now, feeling a bit better. So let's see what we can do. This is that Class 2 rerun where 2 cars lost a back wheel. So that's each. So JD Farrow and Steve Heath both lost a wheel. But let's see how we go now then. Steve White again makes a good start in Cork 7. He leads into turn 1, going with him Dave Hughes, Jamie Lane and Ash Wrigglesworth, I think it is, one of the Lillingtons there in it, the magenta machine as they go 3 wide. Ash Farrow, he's not had a good day at all, has he, in Scarborough 2-4 now. Oh, and Lillington's around and was up on 2 wheels, and that could have ended even worse, but at the minute it's as bad enough being the wrong way as the rest of the field scarper off. But Ash Farrow looking to the outside of Dave Hughes now. Lillington gets going. That's Ashley in South Somerset 38. It's York 200, Scarborough 249, Cork 7, Scarborough treble 2, Radford 941. So Jamie Lane struggled as well today. Map open winner, but these conditions not to his liking. As we have a challenge for the lead. Dave Hughes, Ash Farrow, then side by side goes York 200 and Scarborough 249. Then we have the other Scarborough car and the other Ash. It's Ash Wrigglesworth. As here's the last lap board. 200, 249, treble 2, 941, CK7. Oh, a black flag's gone. And I think that was to Jamie Lane in Radford 941, but I can't clarify that for certain. And Ashley Lillington still struggling round. But now Farrow has gone through in the Scarborough 249 with less than half a lap to go, but he's out wide a little bit. Hughes looks to attack back up the inside. But here we go. Scarborough 249, York 200, Radford 941. That's how they crossed the line. I think it was Jamie Lane picking up the flag. Ash Wrigglesworth and Steve White in CK7. And then we're going to go to Ashley Lillington, who got turned around, and I think that might be what that black flag was for. But he's going to trundle over the line. I wouldn't be surprised if some words get spoken about after that. But hope for now the race is put to rest, and that completes Class 2. So I'll be back later on for the second heats of 10s, and then on to the ladies. Class 2's F600s and 10s there as well. But for now, I'm sorry, Mickey, but it's almost like as it was this morning for you when you came on the mic. Class 5s and a bit of rain.
Yeah, thanks very much, Russ. It's deja vu, because I'm looking behind over my right shoulder and I've just gone OMG. That's all I'm going to say. But look, these lads have done it all before. But they'll give it another go. Right, let's have a look at this race 1 then. Lorryinsurance.co.uk, our serious sponsor, and Extract Shocks, our weekend sponsor. It brings out 2 Heat 1 winners. Dan Godfrey, Cambridge 10, coming out of lane 8. Also, Patrick Daly, West Waterford, 188. It's obviously in the name, isn't it? Waterford. Yeah, so he's in coming out of lane 3. Harvey Donovan's in this one. Ian Lloyd, Mark Euchre, Barry Miles and Brian Neal. So Brian there coming into this weekend, second on the points after the efforts down in South Wales. He had a 6 this morning. Not the best of starts for him, but I'm sure he'll be looking to recover. But he's got some competition. 2 heat winners, Dan Godfrey and Patrick Daly. And keep your eye out for lane 3. And that lane 8, and it is absolutely starting to bounce down, isn't it? Here we go then, bungee lifts. Let's go racing. I'll tell you what, it's an absolute flying start out the middle of the pack. And Mark Uka there. And, but can you get it round the corner? That is the question. As the rain is turning this track into a skating ring. Mark Uka then from the Patrick Daly mean. Then it's Godfrey, then Neil. Donovan goes into there as well. It's the Miles machine that's got some work to do from the back of the pack. But that PhD 20, Mark Uka then takes it into Nutter's corner. I tell you what, he's all right. He's shaping the back end up. Maybe he likes it in the wet. And he is. He takes up there. Dan Godfrey still going. Then it's Neil. Go down on the Daly machine. The North Wales 50. Ian Lloyd, it is. Harvey Donovan. And then Barry Miles machine. So we are picking all the numbers and the cars up, thankfully. And with one more lap to go, then they can go and get signed back on for tomorrow and do it all again. So it is Uka from Godfrey. Then we're going pretty much side by side. Coming down to that start gate turn. Neil just been pushed out a little bit, I think, as they come down this back straight. But it's going to be Mark Uka then in PhD 20 who's going to come round and take the points. Well done under difficult circumstances, that's for sure. Coming across Dan Godfrey in that second place. Then it's Neil as we come down to Daly. The Lloyd machine, Donovan, and that final place will go to Scunthorpe 94, Barry Miles. So, dear me, I don't think the conditions are going to get any easier at all. As do you know what? Well, when we were sat in the tent to the side of commentary about 20 minutes ago, the sun was out. It was red hot, wasn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. I thought, brilliant. We'll have a lovely end to the day. And Lord Almighty, you've let me down, eh? Right, here we go then. Charlie Holloway, Ian Jones, Riley Diber, Kevin Glidden, Steve Donovan, Lawrence Blaber and Ben Reid. And it is Reid that takes it up. He had a win in his first one, and I think that win may have just taken him to the top of the leaderboard in the BAS. And if he gets another one, it is Reid from Donovan. Then it's Holloway, Blaber, Jones. Then the Glidden machine, the Forester Dean, 255. Riley Diper then. Riley wasn't part of that first set of heats. Out in the second ones though. And round we go again. One more lap under their belt. And it is Ben Reid, Breednil 66, clear track in front of him. Followed by that Donovan machine and Holloway. Holloway's been quick this season. Again, throwing it into that turn 3, 255. 252, a Clevin Gillen, the Cumdy 31, Ian Jones, Athelston 13, Lawrence Blaber. And oh my life, it's got heavier. Stay in here, Russ, you'll get wet if you go out. One more lap to go then. Breednil 66, Ben Reid it is then. Oh, Donovan just went over into the rough stuff, but he holds on to it. Followed by that Holloway machine, the 255, Riley Diber. Then we go down to Cumdy 31, Ian Jones. Spalding 252, Clevin Glidden. And Lawrence Blaber there in Athelston 13. But well done. What a drive in those conditions. Breednil 66. Ben Reid makes it 2 wins out of 2. Second goes to Charlie Holloway, Evesham 9. Well done, Charlie. From the Forester Dean 255, Riley Diper. IK 72, Steve Donovan. Cumdy 31, Ian Jones. And the final place goes to Athelston 13, Lawrence Blaber. So tick in the box. There we go. 2 wins out of 2. And we are going for a little bit more of a downpour. Ah, dear me. Not good, is it? No, I know, Mickey. But, you know, carry on. Right, race 3. It doesn't bring any race winners out in this, but Baxter Pargetter, Nottingham 45 out of second. Jeff the Snake Bateman in Stratford District 45 had a second. Who else was up there? Oh, Alex Fudier, North Wales 3 had a third. And then we had Gary Wickham and Colin Hadley both had fourths. And then JJ, Jonathan Jones and Jaber Smith had fifths. And those who kind of thought, Jaber Smith a fifth? Nah, never heard of it. But those conditions this morning were challenging. Right, pretty good start. I think coming out of that far grid, Jaber Smith was doing okay, but I think it might be all change as we look round, and I think we could be seeing the snake coming through possibly as Bateman is looking to try and make a move, but it's Baxter Pargetter. He did this last time, Baxter, and he got his nose in front, but can he hold on to it? Looking back, Bateman down into that fourth place, and we have got a change there. I think we're going down to that old Wickham machine, who could be, look at them, they're having a right old battle at the front as they come past commentary, and it is the Jaber Smith machine from Pargetter. Then it's Bateman machine as they come round again. The numbers are disappearing. Spawn 11, Gary Wickham is the guy at the back of the pack, and as this rain starts to get a bit heavier, is that going to cause any problems? Jaber Smith knows he needs big points on this one, and at the moment with 1 lap to go, he's on course for 55. Baxter Pargetter, second place, to do okay, my friend, as they come round. Jeff the Snake Bateman in third. Then that 1111 machine goes through, and I'm trying to think. I think it is JJ, Jonathan Jones. He's in the middle, parked up, so he's done. But Jaber Smith, Ludlow 8, takes the win from Baxter Pargetter. Then it's the Snakes. Jeff Bateman in Stratford District 45. Spalding all the ones, Gary Wickham. And then that's it's Colin Hadley in the Severn Valley 247. So well done to these Class 5 boys in the worst of conditions, and still managing to keep these cars going round in a pretty straightish kind of line. Right, race 4. And is he out there? Yes, he is, coming out of lane 8. Les Shimon Grice. Who else is there? Hayden Cox at Forester Dean 1. He's the banana-coloured. Tom Evans, Ollie Howe, Adrian Hathaway, and the man who had the attachment shaved off and made himself look younger. Yorkshire Dales 46, Colin Chilvers. Ollie Howe picked up a second in the first heats. Tom Evans fourth. The rest of them need bigger points. So, looking back over my shoulder, Mickey, you can see blue sky. What a funny day it's been. What a funny day. The weather has been a bit hit and miss, isn't it? And but we are getting through the racing. So keep it up, guys. Keep persevering. Tomorrow is going to be tropical. So don't worry. We'll get through today. And then tomorrow's going to be third heats and super fast finals. So there we are. Marshall's back in place. Look to that first Marshall. Are you ready to spin round? Yes, I am, Mickey. Right, Bunchy goes. Let's go racing then. More fives out of there. And the thing is Colin Chilvers. Yorkshire Dales 46 then, who shows them the way down into Nutter's Corner. As it all goes a bit splish-splashy. Les Grice pushes on into the old thick stuff. So Chilvers then from the Howes machine, South Somerset 7, Tom Evans. Then it's Hathaway and Cox into that turn 3. And I say Cox running in 5th place. Les Grice has got the car going again, but he's only curb crawling round as he does. And one more lap under his belt, and it is Chilvers then still leading the way as Cox just pulling on his roll-offs there. And Les Grice has said, I've had enough of this. I'm going back into the pits. So with Les Grice into the pits, that means that there's 5 running in the 5s with one more lap to go. Oh, you spin me right round, baby. So we've got a spinner there. It means that South Somerset 7, Tom Evans takes back up the running. It was Breeden Hill 4, Adrian Hathaway, who got away. And at the moment, is he going to go back into the pits, or has he got it going again? No, he's getting it going. Hayden Cox comes up the inside. but coming round to take the checker flag. Well done. Colin Chilvers takes the win. Second goes to South Somerset 7, Tom Evans. Third into there, I'm trying to think, it's North Shropshire 1, Ollie Howe. Then it is the Hayden Cox machine, Breeden Hill 4, Adrian Hathaway. Did not finish, Les Grice. So some of those numbers just starting to disappear on me. All went a bit brown. Right, race 5 of the lorryinsurance.co.uk and Extract Shocks men's class 5. North Shropshire 225, Andy Warriner. Joe Doddridge, Forester Dean 15. Jenny Shepherd, South Somerset 22. Had a second in her first run. Adam Brown, Mallow 184, had a third. Danny Lodge, black flagged in his first one in Scunthorpe 212. Came into this leading on the BASS points. Ludlow 24, Jordan Powell had a fourth. So, and it is a start there from Lodgy coming out of grid 2. It's been good to people 1 and 2 today. And a bit out of shape for someone at the back. But it is Danny Lodge then taken up from Adam Brown. Then we go down to the Lud 24. That's Jordan Powell. Jenny Shepherd running surprisingly at the back. But these conditions can do all sorts to results and points and standings, as we're currently seeing. But round again, knowing that 2 wins will be something that he needs to get any close to the final. Adam Brown still running there from Jordan Powell. Running into that Forester Dean 15, Joe Doddridge. But Jenny Shepherd found a gap up the inside coming out of turn 3, out of start gate turn. They take it down the opening straight. Already coming round that turn 2. It is Danny Lodge then. Scunthorpe 212, 1 to go for him. Followed by that Adam Brown machine from the Jordan Powell Lund 24, Jenny Shepherd South Somerset 22. And that's final machine coming across is Joe Doddridge in the Forester Dean 15. And he's out there like Billy No Mates. Look at him. He's pulled such a great lead. He comes alone and takes the checker flag. Danny Lodge, Scunthorpe 212. Right, second place, it's going to be Adam Brown, who matches the colour of his car. Jenny Shepherd third, South Somerset 22. Hold on a minute. Brown come across there? Yeah, he did. Forester Dean, Joe Doddridge, so it was Jordan Powell over in that second place. So, told you, all got a little bit mixed up, didn't it, Mickey? Yeah, I know. But out of 5 races, you got 5 ticks in the boxes. Right. Men's Super Saloons, Max Sport Series sponsor, Kitchen Plant Hire, our weekend sponsors. Race 1 brings out 3 heat winners. Oh, my life. Archie Bentley, Jake Lee, Cameron Mills. That is the 3 winners. We've got Callum Ball in there, White Rose 4, had a third. Dan Johnson, Scunthorpe 383. Had a fourth. Got Gareth Roberts in there, Stuart McLean, ting, from Central Scotland 17, and Kerry Pope in Spalding 82. My, oh my. Just waiting for track clearance. Still got red flags held aloft. So having a look around. I'm not sure what we're waiting for. No cars stranded. One of the recovery vehicles is just coming across. Oh, is it going off track?
I think the medical vehicle's
Oh, right, okay. So it sounds like the bit of water's got into the medical vehicle. There you are. Oh, you don't hear that too often, do you? But we have got the ambulance on track. So, it's not on the track at the moment, it's off track. So we've got the track clearance. We're going to look for that first marshal. You spin round and our eyes on that bungee. Bungee lifts, let's go racing then with the men's Super Saloons. And it's Cameron Mills, Cum D9 then, who takes up that running. Kerry Pope, Spalding 82, up into that second place. Archie Bentley, that Border County 7, running in third place. So Mills from Pope, from Bentley. Then we go down into Lee, the McLean machine. Then Johnson. Then we go down into where you going, Mickey? Yeah, Callum Ball in the White Rose 4 machine. As McLean's got a little bit dirty, and he's now at the back. But Cameron Mills then, Cumdy 9 still leading the way through from Archie Bentley, from that machine from Pope in the Kerry Pope machine. Then we are dropping down into next runners, but Cumdy 9 though. Cameron Mills is enjoying this. Is that the last lap marker already? Yes, it is. Cameron Mills then from Archie Bentley, from Kerry Pope, from that Lee machine, Jake Lee. Then it's that Johnson in the 383. Callum Ball in the White Rose 4. Then McLean, and then the North Wales 76 of Gareth Roberts. But making it 2 wins out of 2. Cameron Mills takes it. Second's going to go to Archie Bentley, a win and a second for him. Kerry Pope in third. Fourth goes to the Jake Lee machine. Then we go Scunthorpe 383, Danny Johnson. Callum Ball, can you hold on to it, mate? Yeah, just about. From the Stuart McLean. Ding! Central Scotland 17. And right. Come on. North Wales 76, Gareth Roberts. Hey, he said, Mickey, I hate all of this wet stuff. Look at me. I'm slip sliding away. There you are. At least you're finished, mate. You've got some points on the board. Right, race 2 then. Well, another previous heat winner. We've got 2. Oh, Phil Barliman, Pennine 23 out of lane 1. Ludlow 23, Alfie Smith out of lane 5. Chaz Edley, Scunthorpe 69 out of 2nd. Craig Bagley, Cumdy 2 out of 4th. Matt Lloyd, Cumdy 5 out of 4th. And Bill Bradford out of 2nd. My life, this one's another tough heat on these super saloons. Who's your money on? Well, who's on that inside line? You know where we were saying like grid 1 and 2? Phil Barliman and Chaz Edley. One's had a win, one's had a second. Right. Come on then. And I think Chaz Edley out of grid 2, but hold on a minute, he goes on the brakes, and a little move up the inside there. Phil Barliman into turn 2, leading this one. Can he make it stick though? As who's going with it? Bagley goes with him. Then it takes him up into that turn 3. Round they go. So Bagley then, Craig Bagley, leading the way down. Out of 4th in his first run. So, maximum points on this would be lovely going into tonight. Ready for sign on. Barliman's not going to give up though. He's still holding on in that second place. And, good grief, Mickey. I can see Bradford's number down there as well. And then the Chaz Edley, Scunthorpe 69, has dropped all the way to the back of the pack as they come round again. Another lap going to be completed, and it's got one more to go on this one then. And it is that Cumdy 2 then in front of Barliman this time as they come around up the way they go. I think it's going to be Colin Reid, that Central Scotland 21, who's doing some work to up into that third place. Bradford loses another place as one comes up the inside, but taking the win. It's going to go to Craig Bagley. Takes a good win there. Barliman in that second place. I can't just see that number. I've lost it. I've lost all of those numbers as they come across. I see Bill Bradford coming across and Chaz Edley. Right, so process of elimination, Mike. Somewhere up there would have been Matty Lloyd and Graham Blackburn. But you didn't know where, did you? No, I didn't. No, it just happened like that. I think it might have been Alfie Smith in that third place. But that's what happens when they get absolutely covered in mud. You lose all of the numbers, both on the roof and on the doors, and it makes it extremely difficult. Right, race 3. Andy Graney, Barry Leach, Jodie Faulkner, Lewis Woodruff, Andy Jefferson, Simon Hawthorne and Ali Ashmore. They are your runners and riders on this one. Marshall's just putting some cones back into position. Right, who's had the best results? Well, Simon Hawthorne and Andy Graney both had seconds. Barry Leach down 120 out of third. Lewis Woodruff, White Rose 72 out of fourth. The rest need a good result. I can hear engines revving already. So first Marshall says, come on then, let's get it going. And we do. Ali Ashmore, good start coming out of that grid one. But Simon Hawthorne goes with her as well. And now takes up that running as they come into Nutter's Corner. Someone's gone extremely wide. But it is Hawthorne from Andy Jefferson now, from Graney, from Ashmore. Then we go down into Leach, Jodie Faulkner, and then that Lewis Woodruff machine in that final place. But Radford 176, Simon Hawthorne had a second this morning. Had a first to this, 100 points after 2 heats. That'd do nice, but Andy Jefferson didn't have the best of runs first time out. He's on the pace as he goes up there. Andy Graney and Ali Ashmore goes with him as well. The Severn Valley 6 and Lewis Woodruff machine still trying to do work from the back, but Jodie Faulkner just that one place in front of Lewis Woodruff. And eyes back front, because as we come round for this final lap, Andy Jefferson has taken up the running now from that Simon Hawthorne machine. Andy Graney third, fourth is that Ali Ashmore Spalding 514. Then it is Barry Leach and down 120. Jodie Faulkner, Severn Valley 6, and then White Rose 7. Well, he's not white anymore, but I should say Brown Rose 7. And it is that Lewis Woodruff machine. But checker flag. And it is a good, strong one there. Scarborough 70, Andy Jefferson takes it from Simon Hawthorne, Radford 176, Andy Graney, Pennine 8, from Spalding 514, Ali Ashmore, down 120, Barry Leach, Severn Valley 6, Jodie Faulkner, and that final place goes to White Rose 72, Lewis Woodruff. I had to go quiet there for a moment. I had to blow my nose. I was getting all a bit sniffly. It's like an oven up here in the Pope-mobile. Hey, bless you, my son. Right, let's go into race 4 then. Paul Johnson, Darren Adams, Matt Richards, Will Bradford, Rhys Griffiths, Ryan Jones, Chris Howard. Paul Johnson with a 4th is the highest point scorer after Heat 1 in this one. And there's some big names in there as well, isn't there? Rhys Griffiths, Radford 212. He was on fire down in Wales. And I'm sure he'll be looking to make a move on this one. And again, that 212 Rhys Griffiths. Keep your eye out for him as we come round this time. And it is Griffiths. Oh, there's contact there. Adams and Jones goes into there as well. And that was a bit of contact there. The CA 221, Chris Howard, is the man just running at the back of the pack at the moment. And again, still tricky conditions. The rain has stopped, but it's wet underfoot. And it is Rhys Griffiths, Radford 212. Border count is 26, Darren Adams. Then it is Matt Richards. Then the Bradford machine. Then the Cumdy 3 of Ryan Jones. Oh, hold on a minute. Was that someone spinning out? Oh, yes, I think it was Mickey. So I think that could have been Chris Howard. But Radford 212 it is. Rhys Griffiths, one more to go from Border Counties 26, Darren Adams. Then it is that Matt Richards machine from Jones, from the Bradford. And, we got 2 parked up in the middle. So one of them must be Paul Johnson out there, because he's not still running. Checker flag, Radford 212, Rhys Griffiths. That's the way to come back, my friend. Darren Adams, Border Counties 26 second. Then it's Matt Richards third in the 555. Oh, bang! Ah, dear me. Matt Richards, E's and 555 come through. Border Counties 115. Will Bradford, there was a bit of contact there. And with it being slippery, couldn't stop. And it went into the Armco. It's got a wheel that's facing Mecca, so it will need to be repaired. But don't worry. The old Bradfords will be out there. They getting their old spanners out and a few replacement parts. Right. Final race of the men's Max Sport Kitchen Plant Hire sponsored Super Saloons. And it brings out Colin Atkinson, Central Scotland 30. North Wales 199, Sid Lomax. Senna Proctor, Scarborough 23. James Allmack, Yorkshire Dales 19. Mark Mulholland, York 27. Mike Barrett in York 2. And Andy Holtby, Scunthorpe 61. He's coming out of lane 1. He had a third in his first run, as did Mike Barrett, as did Senna Proctor. Sid Lomax with a second is your highest points scorer coming out of grid 7. He'll think, oh, grid 7, oh, it's a bit sloppy out there. Hey? Oh, well, I like that word. Do you like that word, sloppy? Yes, lovely, isn't it? Right, come on then. Is Andy Holtby going to finish the day off with a win? Is Senna Proctor going to come out strong? He's out of the middle of the pack, grid 6. Lomax with 45 points. Can he add big points to it? He's coming out of lane 7. What is going to happen here as we get going? Oh, Alpy's got a slingshot out of grid 1. Oh, it's Andy Holtby, but can he get the grip down as he goes with it? Barrett's going alongside him as they come out of that Nutter corner. Holtby then trying to find that drier line, and it is a little bit. And Holtby then from Barrett, from Mulholland, from Atkinson, and as they bring it up into their Sid Lomax, trying to fight a way through. He's left the door open for Senna Proctor. Proctor now makes it up into that fourth place, but he can't get the grip as he concedes a place back. As we go back to the lead car, still Andy Holtby then. Scunthorpe 61 from Mike Barrett, York 2. From Mark Mulholland, York 27. Then it is that Atkinson, Central Scotland from Proctor. Then we go down to Sid Lomax in North Wales, 199. Oh, poor old Sid. He needed some bigger points than that after a good run this morning. But these damn weather conditions. Andy Holtby then, 1 to go. Mike Barrett follows him in the York 2. Oh, Mulholland's got it out of shape. That means New Central Scotland 30 on Colin Atkinson up in the third, but hold on, Senna Proctor's come up the inside. Bit of contact on the door there. Mulholland square-wheeled it. Oh, it's all going on as we do that. Checker flag. Holtby takes the win. Second goes to Mike Barrett, York 2. Right, who's coming over in third, Mickey? Go on, Senna Proctor, Scarborough 23. From Colin Atkinson, Central on 30. Then we come across into the Lomax territory and Mark Mulholland over in that final place. So all I would like to say, men's class 5s and 7s through without issue at all in some of the most treacherous driving conditions you'll ever see. Well done, boys. Right, over to Brandon now for class 9s. Follow that, my friend. Oh, hold on. No, I've got to do it again. No. And it's over to Brandon Glover, the grandson of Mr. Lover, Paul Glover.
Yeah, cheers, Mickey. I mean, I did junior specials earlier. 6-7 races we're out of Red 5. Yeah, we're in a bit of a competition here, aren't we, Mickey? But yes, anyways, Heat 2, Race 1 of the men's 9s. And before I can say absolutely anything, the bungee lifts. But how about this for Heat? You've got Wayne Llewellyn, Alan Roberts, Tom Lloyd, Sean Power. But who is it that's going to get the best of the breaks? It looks like it's that Llewellyn machine. That's beautifully turned out, pink class 9. But Power's on his way through in that Yorkshire Dales 97. He sits second. Number 5 and Adam in there in that 4th position in that York 6 machine as he's left the door open and somebody's facing the wrong direction on that pits bend. But back up at the front, it's Wayne Llewellyn over that Sean Power machine. But Sean's going to be looking for a way through on the inside. Sticks the wheel in, not quite got the pace. Down past commentary, so it's number 9, 97, PhD number 9, York 6, North Wales number 4, TA 42. And that number 5 machine at the back, but back up at the front, and Power's still looking for a way through with just one circuit left to go after this one as he comes down past commentary. Wayne Llewellyn still showing him the way round as they're now onto the final circuit, and we'll stick these two up at the front as Power looks round the outside. Oh, just overcooks it, and Wayne Llewellyn is up and gone with this one. Russ Adamant slots into that second position in that York number 6 machine, and Power is not having the best of weekends in that 97, but it is going to be that CW number 9. Wayne Llewellyn picks up 55. Russ Adderman in second in York 6. Yorkshire Dales at 97 in third. North Wales number 4. PhD 9. TA 42. And that Pennine number 5. So that's race 1 done and dusted. So we're on to race 2 of your Spa Motors and Extract sponsored men's class 9s. So this one should see North Wales 60 George Evans, Scunny 45 Matt Barnbrook, Barry Ashmore in Spalding 154, Sam Pinches in Radford 35, Chris Colgate in Solway 20, Sam Middleton in Scunny 909, Phil Cooper in ARC number 5, and the Evesham 26 of Mark Barker. So I do believe that Cooper picked up maximum points earlier on in heat number 1, so he's going to be looking for another 55 on the board. As we just wait for a little bit of track clearance and the bungee lifts, and who's getting the best of the shouts, and it is Cooper in that number 5 machine. Powers out of the gate, but Sam Middleton in Scunny 909's gone with him in that second position. Barnbrook's in the mix as well, as there's all sorts of argy-bargy in that first corner, but they'll all sort themselves out down past commentary, so it's 5-909, and Sam Pinches there in that third position in Radford 35, but the door's open, and he's been demoted all the way back to 6th position, but Ashmore is in that 3rd position in the Spalding 154. He's going to be over the moon with that one, but Sam Pinches back on his way through, just slides back up the underneath of Ashmore as he gets out in the thick stuff, but it's still Cooper over Middleton, Pinches there in 3rd, Barker in 4th, and Barnard in 5th, and Barry Ashmore all the way at the back of the pack after that brilliant start. But North Wales 60 is your back marker, but still back up at the front. Yellow flag, wave the black cross this time for Phil Cooper in that ARC number 5. Sam Middleton in Scunny 909 in second. Sam Pinches back from 35. Matt Barker in Evesham 26. But there's a battle on for that 5th position. And someone just overcooks it. But I'd like to tell you it is, but it's just the brown car, I think. But it is Phil Cooper, 55 on the board. ARC number 5 picks up the win. Scunny 909, Sam Middleton. Sam Pinches in 3rd in Radford 35. Evesham 26. Scunny 45. And Chris Colgate in Solway 20. Barry Ashmore, Spalding 154. And that North Wales 60 of George Evans being your back marker. So again, a brilliant drive by Phil Cooper in that ARC number 5. So race 3 should bring out Lud 80 Jimmy Smith, Stuart Taylor in IK 121, Andy Ornshaw in York 78, Kieran Cobb in IK 75, Adam Robinson in North Shropshire 71, Michael Bailey in TA 31, Lee Seagraves in ARC 3, and Ewan Pitt in Hereford 17. And it is, I say his name, he gets an absolute flyer of a start. That Hereford 17 machine, but where is Seagraves in that number 3 machine? He's going to be on his way through, but don't rule out Ornshaw. As I say that, he's all the way at the back of the pack, but it is still 17 over Seagraves in second, and Ornshaw all the way at the back of the pack. These conditions just seem to be catching him out in that York 78 machine, but he is leading the best points at the minute, so he's on his way through, but back up at the front, it's still Ewan Pitt in that Hereford 17 machine, down past commentary. Seagraves goes with him in number 3, IK 121, IK 75, North Shropshire 71, and the Lud 80 machine. And they're your top runners, but Ewan Pitt's gone really, really wide. He's ended up in the Armcore, so that's going to put Seagraves up into that 1st position as he comes down past commentary for the penultimate time. ARC number 3, he's looking for another maximum. IK 121, IK 75, and North Shropshire 71. Lud 80 is now under strong pressure from Hornshaw in the 78 machine, but up the far side they go for the final time. The checkered flag is being made ready for ARC number 3 of Lee Seagraves. He's going to be putting 55 on the board, so we're happy with that overnight. IK 75, shake of the fist, and North Shropshire 71, North Shropshire 71, Adam Robinson, IK 75, Kieran Cobb, and Andy Hornshaw is way down the pecking order in the York 78 machine. So not the best of runs for Andy Hornshaw in that one. He is leading the Bass points at the moment, and I do believe he had a win or a second this morning. So Haley's here now, because I can see Junior Saloons set up on the line. So I'm going to go and get my race car ready for the ever-loving wife, and I'll be back later on for the ladies' 9. So over to Haley.
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, you go and make sure that race car's ready, or you'll be for it. So just having a little look down then, have we got time to go through these runners and riders while we've got some cones being put back into position? Best of the point scorers in this one from the after heats 1 is White Rose 21, Lewis Middleton. And then picking up a second in the first run was the Scunthorpe 161 of Troy Holtby. Joining them in this one then is 22F Bo Chamberlain, Bo Bennett in the Breeden Hill 33, Severn Valley 147 Hannah Hadley. But we've got the bungees up and we're already away and racing on this one, and it is that White Rose 21 of Lewis Middleton then that is the first out the gate. Gate leads them round that 10-2 down past the commentary box for the first time of asking them. Bo Chamberlain goes with him, as does Troy Holtby. North Wales 97, then Lexi Owen in that 4th place position. Breeden Hill 33, Bo Bennett then. Looks like she's picked up her puncher on that passenger side front. So I don't know whether she'll keep herself running or whether she'll make her way back into the pits. Just ahead of her then is the PHG number 5 of Yazabel Hitchcock. But back up and at the front, Lewis Middleton it is then in the White Rose 21 from the 22F of Bo Chamberlain, from the Scunthorpe 161 of Troy Holtby. And then that North Wales 97 of Lexi Owen. PHG number 5 then, Yazabel Hitchcock. And then just coming round and touching the nose on the front of the Armco then is the Severn Valley 147 of Hannah Hadley. But back up and at the front, your race leader's already coming round for another lap underneath your belt. A bit of a gap between your top 4 cars and then that one that sits in that 5th place, but away and gone at the front of the field. White Rose 21, Lewis Middleton it is then, looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 as he already heads up around that 10-2 for the final time, because Checkered Flag is out ready and waiting on this one. Lewis Middleton it is then. Then it's going to be Bo Chamberlain from Troy Holtby and Lexi Owen as your top 4 in this one. And then coming round for that 5th place points on this is the PhD number 5 of Yazabel Hitchcock then. So well done to them. So we've just got the Severn Valley 147 then of Hannah Hadley just parked up on this 10-2. I think she's probably got herself running, but where she was nose dived in, I don't think she could get it quite spun round and needed to just pop it in reverse. And then Breeden Hill 33 of Bo Bennett picked up a puncture. So she's parked over on the far side of the field. Race 2 then, sponsored this weekend by Tea Cozy Cakes. And I think it's Shropshire Design. Let me just look. It's Shropshire Designs for the series sponsor. Race 2 brings out Cambridge 32, Rory Jones, Swansea 46, Finlay Robbins, York 90, Bobby Jean Verity, Typhy number 9, Rhys Davis, PAC number 9, Travis McKilley, Breeden Hill 40 of Thomas Creed, and that York 38 of Dan Mulverhill. So just needing that one to be recovered, and then we will be back underway and racing shortly. 5 races of the junior saloons to come for you, and as you can possibly hear on the roof of this one, the on the perk machine, the heavens have just started to open again. Certainly tricky conditions for some of these drivers down here this weekend. But the team doing a fantastic job to try and keep the track right for them as best they can under the weather conditions. So that one's just been pulled back into the middle. We're going to have a little look round. We're going to get track clearance, and we are underway and racing with race 2 then. I think it's the Breeden Hill 40 then of Thomas Creed that gets a good start out of that lane 2, leading them up into that first 10. PAC number 9 then, Travis McKilly goes with him then in that second place position. York 38 of Dan Mulverhill then is in that third place. Swansea 46 then just pushes it a little bit wide. That opens the door for Cambridge 32, Rory Jones, to move up into that fourth place from the Swansea 46 of Finlay Robbins. Then it's that Typhy number 9 of Rhys Davis from the York 90 of Bobby Jean Verity, but back up and at the front of the field, about half a lap between your front and your back marker on this one. Now then, it is the Breeden Hill 40 of Thomas Creed that leads them round for another time of asking from the PAC number 9 of Travis McKilly as your 1 and 2. Then that York 38 of Dan Mulverhill's then in that third place position from the Swansea number 46 of Finlay Robbins. Finlay just pushes it wide. That's going to allow the Typhy number 9 of Rhys Davis to move up into that fourth place position. Your race leader's now just catching your back marker, so as they come around this time, your race leader does see that yellow flag with the black cross. Bobby Jean Verity then in the York 90 just finding themselves parked up on the outside of the track. Yellow flags just indicating that to the rest of the field. Can she get herself out that sticky mud? Not quite sure this time, but your race leader's already heading up into that turn 1 and that turn 2 for the final time. Thomas Creed it is then that's going to come round and take the maximum points on the board in round 2 of the British Series qualifying race 2. PAC number 9 of Travis McKilly, York 38 of Dan Mulverhill, Typhy number 9 Rhys Davis from the Swansea 46 of Finlay Robbins, and that Cambridge 32 of Rory Jones. That York 90 then, I think a new driver, I'm sure it's possibly just first season. I think I've seen them race a couple of times, and certainly getting faster and on the pace. So we all start somewhere, and some of these junior races just 10 years old out there racing as well. So they do an absolutely fantastic job. Race 3 then brings out Lewis Walker, Yorkshire Dales 139. He took a win in the first round of races this morning. York 81, Jacob Farrer took a second. Joining them in this one then, Athelston 212, Hannah Lewis, Severn Valley 29, William Hall, York 43, Harry Swales, Yorkshire Dales 619, Jensen Walker, and that Swansea number 2 of Pip Melly. I'm not sure if you can see on the screen or not, but the heavens definitely have opened now, and that's going to make the track change every lap these juniors race. Just making sure that they're all sorted on that start line. I can see a start line marshal just running back to the button end of the start line. So we'll have a little look round. We've got yellow flags around the rest of this track, just waiting for them up on that start line, I think. And then we should be looking to be underway and racing with race 3 of the Tea Cosy Cakes weekend sponsored Junior Saloons. Shropshire Design is your series sponsor on this one. Now I think, just looking at the screen, there's a little bit of a problem with the bungee. I think they're just tightening the bungee up, and I think that's what the delay is. I'm not sure whether it had popped off or it's just stretched a bit. So they're just adjusting that bungee. That's what the delay is on this one. So, I think we're possibly nearly sorted just on that start line. So we've still got plenty of racing to come down here at the Yorkshire Dales track. So just coming out after these juniors, we should see men's class 4s, stock hatch and 6s before we head back over to open wheeled 8s, F600s and men's class 10s. Then we'll look at heading back through to those ladies. So I'm not sure if the bungee's maybe been sticking. That's what they're just looking at. I'm just having a little look across to see if I can see what's happening. I know they've certainly just adjusted it and tightened it up. So I'm not sure if it was maybe sticking at one side with the rain we've been having or what. So that's what the certainly the hold-up is at the minute. Just, have we got yellow flags up on there now? Let's have a little look round. We have bungees up and we are away in racing then, but who's going to get the best of the starts then? York 81 looks fast out of grid 8. Jacob Farrer on board in that one. Jensen Walker then in the Yorkshire Dales 619 there is the first to lead them up into that turn 1. His brother goes with him in the Yorkshire Dales 139. Lewis Walker then as you 1 and 2 now make the way around that turn 2 down past the commentary box. Swansea number 2 then of Pit Melly in that 3rd place from the York 81 of Jacob Farrer. Seven Valley 29 William Hall then from the Athelston 212 of Hannah Lewis. And then that York 43 of Harris Wales with all the work to do from the rear of the field. Change in the front there, and it's Swansea number 2, Pit Melly, that takes up the running as your race leader from Home Club boy Jensen Walker. Yorkshire Dales 619, followed by his brother Yorkshire Dales 139 of Lewis Walker then in that 3rd place position. 4th is the Athelston 212 of Hannah Lewis from the Seven Valley 29 of William Hall, and then that York 43 of Harry Swales with all the work to do from that 6th place position, but back up and at the front of the field. Pit Melly it is then in the Swansea number 2 that's already heading up into that turn 1, and that turn 2 nearly half a lap between your front and your back marker on this one then. Pit Melly it is in the Swansea number 2 that's going to lead them down past the commentary box for another time of asking. Yorkshire Dales 619 then Jensen Walker, Athelston 212 of Hannah Lewis, Yorkshire Dales 139 Lewis Walker then from the Seven Valley 29 of William Hall, and that York 43 of Harry Swales then, but back up and at the front of the field your race leaders already heading up around that turn 2 to see that checkered flag this time. Swansea number 2 Pit Melly it is then that takes the win on this one. From Yorkshire Dales 619 Jensen Walker, Athelston 212 Hannah Lewis from the Yorkshire Dales 139 of Lewis Walker, then the Seven Valley 29 of William Hall, and that York 43 of Harry Swales. So well done to race 3 of the juniors. Looking up on the line then, we see race 4. This is going to bring 3 race winners from Heat 1s. Typhoon number 7, Will Evans. Cambridge 142 Grace Williams, and that 10F of Lily Chapman. Joining them in this one then is the North Wales 52 of Amber Powell, White Rose 18 Blake Crother, and PSC number 33 of Rio Sheehan. Should be my runners and riders up there. Just having a little look down this track. I can certainly see 3 yellow flags up. Just waiting for one on that start line. I think yellow flag goes up on the start line. Marshall spins round, points to the stars, bungees up, and we are underway in racing then with race 4. Now, I think it's the North Wales 52 of Amber Powell. It is. They've got a flying start out that grid 2. She's found the grip and looks to be away and gone with this one. The rest of them are going to have to do their best to reel her in as she leads them up round that turn 1 and that turn 2. White Rose 18, then Brit Cuther goes with her in that 2nd place position. One just goes wide and pushes up into all that sloppy stuff. 10F then Lily Chapman's now in that 2nd place position from the Typhoon number 7 of Will Evans. Then it's the Cambridge 142 of Grace Williams from the White Rose 18 of Blake Crother, and then it's the PAC 33 of Rio Sheehan that found themselves in that sloppy wet on the outside of the track, but got themselves going with all the work to do from the rear of the field, but back up and at the front. North Wales 52 Amber Powell it is then that leads them round from Typhy number 7 of Will Evans, 10F then of Lily Chapman, Cambridge at 142 Grace Williams, White Rose 18 of Blake Crowther, and then that PAC 33 Rio Sheehan, I think just struggling with the wet conditions a little bit on this one's made their way back on to that infield, then back up and at the front. Your race leader's going to come round this time and see that yellow flag with the black cross. One to go on this one then. North Wales 52 Amber Powell it is then from the Typhy number 7 of Will Evans. Then it's that 10F of Lily Chapman, Cambridge 142 of Grace Williams. As your top 4 now head up and onto the last lap. Also coming round to head up and onto their last lap is that White Rose 18 of Blake Crowther. Back up and at the front there, your race leader's already heading up around that 10-2 and down past the commentary box to see that checkered flag. North Wales 52 Amber Powell it is then that takes the win from the Typhy number 7 of Will Evans, 10F of Lily Chapman from that Cambridge 142 of Grace Williams, and then the White Rose 18 of Blake Crowther then comes round to complete the lineup on the Tea Cozy Cakes weekend sponsored, series sponsored Shropshire Design Junior Saloons. Race 5 then, we've got 2 of them that were picked up seconds in their first heats. That is the Typhy 29 Stephen Davis Williams and the Severn Valley 107 of Will Hadley. Joining them out in this one then is the TA number 5 Jack Owens, Solway number 9 Mason Burhills, Ludlow number 1 of Reese Tipton, and that Asian 146 of Molly Bubb then. So just having a little look round, we've got 3 yellow flags around the track. We're just waiting for one on that start line, I think. We've just got a marshal just running across the start line. And then we will be looking for that clearance from then and get this race 5 underway and racing with the... junior saloons. Not sure if the driver coming out of lane 1's maybe got a little bit of an issue. The marshal's just talking to him. So we'll just wait and see what happens. Marshal's just making his way back to the post. This chair squeaks. Random. I just thought I best clarify what all the squeaking is. I'm sat on the edge of my chair and every time I wobble does the chair squeak.
I could get thrown off the field with my next comment, so I'm not going to say a word.
So we're just having a little look around then. We're just waiting for the track clearance on that start line, and then we will be back underway and racing with the final grid of the junior saloons for Heat 2. Just a reminder, drivers, you do need to make sure that you are signed on tonight when you've had your second heat for racing tomorrow. So we got bungees up on this one then. Isham 146, Molly Bubb got a flyer of a start on the outside there, but I think it's just caught in that wet, slowed her down a little bit. Jack Owens then in the Typhy number 5 takes up the running as your race leader as they make their way around that 10-1 and that 10-2. Molly Bubb goes within then in the Isham 146 as your 1 and 2. Then it's the Typhy 29 of Stephen Davis Williams in that 3rd place. From the Severn Valley 107 of Will Hadley then, but back up and at the front, about half a lap between your front and your back mark. I'm not sure if the Solway number 9 Mason Burhills is maybe struggling with the wet a little bit. I think he's a new driver as well, so he's making his way back into the pits. So that leaves 5 cars out running in this one, and it is the Typhy number 5 of Jack Owens then that leads them up round that Stargate 10 down the far side of the field from the Isham 146 as your 1 and 2. Good nearly quarter of a lap between your 1 and 2 place positions there. It's Molly Bubb that's going to have to battle off the rest of the field because your race leader away and gone in this one, and I think already heading up and onto his last lap. Typhy number 5 it is then of Jack Owens, then Molly Bubb in the Isham 146, then it's the Typhy 29 of Stephen Davis Williams, Severn Valley 107 of Will Hadley, and then that Ludlow number 1 of Reese Tipton, but back up and at the front. Your race leader's already coming out of that Nutters Corner into that turn 2, and he's going to see that checkered flag and take the maximum points on this one. Typhy number 5, Jack Owens it is then, that takes the win on this one. Evesham 146 Mollybub then in that second place position from the Typhy 29 of Stephen Davis Williams. Ludlow number 1 then of Reese Tipton, and then the 7 Valley 107, I think it was, in that 5th place. So well done to those juniors. Certainly some tricky conditions out there in that wet, this rain coming down, changing the track in every lap, but all 5 of them through with no reruns up on that line. That looks like we're heading over to men's class 4s, and I'm going to hand you over to Steve.
Bailey, so yes indeed, it is men's class 4s for their second round of qualifying. Just the 7 of them signed on. Looking to the line, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've actually got all 7, so that's good. Ben Gould, heat winner last time round in North Shropshire, 4:34 from Adam Henley in York Treble 7. Darren Grasby 3rd in 2:20, and Colin Attrell 4th in South Somerset 2:72. West Tanfield Garage are our meeting sponsor, and DM Design and Fabrication, then British Series associate sponsor. So big thank you to them. Big thank you, of course, also to Beresford Chassis and Components and Kent Cams, their headline sponsors for the 2023 British Autograss Series. And also a big thank you to SDG, headline sponsors for the meeting here this weekend. So round 2, in effect, of the 5-round series for the British Autograss Series. So looking to the line then, grid positions randomly computer draw. Otis Williams coming out of lane 1. Ben Gould in lane 2, your heat winner last time round. Darren Grasby once again makes a cracking start in Evesham 220. This is what we saw in the first round of qualifying. The Evesham 220 car making the lead from the line, and then it was just a case of put the others overpowering. 4:34 runs in second place. Adam Henley it is in treble 7 in that 3rd. Colin Attrell runs 4th in 2:72. Otis Williams towards the back in the little mini, the Tyvee 13 machine. So not his weekend at the moment. I think he might be heading off to the pits in TA 13. He is indeed. But heading back round towards us is Darren Grasby. So Evesham at 2:20, another lap completed. Ben Gould in North Shropshire 4:34 runs in that second place slot. Colin Attrell under strong challenge from Adam Henley in the treble 7 machine as they come past Daniel Jones then, I think, in PAC4, the one with a little bit to do at the moment, but falling a little bit by the wayside, but not Darren Grasby. Last lap flag goes out. Not sure they're going to catch him this time, you know. Evesham 220, 1 circuit to go. Ben Gould in North Shropshire 4:34 through in second place. Colin Attrell 2:72. Then comes the PAC4 car, Mountain 58, and problems for Adam Henley, very uncharacteristically, in York treble 7. But your race leader coming round for the final time, so going to be your race winner. It is indeed the Evesham 220 machine of Darren Grasby that absolutely takes the win. North Shropshire 4:34 in second place, South Somerset 2:72. Colin Attrell in 3rd, Mountain 58 in 4th, York treble 7 in that 5th place position, and that's going to be about it, I think, as the rest of them come. Well, they don't. That's all I think we're going to get finished. So problems there on the top end, but men's at class 4 heat 2 successfully completed. So we move on then from the Class 4s onto the stock hatches that are coming up next. 2 races in this second round of qualifying. WJ Landscaping, your meeting sponsors, and D&D Transport are your British Autograss Series associate sponsors. So in the first round of qualifying, the 2 heat winners were Paul Harrington in Solway 90 and Tony Watson in York 281. So they've been drawn against each other in the first of the races. So they're both sat on the line. So somebody's unbeaten record has got to go unless we hit a dead heat. They're joined in this first heat by Jordan Smith in Scarborough 67, Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64, Lucas Brown in Central Scotland 818, Ethan Hodgson in Yorkshire's 204, John O'Crosby in Mountain 4, and Darren Lewis in Hereford 61. Those are the 8 cars that we're expecting, and as they get away, we have got 8 cars out there, so I'm sure it's the right 8, as it is the Yorkshire Dales machine, I think, that's the first one to show as they come back round towards us for the first time. No, it isn't. It's the Hereford 61 car from Mountain 4. So it's Darren Lewis from John O'Crosby. That's the 1 and the 2 as the field goes around the start line turn. The one at the back of the pack at the moment, Lucas Brown in Central Scotland, 818. But your race leader just looking to pull away a little bit. Got the advantage, of course, of a clear track in front of him, which basically means a clear visor right in front of his eyes, which has got to be an advantage. Hereford 61 it is from Mountain 4 under quite strong challenge, in fact very strong challenge from Paul Harrington in SL90, or he was, but Paul unfortunately has an excursion then into the infield on that start line turn, gets it going again, but now finds himself distanced a little bit from that main pack. But as the yellow board with the black cross gets made ready, it is the Hereford 61 car of Darren Lewis. Finished 7th last time, so needed a good run this time, so this is going to shake up the stock hatch points across the weekend. John O'Crosby in Mountain 4 in that second place position at the moment, so things looking quite good for him. But we're sticking with Hereford 61 as he goes down that far side. Darren Lewis and comes back round towards us for the final time. It is Hereford 61 that's going to take a good win coming across the line. Second place, John O'Crosby in Mountain 4. The York 281 car then of Tony Watson in 3rd place. 4th goes to Jordan Smith in Scarborough 67. In 5th place, it's the Ethan Hodgson Yorkshire's 204 car, finishing just ahead of Paul Harrington in Solway 90. So that's the first heat successfully completed. Race 2 on the line. Paul Lickley in Yorkshire's 95, Bill Hemsley in Invicta Kent 98, Phil Peake in Yorkshire's 33, Scott Byrne in Yorkshire's 223, Will Patterson in Yorkshire Dales 47, Dean Smith in Ludlow 47, and Kazzy Wing in Scarborough 82. So 7 cars for this one. Looking to the line, I think we've only got 6, so we are going to have a non-starter. See if we can identify that as they get away from the line, and get away from the line they do. Very, very level break into turn 1, but one car then just looking, oh, we got one of them sideways, 2 of them sideways, 3 of them sideways, but they're sorting themselves out, and they sort themselves out with the Ludlow 47 of Dean Smith as the race leader. Phil Peake 33 runs in second. The Hemsley machine, the Invicta Kent car, comes next. Then Scott Byrne in Yorkshire Dales 223. We have got one that's expired on that top corner, but the rest of them very much still running, and running the quickest as he comes back round towards us once again is the West Midland League car from the Ludlow Club, Dean Smith in Ludlow 47 it is. Then Yorkshire Dales 33, Phil Peake, IK 98, Bill Hemsley, Yorkshire Dales 223. Then there's another car buried under that mud somewhere, so try and get the number of that one. But no doubt that it is Dean Smith in Ludlow 47 that's going to come round as the clear race leader to take that yellow board with the black cross. So 1 circuit to go for Dean Smith. Quite a way clear of this battle for second place. Phil Peake still holding on from the strong challenge from the Invicta Kent 98. Yorkshire Dales 223. It's Will Patterson in Yorkshire Dales 47. He's the unidentified object, but he's identified now. But it's the other 47 that's very much leading the way. It's Dean Smith in LUD 47 that's going to take the win, and 55 maximum qualifying points from this heat of the stock hatches. Phil Peake second in Yorkshire Dales 33. IK 98, Bill Hemsley comes next. Yorkshire Dales 223 is Scott Byrne. And then Yorkshire Dales 47, Will Patterson successfully completing. So clear run from the stock hatches in their second round of qualifying. which means we are now going to move on to the men's Class 6s. Potter Plant Hire, your meeting sponsor. Elite Transmissions, your British Series associate sponsors. 5 heats. We saw last time round. 5 heats we're going to see this time round. The 5 heat winners: Matt Manning in Evesham 152, Dolt Thomas in Carmarthen 8, Glyn Bailey in Scunthorpe 33, Jordan Tinker in York 35, and Jay Colgate in Solway treble 2. Race 1 doesn't bring any of those out, so it does bring out the very competitive field. Phil Olsen in Carmarthen 47, Tristan Daniels in Tivy 36, Martin Phillips in Cumdee 47, Neil Reid in Tivy 221, Lewis Clayton in Spalding 5, Josh Holden in Penhow 9, and Stephen Parsonage in North Wales 146. Now, they have had all sorts of problems with the Penhow 9 machine. In both the men's and the ladies' first round of qualifying. Hopefully they got that one sorted, and looks like sorted they have, because it blasts away from the line. So fingers crossed as they go into that top bend for the first time in this first of the 5 heats of the second round of qualifying of the men's Class 6s. It's Penhow 9, Josh Holden, that comes past us. The North Wales 146 car in second place, C47 it is. Then in that third place slot, problems there, collapsing rear end for Phil Olsen in Carmarthen 47. The back end of that one absolutely given up. But coming round, you're fairly clear race leader as Phil Olsen makes his way back to the pits in CM47. Joshua Holden is in Penhow 9. Cumdee 47, Martin Phillips in that second place. Tivy 36, Tristan Daniels comes through next. NW 146, then comes the Neil Reid TA 221 car. Those are the only ones that we've still got running. But we've got Lewis Clayton in Spalding 5 as well as he comes past us. So the field quite well spread out. And yeah, looking better for Penhow 9 this time round. Joshua Holden, 1 circuit to go. Martin Phillips in C47. Tivy 36. Tristan Daniels in that third place slot. 221, then Neil Reid in 4th. Stephen Parsonage runs 5th in North Wales 146. You can't see any change in the race order here, barring mechanical problems for somebody, and that's certainly not going to befall Joshua Holden as Penhow 9 gets across the line for a good win. Cumdee 47, Martin Phillips in that second place slot. Tivy 36, Tristan Daniels it is in 3rd. 4th is going to go to Tivy 221, Neil Reid at the wheel of that one. 5th place, Stephen Parsonage in North Wales 146, and coming round to successfully complete will be Lewis Clayton in Spalding 5. So that was race 1. Race 2 brings out Jack Brown in Mallow 182, Alex Hay in York 24, Stuart Thompson hopefully in White Rose 3. We didn't see Tomo in the first round of qualifying, so hopefully he's there this time. Glyn Bailey, one of our heat winners from last time round in Scunthorpe 33, should be on the line. James Sinnott in Carlow 174, Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12, and Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41. So that's the lineup of the 7 cars for this second race, second round of qualifying of the men's Class 6s as they get away from the line. And it is just such an advantage in these conditions to get the best of the start and have a clear track in front of you, and that is exactly what race leader has done, of course, and that race leader WR3. So Tomo is out this time round. There's Darren Bryan, I think, running in that second place. And there we go, red flags on that one. Don't know. One over there on the far side. I can say don't know why. Alex Hay, I think, looking at it, didn't see how he got there. But certainly, well, in any conditions, you wouldn't want to be sat there, would you? And certainly not in these conditions. That is just about the racing line. So York 24 coming to a halt over there on the far side. So that's a rerun on that one. Stop smirking. That's a rerun on that one. But no, donations all in a good cause. So I say we are raising money as a commentary team and with the support of lots of other people, which is brilliant of you. Thank you very much. We are raising money for the Alzheimer's Society in memory of George Capper. this year by basically donating into a fund each commentator for each rerun that you get. And as I say, lots of people are matching it. We've had donations in as well. So to every one of you that's helped to support it, including all the commentators who sort of like got a little bit roped into this by me and Mickey B, really. So we've sort of like set a commentary tax between us, and we've decided, and this is going to sort of like come as a shock to all of the commentators that are going to do it, we're going to extend this to the Nationals as well, because I don't know. No, this isn't a secret. Well, if it is, it's not going to be for much longer. You will never have heard anything like you're going to hear at the Nationals. Never will such an array of people have been assembled in one place. We have got 12 commentators for this year's Men's Nationals. We are doubling up on classes. Hopefully, well, I'm sure it will work. Hopefully you will enjoy it with what's going on. There's lots of innovative things being developed and put in place by the Evesham Club, and I can't tell you about a lot of them because they're hush-hush, but one which I am going to tell you about is that, so we've assembled commentators from all over the country basically, and so there's going to be 12 of us there, so we reckon it'll be a good opportunity to dive into the fun because it'll be double bubble sort of thing. So one of the pairings, because they've all been paired up for the Nationals, and sorry folks, but my wife got let loose on doing the pairings. So what I will say, because they're both in the commentary box here at the moment, then Mickey B and Hayley are being paired for the Men's Nationals. They'll be doing Class 5 and Class 7. Not quite sure which one I'm going to say, are you going to get a word in edgeways? But there we go. It'll be good. Looking forward to that one. Well, looking forward to all of them already.
I have given Hayley some rules of engagement. No touching below the waist. That's all.
I'm going to say the same rules that you give to Joe.
I mean, there is
only one chair in the commentary box actually, so it is neat. It is neat, yeah. So you have to.
What you're going to be? I'm going to be like a ventriloquist. I'm going to be sat on Hayley's knee.
Yeah, to be fair, it's race and race about. So like you can be on top for one race and then you have to change for the next. Right, here we go. It made Hayley smile. Right, Class 6, get on with it, Langley. Right, race 3, second round of qualifying of the men's sixes. Only 3 weeks away, the men's nationals as well. Yeah, that'll be great. And it never rains in Stratford. Right, coming round then. Your race leader in this one, Matt Manning it is, in Evesham 152. So another one of their heat winners in the first round of qualifying. And taken to the Class 6. Well, I'd say Mickey has gone into, I don't know whether graceful is the right, graceful retirement. And Matt has swapped from the Class 5 to the Class 6, and with some style, as you can see. He is going to be one of the cars representing the MAP League at the Men's Nationals. York 35, Jordan Tinker runs in that second place slot. Running in third, then Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16. Scarborough 97, Gus Grayson in that fourth place. We've got cars facing all sorts of the wrong direction over there. One of them, I think, is Carl Proctor in York 77, sitting on the infield at the moment as these conditions absolutely sorting them out as Matt Manning comes past there. Evesham 152 it is, takes that last lap marker board. Quite a gap then back to the York 35 car of Jordan Tinker. Andy Johnson, Scarborough 16, then Scarborough 97 in that fourth place slot. I think that's all we've got running at the moment, so no challenge on Matt Manning, so he's going to pick up his second 55 points of the day. Takes a good win in Evesham 152, and I bet Mickey cleans the car for him as well as he heads back to the pits. Good second for Jordan Tinker in York 35. Third will go to Andy Johnson in Scarborough 16, and in fourth place it's Gus Grayson in Scarborough 97. So didn't go the way of Dane Coupland in Scunthorpe 36 or Carl Proctor in York 77, and I don't think, oh no, that's James Palmer, I think, pulling off also in White Rose 720. Right, race 4 then. Jay Colgate in Solway Treble 2, heat winner last time round. Andy Russell in Invicta Kent 64 had a second last time round, but currently leading the series. Jordan Coupland in Scunthorpe 15, always on the pace. Martin James in Carmarthen 11, again a second in the first round of qualifying. Dalton Thomas in Carmarthen 8, heat winner last time round. Anthony Conway in Scunthorpe 91, and Nigel Dooley in Carlow 51. So if you want a competitive Class 6 lineup, you've got it as they get away from the line for race 4, the penultimate heat in this second round of qualifying of the Class 6s. And coming back round towards us for the first time then, it is the Scunthorpe 91 car that leads the way. That's Anthony Conway at the wheel of that one. Martin James uncharacteristically towards the back of the pack, and behind him even more uncharacteristically Andy Russell in Invicta Kent 64. So yeah, these conditions throwing things up in the air a bit without a doubt as a race leader comes round, but dare I say enjoying them might not be quite the right word, is the Scunthorpe 91 car. Dalton Thomas runs in third in Carmarthen 8, Carlo 51 is Nigel Dooley. Solway treble 2, then comes the Invicta Kent 64 car, Andy Russell at the wheel of that one. But no real challenge on our race leader at the moment as Anthony Conway comes round and the sun comes out. So there we go. One circuit to go for Scunthorpe 91, and one circuit to go for the car in second place, who I think is Jordan Coupland in Scunthorpe 15, but he just drifts a little bit wide and he's in danger of losing that second place position too. Dalton Thomas, Carmarthen 8 goes through. In fact, he's going to lose third place as well. Jordan, but certainly not going to lose the lead, is Anthony Conway as Scunthorpe 91 comes round for the final time. Takes the checkered flag, takes a good win, going past the stranded car there on that top bend. Dalton Thomas, Carmarthen 8 in second place. Carlo 51 then, it is Nigel Dooley in that third place position. Underneath that, it is honestly Jordan Coupland in Scunthorpe 15, then Andy Russell in Invicta Kent 64, and Martin James in Carmarthen 11. See, I told you our race leader was enjoying it so much, he's come round and done a lap of honour. So, and everybody else just not too sure, so I think they've followed him through. So Carmarthen 8 and Carlo 51. So yeah, can't get them off. Look lads, it's a bit of mud, it's not that good, so we can sort of like roll you in it or something if you really want to be in it that much. I know it's good for the complexion and all that, but get off. So there we go. So Class 6s then reluctant to leave, I think it's fair to say. So, but I'm sure leave they will this time round. One of them, unfortunately, behind the breakdown truck. I think that's Nigel Dooley in the Carlo 51 car. So there we go. That's race 4. Race 5. Then coming to the line will be Alan Bolger in Carlo 143, Matthew Scoutfield in Yayton Sodbury 22, Lee Nicklin in Yorkshire 8 had a second last time round, Richard Jones in Cumby 279, Ben Gadsby in Pennine 7 also had a second in run 1, and James Armstrong in Scarborough 76. That will complete the lineup and will complete the second round of qualifying for Class 6s. And for those of you wondering, and I'm sure probably none of you are, but I'm going to tell you anyway, who's going to have the pleasure of sitting on my knee for commentating at the men's nationals? Jason Baker. So Jason and I will be sharing Class 3. No, he's a big lad, isn't he, Jason? Yeah, I'll sit on his knee. So there we go. As I say, loads of things going on, but not many chairs in the commentary box. But nah, it'll be all right. It'll be good. So a big thank you to all the commentators that have volunteered to come and commentate. I say it's only 3 weeks away to the men's national championships, and don't forget then ladies and juniors being hosted this year by Cambridge Autograss Club. You've got till Monday, I think, to get your application in. So if you haven't already applied, get it in ASAP. Like special delivery and carrier pigeon and all that. Right, here we go then. Race 5, Ben Gadsby in Pennine 7. It is been one of the top Class 6 races for a number of years, as Ben, and you can see why as he comes past us as that race leader. There's somebody else in second place, somebody else is third, and somebody else is fourth. YS22, it is in fifth place. Matthew Schofield at the wheel of that one. I will try and get some numbers on the ones in the middle, honest. But yeah, certainly Ben Gadsby is running number one. James Armstrong, thanks Mickey, is running in that second place in that Scarborough 76. So it's Richard Jones, I think, third in Cumby 7. I think that's Cumby 279 under there. Going through in fourth is it Lee Nicklin or Alan Bolger? Lee Nicklin, I think, in fourth. Matthew Scarfield runs fifth, and I think that's Carlo 143 that's come to a halt, unfortunately, on the sticky stuff on the top part of the circuit. But Ben Gadsby certainly not come to a halt as Pennine 7 comes past us with 1 lap to go. Then James Armstrong in Scarborough 276, then Richard Jones, I think, in the Cumby 279 car, Lee Nicklin in Yorkshire Dales 8. So those are the cars that we've still got running, and Matthew Schofield trying to improve the position over on the far side, battling with Lee Nicklin, but nobody really battling with Ben Gadsby at the moment as Pennine 7 comes round, takes the checker flag, takes a good win. Second place goes to James Armstrong in Scarborough 276, Richard Jones third in Cumby 279, fourth place goes to Matthew in YS22, fifth place goes to, I think, YD8, Lee Nicklin. So there we go, difficult conditions, certainly for the Class 6s. So it will be interesting to see what the Class 8s make of it as we look to the line. If I can't read the Class 6 numbers, I'm sure she'll do much, much better. This could be a challenge. But there we go, brown car followed by brown car. But good luck to Hayley.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get any numbers in this. Although the sun has just started to come out, so the track may start to dry out a little bit, but certainly not before the race 1 is due to come out. We've just got one Class 6 being recovered off from between that turn 1 and that turn 2. So let's have a little look down to Class 8s. Race 1 then should see Solway number 8, Paul Sharp, CW80, Anthony Coyen, North Wales number 9 of Craig Dodd, Breeden Hill 18 of Carl Burns, North Wales 115 Connor Jones, Spalding 43 Ashley Robinson, Easham 20 of Norman Gradsby, and 158F of Kat Cox should be the runners and riders up there. Just having a little look down to that start line there, it certainly does look very depleted. Yeah, looking very depleted up on that start line. I don't think there's anybody on there coming out of grid 8, 7 or possibly 6 at the minute. I think 3, 4 and 5 are there, which will be Ashley Robinson, Connor Jones and Carl Burns. Then I think we've got a gap at the other side of Ashley, but we do have one coming out of that grid 1 position. Just having a little look up to the line, and I think that's the case, but we've got the bungees up on this one then, and we are underway and racing as they're all now a lovely shade of brown as they head up into that turn 1. But I think that's the Spalding 43 of Ashley Robinson that leads them up into that turn 1 and that turn 2 and down past the commentary box. It certainly is Spalding 43 then, Ashley Robinson from the 158F of Kat Cox. Then it's the North Wales number 9 of Craig Dodd and the Breeden Hill 18 of Carl Burns. So they're just the 4 cars coming out to play in this one. One of them certainly getting it stuck in all that wet on that turn 4. And as I say, that up at the top side of the field, Ashley Robinson manages to get himself really, really wide in all that wet, splashes the car that's just closed the gap at 158 then, Kat Cox in that second place position, gives them a face full of mud, but keeps himself running at the rear of the field. The water flicking off these cars now. North Wales number 9, Craig Dodd then in that third place position from the Breeden Hill 18 of Carl Burns, but back up and at the front then, Spalding 43, Ashley Robinson it is, has pushed it wide again. That's going to open the door and allow Kat Cox in the 158F to take up the running as your race leader on this one then, heading them up and onto their last lap. Spalding 43, Ashley Robinson looks to close that gap as they make their way up into that turn 3, heading up around that start line 10. Your third place now coming round to head up onto their last lap. Here's the Breeden Hill 18 of Carl Burns, but back up and at the front, your race leaders already heading up around that turn 1 and that turn 2 for the final time, because the checkered flags are going to be out ready and waiting on this one. It is going to be the 158F then of Cat Cox that takes the win on this one. Then coming round to take that second place, I think is Spalding 43. It is. Then it's Breeden Hill 18 of Carl Burns. And yeah, definitely very, very muddy on that that one. And I don't think it's going to get much better in terms of the mud, but the lineup certainly does look a lot more in this one. So coming out in this one, 2 of your top heat winners from round 1 is Spalding number 8 Chris Pope and White Rose number 11 of Sean Wright. Yorkshire Dales number 7 then Liam Nichols picked up a second, and Cumdee 27 Tyler Priest picked up a third place in the round 1 of qualifying this morning. We've got the bungees up and we are underway and racing as they make their way up down the far side of the field. They head up into that turn 1 and that turn 2, and let's have a little look who's going to come out victorious on this one then. North Shropshire 40 is then of Justin Thomas from the Spalding number 8, White Rose number 11 as your 1, 2, 3. St Neots 141 from the Yorkshire Dales number 7 of Liam Nichols, and then we've got 3 of them in that sticky wet. Can they get themselves running? Coming past the commentary box now is the Wessex 666 of Craig Pyle, and then we're just trying to catch the numbers. We've literally got roof pods to look at on these cars. PAC 24 then of Miles Blewett, but it is Popey then that leads them from Sean Wright as your 1 and 2. Then it's the St Neots 141 of Thomas Browning, Yorkshire Dales number 7 of Liam Nichols. North Shropshire 40 then now relegated down the field, Justin Thomas on board in that one from the Wessex 666 of Craig Pyle, and then we've still got 2 parked up on the far side of the field, but your race leader's going to come round for another time of asking. The water certainly starting to flick off. Spalding number 8 it is then of Chris Pope that looks to make it 2 wins out of 2 as he leads them up and onto their last lap. He heads up around that turn 3 and that start line 10 down the far side of the field. Just half a lap left to go for him on this one then. So we've just got the 5 cars left running in this one, I think, as PAC 24 looks to make their way up and onto their last lap, but checkered flag time. Spalding number 8, Chris Pope, then makes it 2 wins out of 2. Then it's the St Neots 141 of Thomas Browning, Yorkshire Dales number 7 of Liam Nichols, then the White Rose number 11 of Sean Wright, and then the North Shropshire 40 of Justin Thomas. To complete that one. So race 2 done and dusted. 1 just needing a bit of assistance up on that turn 2, but I can't tell you who it is off the top of where I am because I genuinely can't see the numbers from commentary. It's a lovely shade of brown. Race 3 then, again a slightly depleted lineup. It should see coming out top point scorer in round 1 with a race win was Yorkshire Dales 37 Daz Mullen. I can certainly see him coming out of that grid 8 position. White Rose number 5 then, Stu Whitehouse picked up a second in his first race, and he's sat in that lane 2. Joining them in this one then, I should see Mallow 13 Colin Linham, Radford 62 Chris Dance, IK 65 Tim Russell, Cumdee 115 Matt Owen, York 36 Harry Hurst, and that Yorkshire Dales number 5 of Aaron Cavagin. But just having a little look up, it certainly looks as if we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them coming out in this one. So I think lane 7's empty, so that's Aaron Cavagin I think's not coming out, and I think lane 3 is empty, so that's Chris Dance that's probably not coming out in the Radford 62. Just having that other one hooked up, and we have got the tines coming across with the forklift in case it needs a lift out of that sticky wet mud. But the sun is back shining down on the track, and I think some of the track's sort of drying. Some of it's got lots of water on, but some of it's drying. Is probably all I can say in terms of the track at the minute. We can try and do many things in this world, but predicting the weather's certainly not one of them. So just having a little look up to the right of me, and I think they're just having a little bit of a problem just getting that car hooked up onto the lift to get it off the track. So men's class 8 this weekend, sponsored by Pickering Tyres, and Pro Links is your series sponsor on this one. Looks like we've got that class 8 hooked up, and gonna probably pull it, I would think probably pull it off into the middle of the track and get back underway in racing, because we've got 11 race class 8 men's races, and we're only heading on to race 3, so we've still got a little bit of a way to go through these men's class 8s. So that one makes its way back into the middle then. We'll have a little look round, see if we're going to get some track clearance on this one. We've got 1 yellow flag, 2 yellow flag, 3 yellow flag. Yellow flags off that start line. Marshall points to the sky. We've got bungees up, and we are away in racing, but who's going to get the best of the starts? Tim Russell looks fast from the middle, and that Mallow 13, Colin Lindham, then looks fast from that grid 1 position. Just gets it sideways, spins his back end around that 10-2 down past the commentary box for this time of asking. Then it's Daz Mullen from White Rose number 5. Cumdy 115 Matt Owen, and then the IK 65 of Tim Russell, York 36 of Harry Hairston. But the one at the front in this one is that Mallow 13 of Colin Linham then, that leads them up around that 10-1 and that 10-2. For another time of asking, is the only one I can actually see the colour of his race car on now, as he leads the way down past the commentary box. White Rose number 5 then in that second place position from Yorkshire Dales 37 of Daz Mullen. Then it's the I think the Cumdy 115 of Matt Owen from IK 65 of Tim Russell, and then that York 36 of Harry Hairston. But back up and at the front, your race leader coming round for another time of asking this time. And Mallow 13 it is then of Colin Lennon that leads them round from the White Rose number 5 of Stu Whitehouse, from Daz Mullen in the Yorkshire Dales 37, from the 115, Cumdy 115 Matt Owen, IK 65 Tim Russell, and then the York 36 of Harry Hairston. That one then now all head up, but it's going to be checkered flag time. Mallow 13 it is then of Colin Linham that takes the win from the White Rose number 5 of Stu Whitehouse as your 1 and 2. Yorkshire Dales 37 of Daz Mullen from the Cumdy 115 of Matt Owen, and then it's the IK 65 of Tim Russell, and then the York 36 of Harry Hurst. So well done to those men's class 8 race 3. Race 4 then, coming out to play in this one. Ant Ross is starting 77, picked up a win this morning. Scunthorpe 31, Dan Ray, he picked up a second, and IK 356 Mitch Wells, he picked up a third. Joining them in this one then, Central Scotland 48, Sorley McCollan. York 18, Michael Barrett. Border Counties 40, Gethin Lewis. Mallow number 9, Ricky Houlihan, and that's Solway number 6 of Dan Talbot should be the runners and riders up there. I'm just having a little look. Grid 2, I'm not sure if anybody's coming out there on that one, because I think there's a gap up on the line. We have got a TV screen in here, but just where the sun's shining is a little bit hard to see the TV screen as well, up in commentary. So I think we've probably got 7 of the 8 coming out in this one. Just having a little around, a couple of cones being sorted out on that 10-1 and that 10-2. that recovery vehicle makes its way back into the middle of the track. Then we're going to have a little look round. Track clearance is given budges up, and we are away in racing. Mitch Wells looks quick then from the middle of the pack in this one, and I think so does Anthony Ross in the starting 77, because I think he picks up the running as your race leader, then making his way round that turn 2, and as I say that, he pushes wide, and that allows Mitch Wells to take up the running as your race leader. Then Solway number 6, Border Counties 40, Scunthorpe 31, starting 77, York 18, and that Central Scotland 48 then of Sarley McCollan in that back marker position, but back up and at the front it is the IK 356 then of Mitch Wells, picked up a third this morning, is currently running in first in this one as he makes his way around that turn 2 for another time of asking down past the commentary box. He looks to go. Second place then is that Solway number 6 of Dan Talbot from Dan Ray in the Scunthorpe 31. Starting 77, Dan Ross now up the outside of Dan Ray then in the Scunthorpe 31. That drops him down into that 4th place position, but away and gone at the front of the field, seems to have found that line and sticking to it. IK 356 then, Mitch Wells it is that comes round to see that yellow flag with the black cross. 1 to go on this one then, Mitch Wells it is. Second at the minute then is the starting 77 of Anthony Ross from the Solway number 6, Dan Talbot. Dan Ray then in the Scunthorpe 31, York 18, Michael Barrett in that 5th place. Then coming across to head up and onto their last lap. I'm not actually sure because I can't see the numbers because they're a lovely shade of brown, but coming round to take that checkered flag, it is the IK 356 then of Mitch Wells that puts a set of maximum points on the board with his third this morning. Solway number 6 then, Scunthorpe 31, York 18, starting 77. All now across that finish line, so we've just got 2 of them left running on the far side of the field, and we'll grab their numbers as they come round this time. You can't even pick out the colours of these cars at the minute. Is possibly Border Counties 40, because I think that one coming round now is the Central Scotland 48 that found themselves stuck in that mud. He's just waving across to the marshals, so I think he's possibly going to need some recovery.
Right in the thick of it.
Yeah, right in the thick mud, and it's getting really, really warm in this commentary box again. We put our coats on, we were all curled, and now the sun's come out. And as I say, it's a little bit like a greenhouse in here. So as soon as the sun comes out, it's absolutely sweltering hot. Let's have a little look up to the line then while we just get this one recovered off. I think I can see all 8 out in this one. So top of the shop this morning, Typhy 57, Jake Herdman, he picked up a win. Cambridge 427, Sam Matthews picked up a second. Joining him in this one then, Sturton 187, Lee Talbot, Typhy 14, Wes Hathaway, York 888, Peter Bealby, North Wales 24, Alex Potts, South Somerset 25, Stephen Drayton, and Scunthorpe 50 of Chris Juggins should be me runners and riders up there. We're going to have a little look round this track, see if we get some track clearance. Track clearance is given budges up, and we are away in racing. One from the middle of the pack then. I think it's Jake Herdman that was the first to show, but Chris Juggins seems to have come from that lane 1 and catapulted into the lead in this one in the Scunthorpe 50 then, as he leads them down past the commentary box for the first time of asking. Typhy 57 then of Jake Herdman in that second place. Typhy 14, Wes Hathaway is your third on this one. We've got one a little bit sloppy off the start lines, pulled off into the infield. Can he get some traction going on the far side of the field as your front markers now look set to catch this back marker as they come round this turn 1 and 2 for this time of asking. Chris Juggins is still your race leader then. Turn 187 is the one with all the work to do from the rear. Typhy 57, Jake Herdman's going to look up the inside. Typhy 14, Wes Hathaway in that third place position. That back marker possibly going to cause issues for some of these lead cars. No, the top 4 safely make it past, heading up down the far side of the field for another time of asking, but it's still Chris Juggins in this Scunthorpe 50 that led them round, but he's just gone wide. That's allowed Jake Herdman to take up the running as your race leader then from Chris Juggins as your 1 and 2. Typhy 14 in that third place position. Wes Hathaway on board in that one. I'm not sure who the 4th was because I didn't catch the numbers. I think that's Peter Bealby in the York 888 just going past because he has that luminous orange chassis. But back up and at the front of the field, your race leaders coming round to take that win. Typhy 57 it is. Scunthorpe 50 in that second. Typhy 14, I think, picked up the 4th. But yeah, certainly struggling with some of these numbers in this mud. I think that's York Triple Eight, sorry, of Peter Bealby. So that's race 5 done. Apologies that we didn't bring you all the numbers of them. As you can see at the minute, it's really, really difficult with a lot of these cars. Race 6 is up on the line then, slightly depleted lineup, I think, because there's only 4 cars out there. So I was expecting to see Pennine number 9, James Burrs, Yorkshire Dales 75, James Heselton, which I think are both there. IK 116, Mark Weeks, Solway number 3, Andrew Sharp, IK 28, Owen Lloyden, Radford 411 of Alex Hall, and Border Counties 64 of Liam Morris. We've got the bungees up and we are away in racing. There's just the 4 of them coming out in this one. Hopefully we'll do a bit better with the numbers. I think that's James Heselton that's just moved up into that 3rd place. Headline number 9 is then from Border County 64, Yorkshire Dale 75, and the IK 28 of Owen Lloydell in that 4th place position. But back up and at the front it is the Pennine number 9, sorry, I don't know why I keep wanting to put him in number 8, but it's number 9, James Bow, that leads them up around that turn 1 and that turn 2 for another time of asking. And I think that's James Heselton in the Yorkshire Dales 75 from the Border Counties 64 of Liam Morris, and then the IK 28 of Owen Lloydell then in that 4th place position on this one. Back up and at the front of the field, half a lap between your front and your back markers on this one then. James Burt is in the Pennine number 9 then, that leads them round for another time of asking from the Yorkshire Dales 75 of James Heselton, as you wanted to. Then it's that Border County 64 of Liam Morris, and the IK 28 of Owen Lloydell then now makes his way up and onto his last lap. But it's going to be checkered flag time for your race leader and your race winner on this one. Pennine number 9, James Burt is then that takes the win in this one. 2nd place is going to go to the Yorkshire Dales 75 of James Heselton. Then it's the Border Counties 64 of Liam Morris, and then 4th place points on this one is the IK 28 of Owen Lloydell in that 4th place. So that's race 6 done and completed. Race 7 looks like it's a fuller lineup. Should see 6 of them coming out in this one. Emily Gill picked up a win this morning in the Scunthorpe 20. Joining her in this one then it should be Scarborough 50, Callum Barker, North Shropshire 14 of Drew Butters, York 811 Dave Newby, Yorkshire Dales 90 Harry Liversidge, IK 95 Scott Shell, and that Radford 76 of Tom Hawthorne. Now just having a little look down the line, I think lane 7's empty. And I've not got anybody down to come out of lane 1. So we've got the bungees up on this one then, and we are underway in racing. I think it was Harry Liversidge in the Yorkshire Dales 90 that's the first to lead them up into that turn 1 and that turn 2 for this time of asking, as they now look to come down past this commentary box. Yorkshire Dales 90 is then Scarborough 50, Callum Barker in that 2nd place position from the IK 95 of Scott Shell as you 1, 2, 3 in this one then now make the way up down the far side of the field. Uncharacteristically at the back then, Scunthorpe 20, Emily Gill with all the work to do, but back up and at the front it is the Yorkshire Dales 90 of Harry Liversidge then that leads them up around that turn 1 and that turn 2 for another time of asking. Callum Barker goes with him then in that Scarborough 50, IK 95, York 811 then Dave Newby in that 4th place, Emily Gill in the Scunthorpe 20 from the Radford 76 of Tom Hawthorne. Back up and at the front of the field I think we've possibly just had a switch, because I think is that Callum Barker that's taken up the running as your race leader in the Scarborough number 50 then. He's going to lead them up around that commentary box for another time of asking. IK 95 then Scott Shell in that 2nd place position from the York 811 of Dave Newby. Now all making the way up and onto the last lap there, but your race leader's going to head up around that turn 1 and that turn 2 for this time of asking. Checkered flag out, ready and waiting. Scarborough 50, Callum Barker it is, IK95 then of Scott Shell, York 811 Dave Newby, Yorkshire Dales 90 Harry Liversidge, Scunthorpe 20 of Emily Gill come round to complete the lineup on that one. Well done to them, and I'm sure Callum will be absolutely buzzing with that win in that one. It's really, really great to see. I've watched Callum grow up through the juniors, in the junior specials, and make his transition over to the men's class. So really, really nice to see him get a win under his belt at the British Autograss Series. Race 8 then, we've got 3 of them picking up second place points in the round 1. We're not going to have time to go through the runners and riders though, because we've got the bungees up and we are underway in racing. Who's going to get the best of the starts there as they make their way up into that turn 1 and that turn 2, heading down past the commentary box for the first time of asking. This track is actually starting to dry out now. Border Counties number 6 it is then from the West Waterford, 132 of Jamie Meehan as you 1 and 2 now make the way round that turn 3 and that start line turn, heading up down the far side of the field for this time of asking. We'll try and pick up a few more numbers as they make their way around that turn 2 down past the commentary box for this time then, and it is the Border County 6 West Waterford 132, PhD 21, Ludlow number 4, Ludlow 44, and then that Yorkshire Dale 69 of Dale Thurlow. But back up and at the front of the field then, your race leaders already heading up around that turn 1, nearly half a lap between your front and your back marker on this one then, as your race leader comes round for another time of asking. Border Counties number 6, Daniel Stead it is then from the West Waterford 132. Ash Howard then in the PhD 21 in that third place position, make the way around that turn 3 down that far side of the field. Your back marker then, Yorkshire Dale 69, Dan Thurlow, now makes his way up and onto his last lap, but it's going to be checkered flag out ready and waiting on this one. And Border Counties number 6 it is then from West Waterford 132, PhD 21 from the Ludlow number 4, Ludlow 44 of Daniel Smith then, and then your Yorkshire Dales 69 of Dale Thurlow comes round to complete that one. Race 9, let's have a little look down. There's a couple of kerns just needing to be put back into position. Race 9 then, sure, let's have a look. Border Counties 69, Adam Jones, should be coming out of grid 8. I think he is up there. He picked up a win this morning. Joining him in this one then is the CK296 of Stephen O'Neill, South Somerset number 3, Russ Shepherd, 95F of Owen Williams, Central Scotland 21, Rob Morgan, Cumdee number 10 of Stephen Mills, and that North Shropshire 151 of Thomas Chadwick. Now I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them up there. 7 of them I should have. So we'll just have a little look round. Just a couple of kerns being put back into position. I'm just debating if I've got time to take my jumper off. Probably not. Yellow flags starting to appear up and round the track on this one. Sorry about that, I was just checking my jumper off. We've got the bungees up and we are underway in racing on this one then. But who's going to get the best of the starts then? We've got one spun right round off the start line. Can he get himself running? Is he going to be in harm's way? What we're going to see on this one? Cumdee number 10 it is then from the North Shropshire 151, 95F, Central Scotland number 12, CK 296. Having a little look down the list. South Somerset number 3 then is the one that got themselves spun round on the far side of the field. Russ Shepherd, all the work to do from the back of the pack then, but back up and at the front, your race leader coming round for another time of asking. Stephen Mills it is then in the Cumdee number 10. North Shropshire 151 as you 1 and 2 now make the way around that turn 3 and that start line 10 heading up down the far side of the field. We've got one that's just pushed on towards that start line, found himself in all that wet and out of it from third position down, stuck over there. We've got another one making the way back into the pits, but it is the Cumdee number 10 from the North Shropshire 151. Then it's the CK296 6, Border Counties 69, then Adam Jones, and then that South Somerset number 3 of Russ Shepherd coming down past the commentary box, heading up and onto his last lap, but back up and at the front of the field. It is going to be checkered flag time for your race leader and your race winner on this one. Comedy number 10, Steve Mills it is then, that takes the win. Then it's the CK296, North Shropshire 151, Border Counties 69, Adam Jones, and then that South Somerset number 3 of Russ Shepherd. So well done to them. Race 9 done and dusted. Race 10 up on the line then. Let's have a little look who the runners and riders are. We've got 2 of them picking up wins in the first round of qualifying this morning. And that is Cumdee 19, Cameron Mills, PhD 47, Dan Thomas. Joining them in this one should be Scunthorpe 181, Daniel Barnyard, Scarborough number 3, Wes Green, York 45, Michael Tinker-Abbott, Solway number 2, Phil Talbot, and that Border Counties 81 of Nigel Batch. Just having a little look. Now I think Cameron Mills is there, and I think Dan Thomas is there, and I think Dan Barnard's definitely up there. Wes Green's definitely there. York 45, we've got Mickey on the binoculars, just checking. Border Counties 81. So I think the one I'm missing is Phil Talbot in the Solway number 2 then. And as we say, that Border Counties 81 gets a flyer of a start from that grid 1. Moves up into the lead, leading them up into that turn 1. I think it's Cameron Mills in the Yorkshire Dales, in the Cumdee 19 that goes with him then in that second place position. And then it's the PhD 47 from the York 45. Scarborough number 3 then of Wes Green, now making his way down past the commentary box as well on this one, but back up and at the front of the field then. We've got one parked up, which I think is the Scunthorpe 161, because I've read the rest of them out as they come down past the commentary box. But Cumdee 19, Cameron Mills it is then. Dan Thomas is looking to go with him. Michael Tinker-Abbott now in that third place position from the Border Counties 81 of Nigel Batch. Scarborough number 3 then of Wes Green, but back up and at the front of your field, your race leaders already heading up. Black flag going out to somebody at the rear of the field in this one, but back up and at the front, your race leader's going to come round and see that yellow flag with the black cross. Cameron Mills it is then from Dan Thomas as you 1 and 2. Then Michael Tinker-Abbott, Border Counties 81, Nigel Bash, Scarborough number 3 of Wes Green, which I think is the one that they're pointing the black flag to. Scunthorpe 181, Dan Barnyard's got himself running, but he's got all the work to do from the rear of the field then. Cumdee 19 it is then that takes the win. Cameron Mills, PhD 47, Dan Thomas in that second. York 45, Michael Tinker-Abbott. Border Counties 81 of Nigel Bash in that 4th place, and then that's Scunthorpe 181 of Daniel Barnyard to complete that one. So that is race 10 done. Race 11 up on the line. West Waterford 142. Neil Tivy picked up a win in his first round. West Waterford 358. Jack Houlihan, he picked up a third. Joining him in this one then should see Isham 22, Richard Cooper, White Rose number 9, Graham Moss, Isham 25, Matt Barker, Sturton 691, Zach Yardley, and that Cambridge 44 of Dan McKenzie. Just having a quick look up to that line, and I think I can certainly see them all there, because the one that I shouldn't have anybody in is that grid 8, and there's nobody there. The other 7 all up there on the line. So just a couple of cones being put back into position. Sometimes on these wet tracks, the drivers almost become a passenger in their own car as they sort of slide about. But you can see that the line is starting to dry up again if this rain holds off for us. There certainly is a drier line starting to appear on that inside there. So just those last couple of cones being put back into position. And Marshall's making the way back to the post. Water Bowser making its way back onto the track. So, sorry about that, just going a little bit quiet. The water bowser has come onto the track and he's just watering round that turn 2 and that turn 1. We've just got young Mr. Callum Barker just coming up to see us in commentary. Well done, Cal. Yeah, he's certainly buzzing after his win in his Class 8 race, so well done. I think is that water bowser going to make his way back into the middle of the field? He certainly looks like he is. That recovery truck's making its way back into the middle as well. So we're going to have a little look round, see if we're going to get some yellow flags in this. And race 11 underway then. Let's have a look round this track. So we've got bungees up and we are away racing with race 11 of the men's Class 8s then, Heat 2s. One of them getting a flyer of a start there up into that turn 1 and that turn 2. We'll catch the numbers as they come down past the commentary box at this time then. West Waterford 358 is West Waterford 142, Evesham number 2, Cambridge 44 and that White Rose number 9 of Graham Moss then. But back up and starting 691 even of Zach Yardley with all the work to do from the rear of the fields. 6 of them out in this one then. Back up and at the front it is the West Waterford 358 of Jack Houlihan then from the West Waterford 142 of Neil Tivy. As you 1 and 2 now make the way around that turn 3 and that start line turn. Dan McKenzie then in the Cambridge 44 in that third place position. Starting 619 just going past commentary, Zach Yardley, not sure he's having problems on board with the wet. Back up and up front though, your race leaders, yellow flag with the black cross. West Waterford 358, Jack Houlihan it is then from the West Waterford 142 of Neil Tivy as you 1 and 2. Cambridge 44 then, Dan McKenzie up there as well in that third place position. White Rose number 9 and starting 691 now making the way up and onto their last lap, but it's going to be checkered flag time for your race leader and your race winner on this one then. West Waterford 358 it is then from the West Waterford 142, Cambridge 44 Dan McKenzie, Evesham number 2 of Matt Barker and then the White Rose number 9 of Graham Moss and the Sturton 691. So well done to them. Mickey B, yeah. Guess what? I've just done 11 races of Class 8s. All we need to do is wet the track because they've done them with no reruns. I'm very, very proud. They'd hate me for saying just wet the track. Up on the line, that's F600s there, and I'm going to hand you back to Mickey B.
Yeah, Hayley, well done. 11 grids of 8s without red flags. That's great. And remember what the national rules are: no touching below the waist. So there we go. I know you're excited, but F600s then, D&D Transport are series sponsors, and Z Cars are our weekend sponsor. And we're already off and racing. Only 3 out in this one, but it does bring out Harry Russell, who had a win in his first heat this morning. Conditions maybe a little bit better than what this is, but there is a drying line on that inside. And saying that, Hereford 16, Jamie Duggan, has said, well, I'll tell you what, Mickey, let me go and have a little play. I think, who else is in that second place? He's either the Graham Dawson machine, or it could even be Josh. But we'll pick him up. But back into that second place, Harry Russell it is then, but still leading the pack. Hereford 16, Jamie Duggan. And it is that Yorkshire Dales 106, Josh Bowes. He had a third this morning, and he says, all right, Mickey. He said, I'm going to have a look up the inside there, Harry Russell, and I'm going to pick that second place, which he does at the moment. And as they bring it round this time, down to that finish line marshal, who's Well, he's like the silver fox as well. Look, he's got grey hair, unless it's tinted. Here we go, Hereford 16, Jamie Duggan then from Josh Bowes, from Harry Russell. 1, 2, 3. Oh, my life. Where you going? Come back. Josh Bowes just got all a bit excited, and he's gone from second back to third, which means taking the checker flag. Hereford 16, Jamie Duggan takes maximum points. Second goes Yorkshire Dales 86, and that is Harry Russell. That goes with his win this morning. So a first and a second, 100 points. Yorkshire Dales 106, being consistent. Josh Bowes, third place to go with his third this morning. So there we go. That is your D&D Transport Z Cars Heat 2 race 1 done. We've got the second one up on the line, Harrison Barnbrook. Well, he had a win this morning. He's had 4 wins down at the first Bass round. So in my book, greedy Russ, but he does like to win. It's quick, that car, by the way. That's Scunthorpe 145 coming out of lane 8. Trevor Frost, White Rose at 400. Graham Foster Vigers, Yorkshire Dales 86. And Jamie Smith in the Yorkshire Dales 103. So they were your 4 that are down on this grid. But only 3 have ventured out, and it is that Barnbrook machine from the Yorkshire Dales 103, and that's Jamie Smith and Graham Foster Vigers, Yorkshire Dales 66. So you say a former British champion in the F600s, and he don't mind getting his car dirty. It'll wash off, Mickey. Oh, right, fine. Scunthorpe 145 then, Harrison Barnbrook doing what he likes to do, and that's lead and win as he throws it round that turn 3 and exit Startgate turn down that opening straight for the penultimate time, because as he comes round Nutter Corner and turn 2, he will see the last lap marker, and 1 more lap to go to make it 2 wins out of 2 today. 110 points takes him strong into that final later on tomorrow. Yorkshire Dales 103, Jamie Smith had a third this morning. He's currently running second, so that's an improvement there. And 45 points to add to his 36, so 81 points. Not a bad day's work in these conditions. But checker flag at the ready. And it is going to be Scunthorpe 145. Harrison Barnbrook takes the win. Second goes to Yorkshire Dales 103, Jamie Smith, just from Graham Foster Vigers in Yorkshire Dales 66. So there we go. That is the Heat 2, Race 2 done of the F600s. That is working through them, by the way. Russ is all eager and ready to go, or is it Steve? Have you got a rerun, Steve, or is this? Oh yes, Class 6 Race 2 rerun. So it's over to Mr. Steve Langley.
There we go. I don't know where the eager and ready comes in, but yeah, certainly eager, but as you know, never ever ready. Anyway, you've got a Class 8 to go and clean. So there we go. We told Callum that after that superb, is that his first Bass win?
That's his first Bass win in the Class 8, and he's super chuffed.
So he should be.
Really proud, in difficult driving conditions as well.
So he should be. So we told him his dad was going to clean the car for him as a reward. Right, here we go then. This is a rerun of Race 2, second round of qualifying of the men's Class 6s, and that looks like Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41. The first one to show as they come back round towards us. Nice dry line, dare I say. He's appearing on the track. He's just about throwing everything at us today, isn't it? PhD car then of Ashley Hutchins runs in that second place position. Jack Brown, Mallow 182, runs in third. But down that far side, and Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41, certainly pulling away a little bit from the rest of the field. Coming round then. 5-6 car lengths clear of this battle going on for second place. PhD 12, Mallow car of Jack Brown. Then a little bit of a gap back to Glyn Bailey in Scunthorpe 33, and Carlo 174, James Sinnott, not enjoying conditions out there at the moment at all. But yellow board with the black cross already being made ready to Darren Bryan as Scarborough 41 comes round. 1 circuit to go. The PhD 12 car of Ashley Hutchins still showing in second place ahead of the Jack Brown Mallow 182 car. Glyn Bailey in Scunthorpe 33. And Carlo 174 James Sinnott. All the cars then on to their final circuit, but it's going to be Darren Bryan that's going to take a good win. 55 points for the Scarborough 41 car as he comes across the line. Second place will go to Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12. The Mallow car then of Jack Brown. In third place, Glyn Bailey brings Scunthorpe 33 home in fourth. And completing it all is James Sinnott in Carlo 174. So that completes men's class 6's second round of qualifying. Don't forget, all you drivers, once you've completed your second runs this evening, make sure you go and sign on for tomorrow. There is no signing on tomorrow morning because we do race permutations tonight. So if you forget to sign on tonight, yeah, you'll have your feet up tomorrow. Right, talking about... No, he's not having his feet up at all. It's over to Russ.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. So here we go then, back with Class 10s, and looks like we've got the full grid of 7 out in this one. Do they all get safely through? Just about into turn 1, although somebody is swamped a bit at the back of the field. Ben Herdman, though, no trouble for him. Radford 207 looking good. And he's got Scunthorpe 53, Carl Ray for company as they go into the pits bend for the first time of asking. In third place, Brandon Young. Brandon had a problem in Evesham 1 last time out. So he desperately needs some points on the board this time around. And as you can see, just brown machines going around after a lap, and it's difficult to tell who's who, but we'll try and pick them out as we can. Radford 207, Scunthorpe 53, Evesham 1, Evesham 23, Phil Young then chasing his son round. Phil was a heat winner in the first run. And then I think it is Tyrone Cusack in Mallow 25. 2 left to mention. We've got Lewis Riley there somewhere in Scarborough 88 and Jill Grasby in Evesham 122. Jill then the ladies champion from 2022, racing with the men at the minute and learning against them, but definitely not disgracing herself. In fact, she's ahead of Lewis Riley in 6th place, and she's going to make a pass on Tyrone Cusack, who went into the deeper stuff, but then Cusack just defends on the outside line, and Grasby looks to fight back up the inside. A spit of flame out the back of Scarborough 88, but it's already the checkered, and Ben Erdman's kept his nose clean and he takes the win. Radford 207 just from Scunthorpe 53, Evesham 1, Evesham 23, spit of flame out the exhaust of Mallow 25, Evesham 122, Scarborough 88. So, Class 10s then, KS Coles, your sponsor this weekend, and SGS Gas is your associated series sponsor. Thank you very much to all parties for your sponsorship and supporting the British Autograss series once again. Right, we look to the line. There should be 6 cars, and it looks like we've got 4. So there's a couple missing. I know Mark Pascal's not out there because he was spectating on the far side from where we are. But we have got Chris Ellis in South Somerset 6, Wes Tinker, York 40, Craig Bartlett, Central Scotland 43. I think Gareth Cooper's missing also. That leaves the sponsor for this weekend, Paul Coles, on the inside in South Somerset 166. So, just 4 starters then at the minute for this one. And then we've got race 3 to come, which hopefully will have a fuller grid. But some of those, if they've had a disappointing first heat, they don't tend to go out when the conditions don't suit, or they just don't like it anyway, and they don't want to play in the mud. But some of them out there obviously chasing British Autograss Series points, and it all adds up at the end of the season, of course, where we will crown the champions for 2023. Right, yellow flag's up, bungees up and away we go. Colesy makes a good start from the inside line. Now can he use that to his advantage? Oh, there's contact further back. I think Bartlett and possibly Chris Ellis involved. No, that's Ellis in second, so it's a South Somerset 1-2. Coles and Ellis, and now playing in the mud goes Craig Bartlett, and it's Wes Tinker in it. Wes hasn't really shown his best form this weekend so far in York 40, a crowd pleaser and a very strong runner, but down in third place, a black flag's gone out to Craig Bartlett just to add to his woes, and that leaves the 2 Somerset cars. Well, one of them, Coles, is away. Chris Ellis has now gone for a mud pack, and he's now been reeled in by Tinker with just 2 to go. And Colesy, unless he throws this one away, is going to be a clear winner in South Somerset 166. But in Autograss racing, anything can change and happen. But Paul Coles keeping clean, past us for the penultimate time. in South Somerset 166. Then we go to the South Somerset 6 and York 40. So these three drivers then on to their final lap. And they're going to come through and be headed home by Paul Cole. South Somerset 166 takes it. Then we are going to see South Somerset 6, Chris Ellis. Good to see Chris back racing in contention, but a distant second behind his clubmate then. And Wes Tinker back in third. So 2 races down, 1 to go. This is a good one. It would be great on paper if it was dry, but I'm sure it'll be good when it's wet as well. We've got Lee Seagreaves, George Young, Sam Burbage, Andy Hornshaw, Callum Hope and Kelly Bishop. And I think they're all there. 2, 4, 6 cars, and that's it. So away we go. Will it be a clean break? Oh, this is tight. Are they going to survive this one? Just about. Somebody's racing towards the fence, though. But it's not Kelly Bishop. Kelly leads. Oh, she's got it sideways and clipped by Hornshaw. And round she goes. And York 7 then through to lead. It's Sturton 40, Athelston 21, York 144. That means it must have been Seagreaves who got it all wrong on the opening straight in ARC1. Yes, it is, and Kelly Bishop's got going. Lee, he's had his face filled in there, and vision is now a problem, but it's back to the front, and it's York 7 ahead of Sturton 40, Athelston 21. That's the 1, 2, 3. Fourth is Callum Hope in York 144. Then it's Kelly Bishop, I think, still. No, it's not. Seagreaves has made a move and he's up a place, but he's a definite struggle on vision. He may gain another one here as Callum Hope has gone for a splash. And Kelly Bishop then the last of the runners. But it's 1, 2 and 3 still fairly close, but not for long because Athelston 21 comes up by the fence and scatters through the dirt. And that leaves York 7 a bit more clear now over Sturton 40. Seagreaves comes through in that 4th position. Think it's Callum Hope. He's on the centre green. Kelly Bishop struggling down the back straight. Well, the start straight. Here's your checkered though. York 7, Sturton 40, and Athelston 21. George Young then taking third in the black and gold machine. Oh, a black flag's gone out. I think to Athelston 21 as well. So that's not good for him. So that could promote Seagreaves up to third. And that, well, we've still got Kelly Bishop. Oh, the car has stopped on pretty much the final turn. Yaton Sudbury 37. It started so promisingly by leading into turn 1, overcooking it, then getting clipped as she tried to recover, and round she went, and then it just went a bit pear-shaped from there, and sadly is not going to be a finisher. Well, that's my Class 10s done. So I've got ladies, 2s, and then the combination of 10s and F600s to come later on. But now we're into rare territory because it is not often on a Saturday of a Baz round that we get the second heats for the ladies. So although Nicola Jessie was saying that she'd rather go out in the morning. But we've got there, so well done everybody. The conditions have been so tough and trying for all involved. You've all endured it. And progress has been made, so great stuff to get this far. We are on ladies class 1s for their second round of qualifying. I'll be back for 2s, but for these it's over to Paul.
Thanks, Ross. Yep, I just thought Bungie go up then. I was panicking, I thought we're not ready. Anyway, it's not what's happening with Bungie. But we're on to Cooper Classics and Sports Cars sponsored. Ladies Class 1s, we've got Ailey Verity in Y90 coming out in lane 1 in this one, if she comes out. Maddie Tilson in St. Neat 16 out in lane 2. Nia Jones in the TA 25 comes out in lane 3. Claire Compton in Scunthorpe 951 will be coming out in lane 4. Then we've got Naomi Mulville in the York 38 out in lane 5. Danielle Altby in Scunthorpe 161 should be coming out in lane 6, and Emma O'Riordan in Mallow 38 should be right on the outside in lane 8. Yep, I can see her out there. I can't see Danielle Altby, so I don't think she's there. I think the rest of them are there, so we'll keep an eye for when they come out. Oh, we've still got
I didn't get any reruns in
that Class 10
11 races in that.
square wheeled in that deep stuff down there. As soon as we get that one, Kelly Bishop, I think it is, that's down there. As soon as we get her recovered out in there and into the Centre field. We've got Kelly Bishop that's been towed off with a recovery truck. Now we're having to get another recovery truck in front of it to get them both out. So looks like Kelly's a little bit heavier than what they thought, and that one's got no traction. So hopefully between them they will manage to get her out. Nothing's moving just at the moment, but as soon as we will get them, I'm sure they'll take us straight into the middle. And then we'll be away and racing with this Cooper's Classics and Sports Cars, sponsored ladies Class 1s.
Match table raised on all 5 rounds. Sue Quinn will donate £1 for every red flag over the series. Leanne Quick will match Lewis. Jason Quick will match Gareth. Kevin Irvin will match Steve. West Country Videos will match Fun round 4. Yeah, and then what we've done.
And it's St. Neots 46, that's the first one to show. No, they've changed the running order again.
Don't say that, because then I'll have to back him up.
St. Neots 16 and TA 25, so it's Maddie Tilson in St. Neots 16, Nia Jones in TA 25, that's the first two to show. Then it's the Mallow car, Emma O'Riordan in that Mallow 38 that's in that third position with the Scunthorpe 951 of Claire Compton in that fourth place. And then it's Ailey Verity in York 90 and York 38 of Naomi Mulville. And it's still St. Neots 16 that leads it from TA 25. Then it's Mallow 38 in that third place, Scunthorpe 951, York 90 and York 38. So Maddie Tilson in St. Neots 16 takes them down that back straight. TA 25 and Nia Jones, she's just tried to look on the outside, but she's got into that slippy stuff, so that's made her lose a little bit of traction and she's lost some ground. The Mallow 38 of Emma O'Riordan still there in that third position with Claire Compton trying to find a way around her, but not managing it at the moment. And then York 90 of Ailey Verity. So the St. Neots 16 still leads them as they go down that bottom straight towards that Nutter corner with Nia Jones in TA 25 in that second position, closes up on that corner, but if the St. Neots 16 just keeps it nice and tidy, checker flag this time, so it's St. Neots 16 from Divey 25, then it's Mallow 38, Scunthorpe 951, York 90 and York 38. That completes race 1. Heat 2 of the Cooper Classics and Sports Car sponsored ladies Class 1s. That puts us on to the race 2, which should bring out Charlie Parker in York 63, Shania Jones in Evesham 146, Sarah Lovett in IK 37, Lowry Davis in TN 2, Jane Knight in Spalding 16, Laura Henry in SR 19. So it looks like we're getting yellow flags around this field, just waiting for that last car to be recovered off the track. And then we're away, should be away and racing with race 2, Heat 2 of Cooper Classics and Sports Cars Racing. Sponsored ladies Class 1s. And it's Charlie Parker in that York 63 that's got that inside in that little mini, and she's got onto the more reasonable racing line and gets a little bit of daylight between herself and the Evesham 146 of Shania Jones. And then the IK 37 of Sarah Lovett in that third position, but Evesham 146 trying to take a run around the outside of the York 63, but that little mini is hanging onto that inside line and trying to keep her position. So she'll not go out wide, because if she does that, Evesham car will be straight up on the inside, but Shania Jones still hanging on there in that second place and loses a little bit of ground on that straight. And the IK 37 is not far behind, waiting for one of them to make a mistake, and that's Sarah Lovett in that one. Then we're getting a battle on for that fourth position. It's the TA2 that's just leading it from SR 19 and Spalding 16. All the work to do from the back of the field, that's Jane Knight. And that one, in that fourth position, we've got that TA2, which is Laurie Davis, and then just behind her, Spalding 16. It's SR 19, sorry, of Laura Henry. coming around this time. I think that'll be the yellow flag with the black cross. Tells them one more lap to go as the Evesham 146 now takes up the lead from York 63, IK 37, TA2. But that Evesham 146 of Shania Jones has got round past that little York Mini of Charlie Parker in Y63, but she hangs on to that second place. We've got a battle for that third place. IK 37 got the inside line. Checker flag at the ready this time. It's going to be Evesham 146 takes it from York 63, IK 37, TA2. Then it's the SR19. A little bit of a gap until we get back to the final finisher, and that's the Spalding 16. And that completes race 2, Heat 2 of these ladies Class 1, sponsored by Cooper's Classics and Sports Cars this weekend, and TBR, your season sponsor. We should have Meg Parsons in London 19 in this next race, Rebecca Starbuck in Yorkshire Dale 717, Charlotte Hart in WS 36, Sarah Meehan in the WW 134, Sophie Sheehan in the PAC 33, and Jasmine Cusack in Mallow 5. So we should be on that line. How many of them are going to come out? No, but the bungee's up. And it looks like we've got 5 of them coming out. So we've got one missing, but I'm not bothered about that one at the moment. We'll just wait and see what happens. Yeah, that's the Yorkshire Dales car at the front. Yorkshire Dales 717, Rebecca Starbuck, that leads them into that corner. The track's definitely drying out fairly quickly, and they're getting a bit more traction if they can stop on the racing line. So it's Yorkshire Dales 717, Lud 19, Mallow 5, WS 36 and W 134 of Sarah Meehan in that last position with that little mini. But it is the Yorkshire Dale 717 of Rebecca Starbuck that leads them down that bottom straight, with the Lud 19 of Meg Parson in that second position. Then it's the Mallow 5 of Jasmine Cusack in that third position. Not spreading out a lot of these cars. And Yorkshire Dale 717, Lud 19, Mallow 5 closes up on Lud 19, but suddenly loses all the vision and loses the traction and slows well down. Not sure what's happened to that little mini, but it looks like it's not going to complete this race. So Jasmine Cusack's trying to get it out in the way, but it's just not wanting to go. But it is the Yorkshire Dale 717 that's coming around this time to see the yellow flag with the black cross, which tells them one more lap to go. So it's Yorkshire Dale 717, Rebecca Starbuck from the Lud 19 of Meg Parsons. Then it's the WS 36 of Charlotte Hart and the WW 134 of Sarah Meehan. Means it's Sophie Sheehan in the PAC 33 that didn't manage to make it out, but it is Yorkshire Dale 717 that's on that bottom straight into that another corner for a final time. Checker flag at the ready, and this checker flag is going to go to Yorkshire Dale 717, Lud 19 in second place. Then it's the WS 36 and WW 134. Drivers, please remember to try and clean your numbers before you come out, because it's very difficult to try and see these cars as they're racing for us up on commentary, and also for the lap scorers, and if you can't see numbers, they can't score them.
Right, sorry to jump in, Paul. Quite an important announcement. In pits control, there is a little girl called Lila. She's only 5, but she would very much like to be back with her parents. So if you are the parents of 5-year-old Lila, she's currently in good company at pits control, but I'm sure she would rather be back with her parents. So if you can make your way to pits control to be reunited, please. I like to say, she is in good hands at pits control. So Jordan and Vicky, apparently you are the parents of this little one. If you can make your way to pits control, please. I think she'd rather be back with you.
And I think the parents would rather have her back as well. I think they'll be going frantic at the moment, but hopefully they'll be reunited very quickly. We've got one more run of these ladies class 1s on this Cooper Classics and Sports Cars sponsored ladies class 1s. We should have Stacey Mills in Cambridge 34, Kirsty Glover in Scunthorpe 171, Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95, Rachel Adley in Severn Valley 147, Gail Davis in Lud 77, Emily Polly in the Cambridge 136, and that's what we should have. It's got one that's just broken down. Give up the ghost as they were trying to get off the track in the exit lane, so as soon as they get that one hooked up and taken back into the pits, I think we should have track clearance. Yep, looks like all the marshals are ready. So yellow flags all around the field on the start line. Yellow flag goes up on post 1, bungee goes up and away and racing. Somebody just made a jump but stopped and then went off after the rest of the field. But it is the Cambridge 34 of Stacey Mills that comes out on grid 2. She's been chased by Kirsty Glover in Scunthorpe 171. I think that's Kirsty anyway, 171, that's in that second position. So it's Cambridge 34 from Scunthorpe 171, Scarborough 95, Ludd 77, Seven Valley 147 and Cambridge 136. But it is the Cambridge 34 of Stacey Mills that leads this one. Kirsty Glover hanging on in that second place in that Scunthorpe 171. Says this car don't like her and she's not been having a lot of fun with it lately, but looks like she's doing okay in this one. So it's Scunthorpe 171 in second place. Then we've got the Scarborough 95 of Emily Grayson. Then it's the Ludd 77 of Gail Davies. Seven Valley 147 of Rachel Adderley. That means we must have Emily Polly in the Cambridge 136 at the back of the field, but Cambridge at front and back, but it's up at the front that the main one is, and it's Stacey Mills in Cambridge 34 that leads him out that another corner to see the yellow flag with the black cross. Tells all these drivers one more to go. Then it's Kirsty Glover, and then it's the 95 of Emily Grayson, Ludd 77 of Gail Davies. So these cars getting a little bit stretched out. There's a battle on for that fourth and fifth place, but in fact, one's just gone out wide and allowed the other two to come through and trying to get out and the sloppy stuff back onto the racing line. But it is checker flag this time for Cambridge 34, Scunthorpe 171. Then it's the Scarborough 95, Cambridge 136, Seven Valley 147, and the one that just got into the deep stuff at the bottom side was the Ludd 77. So that completes my ladies class 1s. Sponsored by the Cooper Classics and Sports Cars. We'll hand you over to Russ, that'll take you through the ladies class 2s, and then I'll be back for the ladies class 3s.
Right, yeah, thanks, Paul. We go back to ladies class 2s then. 3 grids of cars to come your way, and let's hope we have a good one. P&R Transport and Fleet Care Services, your sponsors. Problems for Lucy Wickham away in PAC 81, slow start, but much quicker for Jess Singer in South Somerset 45. She leads Vicky Robbins and the rest into turn 1. Caitlin Barnett was a winner in her first heat in Company 151, but at the minute it's Singer who leads the way from Robbins, Barnett, and then we got Faye Stevenson in Pennine 89. Linda Thomas just a little off colour today in PAC 91. Oh, Barla's got it sideways, nearly clipped as Stevenson went up the inside and through into third. But Thomas then back in that fifth position ahead of Lucy Wickham, and then it's Charlotte Jordan in Radford 231 with it all to do. But as the squad of Micras go through, there's a few Novas around, but not so many nowadays. It's primarily Micra challengers, but Jess Singer's the best of the bunch at the moment. Faye Stevenson now looks to make a charge and try and find a way past Vicky Robbins. Robbins then a bit sideways. Stevenson looks to make a challenge, looks up the inside, door closed. One to go now, in fact. Jess Singer it is, Vicky Robbins, Faye Stevenson, then Caitlin Barnett, Linda Thomas and Lucy Wickham, and Charlotte Jordan's made it all of a mess again on turn 1, and that very dirty looking machine is a long way down. But here's your checkered, if it's there in time. It's South Somerset 45, Jess Singer then keeps the cleanest, takes the win. St Neots 34, Pennine 89, Cumby 151, PAC 91, then 81, and finally it will be the Radford 231 of Charlotte Jordan. So that was race 1. We got 2 to go. Race 2 then sees Claire Mulroy in Mallow 117. Anne-Marie Chadburn, hopefully the car is sorted. Apparently it cut out earlier and then she just got swiped and turned around. There was nothing that could be done. That is the White Rose 13. Gabby Smith in Scarborough 249. Hayley Verity in York 190. Jess Conway, Scunthorpe 1. Nicola Bettany in Radford 92. And Emma Robinson in Spalding 26. A very good line-up here in this one. They're all good lineups. That's what makes the British Autograss Series. Top lineups of cars in all the classes. We've got the recovery trucks making their way out. And Just, I think, getting themselves in prime position. I hope that it's not an omen. So we're going to get underway in just a moment. So you can see the track, it's formed quite well. It's a bit of a slush on the finish straight here. The corners, though, there is definitely a berm there featuring, especially coming up the hill here. So I'm pretty sure the tyre roller will be at work at the end of play today. But I think the aim now is we've got the conditions as they are. Let's get through the racing. We're at just about 6:15. And I believe it's a 7 p.m. curfew. So will we get through it? I know there's a few 8s to get through beforehand, but away we go with this one, this Class 2. And Jess Conway makes the best of the breaks, and Scunthorpe 1 looks streaks ahead. Not literally, but out in front. Scunthorpe 1 it is. Somebody already sounded a bit sick. I think Spalding 26, though, runs in second place. Radford 92 in third. It might be the Mulroy car, which just sounded a bit spluttery. Scunthorpe 1, then Spalding 26, Radford 92, Hayley Verity there in York 190, the Gabby Smith car in Scarborough 240. Oh, I think it's cut out again on Anne-Marie Chadburn in White Rose 13. It's not been her day, despite how well it started. Scunthorpe 1 then is just edging a bit further in front. Jess Conway then takes the lead as Anne-Marie Chadburn heads back to the pits to mean no points today, which is definitely not what she deserves. She deserves so much more. Gabby Smith just goes past us. Oh, where's Hayley Verity gone? She's gone walkabout, so now gone for a play in the mud. In York 190, just rejoins onto the better line, but she's a long way down, and I don't think that car's quite so healthy either. 1 to go for Conway, 1 to go for Robinson, who's kept clean in this one. Spalding 26. Then we go to Nicola Bettany and Radford 92, ahead of Gabby Smith in Scarborough 249. A bit of early damage on board then from earlier today. And then Hayley Verity coming through in York 190. I don't think anything's going to change now, because here's your race leader, going to be your winner. And Jess Conway it is. Scunthorpe 1 takes it. Spalding 26 is second. Then we're going to see Radford 92, Nicola Bettany, come through to pick up that third place finish just ahead of Gabby Smith in Scarborough 249. And then we've got Hayley Verity to complete it. Oh, no, we haven't. Because there's one more, but Hayley comes through to finish, and Claire Mulroy just had a little pirouette down on the start straight, but she's got the Mallow 117 car going again, and she's going to take the checkered flag any moment now. So, been a difficult day for some of these ladies, and difficult conditions for all the drivers, really, but some of them just fare a little bit better than others. It's always the way, isn't it? So... tricky conditions all round, but it is hopefully going to keep on the better side of it now as we get through the rest of today's programme and get into tomorrow. Right, race 3. Hannah Cheshire, Courtney Lewis, Jess Tate, Jess Owen, Lara Jones, Sally Doddridge are your runners and riders. And seem to have a couple of new ladies from the Scarborough Club, Mickey, joining in. So good to see, increase in numbers all round, and seem to be doing pretty well also. Not sure if they've got much racing experience beforehand, but they've been showing quite well today, as are all these ladies and all the drivers. They're all putting on a show, as keep saying, difficult conditions. It's never nice when you're out there, you're on the start line and the heavens open. It's happened to me a couple of times, just when you sat on the line. Literally, yeah, but it's the conditions. That's Autograss racing, isn't it? We have to race rain or shine, and let's see how we go. Right, Lara Jones makes a much better start than the first heat in the Nova, and she took a third after a very difficult start in her first heat, but already look, half a dozen car lengths clear into turn 1 with a Typhy 17, still running those heavy steelies on the front. Look, just heavier wheels gives that bit of traction, and it's working here. Typhy 17, then it's Hannah Cheshire in the Breeden Hill 12 into the Stargate turn ahead of Sally Doddridge in the 515F. Oh, where's the North Wales car going? Jess Owen in 151. Oh, Doddridge has gone out in the deep stuff as well, and Courtney Lewis also also in a bit of trouble in Swansea 1, but Tivy 17 it is leading the way. Breeden Hill 12, Scarborough Treble 2 in a strong third place. That's Jess Tate. And then we go to Sally Doddridge and Courtney Lewis, and Jess Owen, I think, has given it up. North Wales 151 parked up in the centre green. And it's closed up with 1 and 2. So let's have a look as Lara Jones then under a bit of pressure from Hannah Cheshire, and she wants this win because the winners last time round were Vicky Robbins, Jess Singer and Caitlin Barnett, and Jess took a win, and I think Vicky took a second and Caitlin took a third. So Lara Jones winning this one will put her up there quite nicely. Jess Conway's obviously just had a win, so that will tie her as well. So it's very close stuff for these points, but the gap has opened. Dash to the line. 17's your winner, 12 is second. Then a gap back. Sally Doddridge, she got back up to third, or she a lap down? I've missed where I was, but anyway, she's going to cross the line next. Forest 515, Scarborough Treble 2, Swansea 1, and definite non-finisher is that North Wales 151. So that completes ladies class 2s. Well done. 3 races started, 3 races finished, with just a couple of DNFs along the way. Thank you to P&R Transport and Fleet Care Services for your very, very kind sponsorship. I've got 1 race left to cover. That's if they come out as one, as they did before. That will be the combination of ladies Class 10s and F600s. But for now, it's Class 3s, and back to Paul.
Thanks, Ross. So, yeah, we're on to the Diggers Limited sponsored ladies Class 3s. We've got Catherine Byon in CM3, should be coming out in lane 1. Jade Russell alongside her in Yorkshire Dales 34. Out in 3 we've got, not got a chance to go through on because we're up and running, and it is Catherine Byon that's the first one to show, with Becky in that second one. That's Becky Shaw in that second place in Border Counties at 111, but it is the CM3 Catherine Byon that leads them into that corner, slides it round. Becky Shaw in 11, she's chasing hard, not far behind her. We've got the Yorkshire Dales at 34 of Jade Russell. Then we've got the Spalding 77 of Nicola Saint. And then I think that's the North Wales 27 of Irina Almond that's got all the work to do from the back of the field, but back up at the front, and it's still Catherine Byon that's leading it in the CM3 with Becky Shaw in Border Counties 111. These cars getting a lot quicker as this track starts to die out on the inside. If you can keep on that racing line, you've got a chance, but if you go out a little bit wide, and Catherine Byon's just gone out a little bit wide, that's allowed Becky Shaw to come through on the inside, so it's Becky Shaw that looks, but she's not quite managing it, or is she? As Catherine Byon still going out a little bit wide, and she's got even deeper, she's got into that deep stuff, that's going to lose a lot of places. So it's Border Counties 111 from Yorkshire Dales 34, Spalding 77. CM3 is all over the track and takes evasive action to avoid the Marshall's barrier, comes back onto the track without any problems. And then it's North Wales 27 that coming out this this nutter corner for the final time. Checker flag at the ready. It's Becky Shaw in Border Counties 111 with Jade Russell in the Yorkshire Dales 37. Then it's the Spalding 77 of Nicola Saint. And then it's the North Wales 27 of, oh no, it's not, it's CM3 that's come through this time in Catherine Byon. And then it's the North Wales 27 of Irina Almond that finishes that race. That's my stint finish for today. Be passing you over to Mickey B that's going to take you through the 5s and 7s, and I will see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Lover, Paul Glover. We are indeed round to the ladies' Class 5s on day 1 of the Bass round. It's never been heard of before. Lorryinsurance.co.uk are our series sponsors. Talking Dirty is our weekend sponsor. So we're bringing out race 2 first because I can see Nicola Shimon Jesse, York 44 up there. Kirsten Bartlett had a win this morning. Can she make it 2 out of 2? She's coming out of lane 7. But wow, hold on a minute. Lindsay Ware, I think in Breeden Hill 66, had a 4th. Look at that. She's absolutely nailed it down the opening straight into turn 1 and 2. The cars performed for the other half as well today, and 2 wins out of 2 for that. So there we go. Forest Dean 1, Terry Mumford running second. Oh, commentator's curse. She's just left the door open for Nicola Jesse. And here's Nicola Jesse who takes the second place down into Nutter Corner, followed by that Forest Dean 1 of Terry Mumford. But away with this one, Lindsay Ware had a fourth this morning and doing well. Right, who's out into that West Waterford 188? Trish Daly in there as well, which means I think Kirsten Bartlett in the South Somerset 22 is running in 5th place. Had a win this morning. So she's not being greedy, is she? That's the good thing. Right, one more lap to go then. Lindsay Weir then from Nicola Jesse from the Terry Mumford machine. Then we go down to Trish Daly and then Kirsten Bartlett in that South Somerset 22 machine. Right, checker flag at the ready. And it's going to be Breedale 66. Lindsay Weir takes the win. Second is Nicola Shimon Jesse, York 44. Terry Mumford in Forest Dean 1. Followed by that West Waterford 188, Trish Daly, and South Somerset 22, Kirsten Bartlett. So that is Heat 2, Race 2, tick in the box. And it will then switch round to our Race 1, bringing out Sarah Bateman in the Snake in Stroudon District 45. Coming out of lane 6, had a win this morning. Laura Blaber in Athelston 13 out of the lane 5, had a second. Kirsty Godfrey had a second as well. Sandra Jones in Cumdee 31 had a third. And there's a little bit of Lionel Messi going on at the back, but car back on the track and we are still running. And it is the PAC 11, Lucy Wickham then from Kirsty Godfrey, from Cumdee 31, Sandra Jones. So there's your 3, and we've got a little bit of dancing going on. Athelston 13 is that's Laura Blaber. She's after that. It looked like might have been some contact in that start gate turn. And also the Sarah Bateman machine, the Snake, is running at the back after a little bit of trouble coming down that opening straight. But Sarah Bateman, we know she's a quick car. She won this morning. And hold on a minute, I think it's going to be a little bit like the Kirsten Bartlett. The Kirsten finished in last place in that last race, and with 1 lap to go, it's going to be the Lucy Wickham machine that is leading the way, and I've done it again tonight. She's left the door open, and Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge 10, takes up the running then. She had a second this morning, and she is taking them down into Nutter Corner. She's only got 2 to go round. The checker flag is being prepared. So it's going to be Cambridge 10, Kirsty Godfrey. A second and a win now. That's a good day's work. PAC 11, Lucy Wickham picks up second place. She was leading it for most of the way. Athelston 13, that's Laura Blaber. And then it goes down to Cumdee 31 of Sandra Jones. And playing around in the mud, I think that is Stroudon District 45. It's Sarah Bateman, the Snake. And she's going, oh, good grief. With the sat-nav says turn right to get out of all this sloppy stuff. And that's it. That's about the best place to come out as well. You don't want to go any further. Go on, don't. Oh, no. She's stopped. She's stuck. Hey, she's sunk in the mud. I tell you what, if Slim Appleton's over there, or Sam Appleton, I can see you by the truck. Get yourselves over the arm. Give her a push. Go on. Give her one. I was going to say, I can't say that, can I? Like, give her a push from behind. That's get her out of the mud, and then we can then go racing with what is going to be the ladies' super saloons. And
You're talking to yourself.
how long have I been talking to myself?
That race, I think.
Oh no. Shall I still commentate on it for you? There we go then, we are off the line. Who's got the best to start? Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, Radford 176, a win this morning. And she takes them down into Nutter Corner. And yeah, she's a bit of a nutter herself really. Yeah, she's on medication. It's only because I'm not going out live. I can say what I want, can't I? Yeah. She likes to race in a thong as well. And that's what that's what makes her really quicker. She says the tighter the thong, the quicker she goes. Radford 176 then. Julie Hawthorne-Fernio leading away from Lindsay Allen. Then it is Nicola Gibbs. We go border count is 26, Kesney Adams, and then Michaela Dance. Surprisingly at the back. Maybe she's not wearing her tight thong either. Maybe she needs to. Oh, there again. Maybe she's just giving it a squeeze because she's moved up into fourth place. But it is one more lap to go for Julie Hawthorne-Fernio. And we are back up and running. So loss of power, ladies and gentlemen. So you've missed some of that commentary, and it was really good stuff as well. Right, Radford 176, Julie Hawthorne-Fernio round that turn two. Oh, where's Lindsay Allen gone? Oh, Julie takes the win in Radford 176. Then we go down to Michaela Dance from Nicola Gibbs. Oh, Lindsay Allen gone from hero to zero. But, well, fourth place. That's not bad, is it? And then that border count is 26. And that is Kesney Adams. So well done there to our ladies class sevens. We've got the final grid up on the line. So York 2, Michelle Barrett, Lee Wynn in Cork 8, North Shropshire 28, Heidi Bentley, Ella John in PhD 6, Spalding 31, Shamel Gadsby, lane 2, and Pennine 8, Samantha Graney out of lane 1. Daft as normal. It did go back on for a short while, didn't it? So there we go then. Race 2 of the Max Sport D&M Design and Fabrication. There's one of these racers out here likes to go commando. So that makes her quicker. And do you know which one it is? Yes, Samantha Graney. Look at her. She's off down that opening straight into Nutter Corner. And there she goes. Let the wind blow free. And it is Samantha Graney from Shamel Gadsby and Ella John, Michelle Barrett, and don't tell me Lee Wynn in the Cork 8. And I'm working on BAStv. Oh, brilliant stuff. Excellent. I hope everyone's enjoying it. We've got no power in here, so well done, BAStv. It's Samantha Graney then from Shamel Gadsby, from Michelle Barrett, then Ella John in PhD 6. Then we are... Oh, hold on a minute. There's one right at the back. What are you doing right at the back? And it is that North Shropshire machine of Heidi Bentley. But Samantha Graney then with one more lap to go. Spalding 31, Shamel Gadsby. Then that's York 2, Michelle Barrett. PhD 6, Ella John. Cork 8, that's Lee Wynn. And that final car, North Shropshire 28, Heidi Bentley. But we are going to switch the last lap marker to checkered flag. And it's going to be a win. Hold on a minute, where's that come from? Spalding 31, Shamel Gadsby. Across from York 2, Michelle Barrett. PhD 6, Ella John. Then it's Lee Wynn in Cork 8. Samantha Graney must have got it all out of shape. And that is at Pennine 8. And the last place goes to North Shropshire 28, Heidi Bentley. So there we go. That is your ladies class 7s, heat 1 and 2. Done. All ticks in the boxes. Max Sport, our series sponsor. D&M Design and Fabrications, our weekend sponsors. And up on the line, we're going ladies class 9s. And it's over to Brandon Glover, the grandson of Mr. Lover, Paul Glover.
Yeah, cheers, Mickey. So I was talking into an headset, and it turns out it doesn't work. York 6, Katie Adaman, and Chloe Richardson is there in that second position. Claire Horner, Melton 62 is quite a way back in that third place. As I say that, the two front runners both go very, very wide. Allow Claire Horner and Sharon Barker now to promote them into that first and second places. So it's now Melton 62 over at Evesham 26. As I say that, Sharon Barker's a spinner. And so it's still 62 over that number 5 now of Chloe Richardson. York 6 of Katie Adaman in that third position. And it looks like Hailey Dealey-Seagraves in that ARC number 3 down there in that 4th position. Sharon Barker, Evesham 26, is now your back marker as the yellow flag with the black cross comes out for Claire Horner in the 62 machine. Is this back marker going to come into play as Sharon Barker goes wide, and Claire Horner navigates up the inside in the 62 machine as they go up that far side for the final time. And Sharon Barker once again a spinner on the far side, but checkered flag this time. Melton 62, Claire Horner 2 wins out of 2. She'll be happy with that one. So Chloe Richardson in that second position and Katie Adaman in third. Heidi Dealey-Seagraves in ARC number 3 in 4th, and Sharon Barker in the Evesham 26. So looking up at the line, I can see ladies class 4, so it's going to be over to Steve.
Thank you very much. So, yes, 4s and stock hatches coming your way. Hey, we're going to get through the 2 rounds of qualifying today, aren't we? We are. Plumpal Innovations, your meeting sponsors for ladies class 4, and Patterson's of Thirsk, your sponsors for the ladies stock hatch. From the British Autograss Series point of view, D&D Transport on the stock hatches, and on the 4s, DM Design and Fabrication. So a bit down on numbers, we've got 3 stock hatches and 2 class 4s, and looks like they're all down on the line, so that's good. The 2 class 4s, Claire Compton in North Shropshire 434 and Catherine Harding in TA 13. And for the stock hatches, we've got Tracy Lewis in Hereford 61, Holly Lickley in Yorkdales 95, and Sophie Egerton in Ludlow 47. So expecting 5 cars we've got. And the best of the class 4s and leading the way overall is the Tivy 13 car. Then as she comes past us, that's Catherine Harding at the wheel of Tivy 13. The best of the stock hatches running in second overall, Holly Lickley in Yorkdales 95. Then comes the other class 4, that's the North Shropshire 434 car of Claire Compton. The next of the stock hatches is the Ludlow 47, Sophie Egerton at the wheel of that one, and completing it all, Tracy Lewis in Hereford 61. So a bit of a shake-up this time round. Tracy Lewis won the stock hatches and she's at the back, and Claire Compton won class 4 and she's at the back, so of the relative class. But certainly a long way clear and having a much better run this time round is Catherine Harding in TA 13 as she comes round, takes that yellow board with the black cross. 1 to go. The Yorkshire Dales car then of Holly Lickley, the best of the stock hatches. Claire Compton, we go back to class 4 in North Shropshire 434, Ludlow 47, Sophie Egerton, and Hereford 61. Tracy Lewis completes the lineup. All the cars onto their final circuit, but it's going to be Catherine Harding that's going to come round and take a good win in Tivy 13. Second place then is the Yorkshire Dales car. That's overall, but certainly winning the class is Holly Lickley. Then comes Claire Compton in the other class 4. Ludlow 47, the stock hatch of Sophie Egerton, and North Shropshire, Hereford 61, Tracy Lewis. So that's 4s and stock hatches completed for the ladies. We move on to the ladies class 6s. Commercial Services, your sponsors at the meeting. Elite Transmission, your Kent Cams and Beresford Chassis and Components, British Autograss Series associate sponsor. 8 of them signed on. Hannah Thomas, she was storming in the first run in the Scarborough 16 car, so she was top scorer, followed by Emily Grayson, Sophie Lewis and Ellie Lockwood in that order. Looks like we got 7 out of the 8, so hey, that's not too bad, as they come round and passed us then for the first time. PhD 12, the race leader. Scunthorpe 33 in that second place. So Nia Jones it is in PhD 12. Number cleaning leaves a bit to be desired at PhD 12 team as they go down the far side. Scunthorpe 33, Ellie Bailey in that second place position. But it is PhD 12, Scunthorpe 33. Running in third, Scunthorpe 15. Hannah Thomas then in the Scarborough machines. Scarborough 97 comes next. In fact, number cleaning leaves a bit to be desired. Class 6, full stop. But our race leader pulling away a little bit now from the rest of the field as she comes out of that top bend, finds the wet, sticky stuff, and that's not what you want to do. Somebody like Ellie Bailey will be through on the inside, and indeed she is. So Scunthorpe third. Oh, then Ellie overcooks it on the top bend as they go around that far side. So it's all change and change about in this one. Ellie Lockwood says thank you very much. Nice driving there from Ellie. Right place, right time. Scunthorpe 15 comes round to take the checkered flag and take the good win. Scunthorpe 15 then it is. PhD 12 in second. Tybee 36, Sophie Lewis in third. Scarborough 97, Scunthorpe 36. And then Scunthorpe 33 completes it all. That completes the ladies' class 6s. That completes my Saturday stint, actually. So there we go. As things draw to a close, I will be speaking to you sometime tomorrow, all being well. But looking to the line, then it is ladies' class 8. So for that, it's, of course, back over to Hayley.
Thanks, Steve. So, yeah, we're just having a little bit of a chuckle. We must apologise. I think Bass FM's still playing and the commentary over here has gone off. So you might be able to hear us. You might be able to not hear us. So we'll apologise for anything we say when people think that when we think that nobody can hear us. Because, yeah, it's not always maybe appropriate in the commentary box. Yes, Steve says now we know what sometimes we put up with, and Steve was telling you about 12 commentators going to nationals, and when they put 12 of us in a commentary box, God knows what's going to happen. It's bad enough when you've got 2 of us. So I think we're maybe heading back up to being back up and running. Down here on the TV and the commentary around the field, so we'll apologise for that. It just it did all trip off, and we weren't really sure what was happening, but hopefully, yeah. The gentleman's just saying I think there's some water in it somewhere. We have had a lot of rain down here at Yorkshire Dales, so there'll maybe be a few tweaks that need to be done overnight tonight just to find that. And then it should all be sorted. But I think we are still back live, and I think you guys at home can still sort of see what we can see. So we've just got one that's needing recovery off there. Then we are back underway in racing with the ladies class 8. This weekend is sponsored by Timber Displays Links Limited, and your series sponsor is Pro Links. So up on the line, it should see race 1. But I'm just having a little look, and I don't think that is race 1, because I think Yorkshire Dales 37 at Lindsay Mullen coming out of grid 6. Because I'm sure that's their class 8. Yeah, so this is going to be race 2. So Lindsay picked up a win in race 1. Joining her in this one then should be Yorkshire Dales number 7, PAC number 2, PAC 21, North Shropshire 55, Breeden Hill 14, and that's Sturton 387. But we've got the bungees up on this one then. Lindsay Mullen it is that's the first to lead them up into that turn 1 and that turn 2 in that Yorkshire Dales 37. As I say that, Alice Bevans cuts up the inside and moves up into that lead position from Lindsay Mullen as your 1 and 2. Then we've got another car up there in the mix as well. Didn't quite catch the number as they went past the commentary box, but we'll catch them as they come round this time. The one with all the work to do from the rear of the field there is that Sturton 387 of Nicola Walker, but back up and at the front of the field then it is the PAC number 2 of Alice Bethans, Yorkshire Dales 37 of Lindsay Mullen, then the PAC 21 of Tia Reeves then up there as well in this one, but it's still Alice Bevans that leads them up into that turn 1 and that turn 2 for another time. I think that's the yellow flag with the black cross just being prepared. 1 to go on this one then. PAC number 2 it is then from Yorkshire Dales 37 PAC 21. North Shropshire 555, Claire Cockle then now making her way up and onto her last lap, as is the Breedon Hill 14 of Ellie Hinds, and that Yorkshire Dales number 7 of Sue Nichols then. Starting 387, Nicola Walker now heading up and onto her last lap, but checkered flag time. PAC number 2, Alice Bevans it is then, from Yorkshire Dales 37 of Lindsay Mullen as you 1 and 2. North Shropshire 55, PAC 21. Then it's going to be the Breedon Hill 14, Yorkshire Dales number 7. And then coming round to complete the lineup on that one is the Sturton 387 of Nicola Walker. So well done to the ladies. That was race 2. Let's have a little look, see if we can pick any of the runners and riders out up on the line. This is race 3, so that should see coming out. Scarborough number 2, Vicky Appleton. White Rose 11, Jodie Glover. Scunthorpe 52, Jersey Tompkinson. Pennine number 9 of Cassie Gunn. 158F, Terry Munford. Hereford 350, and that West Waterford 133. We've got the bunges up on this one then, and it is Jersey Tompkinson then that takes up the running as your race leader in that Scunthorpe 52. Leads them up round that 10-1 and that 10-2 for this time of asking. Hereford 350 goes with her then, as does the 158F, West Waterford 133, Scarborough number 2, and that Pennine number 9 then of Cassie Gunn. Back up and at the front of the field, Scunthorpe 52, Jersey Tompkinson it is then that leads them up into that 10-1 and that 10-2 for this time of asking. Around the commentary box, she looks to lead them. We've got one on the far side of the field, just touching the arm curve there. 158F then in that second place position, Pennine number 9 of Cassie Gunn then in that third place at the minute. Then coming round is White Rose 11, I think, and then I think that's Scarborough number 2 of Vicky Appleton. West Waterford 133 and Hereford 350. Scunthorpe 52 then it is from the 158F, Pennine number 9 of Cassie Gunn. As you 1, 2, 3 now make the way around for another time of asking. White Rose 11 and Scarborough number 2 then now making their way up and onto their last lap, as is the West Waterford 133, but Scunthorpe 52 it is then that takes a win from 158S as you 1 and 2. Then it's that Pennine number 9 of Cassie Gunn, then the Hereford 350 of Taylor Jade Pascal. White Rose 11, I think, Jodie Glover, and then we've got one running on the far side of the field. We had 2 parked up on that 10-3. So let's just have a little look around who's coming to complete that one. Is that Sutty? Vicky Appleton in the Scarborough number 2. So let's have a little look. I think this one's possibly race 4, because I think that's Beth Tompkinson in Scunthorpe 51 coming out of that grid 8 as they make their way up down the far side of the field, headed up into that turn 1 and turn 2. Where North Wales at 271, Scunthorpe 51, Cambridge 426, IK 65 then of Jade Russell. Then I'm not sure who that last one, Sturton 22 of Bolton in that rear position with all the work to do from the back of the track. North Wales 271, Scunthorpe 51, Cambridge 426, IK 65. Cambridge 60 then was the one I didn't catch at the last time round. That is Melissa Bradshaw, but back up and at the front of the field. I think we've seen a change in the race leader, because that's Scunthorpe 51, I think, of Beth Tompkinson then that takes up the running as your race leader leads them around that 10-2 to see the yellow flag with the black cross. One to go on this one then. Shelby Almond in the North Wales at 271 is in that second place position. But your race leader already heading up down the far side. Yellow flags just to indicate there is a Class 8 part in the outside of the track on that time one, but it's going to be checkered flag time. Scunthorpe 51 it is then, North Wales 271, Cambridge 426, IK 65 as your top 4 finishers on this one. Then having a little look who's going to come round and take 5th place point on this one. That is going to be the Cambridge 60 of Melissa Bradshaw then to complete that one. And then we've still got one part up on that turn 1. I think Recovery going to make the way back out to check that one. So up on the line, that looks like race 1. Yes, race 1 up on the line, because I can certainly see Rosemary Glover in the white rose number 2 coming out of lane 6. So also coming out should be West Waterford 158, Jenny Houlihan. She picked up a win in her first race, as did Melton number 1 of Claire Horner. CM20 Synod Thomas picked up 2nd, and Rosemary and Abby J Bennett in the 8F picked up 3rds. Radford 76 Julie Hawthorne Fennyhow should be joining them, as should the Evesham 20 of Macy Carlin Grasby. Now I think there's a couple of gaps on the start line there. So I think we have got Jenny Houlihan. We've definitely got Rosemary Glover, but she looks like she's got a gap either side, so it looks like we could be missing a couple of these ladies when they come out for this race. Just having a little look, that Class 8's just been pulled back into the infield, so we're going to have a little look round, see if we get some track clearance on this one. Track clearance is given then, bungees up, and we are underway in racing. But who's going to get the best of the starts then? I think it's Claire Horner in the Melton number 1 that takes up the running as your race leader. Abby J Bennett then in the 8F looks to go with her in that 2nd place position as they make their way around that turn 1 and that turn 2 for this time of asking. Then it's the West Waterford 158 of Jenny Houlihan, white rose number 2 Rosemary Glover, and then the Evesham 20 of Macy Carlin Grasby in that rear position, with all the work to do from the back of the pack. Back up and at the front then, it is still the Melton number 1 of Claire Horner that leads them up around that turn 2 for another time of asking from Abby J Bennett in the 8F. West Waterford 158 then, Jenny Houlihan in that 3rd place position from Rosemary Glover in the white rose number 2. Then it's the Evesham 20 of Macy Carlin Grasby in that 5th place position on this one, but it is still Claire Horner that's already heading up around that turn 1 and that turn 2. Half a lap between your front and your back marker on this one. She heads them up and onto their last lap. Yellow flags out just to indicate we've got one part up in the Armco on the far side of the field. But Melton number 1, Claire Horner it is then, that leads Abby J Bennett in the 8F as you 1 and 2 now make the way up around that turn 1 and that turn 2 for the final time. Checkered flag out ready and waiting on this one. Melton number 1 it is then, Claire Horner from Abby J Bennett in the 8F. Then it's the West Waterford 158 of Jenny Houlihan, white rose number 2 Rosemary Glover in that 4th place then from the Evesham 20 of Macy Carlin Grasby to complete that one. So we should see race 5 up on the line. So 6 of them down to compete in this grid. I think we've only got 4 of them out there. So, who got the best of the starts in the first round? Scarborough 74, Laura Jefferson picked up a win. ARC number 2, Charlene Hackney picked up a 2nd. Joining us should be Radford 411 of Emily Crosby, York 18 Michelle Barrett, Cumdee 115 of Corden Barner, and Cumdee number 10 of Sandra Jones. But they certainly looks depleted in the middle. Yeah. So we've got Cumdee, York 18, we've got Scarborough 74, we've got ARC2.
Yeah.
ARC2. So yeah, it looks like we've lost a couple coming out in this one.
I'm not sure. I don't think Paul had any. Did he have any in his second heats?
I don't know, to be fair.
Hayley, how many you had?
0.
Oh, we're men's as well.
In men's as well.
That'd be a miracle.
So that car now heading off the track. So you can. We've got bungees up, and we are underway and racing with this one then. So just the 4 cars coming out with this one. 4 I had down on my list as expecting the ones that we could see up on the line. Your race leader then making her way around that turn 2, down past the commentary box for the first time of asking. Come D number 10, Sandra Jones it is then, from Laura Jefferson in the Scarborough 74. York 18 then of Michelle Barrett, and then that ARC number 2 of Charlene Hackney in that 4th place position. Back up and at the front of the field, so half a lap between your front and your back marker, and as I say, that Sandra Jones just square wheels it on that turn 1. Laura Jefferson's had to take avoiding actions, pushed out into the wet. That's allowed Michelle Barrett in the York 18 to take up the running as your race leader. Laura Jefferson then's got herself back running in the Scarborough 74 and looking to reel in that lead car. Charlene Hackney in the ARC number 2, now up into that 3rd place from the Cumdee number 10 of Sandra Jones then, but back up and at the front of the field. Your race leader's already headed up around that 10-2. York 18 it is then. Michelle Barrett's the first to see that yellow flag with the black cross. 1 to go on this one then for Michelle Barrett, 1 to go for Laura Jefferson, 1 to go for Charlene Hankey, and 1 to go for Sandra Jones on this one. It looks like the heavens are going to give us another little sprinkling, but hopefully we'll get through these class 8s and 10s. York 18 it is then Michelle Barrett that takes the win. Scarborough 74 Laura Jefferson. ARC number 2 of put my teeth back in. Charlene Hankey. I will get it right by the end of the weekend. And then Cumdee number 10 of Sandra Jones. So well done to the ladies. 5 races of ladies class 8. No red flags. Well done. Up on the line, that looks like we're heading over to ladies class 10s. And I'm going to hand you back over to Russ.
Yes, and unless I'm mistaken, this is the last race of the day. And not only that, it's actually the last race of the 2nd heats, which means, come on, ladies, get it right. Because I don't want to get up early in the morning. Not that early, anyway. Away we go with Class 10s and F600s. There should be 6 cars, and the Class 10s have the horsepower. But can they handle it through these tricky start line conditions? And coming through is that Josie again. Yeah, she's jumped out the 8 into the 10. The roll-offs are flickering there, but she leads. Sue Herdman then in York 7 going second. Becky Faulkner spun it last time out, but she's running closer to them. Now in North Shropshire 6, we've got 2 F600s. We should have had 4. Oh, Molly Trousdale's still in the start holding lane. Problems on board with Scarborough 30, so a non-starter for her. That just leaves 2 of them, but new race leader Sue Herdman's found a way past Tomkinson as a Scunthorpe 53 goes out wide. She could lose another place here. No, gathers it up. Then it's Hereford 16, Donna Evans then who leads the way. Then it's the Yorkshire 106. I think it's Kirsty Bowes, but I haven't got a sheet with a name on, sadly, so apologies if it's not. But coming through then, 1 to go. Herdman's clear as Josie's got it all wrong down the start straight and is relegated to 4th overall, 3rd in class. Becky Faulkner goes through in North Shropshire 6 up to 2nd, and Donna Evans doing very well in that F600 to keep the 10s in sight. Josie's gone for another mud bath, but here's your winner, last race of the day. Sue Herdman, York 7 takes it. 2nd goes to Becky Faulkner in class 10, North Shropshire 6. Tomkinson's got the twin-engined Scunthorpe 53 fired up again as Donna Evans takes the F600 spoils in Hereford 16. Yorkshire's 106 is 2nd, and 1 car left to finish will be the Scunthorpe 53 of Josie Tomkinson, who's going to make her way into turn 1, give a wave to the crowd as she goes. That's if she'll make it. Is the car under power? And struggling. Come on, we're just going to wait a little bit longer. We've got 4 minutes. And Josie's going to make it home. Goggles missing. Went for a splash, but picks up 3rd place points. And that's her first defeat in Class 10 this season in the series. So there we go. But it's unheard of in modern British Autograss series, but all of day one is complete on schedule. So a massive well done to Yorkshire Dales and friends who have been out there in literally almost all conditions. We didn't get the snow, we didn't get the hail, but we had pretty much everything else. So well done, everybody. You can now make your way back in and change your soggy underwear for some dry ones. Unless you've been listening to Mickey's commentary, and some of them might be a little bit different. But no, again, well done. Oh, look, we're on telly now. So it doesn't do us much good, does it? But no, massive well done, everybody. It's been fantastic to be part of the team once again here on commentary. Looking forward to seeing some epic finals tomorrow when this track, there'll be dust blowing off it when we wake up in the morning.
I think just can say over the last few years that I've done many BAS series now, and I can't remember actually a Saturday where we've got through both sets of heats. So it's a brilliant testament to how the Yorkshire Dales Club have carried on, all the marshals that have tirelessly worked through. And just I'll tell you what shows you, I know that the conditions have been difficult, and we are doing our red flag competition. We've only had I think 14 today compared to last time out. I think we were on 65 at this point on the first BAS round. So it just goes to show you the weather conditions have kind of made sure that we haven't had too many thrills and spills, but some great racing, by the way, when the track has dried out. And I hope everyone's enjoyed it, especially everyone trackside, everyone watching on BAStv. Thanks very much for staying with us through the course of the day. The really good news is that we start at 9 o'clock as scheduled tomorrow morning. No 8 o'clock start, and that means an extra hour in bed. So
Not for me, I've got a baby.
Oh yeah, you've got to get up early and do some feeding, haven't you, and stuff like that. So thanks from all of us here in commentary. Have a great evening, and we'll see you again tomorrow to do it all again. Third heats and those finals. Good evening.